Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. A strikingly handsome young man, standing at 185 centimeters tall, was amidst the most crucial examination of his life, the college entrance examination. He gazed at the test paper, his mind a blank canvas, as if he had just fallen victim to some enchantment, with the knowledge he once possessed slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. It's over. It's over. It's over. I am destined to never set foot in a university. Anxiously, he furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the intricate questions before him, lamenting silently, "All the revision this semester has squandered my precious youth." Just as despair began to envelop him, a sudden dizziness washed over him, and his vision blurred. At the moment he thought he might faint, an overwhelming force pulled him into a void of darkness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying on a patch of grass, surrounded by towering mountains and lush forests, the air infused with a simple fragrance and a refreshing essence. He sprang up, a wave of unease washing over him. Where am I? Why do I feel as though I've stepped into a fantastical realm? As he surveyed his surroundings, a peculiar memory surged into his mind. He envisioned a child clad in blue, sporting a fluffy tail and a silly grin plastered across his face. The child's memories melded into his consciousness. Who is this? How'd I know his story? His heart began to race. Wait a moment, this child is son Wukong. He suddenly realized he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, inhabiting the form of a 12-year-old son Wukong. At that moment, his heart swelled with excitement, nearly propelling him to leap into the air. Oh my goodness, I become Wukong. This is the protagonist with boundless potential. He could scarcely contain his thrill. I can finally experience unparalleled combat prowess and endless adventures. He began to test his limbs, striving to acclimate to this new body. Stretching out his arms, he discovered his physique brimming with strength, far more effortless than his previous form. This is absolutely marvelous. He recognized the necessity to adapt to this newfound body. Since I am son Wukong, I must train diligently to enhance my power. Wukong approached a sturdy tree, igniting the flames of determination as he recalled the epic battles he had witnessed in Dragon Ball. He performed a few warm-up exercises, then commenced mimicking the combat techniques from the original story. With a punch thrown, a gust of wind roared past, and the tree fell with a resounding crash. Wow, that was astonishingly easy, Wukong exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. I never imagined I possessed such strength. This is far simpler than my physical education classes at school. Eager to continue, Wukong considered another endeavor, jumping. Images of soaring through the skies and Dragon Ball flashed through his mind, igniting a fervor within him as he sought an open space to test his abilities. He inhaled deeply, bent down, coiled his legs, and leaped with all his might. In an instant, Wukong felt the exhilarating rush of defying gravity, shooting upwards like an arrow. The scenery around him blurred as he ascended rapidly. Wow, this is incredibly high, Wukong thought, elated, as he performed a twist in midair, gazing down to behold the mountains and trees below, his heart swelling with joy. Upon landing, he executed a gentle push off the ground, stabilizing his descent with ease. If I were to participate in the Olympics, I could effortlessly shatter world records, Wukong mused, envisioning himself on the podium, lifting a gold medal in triumph, feeling a surge of pride. After acclimating to his newfound strength, his gaze fell upon the Rui Bang tied to his back, a thrill coursing through him. He slowly untied the Rui Bang, chuckling to himself, since I've inherited Wukong's body, I must also master his signature treasure. Wukong shouted, "Rui Bang, extend." As the words left his mouth, the golden staff surged skyward as if infused with a life of its own. Caught off guard, he was lifted into the air, the trees below shrinking rapidly, the wind howling in his ears. Oh, this sensation is absolutely exhilarating. Wukong couldn't help but shout. He maneuvered the Rui Bang up and down, attempting to acclimate himself to aerial movements, reveling in the experience. The staff's flexibility allowed him to ascend and descend with ease, making him feel like a child at play in the sky. In this forest, Wukong lost track of time, utterly absorbed in the joy of adapting to his new body. He practiced jumping, punching, and rolling, occasionally sweeping the surrounding area with the Rui Bang. Relishing the explosive power, he wielded the birds and small creatures in the woods scattered in fright, while he merely laughed joyously, oblivious to the commotion he caused. Throughout the day, Wukong explored various techniques, uncovering the limitless potential bestowed by this body. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the forest, Wukong looked up at the orange-tinted sky and realized it was time to return home. My stomach is growling. he exclaimed, rubbing his belly, determined to head home, stowing the Rui bang and following a familiar path. On his way back, he spotted several plump fish by a riverbank, and upon closer inspection, one fish was enormous, measuring a full 2 meters, its scales shimmering silver in the sunset. Huh, this big fellow will make for a splendid feast tonight. Excitement flashed in Wukong's eyes as he shed his clothes and leaped into the river, splashing water everywhere. The massive fish sensed the disturbance, swiftly flicking its tail and darting away. Wukong reacted swiftly, bolting after the escaping fish. Though the water resistance was considerable, he effortlessly closed the distance, reaching out with determination. The fish twisted nimbly, evading his grasp and creating a flurry of bubbles. Wukong, taken aback by the fish's agility, paused momentarily, then laughed with glee. "You're quite the challenge today. I won't let you escape." He squinted, observing the fish's movements. Seizing the opportunity, he threw a powerful punch towards the fish's head. His fist generated a torrent of water, landing heavily on the fish's skull, stunning it into submission as it floated motionless. "Huh, finally got you." Wukong triumphantly seized the fish's tail, hauling it out of the water. Dragging the dazed fish, Wukong excitedly made his way home. The sunset painted the forest in hues of red. While his stomach rumbled with hunger, anticipating a sumptuous meal, he quickened his pace. "I must cook this fish quickly, it should be quite the treat," Wukong thought, resisting the urge to break into a run, his speed increasing as the wind whistled past his ears. As he ran, he suddenly realized that his speed had far surpassed his previous efforts during school sports days. He had always struggled to keep up with the athletic stars in his class, panting heavily after each race. Yet now, he felt as though he were gliding effortlessly through the woods, using merely a fraction of his strength. "This speed is truly extraordinary," Wukong thought, exhilaration surging within him as he became increasingly light on his feet, effortlessly leaping over fallen branches and even massive rocks. Dragging the hefty fish, he felt not an ounce of burden. Wukong couldn't help but reminisce about his past school sports days. Whereas an ordinary student, he could never secure first place. The 400-meter track had always left him breathless. Even when he exerted every ounce of effort, his performance merely average compared to the lightning speed he now possessed. "If I had the speed back then, I would have dominated the sports day in no time." Wukong chuckled aloud, envisioning the commotion he would have caused had he returned to school to showcase his newfound prowess. Chapter 2. The Encounter with Bulma. Wukong dashed along the mountain path with the fish in tow, his mind drifting towards another delightful scenario. If only he could return to his former life. Armed with this boat's strength and speed, not only could he effortlessly claim victory at the sports day, but perhaps he could also win the heart of the school beauty. The mere thought sent him into a daydream, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Just as he reveled in his fantasies, a sudden bang echoed, and Wukong felt himself collide with something hard, sending him and the sizable fish flying. "Ouch, that hurts." Wukong rubbed his aching head and looked up to see a fallen motorcycle, beside which lay a girl with a displeased expression. Wukong was momentarily stunned, for the girl before him was stunningly beautiful. With her flowing blue hair, exquisite features, and captivating large eyes, she was simply mesmerizing. He gasped inwardly. "Isn't that Bulma? She's even more breathtaking in person than the school beauty I knew." Suppressing his excitement, he feigned ignorance, carefully dusting off his clothes as he spoke. I'm sorry, I was running a bit too fast and didn't see you." Bulma frowned, crossing her arms, and replied somewhat disapprovingly. "Are you trying to get yourself knocked over by running so fast?" She glanced at the fish on the ground before sizing up Wukong. Wukong scratched his head a bit shyly and smiled. "I just caught a big fish and was on my way home. Hello, I'm Wukong." He extended his hand, cautiously introducing himself. Bulma smiled gently, seemingly intrigued by him, and extended her hand for a courteous handshake, saying, "I am Bulma, hailing from a distant land, Goku. Your speed just now was astonishing, akin to some supernatural force propelling you." Goku chuckled inwardly, though he maintained an outwardly shy demeanor, replying, Perhaps it's just that I have a natural strength." Bulma, with a hint of mystery, smirked and lowered her gaze slightly, saying, "I have come here in search of something. Have you ever heard of the Dragon Balls?" Goku's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, so it is true. The tale from the book is indeed unfolding. Yet he feigned surprise and asked, "Dragon Balls? What are those? Are they some kind of precious treasure?" Seeing that he appeared completely unaware, Bulma eagerly explained, "Exactly. Legend has it that there are 7 Dragon Balls in the world, and if you gather them all, you can summon the eternal dragon to grant any wish. I am here to find the Dragon Balls, and this is my Dragon Ball radar." As she spoke, she retrieved a peculiar round device from her pocket, adorned with blinking red dots. Goku feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it really that amazing? If we gather the Dragon Balls, can I make a wish too?" Bulma shrugged and chuckled, "Of course. But gathering the Dragon Balls is no simple task." She scrutinized Goku closely, seemingly contemplating something, before suggesting, "You have such great energy, would you care to join me in my search for the Dragon Balls? Perhaps you could assist me." Goku's heart soared with delight. This was the opportunity he had longed for. However, he pretended to appear hesitant, saying, "Do you truly need me? I'm not even sure I would be of any help." Bulma smiled gently, exuding confidence as she replied, "Absolutely. After all, it's always good to have assistance, especially with your immense strength." Goku nodded. "All right then, I shall accompany you on this quest." He could hardly contain his joy, thinking, embarking on a journey to find the Dragon Balls with Bulma is far more delightful than conquering the school beauty. Goku had long known that a 4-star Dragon Ball lay hidden in his humble abode. He glanced at the direction indicated by Bulma's radar, chuckling to himself. "This girl seeking the Dragon Balls has unwittingly led me to my own home. Is this not fate?" Bulma beckoned Goku to hop onto her motorcycle. He clutched the large fish in one hand, while cautiously wrapping his other arm around Bulma's waist. "I can hardly believe I'm holding such a beautiful girl." Unaware of Goku's thoughts, Bulma revved the motorcycle, and the two sped down the mountain path. The wind howled past their ears, and Goku felt utterly elated, murmuring, "What a delightful sensation this is." Before long, they arrived at Goku's quaint little cabin. Goku feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Wait, Bulma, is your radar malfunctioning? This is my home." Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? Your home? What a remarkable coincidence that the Dragon Ball is right here." Goku nodded, inwardly chuckling. "Indeed, the plot seems inescapably tied to my home." He opened the door to his cabin and led Bulma inside. She scanned the surroundings, holding the radar as she slowly tracked the signal approaching a wooden table. Her expression brightened as she pointed to a wooden box resting atop it, exclaiming, "The signal is emanating from this box." Goku felt a surge of pride, but maintained an air of contemplation, stroking his chin as he said, "This wooden box was left by my grandfather. I hadn't noticed what was inside." With anticipation, Bulma gently opened the box. Inside lay a 4-star Dragon Ball. Glowing softly, Bulma's excitement surged as she lifted the Dragon Ball, exclaiming to Goku, "This is fantastic. We finally found it." Goku feigned astonishment, echoing, "Wow. So this is the Dragon Ball you were searching for." Holding the Dragon Ball, Bulma's eyes sparkled with joy as she said to Goku, "Goku, it seems we are truly destined to meet. Would you join me in seeking the remaining Dragon Balls? With your help, we can certainly find them more swiftly." Goku scratched his head. "Oh, is that so? Well, hearing you say that makes me quite interested. All right then, I shall join you." Bulma's eyes crescented into joyful crescents as she carefully stowed the Dragon Ball, saying, "Wonderful. With you, my mighty warrior, aiding me, my quest for the Dragon Balls is filled with hope." Just as Goku and Bulma stepped out of the cabin, Goku's stomach grumbled loudly. He patted his belly and said with a grin, "Catching such a big fish was certainly worth the effort. I can roast it for a meal." Bulma, taken aback by his exaggerated appetite, laughed in surprise. "It seems you truly are a little foodie. So what are your plans? Do you need any seasoning?" "Of course." Goku scratched his head, "But I have nothing in this mountain. Do you have any seasoning?" With a triumphant flick of her wrist, Bulma produced a capsule from her waist pouch. Pressing the button on top with a pop, an entire set of seasoning bottles appeared. Before them, Goku's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "This gadget is truly impressive." Goku built a fire and skewered the fish over the flames. As the flames danced, the surface of the fish gradually glistened with a golden sheen. He sprinkled seasoning over the fish, and soon the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. Bulma couldn't help but inhale deeply, complimenting, "Wow, Goku, you really know how to grill fish." Goku chuckled and flipped the fish, waiting until it was thoroughly cooked before carefully tearing off a piece of fish and offering it to Bulma, saying, "Here, taste my culinary skills." Bulma took a delicate bite. The fish was flaky and fragrant, perfectly infused with the seasoning, and she nodded in satisfaction. "This tastes delightful, even better than I had imagined." After just a few bites, Bulma paused, clapping her hands. "I'm full now, you can continue." Goku, unceremoniously, took the remaining grilled fish and devoured the entire thing. Bulma stared in disbelief, squinting. "Goku, is your stomach a bottomless pit?" Goku laughed as he wiped his mouth. I need to eat well to have the strength for more adventures." Bulma shook her head, unable to suppress her laughter. "Your appetite is truly that of a true foodie among foodies." Chapter 3. Goku, come in for a bath. After Goku had his fill, night had fully descended. Moonlight bathed the mountains, and the air was imbued with a gentle scent of grass and wood. A cool evening breeze swept through, instinctively inducing a sense of relaxation. In the distance, the mountains were faintly visible, the trees swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. The night sky was dotted with stars, resembling scattered silver coins across the heavens, exuding an aura of tranquility and mystery. Having just savored a delightful feast, Wukong reclined contentedly against a tree, resting his chin upon his hand as he quietly contemplated his forthcoming plans. In his heart, a resolution had already taken shape. He would resume his quest for the Dragon Balls tomorrow, for time was of the essence. Moreover, having traversed into this world, he could not afford to squander a single moment. As his thoughts swirled, he suddenly heard Bulma's voice behind him, stretching lazily and stifling a yawn. She remarked that night had fallen, suggesting they rest for the evening and continue their search for the Dragon Balls on the morrow. Her words, tinged with a hint of fatigue, conveyed an air of elegance, as if she were gently reminding Wukong that today's exertions merited a well-deserved respite. Wukong, of course, had no objections. He secretly chuckled to himself, contemplating the opulent residences concealed within Bulma's capsules. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a clever idea emerged, and he promptly displayed a warm smile, suggesting, "Bulma, my humble cabin has 2 beds. Though somewhat modest, it is quite comfortable. Why not spend the night here?" Bulma cast a cursory glance at the rudimentary wooden cabin, her brow furrowing slightly as she weighed the prospect of truly staying there. With a hint of disdain, she lightly shook her head, saying, "Well, your place certainly exudes a rustic charm, but it is rather too basic for my taste. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to adjust to such an environment." Her tone carried an undertone of helplessness, indicating her lack of enthusiasm for such simplicity. Wukong observed Bulma with a knowing shake of his head, secretly amused. Indeed, a lavish residence was far more befitting for a young lady of her stature. Surely, she had long forgotten the inconveniences of such places. A smile crept upon his lips as he pondered how much Bulma must prefer her exquisite, opulent lifestyle. Bulma, unfazed, rolled her eyes in response. From her pocket, she retrieved a capsule, pressed it gently, and tossed it casually. With a resounding pop, the capsule burst open in midair. And moments later, a refined and luxurious villa materialized before their very eyes. Wukong's eyes widened as he gazed upon the villa before him. The exterior of the villa was pristine and radiant, adorned with exquisite curtains that graced the windows. In the flower beds outside, vibrant blossoms flourished, while several small trees were meticulously trimmed, creating an ambience that was both warm and contemporary. At the entrance, a few charming potted plants were elegantly arranged, presenting the villa as a refined and sophisticated retreat. Wukong gazed in astonishment, his heart filled with admiration. Bulma's capsule technology is truly remarkable. To be able to carry such a large house anywhere at any time is nothing short of extraordinary. Bulma cast a triumphant glance at Wukong, raising an eyebrow as she remarked, "What do you think? My capsule house is quite splendid, isn't it? Far more comfortable than your wooden hut." With a look of admiration, Wukong nodded and feigned envy, saying, "Truly worthy of Miss Bulma, this is simply extravagant." Bulma smiled gently and beckoned Wukong to come inside. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, secretly delighted. Splendid. Just the opportunity to experience a life of luxury. The villa was adorned with a simplicity that did not forsake warmth. The soft light cascaded into every corner, enveloping the space in a comforting embrace. Bulma meticulously organized the items within the house, while Wukong, brimming with excitement, surveyed this environment, so distinct from his humble wooden abode. Once everything was in order, Bulma furrowed her brow as she regarded Wukong, gesturing towards his attire and exclaiming, "Wukong, your clothes are exceedingly filthy. Quickly remove them, and I shall take them to the washing machine." Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized that since his arrival, he had not changed his attire. Thus, he nodded and removed his clothing, handing it to Bulma. Suddenly, Bulma's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes behind him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wukong, what is that behind you? Why do you have a tail?" Wukong paused momentarily, turning to behold his fluffy monkey tail, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Ah, yes, the tail. I had completely forgotten about it. An idea struck him, and with a playful grin, he said to Bulma, "Oh, this? It's nothing special. I'm just transformed from a monkey." Internally, he mimicked Wukong's innocent demeanor, even wiggling his tail and feigning nonchalance. Bulma regarded him with a puzzled expression, her brows slightly furrowing, before bursting into laughter. Transformed from a monkey? You truly have a knack for humor. I must admit, you are quite amusing. With a shrug, she continued, well, I suppose I'm a bit dirty myself today. Let us wash up together. She promptly removed her skirt and tossed it into the washing machine. Wukong, witnessing this scene, nearly had a nosebleed but couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She really thinks of me as a child. Bulma, with utmost seriousness, set the washing machine in motion, entirely oblivious to Wukong's thoughts. As the machine gently whirred, Bulma wiped her hands and turned to beckon Wukong. Wukong, come and take a bath. Once you're clean, you'll feel refreshed. In Wukong's heart, a sense of joy blossomed as he mused, heavenly providence, to enjoy such treatment just after my arrival in this new realm. With eager anticipation, he followed Bulma towards the bathroom. The ambience of the bathroom was exquisitely designed, radiating warmth through its soft lighting that complemented the tiles. While the gentle sound of water filled the air, Bulma turned on the faucet, and a cascade of warm water gushed forth. Come on, hurry in, she urged. As she began to remove her shoes, her delicate feet stepping into the bathtub. Without hesitation, Wukong leaped into the water. Oh, Wukong, why is your tail raised? Ah. It might be feeling that the water temperature is a bit warm. Is that so? Then I shall lower the temperature. Wukong, even after adjusting the temperature, it remains the same. Cough. Perhaps it simply wishes to take a bath as well. Oh, I see. Allow me to assist it with bathing. The sensation is delightful. This is truly enjoyable. An hour later, Wukong and Bulma finally completed the bath, both feeling utterly exhausted. Bulma yawned and pointed to the large bed in the room. Wukong, today has truly worn us out. Let us rest for the night on this very bed. Wukong's heart raced with excitement, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, nodding in agreement and striving to keep his voice steady. All right, I am rather tired as well. Lying on the bed, Bulma quickly succumbed to slumber, while Wukong lay wide awake, his mind still buzzing with the day's events. After a while, he too gradually drifted into the realm of dreams. As Wukong awoke in a state of bewilderment, he was suddenly aware of a warm pressure enveloping him. Glancing down, he discovered that his petite form was cradled in Bulma's embrace, who was soundly asleep, exuding an aura of tranquility. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, a wave of delight washing over him as he couldn't help but murmur softly to himself, has she taken me for a mere pillow? What a delightful twist of fate this journey through time has bestowed upon me. He remained cautiously still, fearing that any sudden movement might awaken Bulma, secretly reveling in the thought that this adventure was indeed nothing short of extraordinary. Bulma slowly opened her eyes and, upon seeing Wukong, drowsily murmured, Good morning, little Wukong. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as both Wukong and Bulma rose from their slumber, stretching languidly. Bulma approached the washing machine, discovering that their clothes had been washed and dried, and began retrieving their garments. Here, Wukong, put on your clothes, she said, handing him his outfit. Wukong swiftly donned the clothing handed to him, while Bulma opened the wardrobe and retrieved a fresh outfit from the capsule, quickly changing into it. Once dressed, Bulma took out some breakfast from the capsule and arranged it on the table, smiling as she encouraged, hurry and eat. Once you're full, we can continue our search for the Dragon Balls. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Wukong gazed at the sumptuous breakfast before him, contemplating the sheer bliss of the moment. As he savored his meal, he engaged in discussions about the journey that lay ahead. Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar, pointing toward a specific direction. The next Dragon Ball is over there. Let us set forth at once. Chapter 4. The Flying Nimbus. Bulma rode her motorcycle, carrying Wukong as they sped toward the location indicated by the radar, which revealed that the next Dragon Ball was situated by the seaside. Along the way, they encountered a leisurely crawling sea turtle. Hello there, the turtle exclaimed, lifting its head to regard them with a gentle voice. I am on my way to the beach. Would you be so kind as to give me a ride? Wukong felt a surge of amusement within, recognizing that this sea turtle was an old companion of Master Roshi. However, he maintained an expression of feigned bewilderment, eagerly awaiting Bulma's reaction. Although Bulma found it somewhat peculiar to carry a sea turtle, she graciously remarked, All right. It seems to be on our way. Wukong, you are in charge of holding it, so be careful not to lose it. With a sudden leap, Wukong dismounted the motorcycle, rolled up his sleeves, and hoisted the sea turtle into his arms, cradling it as one would a large watermelon. Though the turtle was heavy to Wukong, it was but a trivial burden. He beamed with delight as he held the turtle aloft, while Bulma accelerated, racing towards the seaside with the wind at their backs. Along the way, Wukong chatted amiably with the turtle, asking, Brother, are you here for a visit or on a vacation? The turtle replied in a leisurely manner, Well, I merely ventured out to find something to eat, but now I seem to have lost my way home. The scenery was enchanting, and the gentle sea breeze lifted Wukong's spirits. However, at that moment, a low growl resonated ahead. Halt! You little ones, hand over that sea turtle. I'm quite famished. A massive creature loomed in the middle of the road, its eyes glowing red and its jagged teeth bared. Bulma, startled by the beast, slammed on the brakes and exclaimed, "What? This monster intends to devour the sea turtle." Wukong cast a sidelong glance at the monstrous creature and smiled inwardly. Heaven indeed aids me. Just when I lamented lacking an opportunity to test my strength, such a formidable opponent is delivered unto me. With a furious roar, the beast showed no sign of retreat. Its massive frame lunged toward Wukong with terrifying momentum. A surge of joy filled Wukong's heart. Just in time, he clenched his fists, lowered his stance, and deftly evaded the creature's menacing claws. In the next moment, he leaped forward and delivered a powerful punch squarely to the creature's nose. Ouch! The monster recoiled in pain, taking several steps back, clearly taken aback by Wukong's incredible strength. Shaking its head, it charged angrily once more, but Wukong, brimming with excitement, assumed a fighting stance and executed a graceful spinning kick aimed at its forehead, sending the beast crashing to the ground, unable to rise. Bulma stood agape, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Wukong. Goodness! Wukong, you are simply a little monster. That creature nearly knocked me out with fright. Wukong clapped his hands, exuding an air of triumphant ease, proclaiming, "This monster is far too feeble." He then turned to the sea turtle with a smile, saying, "All right, dear brother turtle. No one dares to feast upon you now." Before long, the group arrived at the azure shores of the ocean. The sea turtle, filled with excitement, faced Wukong and expressed, "Wukong, I am truly grateful to you. I cannot let your efforts go unrewarded. I must present you with a special gift." Wukong was curiously pondering when a grandfather with a white beard approached from a distance. He was clad in an orange leisure outfit, sporting sunglasses, and leaning on a cane, exuding an aura of benevolence. However, as he reached Bulma, an unsettling smile crept across his face, tinged with a hint of lechery. Bulma furrowed her brow, disapproving of the peculiar old man's demeanor, and raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap, exclaiming, "You old man, stop staring." The grandfather stumbled back from the impact, coughing a few times to mask his embarrassment, before chuckling, "Hee, young lady, you certainly have quite the temper." "Ahem, young man, I am the Kame Sennin Master Rashi, and I thank you for returning my sea turtle friend. As a token of my gratitude, I intend to gift you a treasure." Within Wukong's heart, a surge of joy blossomed. Was this not the formidable Master Rashi from the Dragon Ball saga? Master Rashi, with a subtle smile, raised his hand and beckoned into the air. "Nimbus cloud, come forth." In an instant, a swirling mass of yellow cloud drifted rapidly from the distant sky, halting gracefully before Wukong. Master Rashi, stroking his beard, chuckled warmly and remarked to Wukong, "The Nimbus cloud is indeed a treasure, yet it is not meant for just anyone. Only those with pure hearts may ride upon it." Beside them, Bulma stifled a laugh, laced with sarcasm, and retorted, "From what you say, old man, it seems you're out of luck. With that lecherous face of yours, you might as well forget it." Master Rashi, stung by Bulma's words, felt a flush of indignation rise, his beard bristling as he countered, "What do you know, you little brat? I am a gentleman of integrity. Who says I cannot ascend?" With a firm stomp and a cough to clear his throat, he leaped confidently towards the Nimbus cloud, only to hear a whoosh as he plummeted straight through it, landing heavily on the ground in a disheveled heap. Bulma, witnessing the spectacle, erupted in uncontrollable laughter, clapping her hands as she chortled, "Ha! Gentleman of integrity? Even the Nimbus cloud rejects you. Old man, spare yourself the embarrassment." Rising awkwardly from the ground, Master Rashi dusted off his garments, clearing his throat in embarrassment, muttering under his breath, "Humph, the Nimbus cloud simply lacks discernment." Wukong stood anxiously beside the Nimbus cloud, pondering to himself, "If I were the original Wukong, this would undoubtedly pose no challenge. However, I have traversed through time." Unbidden, fragments of those peculiar cinematic moments flitted through his mind, along with the memory of bathing with Bulma, intensifying his inner turmoil. Yet, to his utter astonishment, as he leapt gently, the Nimbus cloud securely caught him. The moment he alighted upon it, the cloud tenderly cradled him, suspending him in midair, floating with an extraordinary lightness. A sudden thrill coursed through Wukong's heart as he pondered in astonishment. Can I truly ascend to this? Surely not. He gazed down at the Nimbus cloud, secretly delighted, realizing that his protagonist aura still lingered. Bulma stood beside him, her eyes wide with disbelief, a glimmer of admiration flashing within them. "Wow, Wukong, I never imagined you could actually stand upon it. You truly are a kind-hearted and pure soul. Even Master Rashi, taken aback, widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming in wonder. Indeed, there exists a lad with such a pure spirit in this world. Seated upon the nimbus, Wukong reveled in the praises bestowed upon him by Bulma and Master Rashi. Feeling a surge of delight within, he silently rejoiced, pondering that had he failed to ascend, Bulma might have ceased to invite him for baths and bedtime slumbers in the future. Wukong soared through the skies on his cloud, reveling in the sheer joy of flight. After experiencing an unparalleled adventure in the air, he returned to Bulma and Master Rashi, his face aglow with delight as he exclaimed, "That was incredible. Thank you, wise elder." Master Rashi smiled faintly, nodding in approval. "Young one, you must learn to wield the Nimbus cloud wisely." At that moment, Bulma's gaze fell upon the sparkling orb around Master Rashi's neck, and she exclaimed, "Wow, old man, that ball around your neck is stunning. May I have it?" Master Rashi paused, raising a hand to touch the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. "I found this and thought it lovely enough to wear. Do you truly wish for it? If so, it is yours." Bulma felt a wave of relief wash over her, thinking, how wonderful to acquire a Dragon Ball so effortlessly. She cast a flirtatious glance at Master Rashi and sweetly said, "Thank you, old man." Master Rashi beamed with pride as he cheerfully handed the gleaming Dragon Ball to Bulma. Subsequently, he mounted his turtle and began to leisurely swim toward the sea. Bulma and Wukong stood at the shore, their hearts brimming with joy as they gazed at the newly acquired Dragon Ball. Wukong inquired, "Bulma, where shall we venture next?" A mischievous smile danced upon Bulma's lips as she replied, "Naturally, we must seek the next Dragon Ball. We cannot afford to linger." Chapter 5, The Monster in the Village. Guided by the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma and Wukong arrived at a quaint village. The village was filled with houses. Yet an eerie silence enveloped the place, devoid of even a single barking dog. The pair surveyed their surroundings, perplexed by the absence of any inhabitants. "This place feels rather peculiar," Bulma remarked, furrowing her brow. "Where could everyone have gone?" Wukong's gaze sharpened. "I understand now. It must be that Oolong has transformed into a monster to abduct a bride." "What did you say?" Bulma asked, perplexed. However, there was no time for further inquiries, as Wukong had already approached a tightly shut door. With a swift kick, he flung the door open and charged inside. The room was in disarray, and several villagers trembled in fear, huddling in the corners. Upon noticing Wukong's entrance, they regarded him with wary eyes. Wukong, with an expression of innocence, thought to himself, "I am not a monster. I am merely an ordinary child. Why are you hiding from me?" He stepped forward. At that moment, Bulma joined him and immediately addressed the villagers. "Do not be afraid. This is not a monster. This is my friend Wukong, and he is here to assist you." The villagers exchanged glances, slowly emerging from their hiding places, yet remaining on guard. Finally, an elderly villager mustered the courage to speak. "Yes. It is a monster that has come to take our village's little girl, insisting that she marry him." "Ah, that cannot be allowed." Wukong clenched his fists, determined to confront this beast. "But can you truly defeat him?" The villagers clearly harbored doubts regarding Wukong's strength. Wukong understood that he need not exert excessive effort to deal with Wulong. He mused inwardly, Wulong is merely a feeble creature, with a combat prowess scarcely exceeding 5. Thus, Wukong and Bulma concealed themselves among the villagers, quietly awaiting the arrival of the monster. Wukong and Bulma discovered a Dragon Ball in the possession of an elderly lady amidst the crowd. After elucidating their circumstances to her, the kind grandmother graciously bestowed the Dragon Ball upon them. Shortly thereafter, the ground outside began to tremble, and the ominous footsteps of a monstrous creature drew nearer, causing the entire village to quiver in fear. At that moment, the beast arrived at the edge of the house, bellowing, "My dear wife, I have come to take you away." Wukong mused to himself, "This fellow is truly beyond redemption." With a sudden burst of energy, he leaped forth, startling the others with a gasp of astonishment. "You rascal, how dare you bully others?" Wukong bellowed, delivering a powerful kick that sent the enormous creature flying, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. Upon witnessing a skilled adversary, the monster, in a state of panic, scurried into the depths of the forest. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Wukong pursued, determined to teach him a lesson. His speed surpassed that of the creature by a considerable margin. In no time, Wukong caught up to the monster, effortlessly delivering a single punch that brought it crashing to the ground. The creature, sprawled on the earth, pleaded incessantly, "Please, don't hit me. Don't hit me." Wukong showed no mercy and delivered several more punches. The monster writhed in agony, gradually shrinking until it transformed back into Oolong. who now resembled a tiny piglet akin to Peppa Pig. Realizing the dire situation, Wulong desperately pleaded for mercy. "I beg your forgiveness. I was wrong. I merely sought to find myself a wife." Wukong brought Wulong back to the village, and upon seeing the little pig, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this mischievous creature had been up to tricks. With tears in his eyes, Wulong sincerely apologized to the others, saying, "I am truly sorry, everyone. I never intended to frighten you. I was simply feeling unwell and sought companionship." The villagers graciously accepted Wulong's apology, recognizing that he was merely a playful little pig. Warmth filled Wulong's heart as he realized the gravity of his actions and resolved to mend his ways. "Hey, Wukong and Bulma, since you are off on an adventure, may I join you?" Wulong suddenly proposed. Upon hearing Wulong's words, Wukong felt a sudden jolt in his heart and resolutely declined. "No way." Wukong silently thought to himself, "You shall not disturb the world I share with Bulma." Although Wulong felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not press the matter and resolved to remain in the village to amend his ways. In gratitude for the heroic deeds of Wukong and Bulma, the villagers warmly invited them to stay and organized a grand bonfire celebration. As night fell, the flickering flames illuminated the faces of the gathering, casting a vibrant glow that transformed the quaint town into a scene of lively festivity. Upon seeing the sumptuous feast laid out upon the table, Wukong's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. He devoured the roasted meat, fried chicken, and an array of delectable dishes with great fervor, resembling a famished spirit unleashed from its confinement. Heedless of the astonished gazes of those around him, Bulma, stifling a laugh with her hand over her mouth, quipped, "Are you in a competition, or merely fueling your belly?" "Today, I am particularly famished," Wukong replied, his mouth full of meat, his face adorned with a look of sheer satisfaction, utterly indifferent to his appearance. The others, witnessing Wukong's ravenous consumption, could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Wukong is truly a glutton." As the bonfire party continued, everyone sang and danced together. Wukong's laughter intertwined with the cheers of the crowd, enveloping the entire village in a joyous rhythm. Bulma basked in the moment, reflecting inwardly. Adventuring alongside this voracious eater is quite the amusing experience. After the festivities concluded, although Wukong and Bulma felt a deep sense of nostalgia, they resolved to bid farewell to the warm-hearted villagers and press onward in their quest. Exiting the village, they were greeted by a star-studded night sky, and the two of them walked under the moonlight towards the distant mountains. Upon reaching a broad expanse atop a mountain, Bulma suddenly halted, retrieving a capsule from her belongings. With a toss of the capsule, a charming little house sprang forth before them. "Let us take a bath together. I can no longer endure the scent of roasted meat emanating from you," Bulma teased, her tone laced with jest and mischief. "Sounds great," Wukong exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically as he followed Bulma into the house. The interior was spacious and bright, and as Bulma made her way toward the bedroom, she remarked, "You go ahead and wash up. I'll tidy things a bit." Wukong waved his hand and set aside his burdens, hastily shedding his garments before leaping into the bathtub, relishing this hard-earned comfort. In the water, he joyfully played with the bubbles, contemplating the delightful bath he would share with Bulma, suppressing a silly grin. Goku had been luxuriating in the bathtub for quite a while, gradually succumbing to boredom as he pondered why Bulma had yet to join him. Unable to contain himself, he called out loudly, "Bulma, why aren't you here to take a bath?" "Just a moment, don't rush me," came Bulma's voice from outside, suggesting she was still preoccupied. After a brief interval, the bathroom door swung open, and Bulma finally made her entrance. The pair commenced their bathing ritual, playfully splashing water at each other, engaging in activities that could not be described, as laughter filled the entire bathroom. Once they finished, both felt rejuvenated, and Goku and Bulma reclined on the bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. The stars twinkled quietly in the night sky, mirroring their dreams and aspirations. Chapter 6. Rivals in the early morning, Goku awoke to find himself utterly drained, his limbs feeling as heavy as lead. In confusion, he turned his head, only to discover Bulma, with a radiant smile, grasping his tail, completely immersed in her own dream world. Wukong was taken aback, pondering to himself, the Saiyan tail is indeed a vulnerability. If an adversary were to seize it, it would pose a grave threat. He struggled lightly a few times. Yet Bulma grasped him even tighter, completely oblivious to Wukong's subtle movements. Wukong began to ponder how to overcome this vulnerability, resolving from that moment on to conceal his tail within his trousers, while also seeking opportunities to strengthen it. He mused that perhaps he should incorporate some specialized exercises into his training to acclimate himself to the sensation of having his tail grasped. Alas, How could he have allowed her to hold his tail while she slumbered? Wukong silently chided himself, feeling rather embarrassed. However, upon observing Bulma's serene demeanor, he could not help but chuckle, thinking, yet, there is something rather endearing about it. Determined not to disturb Bulma's sweet dreams, Wukong lay quietly, closing his eyes. Lost in thought. After a while, Bulma finally awoke, instinctively releasing Wukong's tail as she stretched languidly. Wukong felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. "Good morning, Wukong." Bulma yawned. Wukong responded to her with a smile, saying, "Good morning, Bulma." After breakfast, Bulma activated the Dragon Ball radar, confirming the target's location, and exclaimed, "Let us set off." "All right, let us go." Wukong swiftly followed Bulma to the motorcycle. Bulma leapt onto the motorcycle while Wukong settled in behind her. Filled with excitement, Wukong climbed up, wrapping his arms around Bulma's waist, and in an instant, the motorcycle roared to life, speeding forward. Just as Wukong and Bulma were traversing the desert, a bandit suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Wukong immediately recognized him as Yamcha and thought to himself, "This is my rival. I cannot allow him to get close to Bulma." "Do you want to fight?" Wukong shouted loudly. Yamcha smirked and replied, "Leave all your money behind." No sooner had he spoken than he launched an attack, charging directly at Wukong. Upon witnessing the situation, Wukong swiftly retaliated, and soon they were embroiled in a fierce battle. Yamcha's prowess was not to be underestimated, as he unleashed his signature technique, the Wolf Fang Fist. However, Wukong's speed was unparalleled, and his strength far superior. With resolute determination, he countered with a punch that knocked out Yamcha's front tooth. At that moment, Bulma approached to assess the situation. Upon seeing Bulma, Yamcha suddenly froze, his body rigid and his gaze vacant, as if ensnared by a spell of paralysis. Following this, he awkwardly cleared his throat and hastily mounted his vehicle, eager to vanish into the desert at once. Bulma, observing Yamcha's hasty retreat, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, he truly is quite handsome." Wukong's countenance instantly darkened, as he silently calculated the index of his rival in love, pondering, "Well, this is splendid. The rival index has surged by 100. I cannot allow this fellow any opportunity. What good is handsomeness if character falters?" Wukong grumbled in dissatisfaction, secretly thinking that a scoundrel like Yamcha would undoubtedly attract the attention of women, but he would not permit him the chance to draw near to her. As night descended, the sky outside was a profound abyss, adorned with twinkling stars, while a gentle breeze whispered softly, akin to the murmurs of nature. Within the confines of the multifunctional capsule, a warm and gentle glow illuminated every corner, enveloping the air in a serene and tranquil ambience. Bulma sat at the table, intently poring over some materials, her gaze fixed upon intricate formulas and diagrams. Occasionally, she murmured to herself, seemingly contemplating a new technological breakthrough. Scattered across the table were several hefty tomes and electronic devices, creating an impression of bustling activity. Meanwhile, Wukong leaned against the wall, his legs casually crossed, with his arms resting nonchalantly on his knees. His gaze was not fixated on any particular object, but rather drifted through the window, gazing out at the moonlit expanse of earth. Occasionally, his eyes would follow the swaying shadows of trees outside, his thoughts seemingly floating away, plunging him into a profound reverie. Although the external world lay in tranquil silence, Wukong's mind was far from serene. He habitually pondered numerous matters during these quiet moments. At that very instant, a nearby mound of grass suddenly stirred, revealing a figure slowly approaching. It was none other than Yamcha, stealthily advancing through the night, preoccupied with thoughts of how to get closer to Bulma and seek vengeance against Wukong. According to his recollections, Wukong was aware that Yamcha would return and inadvertently catch a glimpse of Bulma bathing. Therefore, he resolved to wait until he had successfully chased Yamcha away once more before joining Bulma in her bath, as Wukong had no desire to become the infamous Green Vegeta. As Wukong yawned, he suddenly detected a faint sound. His ears perked up in alertness. He approached the window and stealthily peered outside through the curtains, only to catch sight of Yamcha hidden amongst the grass. A surge of anger welled up within him. This nuisance had truly arrived. However, Yamcha did not brazenly invade. Instead, he crouched in the thicket for an extended period, seeking an opportunity to draw near to Bulma. Meanwhile, Wukong resolved to show no mercy. He turned to Bulma and declared, "I shall investigate outside." He was determined to teach Yamcha a lesson, for the latter's incessant pursuit had become tiresome. Just as Wukong swung the door open, Yamcha hastily recoiled, stumbling and crashing heavily to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Bulma rushed out, exclaiming, "Handsome, What are you doing here again? I was merely passing by, Yamcha awkwardly responded, attempting to disguise his predicament. Passing by? At this hour of the night, where could you possibly be going? Wukong interrogated. Seizing the moment of Wukong's surprise, Yamcha swiftly fled into the night, leaving Wukong and Bulma exchanging bewildered glances. What a peculiar fellow, Bulma remarked with a resigned shake of her head. He got away again. Wukong muttered, his displeasure evident. If he continues to pester like this, I shall have to show him the consequences. Don't be so worked up, Wukong, Bulma chuckled lightly. Attempting to ease the tension, Wukong nodded, internally relieved. He did not wish for Bulma to perceive him as overly petty. Very well, let us return to the house. He should not disturb us tonight, Wukong suggested, deftly shifting the topic. Bulma began to peruse the plans for the following day. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the next Dragon Ball lay within the mountains ahead. Wukong reclined upon his bed, a fleeting thought regarding the next Dragon Ball coursing through his mind. He was aware that this particular Dragon Ball resided atop Frying Pan Mountain. In the original narrative, Frying Pan Mountain was the very locale where he first encountered Chi-Chi. As Wukong thought of Chi-Chi, a gentle warmth stirred within his heart. Indeed, Chi-Chi was a remarkable girl, harboring profound feelings for Wukong, even having established an engagement with him. Yet, Wukong was acutely aware that their personalities seemed misaligned. In contrast, Bulma's vivacious disposition allowed for delightful interactions between them. He mused privately that although his connection with Bulma was still in its infancy, her light-hearted yet considerate nature made him cherish their bond all the more. Nevertheless, he decided it was best to take a shower first. Wukong yawned to himself, grasped Bulma's hand, and led her into the bathroom, drawing the curtains to prevent prying eyes. Chapter 7. Frying Pan Mountain. The following day, as Wukong and Bulma prepared to set off, Yamcha reappeared. He awkwardly apologized for the previous incident and presented Wukong and Bulma with a car capsule, a faint smile playing on his lips. Wukong felt a tightening in his chest. Recognizing that Yamcha must have tampered with the vehicle in an attempt to follow them, Wukong brandished his Rui Jingu Bang and, without a moment's hesitation, struck the car with a resounding blow. In an instant, the vehicle was rendered unrecognizable, metal shards scattering in all directions. Upon witnessing this, Yamcha's expression changed dramatically. He let out a cry and turned to flee. Truly a peculiar individual. Wukong shook his head and turned to Bulma. Let us depart. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Bulma, intrigued, suggested, shall we go take a look? However, Wukong shook his head and replied, no need. It is imperative that we search for the Dragon Balls. Within his heart, Wukong understood that the explosion was undoubtedly the result of yet another mishap orchestrated by the Pilaf trio. Although they often found themselves plagued by misfortune, Wukong couldn't help but ponder that once Little Wu matured, she would undoubtedly become quite lovely. His thoughts began to drift, and an enchanting tableau unfurled in his mind. On the left stood Bulma, on the right, Android 18, with Little Wu in front and Chi-Chi behind. In Wukong's reverie, the girl smiled at him, as if vying for the privilege of joining his harem. He chuckled to himself, relishing the notion of such a delightful existence. Today, Bulma adorned herself in an alluring bunny outfit, causing Wukong to feel an exhilarating surge of hormones. As he mused, this outfit is simply irresistible. As time passed and their motorcycle traversed the vast desert, the heat intensified, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. At that moment, Bulma caught sight of a vibrant hue on the distant horizon. With a gasp, she exclaimed, wow, that sunset is truly breathtaking. Wukong shook his head and replied with a smile, that is not the evening glow. That is Frying Pan Mountain. Bulma, intrigued, turned her head and asked, Wukong, what is Frying Pan Mountain? Wukong smiled faintly, pondering for a moment before responding, that is a mountain ablaze, where the flames shall never extinguish. Bulma blinked her eyes. Filled with curiosity, how do you know so much? Have you never been there? Wukong chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what's going on. I've merely heard others speak of it. Bulma couldn't help but laugh, finding Wukong both mysterious and endearing. You truly are an odd little fellow, but I adore you just the way you are. Wukong keenly sensed movement behind him, as if someone were following. A faint smile played on his lips as he thought to himself, no need to guess, it must be Yamcha, still nursing his wounded pride and seeking revenge. Without alerting Bulma, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Bulma, focused on driving the motorcycle ahead, occasionally glanced at the dragon radar, oblivious to the disturbance behind them. Wukong mused, In the original tale, Yamcha overheard our discussion about the Dragon Balls and was tempted by greed. Wukong resolved to remain inactive for the time being, eager to observe what Yamcha would do next. It seemed that this rival deserved a further lesson, to deter him from meddling in their affairs. Wukong and Bulma arrived at the foot of Frying Pan Mountain, where a sea of blazing flames greeted them, casting a crimson glow upon their faces. At the heart of the inferno stood a castle, proudly erect amidst the flames. Bulma, glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, exclaimed with excitement, "The Dragon Ball is inside that castle." However, upon witnessing the surging flames, a look of concern creased Bulma's brow as she inquired, "But the fire is so intense, how can we possibly enter?" Suddenly struck by inspiration, she turned to Wukong and suggested, "Wukong, could you ride the Nimbus and fly over?" Wukong shook his head gently, his brow furrowed. Even the Nimbus cloud cannot penetrate, for the flames grow more intense toward the center, and one risks being scorched. Bulma, filled with disappointment, sighed and pondered before asking, "What are we to do then?" Just as Bulma found herself at a loss, a colossal axe suddenly hurtled through the air, striking precisely into the boulder beside her. With a resounding roar, a towering minotaur, over 4 meters tall, emerged. Bulma, overwhelmed with fear, felt her knees weaken, her heart racing in panic. Wukong remained remarkably composed, fully aware that this was the Bull Demon King, a fellow disciple of his grandfather, Sun Wukong. The Bull Demon King glared at the diminutive humans, a fierce expression crossing his face as he bellowed, "Have you come to pilfer my treasures?" In a state of panic, Bulma quickly retorted, No, we are merely passing through." Upon witnessing the situation, Wukong pondered how to extricate themselves from the predicament and tentatively remarked, "Neo Wong, please do not be agitated. We are, in truth, here in search of the Dragon Balls." Having never heard of the Dragon Balls, the Bull Demon King, realizing they were not here to pilfer his treasures, allowed his furious demeanor to soften slightly. "Dragon Balls? I am unfamiliar with such a thing. This is certainly not a place you may enter at will." Bulma, summoning her courage, stammered, "We truly stumbled upon this place by mistake. We harbor no ill intentions." Wukong summoned the Nimbus cloud and effortlessly leaped onto it, showcasing it to the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King, astonished by the sight of the Nimbus, inquired, "How did you come to possess this?" Wukong replied, "This was gifted to me by Master Roshi." Upon hearing this, Neo Wong's eyes widened in astonishment, and he then noticed the golden staff on Wukong's back, inquiring, "And what of that staff you carry?" "It was given to me by my grandfather," Wukong replied with a smile. As Neo Wong absorbed this information, the expression on his face softened gradually. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Master Roshi is my teacher, and Sun Wukong is my senior brother." Looking earnestly at Wukong, Neo Wong said, "I have a small request. Master Wutian possesses a banana fan that can extinguish the flames of Frying Pan Mountain. Would you be able to assist me in borrowing it?" Wukong readily agreed. "No problem. I shall go and borrow it." The Bull Demon King nodded in satisfaction and continued, "By the way, my daughter Chi-Chi is on her way to find Master Wutian. If you happen to encounter her, could you kindly escort her for a while? This would also serve to establish a betrothal between you." As he spoke, he produced a photograph of Chi-Chi for Wukong to behold. Upon hearing this, Wukong thought to himself, "Clearly, the Bull Demon King intends to act as a matchmaker for me and Chi-Chi." Although he felt that this was somewhat inappropriate, it was difficult to refuse the Bull Demon King directly. Should he decline, it might lead to complications, especially since the Dragon Balls were still within the confines of the Bull Demon King's castle. Thus, Wukong nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall lend my assistance. Then I shall await your favorable news." The Bull Demon King replied with a smile. Wukong mounted his cloud, turning to Bulma and saying, "Wait for me here. I shall go to borrow the banana fan." "All right," Bulma nodded in agreement. Chapter 8. The Disappearance of the Banana Fan. As Wukong soared through the skies atop his Nimbus cloud, he soon spotted a young girl on the ground. Indeed, it was Chi-Chi. Upon reaching her, Wukong's gaze swept over her, and he found himself momentarily taken aback. Chi-Chi was adorned in a costume resembling Ultraman, her petite and charming figure almost matching Wukong's height. Wukong couldn't help but feel a sense of bemusement, pondering to himself, "Are the girls in the Dragon Ball world so audacious?" "Who are you?" Chi-Chi inquired, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized Wukong. "I am Wukong. You must be Chi-Chi. Uncle Neo Wong sent me to find Master Wutian," he replied candidly, all the while contemplating how Chi-Chi's outfit, though surprising, seemed to reflect a rather lively personality. Upon hearing Wukong mention Neo Mo Wang, a radiant smile blossomed on Chi-Chi's face. You know my father. Wukong nodded earnestly and said, Indeed, he asked me to assist in borrowing the banana fan. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi became even more exhilarated and turned her gaze towards the somersault cloud, questioning curiously, Is this capable of carrying a person? With a smile, Wukong said, Of course. You can. Come up. Upon seeing the nimbus cloud, which resembled a fluffy cotton candy, Chi-Chi's heart brimmed with curiosity. However, as she attempted to climb aboard, her short legs made it a bit challenging. Observing her struggle, Wukong immediately extended his hand, saying, Here, let me assist you. Chi-Chi grasped Wukong's hand and exerted herself to ascend. In the original tale, Chi-Chi had clutched Wukong's tail to reach the cloud. But now he had concealed it within his trousers, mindful not to reveal his vulnerability, especially with Yamcha lurking in the shadows. Hey, I'm here. Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully as she finally succeeded in sitting atop the nimbus cloud, her face alight with excitement as she waved her little hands. Are you ready? Wukong asked with a grin. Chi-Chi nodded firmly, filled with anticipation. Wukong, riding on his nimbus cloud, gently ascended into the sky, carrying Chi-Chi towards the vast expanse of the ocean. In the sky, Wukong soared, contemplating how to maintain a certain distance from Chi-Chi. He thought to himself that if their interaction became too intimate, this little girl might unwittingly offer herself, which would indeed pose a dilemma. He made a concerted effort to keep his distance. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi sat atop the nimbus cloud, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she surveyed the surroundings, brimming with curiosity. Occasionally, she would turn her head, her face alight with anticipation, and inquire, Wukong, this nimbus cloud is flying so swiftly. How long will it take us to arrive? With a faint smile, Wukong replied, We shall arrive shortly, Chi-Chi, so please be patient. Though he intended to maintain a certain distance, he could not help but be drawn to Chi-Chi's charm, silently acknowledging to himself that she truly was a delightful young lady. Riding the nimbus, Wukong soared over the vast expanse of the ocean, captivated by the shimmering surface of the water. In his heart, he pondered the whereabouts of Master Roshi's island. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a dolphin leaping gracefully from the depths. Inspired by a sudden thought, Wukong resolved to inquire of the dolphin. Hey, dolphin, do you know where Master Roshi is? He called out with conviction. The dolphin turned its head, blinking its eyes as if comprehending Wukong's words, responding in fluent dolphin language. It then swam toward a specific direction, beckoning Wukong, Come, I shall lead you to Master Roshi. Wukong closely followed the dolphin, eagerly anticipating the swift discovery of Master Roshi. After a while, the dolphin finally anchored in a secluded maritime region, the waters a brilliant azure, with a small island at its center, upon which a familiar figure seemed to reside. Wukong suddenly recognized that it was Master Roshi. Thank you, dolphin. Wukong exclaimed joyfully, and without hesitation, he soared towards the island on his flying nimbus. As Wukong and Chi-Chi soared before Master Roshi, a flicker of surprise danced in the old sage's eyes upon recognizing Wukong. Isn't this the child who rides the nimbus? He turned his gaze to the young girl beside him, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he inquired. The girl I saw last time was taller and more beautiful. Why has she diminished in stature? Wukong scratched his head and replied, This is the daughter of the Bull Demon King, Kiki. Master Roshi, astonished, gasped Kiki. She bears no resemblance to her father at all. He pointed at his own head, as if questioning why Kiki lacked horns. Pouting in discontent, Kiki retorted, I have no desire to resemble that hulking figure of my father. Wukong couldn't help but burst into laughter, instantly feeling much more at ease. Chi-Chi gazed at the scrawny old man before her, her heart filled with bewilderment. Could this truly be Master Roshi? Wukong nodded affirmatively, indeed, seeking to test Master Roshi's reflexes. Chi-Chi stealthily threw the dagger from her hair behind the turtle hermit's back, thinking, if this is truly Master Roshi, he would undoubtedly evade my attack. Without hesitation, she launched the blade. The dagger struck the turtle hermit's head with a resounding thud. Wukong momentarily froze before erupting into uncontrollable mirth, finding the situation utterly comical. He refused to believe the venerable master had truly failed to react. Surely the elderly sage was merely humoring the child by pretending to be hit for amusement's sake. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi stood dumbfounded before rushing to the turtle hermit's side with earnest concern. Master Roshi, are you quite all right? Wukong and Chi-Chi explained to Master Roshi the matter of borrowing the banana leaves to extinguish the fire on Frying Pan Mountain. After pondering for a moment, Master Roshi pulled Wukong aside to a corner and whispered, If that little girl is willing to show me Balabala, I shall lend it to you. Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a sense of displeasure rise within him. He scrutinized the lecherous old man, thinking to himself, I cannot allow Bulma to resort to such measures for you. However, not wishing to directly offend Master Roshi, Wukong feigned innocence and replied, Grandfather, I must inform Chi-Chi. Master Roshi's expression shifted in fear as he contemplated the disastrous consequences of Chi-Chi discovering this. His reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, in a hasty change of heart, he exclaimed, very well, I shall lend it to you directly. Wukong felt a sense of relief, realizing that this lecherous old man was rather easy to manipulate. Turning to Chi-Chi, he exclaimed, we can borrow the banana leaf fan. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi clapped her hands in excitement, saying, that's wonderful. The turtle sage rummaged through the room for quite some time, but could not locate the fan. Just as confusion etched his face, the old sea turtle suddenly remarked, you discarded the banana leaf fan long ago. Struck as if by lightning, the turtle sage suddenly recalled that he indeed had thrown it away. Chi-Chi's expression shifted to one of despair as she lamented, then we have no way to extinguish the flames of Frying Pan Mountain. The turtle sage patted his chest confidently, declaring, it seems I must embark on this journey myself. Chi-Chi looked on with skepticism, questioning, can you truly manage it? The turtle sage, brimming with self-assurance, replied, there is nothing that the turtle sage cannot accomplish. Wukong pondered inwardly, it seems that Master Roshi intends to employ the formidable Kamehameha from the Dragon Balls to extinguish the flames. His heart brimmed with anticipation. Convinced that this technique would undoubtedly be immensely powerful, he couldn't help but reminisce about the original Wukong, who had mastered it after just a single viewing. He wondered if he still possessed such remarkable talent in the present day. Wukong and Chi-Chi soared through the skies on the Nimbus, the wind whistling past their ears as Chi-Chi squealed with delight. Meanwhile, Master Roshi leisurely glided through the air on his little seagull. Hurry up, Grandpa! Chi-Chi shouted from atop the Nimbus. Master Roshi chuckled softly and teased, my dear girl, what is the rush? It wouldn't be good if I were to take a tumble. Chapter 9. The Kamehameha Wave. When Wukong and Chi-Chi returned to the Bull Demon King's castle, the Bull Demon King was anxiously awaiting their arrival outside. Upon seeing Wukong and Chi-Chi return safely, he immediately inquired, how did it go? Were you able to borrow the banana fan? Wukong shook his head and replied, no. But the old gentleman came in person. What? Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King widened his eyes in astonishment, nearly leaping with excitement. Master Wu Tian has arrived? That is truly splendid. Chi-Chi, curious, inquired, is Master Wu Tian really that formidable? The Bull Demon King nodded, seemingly reminiscing about days gone by. Indeed, Master Wu Tian is an invincible presence, capable of countless feats. At that moment, Master Roshi leisurely floated over and arrived before the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King respectfully knelt before Master Roshi, repeatedly praising, Master, you are truly majestic, it has been far too long. Master Roshi smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, Bull Demon King, your stature remains unchanged. With that, he climbed onto a large boulder, gazing down at the roaring flames atop Frying Pan Mountain. As Wukong held his breath in anticipation, he understood well that the Kamehameha technique, about to be unleashed by Master Roshi, was no trifling matter, despite its somewhat lengthy preparation. Bulma and Chi-Chi watched with curiosity, wondering if this old man could really extinguish such flames. Chi-Chi blinked her eyes, while Bulma shook her head, her expression filled with uncertainty. I don't know either, but judging by his demeanor, it certainly can't be simple, can it? Look, Wukong suddenly pointed ahead. Master Roshi's ultimate move, the Kamehameha, is coming. The Ox King appeared anxious. Before them, the frail Master Roshi suddenly let out a tremendous roar, transforming in an instant from a mere skeleton of a man into a robust figure of strength. His wrists clenched tightly, his palms spread open as if harnessing boundless energy. His entire body quivered slightly, with muscle contours shimmering under the glow of the flames. Came. Ha! Master Roshi bellowed, his voice resounding like thunder, causing the very air around them to tremble. With his shout, a colossal wave of energy surged forth, illuminating the entirety of Frying Pan Mountain like a scorching sun. The energy wave charged towards the flames, instantly tearing apart the searing air above. Look! Bulma and Chi-Chi exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. The energy wave collided with Frying Pan Mountain, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. In that moment, the mountain erupted in a tremendous explosion, fervent energy obliterating both rock and flame, reducing everything to mere ruins. In the face of this overwhelming power, the flames vanished without a trace, leaving behind a lingering scent of scorched air. Witnessing the spectacle unfold before him, Yukong could not help but exclaim in awe. The might of Master Rashi's strike must exceed 100. Chi-Chi and Bulma, with eyes widened in astonishment, marveled at the scene, suddenly questioning, is this truly the power of Master Wutian? The Bull Demon King wore a proud expression, fully aware of the formidable strength his mentor possessed. Without hesitation, Bulma seized the Dragon Ball radar and commenced her search for the Dragon Balls amidst the ruins. At that moment, Yukong recalled the scene of Master Rashi unleashing the Kamehameha, igniting within him a spark of curiosity and yearning. Determined to give it a try himself, he emulated Master Rashi's movements, channeling his energy into his palms. His aura swelled, converging like a tidal wave, growing increasingly potent. Kamehameha! Yukong shouted, thrusting his palms toward a distant stone with great force. The energy wave surged forth instantaneously, striking the stone with the ferocity of lightning, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, the stone was blasted open, fragments scattering in all directions. Coincidentally, Yamcha, who had been hiding behind the stone, was startled by the sheer power of the energy wave and fled in disarray. In his heart, Yukong mused that he had undoubtedly inherited the martial prowess of this body, allowing him to effortlessly execute the Kamehameha technique. Both Master Rashi and the Ox King were astonished to witness Yukong's ability to perform the Kamehameha, albeit with diminished potency. The Ox King exclaimed with enthusiasm, indeed, he is the grandson of Gohan. He truly possesses remarkable talent. Upon learning of Yukong's lineage, Master Rashi was filled with excitement and approached him with concern, inquiring, how is your grandfather Gohan faring these days? Yukong lowered his head and said with a hint of sorrow, grandfather has already passed away. What a pity, sighed the turtle sage. Such a talent should be nurtured properly. After a brief pause, his gaze softened. Yukong, would you be willing to come to my little island to train? With your innate abilities, you are destined to surpass me in the future. Yukong pondered for a moment before saying, I will set out once I locate the Dragon Ball. Very well. I shall await your return, Master Rashi replied with a smile and a nod. Bulma, amidst the ruins, exerted considerable effort and finally discovered the shimmering Dragon Ball. She swiftly consulted her Dragon Ball radar and realized that the last Dragon Ball was situated to the west. Elated, Bulma leaped into the air, hopped onto her motorcycle, and prepared to embark on her journey. However, Master Rashi continued to gaze intently at Bulma, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Yukong felt a surge of anger within. Yet he was powerless against Master Rashi's formidable strength and could only endure. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached Yukong, her face alight with anticipation. Yukong, when you grow up, be sure to come find me. Wukong's heart quaked. He understood that Chi-Chi hoped he would marry her upon reaching adulthood. Nevertheless, he secretly mused that Chi-Chi's temperament was ill-suited for him. In the original narrative, Chi-Chi urged Yukong to refrain from fighting, even wishing for their son to become a scholar and pursue education. This was not the life that Yukong, a self-proclaimed academic underachiever, desired. Both Bulma and Android 18 seemed far more compatible than Chi-Chi. Thus, Yukong resolutely shook his head. I am sorry, Chi-Chi, upon hearing this. Tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face as she turned and fled. Yukong watched her retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions, yet he comprehended clearly what he sought in life. Yukong sat upon Bulma's motorcycle, gently encircling her waist. Accompanied by the resonant roar of the engine, they journeyed westward. Yukong pondered to himself, in the world of Dragon Balls, one's own strength reigns supreme. In the original story, when Bulma gathered all the Dragon Balls, the first wish was squandered by Oolong on a pair of panties. Precisely why Yukong had objected to letting that perverted pig join their group. Before long, a city emerged on the horizon, and Yukong's eyes gleamed with recognition. This was the territory of the Rabbit Gang. Chapter 10. The final Dragon Ball. Yukong and Bulma arrived at a small town, where the residents, upon sighting Bulma's attire as a bunny girl, were struck with panic and scattered in all directions to hide. Taken aback, Bulma inquired with bewilderment, what is happening? Am I so beautiful that they dare not approach? Yukong shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Bulma, perhaps it's your rather unique attire that has them perceiving you as strange. At that moment, Bulma furrowed her brows. Really? I merely aimed to present myself in a more adorable light. While they were engaged in discussion, two members of the Rabbit Legion suddenly sprang forth from the side. Upon noticing Bulma's rabbit ears, the members of the Rabbit Legion were momentarily taken aback. You aren't one of us, are you? Curiously, Bulma inquired, what is the Rabbit Legion? The members of the Rabbit Legion gazed at Bulma's striking beauty, contemplating, this girl seems quite appealing. we could certainly take her with us. Thus, they began to approach Bulma, intent on seizing her. Terrified, Bulma cried out, "Wukong, they are villains. Quickly, defeat them." Wukong immediately stepped forward and mercilessly struck one of the Rabbit Corps members with a single punch, killing him instantly. "Summon your leader," Wukong commanded the remaining member. The Rabbit Corps soldier hastily activated his communicator to contact the Rabbit boss, after which Wukong struck him down without hesitation, effortlessly eliminating both threats. "There's nothing to fear now," Wukong reassured Bulma. Before long, a rabbit-shaped vehicle screeched to a halt before Wukong and Bulma. From it emerged a towering rabbit-like figure, none other than the leader of the Rabbit Corps. Glancing around, he demanded, "Where are my two subordinates?" Wukong scoffed lightly and replied nonchalantly, "I killed him." Upon hearing this, the rabbit leader was seething with rage, but he swiftly regained his composure, with a glint of cunning in his eyes. An idea took shape in his mind. Aware that his greatest advantage lay in his ability to transform anyone who touched him into a carrot, he extended his palm, feigning a gesture of surrender, and gradually approached Wukong. With a cold laugh in his heart, Wukong discerned his trick from afar. Swiftly drawing out the Rui Jingu Bang from behind, he shouted, "Rui Jingu Bang, extend." In an instant, the golden staff elongated, hurtling towards the rabbit leader. Before the rabbit leader could react, he was already propelled into the air by the staff, soaring away like a shooting star. Bulma stared in astonishment, her shock evident as she asked, "Wukong, where have you sent him?" Wukong retrieved his Rui Jingu Bang, responding with a light-hearted chuckle, "I sent him to the moon." Such individuals ought to reside in a place free from disturbance. After Wukong effortlessly vanquished the Rabbit Legion, the residents of the small town finally mustered the courage to emerge from their hiding spots. They cautiously regarded Wukong and Bulma, their eyes brimming with astonishment and gratitude. An elderly resident stepped forward, his voice trembling as he expressed, "Thank you so much. We have long suffered under the tyranny of the Rabbit Legion, and now we can finally return to our normal lives." Bulma smiled in reply, "No need for thanks. We were merely passing by." Wukong, with an air of indifference, waved his hand dismissively. As Wukong and Bulma sped along on their motorcycle, the scenery blurred past them, intensifying their anticipation for the next Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, in a distant, shadowy castle, King Pilaf watched with keen interest, urging his companion, "Hurry up, or shall I feed you to the robot?" Pressured by his insistence, Mai hastily intensified her efforts, casting a worried glance at King Pilaf. At last, she completed the development of the Dragon Ball radar, prompting a triumphant laugh from Pilaf as he beheld the newly fashioned device. "With this, I shall locate all the Dragon Balls and fulfill my dream of world domination." In his ominous castle, King Pilaf's gaze fixated intently on the radar that Mai had just crafted. The screen flickered with points of light, indicating that 6 Dragon Balls were clustered together, precisely at the location of Wukong and his companions. Pilaf grinned slyly, muttering to himself, "That brat has unwittingly gathered so many Dragon Balls for me. How convenient." He then turned to his aide, Shu, commanding, "Shu, Mai, take your robots and retrieve those Dragon Balls for me." Shu immediately stood at attention, pressing the control on his device, a confident smile gracing his face as he replied, "King Pilaf, I assure you those little brats won't stand a chance." He swiftly made his way to the underground warehouse, boarding his battle-designed robot. With a roar of powerful engines, he and Mai set off in their machines, racing towards the location of Wukong and Bulma. In his mind, Shu was preoccupied with one thought: acquiring the Dragon Balls would earn him King Pilaf's generous reward. Simultaneously, Wukong, seated on Bulma's motorcycle, sensed an immediate alertness within him. Although he appeared relaxed on the surface, he was acutely aware that Pilaf would send minions to seize the Dragon Balls. Just then, he noticed a dark figure swiftly approaching in the distance. Wukong spared his life, contemplating that this young lad might prove useful in the future. Bulma, astonished by Wukong's formidable strength, exclaimed, "Wukong, you are truly remarkable. Without you, we would undoubtedly be in grave trouble." In the distance, Xiaowu witnessed Ashu's defeat and was taken aback, promptly fleeing back to the castle of King Pilaf. In a state of panic, she rushed into the castle and reported, "King Pilaf, the mission has failed. Ashu has been vanquished by Wukong." Upon hearing this, King Pilaf erupted in fury, slamming his fist on the table. This useless fool. He couldn't even handle a mere child. He swiftly checked the Dragon Ball radar and discovered that Wukong and Bulma were approaching. Realizing they possessed 6 Dragon Balls, Pilaf sinisterly remarked, "Excellent, they are coming right to us." As Wukong and Bulma approached the foreboding castle, A sense of unease washed over Wukong. He realized that the interior was likely teeming with traps. He resolved not to recklessly charge in but to await the emergence of King Pilaf. In a hushed tone, Bulma inquired, "Wukong, what should we do?" Wukong pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us first observe from the periphery and discern any opportunities that may arise. Pilaf will undoubtedly be more eager to acquire the Dragon Balls." Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from above the castle. "Haha, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence. The Dragon Balls are in my possession. Come inside and take them if you dare." The voice of King Pilaf resonated through the castle, laden with arrogance and provocation. Chapter 11. The Wish. Wukong stood outside the castle, gazing up at the towering fortress that pierced the clouds, silently assessing its defenses. He was acutely aware that tonight marked the full moon, and as a lower-tier Scion warrior, the sight of the luminous orb would strip him of his sanity, transforming him into a fearsome gorilla. He needed to confront King Pilaf before dawn. "Pilaf," Wukong bellowed towards the castle, "if you do not emerge soon, I shall take the Dragon Balls and leave." Inside the castle, Pilaf paced anxiously on his short legs, his heart racing at the sound of Wukong's call. He understood the formidable strength of Sun Wukong, yet the Dragon Balls remained firmly in Wukong's possession, and he was determined to seize them. "Sun Wukong, do not presume that I am intimidated by you." Pilaf finally resolved to make his appearance. He stepped to the edge of the balcony, declaring, "You are nothing but a mere child, yearning for the Dragon Balls? Such delusions are absurd. Pilaf and I each piloted towering robots." Leaping from the castle balcony and landing heavily on the ground, which resonated with a dull thud. "Sun Wukong, today you shall not easily claim the Dragon Balls." Pilaf sneered, his robot's massive form glinting with a cold metallic sheen. With a faint smile, Wukong tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang. "The Dragon Balls are in my possession. Come forth." Little Dance's robot surged forward, its colossal mechanical arm swinging down with ferocity, aimed directly at Wukong's head. With a swift lateral movement, Wukong brandished his golden staff. Wielding it with the swiftness of lightning, he elevated the rod and struck with precision against the robot's arm. A resounding crash echoed as the robot lost its balance, the contorted metal emitting a piercing screech of friction. Shiwu gasped, directing the robot to continue its assault as it extended a hand, energy coalescing in its palm, poised to unleash a formidable strike. With remarkable swiftness, Wukong lowered his stance and charged towards the robot that belonged to Shiwu. He delivered a forceful blow with his golden staff, striking the robot's abdomen with tremendous impact, causing it to emit a resounding metallic clang. The robot staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, a cannon fired from the robot controlled by Pilaf, attempting to launch a surprise attack on Wukong. Wukong reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly rolling to the right to evade the strike. However, the explosive shockwave still propelled him into the air. How infuriating! King Pilaf shouted in rage, preparing to launch another assault. Wukong rolled on the ground and sprang to his feet, a faint smile gracing his face. "Now, it is my turn to take action." Wukong raised his Rui Jingu Bang high above his head, channeling the energy within him, and struck fiercely at Pilaf's robot. With a resounding crash, the golden staff collided with the robot's head, creating a massive dent in its metallic exterior. The robot emitted a piercing sound of electrical failure and promptly lost its power, collapsing onto the ground. Shiwu was taken aback in alarm. She inadvertently witnessed the sheer magnitude of Wukong's strength, her face betraying a look of fear. Without any effort, Wukong effortlessly defeated Pilaf's robot. As he approached her, Shiwu's robot began to retreat. "No, don't come closer." Shiwu panically pressed the emergency escape button, and with a loud bang, she was ejected from the cockpit. She fell to the ground like a startled bird, awkwardly scrambling to her feet before turning to flee. "Little beauty, is that how you're going to run away?" Wukong mocked. "Now that you're here, why not hand over the Dragon Balls?" Pilaf struggled to rise from the wreckage of his fallen robot, his face pale and completely devoid of his earlier bravado. Realizing that his robot was no match for Wukong, he attempted to smooth things over. "Brother Sun Wukong, no need to be angry. I was merely jesting. We didn't truly intend to seize your Dragon Balls." "Then hand over your Dragon Balls," Wukong stated bluntly. With a resigned sigh, Pilaf rummaged through his pocket and retrieved the last Dragon Ball, holding it aloft and slowly extending it toward Wukong. Wukong took the Dragon Ball, joyfully bringing it closer for inspection. "Success! The Dragon Balls are all gathered," Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Upon observing the sly expression adorning Pilaf's face, Wukong felt a surge of caution within him. He was acutely aware that this individual would never relinquish his ambition to dominate the world so easily. Should any treachery arise during the wish-making process, it could spell disaster. Consequently, Wukong swiftly charged at Pilaf, his voice resonating with fury as he brandished the Rui Bang, which glimmered ominously in his grasp and struck directly at Pilaf's head. Before Pilaf could even comprehend the imminent threat, he was rendered dizzy and disoriented by the blow, collapsing helplessly to the ground. As Wukong gazed at the shimmering Dragon Ball, he turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, what wish do you desire to make?" Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "I wish for a handsome boyfriend." Wukong shook his head while covering his mouth, secretly pondering. Indeed, it is that whimsical Bulma who dares to wish for a handsome boyfriend. In his eyes, such a desire is exceedingly trivial. In order to prevent Bulma from squandering her wish on the Dragon Balls, Wukong made a bold promise. "Bulma, whatever kind of boyfriend you desire, when I grow up, I will marry you." Bulma frowned, her eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. Really? Upon scrutinizing young Wukong, she realized he was indeed quite handsome. "All right then, but you must keep your word." "Hee, of course. Come on, let us make a pinky promise. Unbreakable for 100 years, whoever breaks it shall be deemed a monkey." "Wait, isn't it true that you are already a monkey, Wukong?" "No way. I'm a gorilla." "Pfft, it's pretty much the same." Bulma pondered for a moment, and ultimately, with a deep sigh and a reluctant yet understanding smile, she said, "Very well, Wukong, this time, I shall grant you the wish." Wukong nodded earnestly, fully aware that he had safeguarded his wish. As Wukong gathered the 7 Dragon Balls together, he called out with a blend of anticipation and tension, "Come forth, dragon." Dark clouds surged forth like a relentless tide, swiftly enveloping the sky as if the entire world were being consumed. With a deafening roar, the dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a dazzling golden light that soared into the heavens, illuminating the entire expanse above. The dragon spiraled in the air, its deep and resonant voice echoing, "State your wish. Any wish you desire can be granted, but only one." The dragon's eyes shimmered like stars, fixed upon Wukong, awaiting his response. Wukong surged with excitement and anticipation, for he was finally able to fulfill the wish that resided in his heart. "I wish to eliminate the shortcomings of my tail," he declared with a resounding voice. The dragon nodded slightly, a mysterious glimmer flickering in his eyes, and spoke slowly. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Wukong felt a warm force permeating his body. As the radiance of the divine dragon gradually faded, the 7 Dragon Balls coalesced once more, transforming into 7 shimmering orbs that sparkled softly. Subsequently, they soared across the world like meteors, vanishing beyond the horizon. Bulma gazed at the dragon radar in her hand, watching as the signals on the screen slowly disappeared. Wukong turned around and gently patted Bulma's shoulder, saying, "Bulma, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone after the wish is granted, and it will take a year for them to restore. When we seek the Dragon Balls again, a new adventure will commence." Chapter 12. Apprenticeship. With the weakness of his tail eliminated, Wukong no longer needed to conceal it, feeling considerably more at ease. He understood the urgency of reaching the Turtle Hermit to commence his training and enhance his strength. As Wukong turned around, he gazed at Bulma and inquired, "What are your plans for the future? Are you returning home?" Bulma smiled gently and nodded, replying, "Yes, I must return home. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention. However, once your training is complete, you must come to West City to visit me." "Absolutely," Wukong responded, feeling a profound warmth in the deepening bond between them. Considering the substantial sustenance he would require during his training, he requested some money from Bulma. Without hesitation, she cheerfully retrieved a capsule filled with gold coins from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "Wukong, best of luck with your training." Wukong scratched his head, chuckled softly, and carefully stowed the money away before bidding farewell to Bulma with a wave. Bulma tossed out a capsule containing an airplane, climbed into the cockpit, and through the glass window, she waved goodbye to Wukong, playfully reminding him, "Don't forget about me." Wukong waved his hand, bidding farewell to Bulma as her aircraft vanished into the azure sky. "Nimbus, let's go," he exclaimed, as the clouds swiftly soared towards Master Roshi's island under his guidance. En route, as Nimbus glided through the air, they passed a quaint little town, and at that moment, Wukong's stomach began to grumble. Wukong decided to pause and procure supplies. Thus, he swiftly dashed into the town's general store. Producing the money given by Bulma, he purchased an abundance of provisions. The capsules were capable of storing food, allowing for immediate access upon opening, alleviating concerns about spoilage. With a heart full of satisfaction, Wukong departed from the small town, laden with a plethora of food capsules. He mused to himself, with this abundance, I need not worry about going hungry upon reaching Master Rashi's abode. Given my appetite, the old man's meager provisions will hardly suffice. Wukong contemplated his training regimen in silence. He thought to himself that there was no immediate rush for Bulma to construct the gravity chamber, as its efficacy could only be fully realized after he obtained the magic beans from Karen Tower. Once I acquire the magic beans and enter the gravity chamber for training, my strength will surely soar at an accelerated pace. Soon after, the Nimbus cloud effortlessly carried Wukong across the sea, gradually approaching the serene island of Master Rashi. The scenery on the island was breathtakingly dreamlike, with sunlight cascading over the emerald waters, shimmering like scattered jewels. Wukong's spirits lifted with elation. At long last, he had arrived. Without hesitation, he swooped down gracefully, landing with perfect poise before the turtle hermit's humble abode. Wukong surveyed the surroundings outside the house. Yet he found no trace of Master Rashi. He shrugged his shoulders, pondering whether the old master was secretly engaged in some indescribable activities within. Consequently, he approached the door, knocked gently, and called out, "Grandpa, are you there?" However, there was no response from within. Wukong tentatively pushed open the door, and the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. Master Rashi was seated on the sofa, his gaze fixated unwaveringly upon the television screen, where a group of beautiful women were performing aerobics. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4, to the rhythm of the music. The graceful dance movements on screen inevitably stirred one's imagination. Wukong shook his head in exasperation, silently mocking, what a lecherous old man, still engrossed in such trivial entertainment. He found it utterly perplexing that Master Rashi, a martial arts grandmaster of formidable prowess, could be so captivated by such matters. Clearing his throat, Wukong endeavored to interrupt Rashi's rapt attention. Leaning close to Rashi's ear, he exclaimed, "Grandfather, why are you watching television? I have arrived." Only then did Rashi seem to snap back to reality, turning to face Wukong with a look of astonishment. "Oh, Wukong, you've come. Please entertain yourself." "I am currently engrossed in a crucial program," he replied, promptly redirecting his focus back to the television screen. With a sense of helplessness, Wukong could only meander about the room, examining the decorative items adorning the walls and perusing the books on the shelves, which gave rise to a feeling of ennui. Thus, he resolved to venture outside, stepping into the sunlight to relish the gentle caress of the sea breeze while contemplating his training. After waiting the better part of the day, Master Rashi remained engrossed in his own significant program, prompting Wukong to reflect, what a lecherous old man he truly is. Once Master Rashi had finished admiring the graceful dancers, a satisfied expression graced his face as he approached Wukong, squinting slightly, and said, "Wukong, since you are here, do me a favor and find a beautiful woman. Bring me just one, and I shall take you as my disciple." With a sigh, Wukong reflected that this old fellow was indeed just as he was portrayed in the original tale. He mused to himself, "This time, I truly face a formidable challenge. I must seek out a beauty, one that would surely meet Master Rashi's approval. The only option left is to find Lanchi." After contemplating this, he realized that tonight marked the full moon, making it rather inconvenient for him to venture out. Thus, he addressed Master Rashi, saying, "Grandfather, I believe I shall rest for the night and embark on my quest for a beauty come morning." Master Rashi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Yes, searching tomorrow is perfectly acceptable. I am in no rush. Let us take the night to rest." The following day, the sun cast its golden rays upon the small island, where Wukong and Master Rashi stood at the water's edge, preparing for Wukong's expedition. Just then, a small boat appeared on the horizon, gently bobbing on the waves. As the boat approached the island, suddenly, a figure leaped from it, landing gracefully upon the sandy shore. Wukong fixed his gaze and recognized the approaching figure as Krillin, a young monk slightly shorter than himself, clad in simple monastic robes with a shaven head. Without sparing a glance at Wukong, Krillin strode directly toward Master Rashi and began introducing himself, fervently pleading to be accepted as a disciple. "I do not take disciples lightly," declared Master Rashi, exuding the dignified aura of a martial arts grandmaster. "Master Rashi, this is my offering to you." Krillin, well aware of the old master's weakness, presented a stack of Riska magazines. At the sight of the publications, Rashi's eyes gleamed with delight, his nose bleeding profusely as he hastily gathered them, concealing them from prying eyes. "Ahem, enough of this. No more dawdling." Rashi cleared his throat, then addressed the two. "Go and find me some beautiful women, and remember to bring back the ones I like. Complete this task, and I shall formally accept you as my disciples." "Flying Nimbus," Wukong bellowed, summoning the golden cloud before him. With ease, Wukong leapt onto the Nimbus cloud. Upon hearing this, Krillin thought to himself that it was a splendid opportunity and hurriedly followed suit. However, due to his impure intentions, he was unable to maintain his balance and fell directly. Ouch! That hurts terribly. Upon witnessing this scene, Wukong could not help but chuckle. One whose intentions are not pure cannot ascend upon the somersault cloud. Come, I shall carry you on my back. Upon finishing his words, Wukong hoisted Krillin onto his back and ascended upon the Nimbus cloud, soaring towards the horizon. Chapter 13. Lan Shi seated upon the Nimbus. Wukong pondered the necessity of seeking out Lan Shi. However, the original text provides no indication of her precise whereabouts. Consequently, he turned to Krillin, who was positioned behind him, and inquired, "Do you know where I might find some railway tracks?" Krillin paused momentarily, perplexed by Wukong's sudden interest in train tracks. Yet after a brief contemplation, he gestured towards a direction, stating, "It seems there is a railway track over there. I have heard people mention it." Wukong nodded slightly and adjusted his course, soaring towards the direction indicated by Krillin. At that moment, in a lively tavern nestled within a quaint Western-style town, a sign welcoming patrons hung at the entrance, where the raucous melodies and flirtatious laughter filled the air. Within the tavern, several patrons clad in cowboy attire gathered around a table engaged in a game of cards, while the walls bore posters of wanted bounty hunters. One poster, prominently displayed, featured Lan Shi. Her image exuded charm and mystery, capturing the attention of the bounty hunters present. One of these hunters, a tall man with a robust build and a broad-brimmed cowboy hat, scanned the tavern with keen interest. Known as the most illustrious bounty hunter in the town, he had arrived early, anticipating the appearance of Pa Chi, and sat quietly awaiting her arrival, determined to capture her this time. A sinister grin crept upon his lips as a girl with blue hair entered the tavern, carrying a bag. Her slender figure and distinguished demeanor caused quite a stir. Upon her entrance, the patrons gasped, mistaking her for Lan Shi, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon noticing her blue locks, in stark contrast to Lan Shi's golden tresses. The bounty hunter, captivated by her beauty, approached her and ordered a glass of whiskey. Just as he was about to strike up a conversation, a sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring up dust that invaded the tavern. The girl sneezed, and in that fleeting moment, her form began to shift. Her hair transformed into a golden hue. Her expression morphed into something fierce, and she astonishingly resembled Lan Shi. Panic ensued as someone exclaimed, "Lan Shi is here," and the crowd erupted in chaos, scrambling to escape. Lan Shi, with a slight smile, had no intention of letting them off easily. She delivered a swift kick to the bounty hunter, who screamed in terror as she deftly Wukong leapt from the Nimbus, performing several graceful somersaults before landing steadily on the ground. He swiftly charged towards one of the officers, delivering a powerful kick to the officer's abdomen, causing him to emit a muffled groan and instantly lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, Wukong unleashed a flurry of relentless kicks upon another officer, mercilessly rendering him unconscious as well. Approaching Lan Shi, Wukong assisted her to her feet and inquired, "Are you all right?" Wukong and Krillin gazed at the blue-haired Lan Shi, their hearts involuntarily admiring her beauty and allure. Despite her dual personalities, Lan Shi appeared innocent and charming in her blue-haired form. "Let us take you back to meet Master Roshi. The old man will be delighted," Wukong remarked. The innocent Lan Shi paused for a moment, then responded with enthusiasm, "Sure. I would love to meet this Master Roshi." Consequently, Wukong positioned Lan Shi at the front, while Krillin reclined upon Wukong's back, and the trio ascended on the flying Nimbus. "This feeling of flying is truly exhilarating," Lan Shi exclaimed, as the gentle breeze caressed her hair, seemingly casting aside all worries. Amid their joyous laughter, the Nimbus swiftly carried them towards Master Roshi's small island. Upon returning to the small island, Wukong found Master Roshi occupied in the restroom. Wukong called out cheerfully, "Grandpa, I've brought back a lively and charming young lady." Hearing the commotion, Master Roshi hurriedly emerged from the lavatory. Upon catching sight of Lan Shi, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he was taken aback, blood rushing from his nose. He then proclaimed loudly to Wukong and Krillin, "You two shall officially become my disciples today." As Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances, their hearts brimmed with joy. The innocent Lan Shi offered a gentle smile, which further delighted Master Roshi. "I am Lan Shi," she introduced herself, her voice bright and melodious. "Hello, I am Master Roshi, and I warmly welcome you to my humble island." Master Roshi quickly responded, his gaze lingering on Lan Shi, seemingly eager to delve deeper into the essence of this charming girl. I absolutely adore the atmosphere here. It feels just like a resort, Lan Shi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement as she surveyed her new surroundings. Observing her enthusiasm, Master Roshi felt a surge of happiness and inquired, "So, would you care to stay here for a while?" "Absolutely," Lan Shi replied without hesitation, her heart brimming with anticipation for this enigmatic island. Chapter 14. Testing Strength. Master Roshi thumped his chest with exhilaration, declaring, "Lan Shi, would you like to train together? I am the most formidable martial artist in the world." Krillin chimed in beside him, "Indeed. All of Master Wu Tian's disciples are exceptional fighters." Taken aback for a moment, Lan Shi then agreed, "In that case, I shall not hold back." Upon hearing her consent, Master Roshi swiftly retrieved 3 sets of clothing from his abode, exclaiming with excitement, "Hurry! Change into these. Then we can commence training." As Lan Shi accepted the garments and prepared to change in front of everyone, Krillin suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Are you planning to change here?" Lan Shi paused, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided, "I think I'll change inside the house." With that, she made her way toward the dwelling. Master Roshi, frustrated, stomped his foot in annoyance, lamenting inwardly, "Alas, I have missed the opportunity to witness the blossoming beauty." Wukong opened his clothing and was instantly taken aback. "What is this? It is certainly not a martial arts uniform, but rather a maid outfit." Krillin also gazed in astonishment at the garment in his hands, his face etched with helplessness. "Could it be that Master Mutian wishes for us to don women's attire?" Wukong pondered to himself that since he was merely a child, he might as well don the attire. Once dressed, he could not deny that the maid outfit fit surprisingly well. Though peculiar in design, it was rather appealing, crafted from cool, elastic fabric. At that moment, the cerulean-haired Lan Shi emerged from the room, her maid ensemble exuding both purity and allure, causing Wukong and Krillin to drool in awe. How captivating! Suddenly, Lan Shi sneezed, and in an instant, her hair transformed to a golden hue, becoming the golden-haired Lan Shi. Master Roshi and Krillin were taken aback as the golden-haired Lan Shi brandished a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, resulting in chaos. Wukong and Krillin dodged frantically. Even Master Roshi, momentarily forgetting his lecherous thoughts, sought refuge. Just then, the golden-haired Lan Shi sneezed again, reverting to her blue-haired self, sheepishly apologizing, "I'm sorry, I tend to become quite violent when I sneeze." Terrified, Master Roshi hurriedly urged everyone to change back into their original garments, and Wukong mused that the old pervert simply wanted to see Lan Shi in the maid outfit, orchestrating the entire affair. After changing back, Master Roshi clapped his hands, swiftly transforming the room into a capsule, then tossed out another capsule which, with a soft sound, morphed into a speedboat. "All aboard. We are off to our training grounds," Master Roshi exclaimed excitedly, gesturing for everyone to embark. Wukong, Krillin, and Launch swiftly ascended onto the speedboat. They arrived at a grand island where Master Roshi selected a vacant patch of land and summoned a house from the capsule. Launch busied herself inside, preparing a meal, and the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, heightening everyone's anticipation for dinner. Master Roshi commenced the training with Wukong and Krillin, eyeing them with a raised brow, announcing, "Today, I shall first test your 100-meter speed to see who is swifter." At the mention of the test, Krillin leapt with excitement, patting his chest. "Having trained at the Shaolin Temple for 8 years, I am surely fast." "You go first." Master Roshi readied the stopwatch. Krillin took his position at the starting line, performed a few warm-up stretches, inhaled deeply, and with a resounding bang, he shot forth like an arrow. His movements were agile and vigorous, propelling him with remarkable energy. Before long, Krillin reached the finish line, panting heavily as he halted. Master Roshi noted the time, 10 seconds. "Humph. My personal best is 10.1 seconds. Krillin proclaimed proudly, lifting his chin. At last, it was Wukong's turn. Krillin, watching him, felt a surge of competitive spirit, eager to challenge Wukong. "Ready, set, go." With Master Roshi's command, Wukong burst forth like a gust of wind, his feet barely touching the ground. In the blink of an eye, while Krillin stood in stunned silence, Wukong had already crossed the finish line. Click. Master Roshi stopped the timer, revealing a staggering 8.5 seconds. Krillin gulped in astonishment, his mind racing. How can he possibly run that fast? Master Roshi, maintaining an air of profundity, remarked, "Wukong, Krillin, while your speeds are commendable, they still fall within human parameters. To become a true martial artist, you must attain greater velocity." Meanwhile, Master Roshi turned to Krillin and instructed, "You hold the stopwatch and record my time." Krillin nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding Master Roshi's speed. With readiness exuding from him, Master Roshi awaited the signal. At the command, he launched forward like an arrow, moving with impeccable swiftness and precision toward the finish line. Krillin's eyes followed intently, captivated by Master Roshi's fluid motions. Ultimately, Master Roshi halted at the finish, and Krillin was astounded to see the time 5.6 seconds, leaving him speechless. Master Roshi then picked up a stone from the ground and inscribed the character for turtle upon it, before mercilessly hurling it over the edge of a distant cliff. He then turned to Wukong and Krillin, declaring, "Now, go retrieve it. No dinner will be served to those who fail to find it." Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong leapt from the edge of the cliff, exuberantly exclaiming, "Here I come." His figure swiftly vanished into the foliage below. Krillin, observing Wukong's audacious act, felt a chill run down his spine. Trepidatiously, he approached the precipice, grappling with his uncertainty. Perhaps I should take the path instead. As he made his way along the less treacherous route, he felt a growing sense of discontent. Suddenly, he glanced down and spotted a stone. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting him to pick it up and inscribe the character for turtle with his pen. Elated, he dashed back, a triumphant smile adorning his face. When Krillin breathlessly arrived before Master Roshi, he excitedly raised the stone and declared, "I found it." Master Roshi scrutinized the stone, his brow furrowing slightly as he recognized the writing was unlike his own. "This is not my handwriting," he remarked. Krillin's smug expression faltered, and he sheepishly lowered his gaze, stammering, That's my own writing." "You rascal." Master Roshi shook his head, gesturing toward the cliff's direction. "Hurry along, or you shall miss out on dinner." At the bottom of the cliff, Wukong relied on his memory and finally located the stone that Master Roshi had thrown. He looked up and saw Krillin approaching. "Wukong, show me that stone," Krillin said with a serious expression. Wukong pondered for a moment, realizing that this fellow must be up to some mischief. Yet he still handed the stone to Krillin. "Very well, take a look." As soon as Krillin received the stone, a triumphant grin spread across his face, and he abruptly turned to dash towards the house. "Ha ha, Wukong, you truly are a fool. I've found the stone, and don't even think about having dinner." Wukong feigned a pursuit before coming to an abrupt halt. Krillin, brimming with pride, quickened his pace, chuckling, "Just wait until you're starving." Meanwhile, Wukong gazed at Krillin's retreating figure, a sly smile creeping across his face. He set up a barbecue station, retrieved his food capsules, and prepared to grill some meat for himself. Before long, an enticing aroma filled the air as Wukong savored the delectable barbecue, relishing each bite. Once he had satisfied his hunger and contentedly patted his belly, he ambled towards Master Roshi's dwelling. As dinner time approached, Lan Chi presented a lavish spread of dishes, vibrant and mouth-watering. Master Roshi, Lan Chi, and Krillin gathered around the table. Krillin, with a self-satisfied grin, cast a smug glance at Wukong, reveling in his victorious performance during the competition. "This fish is absolutely delicious. Lan Chi, you did a marvelous job," Master Roshi exclaimed, savoring the flavorful fish. "What kind of fish is this? Its taste is so unique." "This is pufferfish," Lan Chi replied with a playful smile dancing in her eyes. Upon hearing the word pufferfish, Master Roshi and Krillin froze, their expressions shifting dramatically. Master Roshi's hand trembled, nearly toppling his bowl, while Krillin hurriedly covered his mouth, panic etching his features. "What? Pufferfish? Isn't that?" "Yes, pufferfish is indeed edible." Lan Chi feigned innocence, batting her eyelashes. At that moment, Wukong, standing discreetly nearby, couldn't he help but chuckle to himself, thinking, "Serves you right. Who told you to be so smug?" Chapter 15. The training of Master Roshi. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon Wukong and Lan Chi. Lan Chi lay beside him, secretly watching as Wukong slept, her heart swelling with warmth and sweetness. Unable to resist, she leaned in and planted a soft kiss on Wukong's cheek, her face flushing slightly as her heart raced. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Yet Master Roshi and Krillin were utterly drained from the previous night's pufferfish dinner. Master Roshi clutched his stomach, weakly calling out, "Krillin, let us cancel today's training." Krillin nodded in agreement, muttering to himself, "How could I be so unlucky to have eaten that?" Lan Chi, filled with concern, inquired, "Are you both all right? Would you like me to prepare something delicious?" "It's all right. A little rest will suffice," Master Roshi managed to reply, though a pained expression lingered on his face. At 4 o'clock the next morning, while the world remained cloaked in darkness, Master Roshi rose early, quietly approaching the beds of Krillin and Wukong. He gently tapped their shoulders, urging, "Awaken." Today we shall practice martial arts. Krillin, still groggy, lifted his head and rubbed his eyes. So early? With exuberance, Wukong leapt into the air, a radiant smile gracing his face. I am ready, he exclaimed. Humph, you're always so full of energy, Krillin murmured, slowly rising from his slumber, stifling a yawn. At that moment, Wukong bore a hefty backpack, its weight noticeable. Master Roshi inquired with curiosity, Wukong, what purpose does your backpack serve? Wukong replied, this is a backpack weighing 50 kilograms. Both Master Roshi and Krillin were taken aback. Master Roshi, astonished, remarked, to place such a tremendous burden upon yourself at the onset of your training, you truly are a determined child. Krillin, with a sense of resignation, responded, what level of pressure do you intend to impose upon yourself, Wukong? With a chuckle, Wukong exclaimed, in order to become a more formidable martial artist, one must certainly strive. Master Roshi sighed, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. Very well, let us see where your limits lie. Are you prepared to commence your training? Anytime. Wukong confidently replied. Master Roshi led Wukong and Krillin on a brisk run towards the milk shop in the town. As the trio jogged, they regulated their breathing. Despite his advanced age, Master Roshi moved with a nimbleness that rivaled that of Wukong and Krillin. Upon arriving at the entrance of the milk shop, Master Roshi pointed to the rows of milk bottles and said with a smile, today's training consists of delivering these bottles of milk from house to house. Each bottle must be placed in the milk box at the doorstep without spilling a drop. You must complete this task before sunrise. Do you understand? Krillin gazed at the array of milk bottles, his expression immediately falling as he muttered under his breath, what kind of training is this? It's merely delivering milk. Wukong and Krillin each lifted their respective milk crates and, in accordance with Master Roshi's instructions, embarked on a spirited run, delivering milk from door to door. Master Roshi accompanied them, occasionally adjusting their running postures and imparting wisdom on how to maintain stability while in motion. Wukong swiftly found his rhythm, his movements fluid and his pace rapid. Krillin, though somewhat strained, was motivated by Wukong's exuberance and pushed himself to keep up, gritting his teeth as he ran. Run faster. Don't stop. Master Roshi called out from the front, urging them to quicken their pace. Wukong and Krillin lay on the ground, panting and utterly exhausted. Master Roshi stood beside them, a broad smile adorning his face as he remarked, this is merely the training of the early morning. There is still the morning session to come. Upon hearing these words, Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Master Roshi, inquiring, what shall we do next? Grandpa? Krillin, with a pained expression, slumped to the ground, lamenting, oh no, not again. I'm utterly exhausted. Master Roshi, with no mercy, clapped his hands and announced, next, we shall engage in agricultural labor. You are to assist the farmers in tilling the fields. Remember, no tools are permitted. You must use your bare hands to hoe the soil, remove weeds, and cultivate your strength and endurance. Wukong immediately stood up and nodded, proclaiming, I understand. As long as it is cultivation, no matter how arduous, it poses no issue. Krillin let out a sigh, slowly rising to his feet. Though he harbored some grievances within, he was reluctant to show any signs of weakness in front of Wukong. He slapped his cheeks to invigorate himself and followed Wukong as they made their way to the fields. After tirelessly tending to the fields, Wukong and Krillin were left famished, their stomachs rumbling in protest. Master Roshi led them back to the Kame house, where a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Lan Chi awaited them. The dining table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, and upon seeing the food, Krillin's eyes sparkled with delight. Just as he was about to indulge in the feast, his mischievous hand seized the pepper shaker, which he inadvertently waved near Lan Chi. Unfortunately, the pepper spilled forth, making a beeline for her nose. Lan Chi, caught off guard, let out a powerful sneeze, and in an instant, her gentle blue hair transformed into the fierce golden locks of a wrathful demoness. With a piercing glare, she wasted no time in brandishing a machine gun, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Master Roshi, Wukong, and Krillin. The sight left Master Roshi pale with fright, prompting him to hastily flee the dining room alongside Wukong and Krillin. The trio took refuge. Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances, caught between laughter and tears. Consequently, Master Roshi led them to a nearby quaint eatery, where they could finally enjoy a peaceful meal. After breakfast, Master Roshi returned with Wukong and Krillin to the entrance of Kame house, mysteriously retrieving two ambiguously covered books from his robes and presenting them to them. He declared, our task for this morning is to engage in learning. It is essential to nurture your concentration. Upon receiving the book, Wukong and Krillin exchanged puzzled glances before flipping it open, their faces instantly flushing crimson. Krillin murmured softly, Master Goten, what kind of study is this? The turtle hermit earnestly elucidated, this is indeed excellent material for honing your concentration. You must focus your minds and read it aloud from beginning to end, cultivating an unwavering mindset towards all endeavors. Wukong and Krillin obediently began to recite their lessons. Master Roshi stood nearby, secretly reveling in the sight of them earnestly studying. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Lan Shi, with her azure hair, was peering through the window, her face a picture of confusion, utterly unaware of their scholarly pursuits. By midday, under the blazing sun, Master Roshi led Wukong and Krillin to the shade of a grand tree, where they unfurled a mat and leisurely reclined, comfortably closing their eyes to rest. While training is essential, he emphasized that a midday respite is also a vital aspect of cultivation. Master Roshi imparted the wisdom that one must learn to relax at appropriate times to sustain their vigor. Wukong reclined as well, despite his boundless energy. He found the prospect of a brief slumber quite appealing. Krillin lay on the grass mat, soon succumbing to drowsiness. Thus, beneath the shade of the trees and accompanied by a gentle breeze, the trio indulged in a fleeting afternoon nap. As the respite concluded, Master Roshi guided Wukong and Krillin to a pathway beside a gorge. The construction site buzzed with fervor, workers laboring industriously, perspiration glistening as they transported stones and earth. With a smile, Master Roshi addressed Wukong and Krillin, declaring that their training for the afternoon would involve assisting the workers in road construction, thereby enhancing their strength and endurance. With great enthusiasm, Wukong began to move the stones, while Krillin, albeit reluctantly, found himself compelled to engage in the laborious task. Sweat trickled down their cheeks, and their arms began to ache. Master Roshi stood leisurely by, observing them, occasionally offering encouragement. Well done. To become a master of martial arts, it is insufficient to merely practice punches and kicks. Maintaining physical strength in daily life is equally vital. Wukong gritted his teeth, unwavering in his determination. Yet he comprehended the intent of Master Roshi. The more arduous the training, the swifter his progress would be. The group arrived at the lakeside, where Wukong and Krillin stood gazing at the shimmering surface of the water, feeling a cool breeze. Master Roshi instructed them to swim to the opposite shore and return as part of their training. Without hesitation, Wukong leaped into the lake, swiftly making his way to the far side. Initially, Krillin aimed to maintain a steady pace, but upon witnessing Wukong's rapid strokes, he hastily quickened his own speed. Halfway across, Wukong caught sight of a massive shadow gliding beneath the surface. It was a shark. The shark rapidly approached them, prompting Wukong to swim even faster in an attempt to evade it. Krillin, noticing the shark trailing closely behind, felt a surge of anxiety and paddled with all his might. The two exerted themselves to the utmost, reaching the opposite shore just as the shark fell behind. Master Roshi waved from the bank, signaling them to return immediately. Wukong and Krillin took a deep breath and hastily swam back, successfully reaching the shore before the shark could close in again. As evening fell, the trio finally returned to Roshi's abode. Wukong and Krillin were utterly exhausted, their legs trembling and barely able to support them. Master Roshi smiled and remarked that future training would be even more demanding, with Krillin required to bear a 20-kilogram turtle shell during all exercises. Chapter 16. The World Martial Arts Tournament. In the ensuing 7 months, Wukong and Krillin persevered through their high-intensity training regimen each day. Goku gradually increased his burden, ultimately reaching an astonishing weight of 200 kilograms. This remarkable endurance led both Krillin and Master Roshi to question whether Goku was indeed human. One day, as Master Roshi stood beneath the setting sun, he mentioned the imminent arrival of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He encouraged them, saying, "You should participate in the tournament, not for the sake of victory or defeat, but to continually surpass yourselves." In the final month of their training, Goku's burden escalated to an impressive 250 kilograms. His stamina and combat prowess surged at an extraordinary rate, perhaps approaching or even surpassing that of Master Roshi. With only 1 day remaining before the tournament registration, Master Roshi donned a formal suit, exuding vitality. Looking at Goku and Krillin, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "You may now remove your weights." As Krillin and Goku complied, shedding the burdens of dozens and hundreds of kilograms, they felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, as though the heavy shackles had been lifted. Master Roshi observed them, a glimmer of pride in his eyes, and urged, "Now, let us see you jump with all your might." Taking a deep breath, Krillin leaped with great force, astonishingly reaching a height of nearly 100 meters. He looked down in disbelief at the ground beneath him, filled with awe and astonishment. With a graceful leap, Wukong soared into the air, surpassing even Krillin in height, ascending several hundred meters. He performed a somersault midair and landed effortlessly. He speculated that if he exerted his full strength, a jump of several thousand meters would be within his capability. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction and addressed Wukong and Krillin, saying, "Your progress is commendable, but remember, tomorrow's martial arts tournament is an opportunity for observation and learning. The aim of the competition is not merely victory or defeat, but to transcend the self of yesterday." Lan Shi presented a gift she had personally prepared, handing it to Wukong and Krillin. Upon opening it, they were astonished to find a complete set of suits. Wukong and Krillin exchanged surprised glances, excitement bubbling within them as they hurriedly donned the attire. Standing before the mirror in their suits, they examined each other, unable to suppress their laughter. The suits fit them remarkably well, although they were unaccustomed to such formal wear. Having been clad in martial arts uniforms, they couldn't deny that this elegant garb indeed made them appear quite dashing. Master Roshi approached, nodding in approval, exclaiming, "Not bad. Not bad. You both look quite distinguished in formal attire." As Master Roshi escorted Wukong and Krillin to the car, they prepared to head to the airport. Before they departed, Lan Shi waved goodbye, smiling as she reminded them to be cautious on their journey, assuring them that she would keep a watchful eye on Kame House. The airplane gradually descended under the starry night sky, landing at the airport on the island where the martial arts tournament was to be held. Master Roshi, Wukong, and Krillin disembarked the plane, their hearts brimming with excitement. Navigating through the bustling terminal, they beheld the vibrant metropolis before them, illuminated by the dazzling neon lights of the night. Upon exiting the terminal, Master Roshi hailed a taxi. The driver, a chatty middle-aged man, noticed their formal attire and jested. "Are you all here for a vacation?" Master Roshi smiled slightly and replied, "No, we are here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament." The driver's eyes widened in surprise, and he turned to scrutinize Wukong and Krillin. Such young children, participating in the tournament, impressive. "I heard there are a particularly high number of entrants this year, with many skilled fighters gathering." As the taxi glided through the night, the ever-changing scenery outside painted a vivid tapestry of neon brilliance. Master Roshi rested with half-closed eyes, while Wukong and Krillin eagerly surveyed the surrounding hustle and bustle. After approximately half an hour's drive, the vehicle finally halted in the vicinity of the tournament venue. Master Roshi settled the fare, and the three of them alighted, gazing up at the majestic venue before them. Even at night, the martial arts arena was ablaze with light, with a throng of martial artists congregating at the entrance. Master Roshi completed the registration for Wukong and Krillin at the tournament sign-up desk. As Wukong swiftly glanced at the registration book, his keen eyes caught sight of a name, Chenglong. It dawned on him immediately that this was a clever ruse by Master Roshi to conceal his identity by secretly enrolling himself. Just as Wukong was about to depart from the registration area, a familiar figure approached from a distance, Yamcha, with paw perched upon his shoulder, clad in martial arts attire. Yamcha's gaze was resolute, clearly indicating he was well prepared. He halted before Wukong and provocatively declared, "Son Wukong, this time I shall undoubtedly defeat you." Wukong was momentarily taken aback before responding with determination, "I await your challenge." At that very instant, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. "Wukong." Bulma greeted him enthusiastically. "Wukong, you've finally come to participate in the tournament? Marvelous. I'm eagerly anticipating your spectacular performance." "Bulma, how did you know we'd be participating in the martial arts tournament?" Wukong inquired. Upon hearing the announcement of the tournament, Bulma explained with a knowing smile, "I surmised you wouldn't miss such an opportunity. I've come to cheer you on." Pat, pat, pat. Wukong gave Bulma's backside several hearty slaps. The sight made Turtle Hermit's eyes gleam mischievously. "Let me have a feel too." "Scram," Bulma retorted, delivering a swift slap in return. At dawn, Wukong and Krillin, brimming with vitality, departed from their hotel accompanied by Turtle Hermit as they made their way to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Before entering the arena, Turtle Hermit retrieved 2 sets of Turtle School martial arts uniforms from his bag, presenting them as gifts to Wukong and Krillin. Ignoring the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, Wukong and Krillin changed their attire in plain view. Indeed, the martial arts uniform proved to be the most suitable for battle. Upon arriving at the venue of the martial arts tournament, Wukong lifted his gaze towards the audience ahead, where Bulma stood at the entrance, casting him a flirtatious glance. Subsequently, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha ventured into the backstage area together. The backstage was spacious and bustling, the entire atmosphere saturated with a palpable tension. Competitors from around the globe had gathered in anticipation. Wukong surveyed his surroundings and observed some competitors engaged in stretching and warm-up exercises, while others were exchanging techniques, honing their skills. They possessed diverse physiques and exuded formidable presence. However, Wukong discerned that these individuals were merely for show. Krillin, feeling anxious, swallowed hard and whispered to Wukong. "Wukong, it appears that these individuals are quite formidable." Wukong nodded with a smile and remarked, "Indeed, it is the perfect opportunity to engage in a spirited contest with them, to ascertain the fruits of our cultivation." Chapter 17. Entering the finals, the preliminaries commenced in earnest, with competitors on the 4 platforms eagerly readying themselves for battle. The top 2 from each arena would advance to the quarterfinals, and at this moment, the true prowess of Wukong and Krillin would be put to the test. Wukong stood atop one of the tournament platforms, facing a towering opponent with chiseled muscles. As the match commenced with the referee's signal, Wukong sprang into action with preemptive grace. His movements as light as a feather, yet swift as the wind. A low sweeping kick sent his adversary tumbling, followed by a spinning fist that left the opponent utterly disoriented. Within a single round, the challenger lay defeated upon the mat without having landed a single counterblow. "This is rather elementary," Wukong mused, a faint smile playing upon his lips. After all, Master Roshi's rigorous training had elevated him far beyond his initial martial arts apprenticeship, enhancing both his physical prowess and reflexes exponentially. Meanwhile, Krillin's first match unfolded quite differently. His opponent was none other than his former senior disciple from the Shaolin Temple, a hulking figure who had once tormented him relentlessly. Standing across the ring, the sneering voice of his past echoed in Krillin's mind, resurrecting memories of humiliation. "Well, Krillin, how do you plan to lose today?" the senior disciple taunted, his eyes brimming with contempt. "Look at you, still as pathetic as ever, daring to compete in this tournament?" Krillin's fists clenched involuntarily as waves of insecurity surged within him. The accumulated grievances from his Shaolin days ignited an indignant fury. "Don't be so loud. Today will be different," Krillin retorted, steadying his breath to quell the turmoil within. When the match began, the senior disciple launched a brutal assault, swinging massive fists to overpower Krillin. Yet Krillin dodged with startling agility. Seizing an opening, he delivered a devastating kick to his opponent's abdomen, sending him crashing against the arena wall with a thunderous impact. Stunned by his own strength, Krillin stood momentarily frozen, his inner demons finally vanquished in that triumphant instant. Following the preliminary rounds, the tension escalated during the quarterfinal draws. Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha had all advanced. As the matchups were announced, the atmosphere grew electric. Krillin versus the Brute, Yamcha versus Jackie Chun, Nam versus Rant Fan, Jiren versus Wukong. Krillin found himself facing a monstrous adversary whose putrid stench was nearly suffocating. Gagging, Krillin staggered, his vision blurring as the Brute lumbered toward him. Observing from the sidelines, Wukong chuckled and called out, "Hey, Krillin, you don't even have a nose." The realization struck Krillin like lightning. He didn't need to breathe through nostrils. With renewed resolve, he unleashed a decisive kick, toppling the Brute in one strike. "Winner, Krillin," declared the referee. Yamcha, brimming with confidence, underestimated Jackie Chun's frail appearance. Launching a relentless barrage of strikes, he was baffled as the old master effortlessly evaded each blow. "Humph, quite the dodger," Yamcha muttered, escalating to his signature Wolf Fong fist. Yet Jackie Chun sidestepped with infuriating ease before countering with a palm strike so potent it hurled Yamcha from the ring. "Winner, Jackie Chun." Bruised and bewildered, Yamcha confronted Jackie Chun. "Your Master Roshi, aren't you?" he demanded. The old man merely smiled enigmatically and walked away. Later, Yamcha cornered Wukong backstage. "Where is Master Roshi?" He vanished after arriving. Wukong shrugged. Haven't he seen him? Suspicion gnawed at Yamcha. Jackie Chun had been shamelessly flirting with Ranfan. "That's definitely Roshi in disguise," he concluded, somewhat consoled by losing to his mentor. On another platform, Nam faced Ranfan, whose initial assault was fierce, until she abruptly burst into tears, wailing, "He bullying me." As Nam hesitated, she sucker-punched his kidney. "I suppose I can't treat you as a lady," Nam grunted. Ranfan then shed her outer garments, sauntering forward seductively. "Still bold enough to strike?" Cornered near the edge, Nam envisioned his village's hopes. Summoning resolve, he soared skyward and struck her shoulder with a decisive chop. "Winner, Nam." The crowd roared as the quarterfinals reached their dramatic conclusions. Wukong stood upon the arena, his gaze fixed intently upon his opponent, Kinnan, a colossal and ferocious flying dinosaur. As the match commenced, Kinnan soared into the sky, unfurling his vast wings, intent on utilizing his aerial prowess to subdue Wukong. He expelled a rubber ring from his mouth, swiftly ensnaring Wukong's body with it. Kinnan sneered, declaring, "There is no escape for you. This is a weapon specifically designed to bind the mighty. You shall surrender without resistance." Yet, Wukong merely smiled lightly, devoid of any fear, instead exuding an air of ease. Suddenly, a formidable energy erupted from within him, shattering the rubber ring into countless fragments with his sheer force. Kinnan stood in stunned silence, witnessing the once proud rubber ring crumble before Wukong's might, his complexion paling in disbelief. "How can this be possible?" Kinnan muttered, his eyes filled with trepidation. Wukong shook his hand with a contemptuous smile, scoffing, "You think such petty tricks could restrain me? How utterly naive." Witnessing Wukong's effortless escape, Jianan's confidence wavered, his initial arrogance crumbling into fear. He had been certain his unique abilities would suppress Wukong, but now he realized the insurmountable gap between them. Overwhelmed, Jianan raised the white flag in surrender, stammering, I concede. You're beyond my match." The semifinals commenced with Krillin facing off against Jackie Chun. From the outset, Krillin unleashed a relentless assault, his fists and kicks a blur of motion. Yet, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Jackie Chun evaded with effortless grace. Frustration gnawed at Krillin as he scrambled for a way to breach his opponent's defenses. Then, from the sidelines, Yamcha flashed a mischievous grin and discreetly tossed a pair of women's underwear onto the ring. The moment Jackie Chun's gaze landed on the garment, his focus shattered, his eyes glazed over with lecherous delight as he lunged for it, completely forgetting the match. Seizing the golden opportunity, Krillin delivered a powerful kick, sending Jackie Chun soaring into the air. Tumbling mid-flight, Jackie Chun teetered on the brink of falling out of bounds, until, with a sudden burst of skill, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave downward, propelling himself back into the ring with the recoil. Krillin stood frozen in shock, unprepared for such a masterful counter. In that moment of hesitation, Jackie Chun materialized behind him. Before Krillin could react, a single, precise strike to the back of his neck sent him crumpling to the ground, unconscious. The referee stepped forward, confirming Krillin's state, then declared, "Jackie Chun wins." The battle between Wukong and Nama commenced, with Namu launching an aggressive assault immediately. He charged towards Wukong with astonishing speed, his fists and kicks striking like a tempest in rapid succession. Yet despite his relentless efforts, none of his blows could connect as Wukong effortlessly evaded each attack with graceful ease. Realizing that direct confrontation proved ineffective, Nama suddenly propelled himself high into the air, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the Sky Cross Fist. With tremendous momentum, he descended from the heavens like a meteor, hurtling toward Wukong with overwhelming force. Wukong stood calmly in the center of the arena, observing Namu's assault. It was only at the moment Namu's fist approached that Wukong casually unleashed a punch, instantly striking Namu's hand, causing him to lose his balance and be propelled out of the ring. Struggling to rise, Nama gazed at Wukong, who had effortlessly claimed victory, his face etched with resentment. He murmured to himself, "I had hoped to win the championship prize to bring a water source to our village." At that moment, a silent figure observing the match, disguised as Master Roshi, approached Nama discreetly. He pulled a capsule from his pocket and handed it to him, softly stating, "Though this capsule may seem inconspicuous, it can store a significant amount of water. You may take it back to your village. I hope it proves beneficial." Grasping the capsule, Nama bowed deeply and replied, "Thank you very much, Mr. Jackie Chan. This is an immense blessing for our village." Chapter 18. Wukong vs. Jackie Chan. The finals commenced officially, with Wukong and Jackie Chan locking eyes. At the sound of the host's command, Wukong swiftly charged towards Jackie, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Each of Wukong's punches carried immense power, and Jackie Chan gradually realized his own strength was no match, forced to retreat step by step. He was inwardly astonished at how swiftly Wukong's prowess had escalated. Under Wukong's relentless assault, Jackie decisively withdrew, clasping his hands to gather energy, poised for the decisive strike. "Kamehameha," he uttered in a low voice, as the energy wave surged violently toward Wukong. Without showing any signs of weakness, Wukong firmly planted his feet, gathered energy in his palms, and proclaimed with fervor, "Kamehameha." The formidable energy wave surged forth to meet Jackie Chan's attack. The two powerful energy waves collided at the center of the arena, producing a deafening explosion, and a blinding light illuminated the entire venue, prompting the audience to shield their eyes. Jackie Chan was jolted backward by the force, losing his balance and falling to the arena floor, while Wukong took several steps back before abruptly regaining his composure. Rising from the ground, Jackie was profoundly shaken. He gazed at Wukong and could not help but reflect, I never anticipated that Wukong had surpassed me, his master. Suddenly, Jackie accelerated, unleashing his signature technique, the Phantom Fist. In an instant, numerous afterimages of Jackie appeared on the stage, leaving the audience in awe and disbelief. Upon witnessing this, Wukong smiled faintly and employed the Shadow Clone Fist. The silhouette of Wukong darted across the arena with astonishing speed, surpassing even that of Jackie Chan. In an instant, Chan found himself overwhelmed by Wukong's velocity, his senses bewildered. Just as one of Chan's afterimages vanished, Wukong's true form materialized directly in front of him, delivering a powerful blow to Chan's chest. The force of the strike sent Chan crashing to the ground, leading to yet another defeat. The audience, comprising Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha, erupted in cheers for Wukong. Bulma waved her hands in excitement. Krillin leaped up with joy, while Yamcha, filled with admiration, remarked on how formidable Wukong had become. In response, Chan resolved to unleash his ultimate technique, the Drunken Fist. He swayed unsteadily, as if on the verge of toppling over. The spectators were entranced, captivated by the unique postures of Chan's Drunken Fist. Wukong took a step back, carefully observing Jackie Chan's footwork, and astutely discerned the flaws within his steps. Suddenly, he struck out with his foot, delivering a powerful blow that landed squarely on Jackie, sending him hurtling across the arena. The audience erupted in astonishment, while Krillin and Yamcha stood in wide-eyed disbelief. Struggling to rise, Jackie could not help but marvel inwardly at Wukong's remarkable perception and combat prowess. Having been repeatedly bested by Wukong, Jackie felt a pang of frustration. As a master, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. In an effort to restore his dignity, he resolved to employ his unique technique of hypnosis. Jackie began to move slowly before Wukong, infused with an enigmatic energy, attempting to guide Wukong's consciousness into a state of relaxation and hypnosis. However, Wukong, with his keen eyesight, instantly grasped Jackie's intentions, and as Jackie initiated his technique, Wukong surged forward, delivering a swift and powerful punch to Jackie's chest. Bang! Jackie was knocked to the ground by the force of Wukong's strike. And as he struggled to his feet, a hint of an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Well done, Wukong, you are remarkably alert. Wukong chuckled softly, stroking his head as he said, Grandfather, I have long seen through these tricks. Jackie Chan gathered all his energy, and a powerful current gradually coalesced between his palms, crackling with intensity. In an instant, his aura transformed into an extraordinarily fierce presence. He shouted, Wukong, this is my ultimate technique, the world-shaking palm. Wukong stood opposite, his expression grave. He could distinctly sense the rising aura of Changlong, as if boundless power resided within him. This attack was one he could not withstand head-on. As Changlong suddenly swept his palm, the formidable Wangua shockwave surged forth, accompanied by a powerful current, striking towards Wukong. Wukong reacted swiftly, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight, deftly evading Jackie Chan's assault with his remarkable speed. The shockwave of electricity generated a tempest upon the arena, causing even the edges of the stage to tremble slightly. Wukong continued darting across the arena with lightning speed, evading Jackie Chan's palm strikes time and again, leaving the latter panting heavily. That brat Wukong is getting faster by the second. The spectators below watched with bated breath, Krillin and Yamcha clenching their fists nervously while Bulma shrieked in alarm, Go Wukong! While evading Jackie Chan's relentless attacks, Sun Wukong subtly calculated the perfect moment to strike. Though Jackie's ultimate techniques were formidable, they drained his stamina tremendously. By biding his time, the cunning Monkey King knew he could exploit any opening. Jackie, realizing his 10,000 nations shocking palm repeatedly missed its mark, reluctantly withdrew his energy. Internally, he acknowledged that Wukong's speed surpassed all expectations. Continuing with energy-based attacks would prove futile. Thus, he shifted into a martial stance and declared to his nimble opponent, It seems fists and feet alone shall decide this battle. Wukong nodded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he replied, Come on, Grandpa? Once again, they faced each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if the very air had solidified. Jackie Chan launched his assault, the fierce wind of his punches hurtling directly towards Wukong. Wukong swiftly blocked, as the fists and legs of both combatants clashed repeatedly, creating a series of dull thuds that resonated throughout the arena. Jackie Chan, a seasoned master of numerous battles, delivered punches with both speed and precision, each strike aimed directly at the vital points. However, Wukong, utilizing his agile movements and quick reflexes, adeptly evaded the blows, seizing opportunities to counterattack and forcing Jackie to retreat. With each exchange, Jackie grew increasingly astonished. Wukong truly is my esteemed disciple. Wukong was deeply immersed in the battle when suddenly he detected an opening in Jackie's defense. With lightning speed, he delivered a precise punch to Jackie's flank. Jackie staggered slightly but quickly regained his balance, a faint smile of approval gracing his lips. "Not bad, kid," he remarked. "But we're far from done." Back and forth they went, locked in a fierce exchange upon the arena. Wukong, leveraging his speed, initially held a slight advantage, yet Jackie Chan, through his extensive experience, repeatedly turned peril into safety, making it difficult to determine a clear victor. The audience was utterly captivated, their eyes glued to the spectacle. After hours of fierce combat, Jackie sensed his stamina waning and declared, "Wukong, let us settle this with one decisive move." With that, he slightly bent his legs, and in an instant, his muscles swelled, transforming him into a formidable powerhouse. He exclaimed, "Wukong, this move will be my ultimate Kamehameha." Wukong comprehended that this was the pivotal strike. He concentrated all his energy within his palms, and his aura erupted forth, causing the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. The opponents exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware that this blow would determine the outcome. Kamehameha. Both Dragon and Wukong exclaimed in unison, launching two radiant waves of energy. The two formidable forces collided violently at the center of the arena, the shockwave instantly ripping through the air, with a deafening roar resonating throughout the entire venue. The surface of the arena began to fracture, debris scattering wildly. Moments later, the brilliance gradually faded, and the dust slowly settled. Wukong remained poised at the edge of the arena, while the figure of Chenglong was sent hurtling out of the ring, lying on the ground with a contented smile gracing his face. The referee raised Wukong's arm, proclaiming, "The match is concluded. Sun Wukong is the champion." The audience erupted into a thunderous ovation and cheers, with Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha joyfully applauding Wukong. The host, with a smile, extended a bulging pouch to Wukong, filled to the brim with 500,000 yuan in cash. Goku took the bag, feeling its considerable weight. The thickness of the banknotes inside surprised him. After the martial arts tournament concluded, Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and Yamcha awaited Master Roshi outside the venue. Meanwhile, Master Roshi was in a nearby thicket, flustered as he hurriedly changed back into his iconic attire. The thought of Goku having defeated him shattered his dreams of indulging in the prize money. Moments later, Master Roshi approached the group, feigning nonchalance, and chuckled, "Heh, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just enjoying the matches inside, but I got lost in the crowd." Bulma shot him a glare. "Where on earth did you disappear to? We searched everywhere for you." Master Roshi hastily deflected, "Oh, I was just wandering about." At that moment, Bulma cheerfully suggested, "Regardless, Goku has won the championship today. Let us all celebrate together. It's on me." Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true? Then I shall indulge in more delectable treats." Krillin and Yamcha chimed in enthusiastically. Although Master Roshi was still preoccupied with thoughts of the prize money, he seized the opportunity to agree as well. The group exchanged laughter and banter as they made their way towards the dining hall. Chapter 19. The Crimson Ribbon Brigade. A few days after the conclusion of the martial arts tournament, the group was finally set to part ways. Wukong felt that he had reached the pinnacle of Master Roshi's training and harbored a subtle yearning for a loftier ambition, contemplating a solitary journey of self-cultivation. He expressed to Master Roshi, "Thank you, dear Master, for your unwavering guidance. I wish to embark on my own path to cultivate and hope to become stronger." Master Roshi nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of reluctance at Wukong's departure, yet he understood that he could no longer impart further knowledge to him. Krillin, on the other hand, expressed his desire to continue training under Master Roshi. He said, "Master Roshi, I am not yet strong enough. I hope to follow you and diligently improve myself." Master Roshi had initially planned to enjoy a period of solitude with launch upon returning, but feeling somewhat embarrassed to directly convey this to Krillin, he ambiguously agreed. Yamcha also declared his intention to continue training, as he harbored a strong desire to join Master Roshi's tutelage. Bulma, however, intended to return to West City. Before parting, Wukong shared his aspirations with Bulma. "Bulma, I wish for a device that can increase my body weight, so that my training can be more efficient. Can you help me create one?" After a moment's contemplation, Bulma patted Wukong's shoulder and replied with a smile, "Leave it to me. I will devise a gravity wristband that allows you to adjust the weight at will." Wukong nodded with delight, bidding farewell to everyone before leaping onto his somersault cloud and soaring into the distance. As Wukong soared through the skies upon his Nimbus cloud, he suddenly beheld a fierce aerial battle unfolding before him. Countless fighter jets swarmed like a horde of bees, besieging a colossal airship emblazoned with the emblem of King Pilaf. Wukong realized that the Red Ribbon Army and King Pilaf were locked in a struggle for the Dragon Balls, and he quietly observed the unfolding chaos from a distance. The airship was relentlessly bombarded by the Red Ribbon Army, with explosions erupting all around, flames reaching skyward. The trio of Pilaf, Shu, and Mai aboard the airship was fraught with tension, yet, confronted by such a formidable aerial force, they could only helplessly resort to defense. With a resounding boom, the airship was pierced by a violent attack, billowing smoke as it began to lose its balance and descend slowly. As the airship teetered on the brink of disintegration, King Pilaf, along with Shu and Mai, hastily descended, each deploying their parachutes and drifting gently toward the ground. However, upon their safe landing, they were astounded to find themselves encircled by the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army. Colonel Silver of the Red Ribbon Army approached with a cold smirk, commanding sternly, "Pilaf, surrender the Dragon Balls. Our forces have been awaiting this moment." King Pilaf sighed in resignation, realizing he had no avenue for escape. Faced with this dire predicament, he reluctantly retrieved the Dragon Balls from his cloak and handed them over to Colonel Silver. From a distance, Wukong witnessed the Red Ribbon Army's successful maneuver and swiftly mounted his somersault cloud, stealthily trailing behind them. With utmost caution, he maintained a discreet distance to avoid detection. The formidable fleet of Red Ribbon Army's fighter jets majestically soared through the mountainous terrain, ultimately descending upon an enormous military fortress. The compound's perimeter was fortified with defensive barriers, heavily guarded by vigilant soldiers, complemented by towering electric fences and watchtowers. Wukong halted atop a distant hill, prostrating himself to scrutinize the situation at the base. As he was observing, a soldier from the Red Ribbon Army appeared to notice some movement in the distance and raised his scanner to survey the hillside. Wukong hastily lowered his body, concealing himself behind a large boulder, holding his breath and focusing intently, awaiting the moment when the soldier's gazes would shift away. Although Wukong is not currently in haste to collect the Dragon Balls, the existence of the Red Ribbon Army may profoundly influence the course of future events. Particularly, if the Red Ribbon Army persists, the android, known as Number May 18th, never come into existence. To ensure the seamless progression of future developments, he must eradicate the central thread of the Red Ribbon Army. Wukong gently organized his thoughts and murmured to himself, "Since it is for the sake of the future charming lady, I shall engage in some proper physical exercise." Wukong stood at the entrance of the base, his gaze sharp and unyielding, no longer shrouded in concealment. He advanced with unwavering determination. Along the way, he scarcely paused. With every punch he threw and every kick he unleashed, soldiers of the Crimson Silk Brigade fell, utterly outmatched by his prowess. The soldiers, witnessing this whirlwind of youth, were paralyzed by fear, unable to mount any defense. Colonel Haluba, the commander of the base, rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. He removed his shirt, revealing a torso adorned with numerous scars, and flashed a grin that exuded confidence in his own strength. Taking a boxing stance, he bellowed at Wukong, "You little brat. Watch how I deal with you." However, before Colonel Haluba could close the distance, Wukong swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen with such force that he was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, instantly deprived of breath. In the chaos, a Dragon Ball slipped from Haluba's grasp, and Wukong deftly picked it up, cradling it within his embrace. Wukong grasped the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand, wielding the staff with a flourish as it shattered the towering buildings, control towers, and warehouses of the base, reducing the military facilities to rubble under his fierce assault. In an instant, the entire base was transformed into a desolate wasteland, with dust swirling in the air. Having accomplished this devastation, Wukong stowed away the golden staff, leaped gracefully, and descended once more upon his cloud, soaring into the sky as he departed from the ravaged remnants of the Red Silk Brigade's stronghold. Seated upon the somersault cloud, Wukong clutched the map discovered at the base of the Red Silk Ribbon Legion. His gaze traversed the various locations marked upon the map. As he contemplated his next course of action, Wukong's attention was drawn to a particular base overseen by General White, nestled deep within the northern snow-capped mountains. "Let us head there first," he murmured, promptly adjusting his trajectory towards the north. The atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, and the snow-blanketed earth gradually came into view. The somersault cloud glided through the sky, drawing ever closer to General White's stronghold. As Wukong gently descended, he beheld the small village blanketed in ice and snow, a shiver coursing through him. Approaching a quaint cottage, he lightly rapped upon the door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a red-haired little girl who peered out with evident surprise upon seeing Wukong. "Hello, I am Wukong," he introduced himself with a warm smile. I happened to pass through this area and heard that the Red Ribbon Army has been causing a ruckus nearby. I wish to offer my assistance in dealing with them." The girl blinked, a smile blossoming on her face. "I am Suna. You have come specifically to help us, haven't you?" Wukong scratched his head and touched his cold cheek, saying, "I suppose so. However, it is truly frigid here. Do you have any warm clothing that you could lend me?" At that moment, Sunua's mother emerged from the house and gently addressed Wukong. "Thank you, dear child, for your willingness to help. Please, come inside and warm yourself." Sunua handed Wukong a set of her own winter clothing, and as he donned it, he immediately felt a wave of warmth envelop him. "Thank you. It is far colder here than I had anticipated," Wukong said, wrapping himself tighter in the garments. As Sunua assisted him in adjusting the clothing, she remarked, "Brother Wukong, the Red Silk Ribbon Brigade has taken our village chief to their base on the snow-capped mountains. The people of our village are terrified of them, and we sincerely hope that someone can rescue the chief." Wukong patted his chest and offered Sunua a resolute smile. "Rest assured, I will definitely rescue the village chief." Upon hearing these words, Sunua gently clenched her fists and replied, "Brother Wukong, please be careful. There are many fierce soldiers in their base." With unwavering confidence, Wukong nodded at her, proclaiming, I will swiftly bring the village chief back." Sunua and her mother stood at the doorway, watching Wukong depart. Wukong took a deep breath and, along the narrow path of the snow-capped mountains, made his way towards the base of the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 20, Android Number 8. Wukong arrived at the outskirts of Misruta, standing before the towering edifice. He gazed upward at the summit, which pierced the heavens, shrouded in dense, ominous clouds that exuded a chilling and eerie aura. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, broken only by the howling wind that summoned waves of coldness. Wukong stood upon the snow-laden ground, inhaling deeply as he surveyed the towering edifice before him. Atop the tower, General White, observing through surveillance, spotted the diminutive figure that had unexpectedly materialized beneath. Noticing the boy's fearless demeanor, General White scoffed disdainfully and activated his intercom. "Hello. If you possess any courage, come and face me." Wukong lifted his gaze towards the pinnacle of the tower, catching the taunting words of General White. A smirk danced upon his lips, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. "Very well, I shall ascend." With that proclamation, he strode purposefully towards the entrance, unhesitatingly pushing open the heavy doors and stepping into the heart of Misruta. The austere light emanating from the tower's rainbow-hued lamps cast elongated shadows, rendering him both tall and slender. Wukong glanced up disdainfully, letting out a scoff. He took a confident stride, effortlessly traversing the first level, dispatching several armed guards with swift and decisive punches and kicks. Before long, he arrived at the second level. The dim lighting enveloped him, and a palpable sense of cold oppression washed over him. Suddenly, the wall before him shifted, revealing an enormous metallic figure that thunderously emerged, its body glimmering with steel, and its arms resonating with a heavy mechanical sound, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "Wow, how immense!" Wukong exclaimed in awe, yet he stood undeterred, adopting a combat stance. The metal giant swung its colossal fist directly at Wukong. With remarkable agility, Wukong leapt aside, delivering several powerful punches and a swift counterattack. The metallic figure emitted a dull thud under the force of Wukong's strikes, rapidly beginning to deform and crack. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Wukong accelerated the speed of his punches, landing several blows on the upper body of the metallic being. With a thunderous roar, the upper half of the metallic creature was utterly shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. At the pinnacle of the tower, General White's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the scene. His hands began to tremble slightly, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. What a cursed monster this young man truly is. As Wukong ascended to the third level of Misruta, he was met with the sight of an adversary clad in a purple ninja outfit. The foe stood with arms crossed, coldly assessing Wukong, and sneered. "You have done well to reach this point, but here is where your journey ends." The purple ninja deftly formed hand seals, conjuring multiple clones that surged towards Wukong from all directions. Remaining composed, Wukong observed the onslaught and effortlessly leapt aside, evading every attack with precision. With each strike he unleashed, the ninja clones vanished one after another. Realizing he could not defeat Wukong head-on, the purple ninja retreated towards an iron door in the corner, pressing a switch. With a resounding click, a colossal figure emerged. It was a towering android, its face benevolent and seemingly reluctant to engage in combat. The purple ninja brandished a remote control, menacingly commanding Android 8, "Eliminate this brat. Otherwise, I will press the bomb button and reduce you to mere fragments." Android 8 bowed his head, clearly unwilling to comply, yet powerless to resist. Seizing the moment of the purple ninja's overconfidence, Wukong dashed forward, swinging his right fist to strike the remote. Instantly, the device shattered into countless pieces, leaving the purple ninja paralyzed with terror as he fled in disarray. Wukong turned his head and bestowed a benevolent smile upon number 8. You are free now. You no longer need to heed his commands. Number 8 was momentarily taken aback, seemingly moved by Wukong's warm smile, and softly replied, Thank you, young friend. I have never wished to harm anyone. Wukong sincerely remarked, It is of no concern, Uncle 8. You need not fret. I shall vanquish those evildoers. Uncle 8 nodded. I shall accompany you. I am well versed in the architecture of each level of this tower and can guide you to the village chief. Wukong nodded with excitement. All right. Let us go together. Wukong and number 8 ascended to the next level of the tower, only to be confronted by an intricate labyrinth. Just as No. 8 was about to offer guidance. Wukong, I know how to navigate through this maze. Before he could finish, Wukong chuckled and declared, No need for such complications. With that, Wukong clenched his fist and effortlessly smashed a gaping hole through the nearest wall. One after another, the barriers crumbled beneath his overwhelming strength, the thunderous echoes of destruction heralding their path. Soon, the staircase leading to the higher floor stood revealed before them. Number 8 stood in stunned silence, awestruck. Wukong, he murmured. Your power is truly astonishing. Wukong smiled gently and beckoned to number 8, continuing to lead him upwards. The two arrived at the command room of General White on the top floor of Misruta. Upon their sudden entrance, General White's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming, Number 8, you traitor! How dare you bring an outsider here? Number 8, visibly troubled, spoke in a persuasive tone, General. We can resolve this peacefully. Fighting is futile. Let us avoid conflict. Wukong gazed at number 8, secretly finding this simple-minded uncle to be both kind-hearted and somewhat endearing. However, he had no intention of wasting any more time. Suddenly, he lunged forward in a swift motion, delivering a powerful kick that sent General White flying, resulting in the general's instantaneous demise. Wukong strode towards the prison cell adjacent to the command room, heaved open the massive iron gate, and liberated the imprisoned village elder. Wukong, accompanied by number 8 and the village chief, departed from Misruta and stood outside. At that moment, number 8 turned to gaze at the base of the tower, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he remarked, This place should no longer exist. He approached the tower and, with a colossal fist, struck forcefully, creating a substantial breach in the wall. As the lower wall crumbled, the tower emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, gradually tilting before the onlookers, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Wukong gazed at the fallen tower and addressed the 8th member and the village chief. Let us depart. Everyone is now free. The trio returned to the village, which remained serene and tranquil. Su Nuo and her mother, upon seeing Wukong accompany the village chief back, were instantly illuminated with joy and excitement. Su Nuo's eyes sparkled as she jubilantly exclaimed, The village chief has returned. The village chief has returned. She grasped her mother's hand, her face radiating with a blissful smile. The village chief, moved by the sight of Su Nuo and her mother, felt a lump in his throat as he expressed, Thank you for waiting for me so steadfastly. Your efforts are deeply appreciated. He approached them and affectionately patted Su Nuo's head. Thank you, Brother Wukong. Thank you for rescuing the village chief. Su Nuo exclaimed with enthusiasm, extending her gratitude to Wukong. Wukong smiled as he gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, It is nothing. Everyone is safe now. He gestured towards number 8, saying, This is number 8, who has been of tremendous assistance. Su Nuo and her mother, upon seeing number 8, expressed surprise, yet they felt no fear. Thank you, number 8, they said gratefully. Number 8, modestly scratching his head, replied, You are welcome. I merely fulfilled my duty. The village chief nodded appreciatively, gazing at Wukong and number 8. Your support has brought hope to our village. We are truly grateful. Wukong suddenly recalled something and inquired, Number 8, do you not possess a bead adorned with stars? Number 8 paused for a moment, then retrieved an orange bead from his pocket, upon which 4 red stars illuminated. Is this the one? Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Yes, this is it. This is the Dragon Ball. I have been searching for it. Upon witnessing Wukong's joy, number 8 smiled gently and handed the Dragon Ball to him, saying, Since it is something you desire, take it. To me, it is merely an ordinary orb. Wukong joyfully accepted the Dragon Ball, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, number 8. This means so much to me. Number 8, with a simple smile, patted his head and replied, No need for thanks, Wukong. As long as you are happy, that is enough. With utmost care. Wukong salvaged the Dragon Balls and gazed gratefully at number 8, exclaiming, Number 8, your kindness knows no bounds. Should any troubles arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Satisfied that everyone was safe, Wukong bid farewell, waving his hand to the crowd. Chapter 21. Bulma's Invention. Seated upon the Nimbus. Wukong clutched 2 Dragon Balls in his hand, and the visage of Bulma involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If Bulma truly succeeds in creating the gravity training device, I shall be able to enhance my abilities continuously during my training. Thus, he cast aside his hesitation and soared towards West City aboard the Nimbus. Shortly thereafter, Wukong leaped from the cloud and beheld the sophisticated architecture of Bulma's residence, marveling at its uniqueness. Bulma's house is indeed extraordinary, unlike any other. At that moment, a flying vehicle abruptly came to a halt at the entrance. As the door swung open, Bulma peered out, and upon spotting Wukong, she exclaimed with delight, Wukong, what brings you here? Wukong waved his hand and, with a cheerful smile, said, Bulma, I missed you, so I came to see you. Bulma rolled her eyes but still approached him with a smile, warmly taking Wukong's hand. You arrived just in time. Come in and have a seat. Bulma led Wukong into the house, and as soon as they entered, several robotic servants stood in a row, simultaneously declaring, Welcome back, miss. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the robots, unable to resist the urge to approach one, circling it with curiosity. These machines are truly advanced, he exclaimed. Bulma chuckled softly, Of course. They are my father's creations. Most of the robots in our home were invented by him. As they continued deeper, they passed through a grand door, revealing a magnificent garden before them, filled with an array of exotic plants. Dr. Brief was attentively watering the flowers at the edge of a flower bed. A languid kitten perched on his shoulder. Upon noticing Wukong beside Bulma, Dr. Brief beamed and said, So this little fellow must be Wukong. Bulma speaks of you often. Wukong, feeling a touch of shyness, scratched his head and greeted, Yes, Dr. Brief, hello. He couldn't help but chuckle as he stole a glance at the little cat perched on Dr. Brief's shoulder. Bulma gently nudged Wukong with her elbow, proudly declaring, Dad, didn't I tell you that Wukong is extraordinary? He is the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Dr. Brief nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. Indeed. He is an exceptional child at such a young age. Since you are here, why not take a tour? Bulma, show Wukong around. With a mysterious smile adorning her face, Bulma led Wukong to the hall upstairs, saying, Wukong, I've recently created an incredibly cool new invention that I want to show you. With a curious blink, Wukong inquired, What is it? Bulma raised her hand, pointing to the bracelet on her wrist, and proudly declared, This bracelet allows me to shrink instantly. Upon finishing her statement, she pressed a button on the device. In an instant, her form began to diminish rapidly, and before long, she had shrunk to the size of a chick. Requiring Wukong to lower his head and peer closely to see her, Wukong widened his eyes in astonishment, crouching down as his gaze fixated on Bulma on the ground. Wow, Bulma, you are truly a genius. It's simply incredible that you can actually shrink yourself. Bulma stood proudly with her hands on her hips, her voice now diminutive yet still brimming with confidence. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? With admiration etched upon his face, Wukong nodded fervently, exclaiming, Bulma, you are truly remarkable. With this invention, convenience will accompany us wherever we go. Bulma smiled softly and pressed a button, restoring the device to its original size. She gently patted Wukong's shoulder, assuring him, in the future, I will create even more extraordinary inventions. With me around, you need not worry about a lack of tools. From her pocket, Bulma retrieved another wristband and presented it to Wukong with pride, declaring, Wukong, this is the gravity wristband I crafted for you. It allows you to adjust the gravitational force freely between 1 times and 100 times. With this, you can enhance your training intensity anytime, anywhere. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly grasped the wristband, exclaiming, Bulma, you truly brought it to fruition. Now I can enhance my training significantly. As he donned the wristband and adjusted the setting to double gravity, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming pressure that made his movements feel noticeably heavier. Bulma, this wristband is magnificent. You are nothing short of a genius, he exclaimed, embracing Bulma tightly and burying his head in her soft, comforting bosom, twirling joyfully. Bulma, too, broke into laughter, gently patting his back. I knew you would adore it, but do exercise caution, especially when first experiencing high gravity. Take your time to acclimate. And do not push yourself too hard. Wukong nodded repeatedly, assuring, Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. While Wukong and Bulma engaged in conversation, Bulma's mother entered, gracefully carrying a tray adorned with several delicate wine glasses and a bottle of champagne. With a beaming smile, she approached Wukong, bending down to examine him, and kindly inquired, "You must be Wukong, Bulma's friend? How utterly charming you are." With a smile, Wukong greeted, "Hello, sister. I am Wukong, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Bulma's mother, upon hearing this, smiled even more gently. "What a polite child. Would you care to taste my exquisite wine?" Bulma's eyes widened in immediate protest as she turned to her mother, saying, "Mom, Wukong is still just a child. How can you let him drink?" Bulma's mother waved her hand dismissively and, with a cheerful demeanor, replied to Wukong, "Do not mind Bulma. She is currently going through a rebellious phase and has quite the temper." Hearing this, Bulma's face flushed slightly, and she awkwardly murmured, "Mom, please don't say such things to Wukong." Her voice was laced with urgency, clearly trying to mask her embarrassment as she unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Wukong tilted his head in confusion and remarked, "Bulma, why are you still being rebellious at your age?" Bulma's cheeks flushed deeper as she hesitated for a moment before reluctantly responding, "Isn't it just that being home alone is so dull?" Wukong nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Well, you could come find me, you know." With a huff, Bulma retorted, "Humph, Wukong, follow me." "All right, I'm coming with you. Where are we headed?" Bulma took a few steps forward, glancing back at Wukong with an exasperated look. "Stop asking so many questions and just come along." Wukong remained blissfully naive, joyfully following her, proclaiming, "All right, let's go. After all, you know I can go anywhere." Bulma's mother stood rooted to the spot, watching as Bulma and Wukong gradually faded into the distance. Her gaze softening, she slightly furrowed her brow, as if pondering something or perhaps reminiscing about her own youthful days. After a brief moment, she exhaled gently, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. So, this is how it is. She suddenly realized that Bulma's rebellion was not simply a result of boredom, but stemmed from a unique affection for Wukong. This sentiment might mirror her own youthful experience of harboring feelings for someone, yet lacking the understanding to express them, instead masking her heart's flutter and unease with defiance. Chapter 22. A new adventure with Bulma. Bulma led Wukong into her spacious, technologically advanced studio. The room was filled with an array of cutting-edge equipment. Complex data illuminated the control panels, and several large machines hummed in the corners, the entire space meticulously organized. As Bulma busied herself at the console, she turned to inquire, "Wukong, do you intend to continue collecting the Dragon Balls?" Wukong gazed at Bulma with a hint of surprise, contemplating that perhaps she was feeling down and sought an opportunity to clear her mind. With a smile, he replied, "Sure, Bulma. Let us embark together." Bulma, her expression filled with satisfaction, retrieved the Dragon Ball radar. Upon glancing at it, she was astonished to discover that Wukong was already in possession of 2 Dragon Balls. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Let us set off at once." As they reached the threshold of Bulma's home, she paused, looking at Wukong and remarked, "If I were to shrink, I could easily nestle in your arms, making it more convenient for you to ride the flying Nimbus." Wukong nodded in agreement, watching as Bulma pressed the button on her bracelet. In an instant, her figure shrank to the size of a tiny chick, and she hopped into the palm of his hand. Gently cradling her against his chest, Wukong smiled warmly and said, "Hold on tight, Bulma. Let's be on our way." Wukong was adorned with a gravity bracelet that exerted double the gravitational force, causing every cell in his body to endure an intensity greater than usual. He silently marveled at the efficacy of this gravity device, recognizing that its training benefits surpassed those of the turtle shell, truly enhancing him at a cellular level. Bulma's inventions never ceased to amaze. Amidst their flight, Bulma nestled in Wukong's embrace, peering around and lamenting, "Wukong, the speed of this Nimbus cloud is exceedingly sluggish. Had I known, I would have opted for an aircraft." Wukong heard Bulma's complaints and chuckled mischievously. With a playful grin, he accelerated his somersault cloud abruptly, causing the wind to howl past them in an instant, so swiftly that Bulma was caught completely off guard. Then, deliberately, he maneuvered the cloud to carve sharp, dizzying loops through the air, soaring up and down, veering left and right unpredictably. Bulma shrieked in alarm, "Ah, Wukong, slow down." Upon witnessing Bulma's expression, Wukong couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, finding it exceedingly amusing to tease her. It was only when Bulma vociferously protested that he moderated the speed of his Nimbus cloud. All right, Bulma, you truly are quite timid." Bulma, with her cheeks puffed in annoyance, playfully tapped Wukong's chest, declaring, "Humph, if you scare me again, I shall shrink you as well. And then we shall see if you can still laugh." Wukong immediately chuckled and said, "I was merely jesting." Please do not take offense. We are approaching the location of the next Dragon Ball. Wukong, accompanied by Bulma, soared above a deserted island where the Dragon Balls were said to be hidden. Gazing upward, they observed that the isle was uninhabited, with only the sea breeze rustling through the coconut trees. Bulma retrieved her Dragon Ball radar, confirming the location of the orbs deep beneath the ocean's surface. She intended to extract the capsule containing their submarine from her backpack, informing Wukong, "Once I retrieve the submarine, we shall descend to search for the Dragon Balls." However, she was taken aback, realizing she had mistakenly brought the wrong capsule box. What could this mean? Puzzled, Bulma examined the box and suddenly recognized it as her father's capsule box. Curiously, she opened it, discovering merely a single capsule within. Upon pressing the button, the capsule erupted into a plethora of items, revealing an assortment of thick, Risku magazines. Bulma's expression shifted dramatically, and she nearly leaped in outrage. What is this? My father actually stashed such items in a capsule. Truly a lecherous old man. Upon witnessing her flushed face, Wukong could not help but inquire, "Bulma, what troubles you? What is this?" Bulma, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned her head away and huffed, "You wouldn't understand, Wukong. These are merely some tedious books." The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Initially believing that her parents shared a profound affection, she was now disheartened to discover her father's lascivious tendencies, stamping her feet in frustration. Father has truly disappointed me. As if his daily pursuits in high technology were not enough, he is also intrigued by these trivial matters. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the sky. They looked up to see two aircraft from the Red Ribbon Army soaring toward them, the insignia on their fuselage distinctly visible. "Oh no, the Red Ribbon Army!" Bulma exclaimed, taking a step back in alarm. The pilots quickly spotted them and commenced firing. Wukong reacted swiftly, flipping around to shield Bulma. While Wukong gracefully descended back to the ground, clapping his hands with an air of nonchalance as he turned to Bulma and remarked, "Bulma, it's all taken care of." They were quite bothersome. Bulma let out a long sigh, her mood slightly easing, yet still tinged with anxiety as she replied, "It seems the Red Ribbon Army is also in search of the Dragon Balls. We must tread carefully." Wukong nodded reassuringly. "Rest assured, with me by your side, no one shall harm you." Wukong gazed at Bulma and suggested, "Bulma, shall we visit Master Roshi? His little island is not far from here, and he surely possesses a submarine capsule." Bulma frowned at the thought, recalling the old lecher who always fixated on her bosom, and sighed in resignation. "Honestly, we must go to that old man's place. But for the sake of finding the Dragon Balls, I suppose I can endure it." Thus, Wukong and Bulma ascended on the flying Nimbus, heading towards Master Roshi's island. When Wukong rode on his Nimbus cloud, accompanied by Bulma, to the island of Master Roshi, Bulma remained in her miniature form, nestled within Wukong's embrace. On the island, Master Roshi was leisurely dozing in a chair, surrounded by an abundance of his beloved magazines. As he opened his eyes and noticed Wukong approaching with a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Wukong, what brings you here, young lad?" Master Roshi rubbed his eyes and chuckled, his face creased with joy. At that moment, Bulma unexpectedly leaped from Wukong's arms, pressing the button on her bracelet to instantly return to her normal size. Standing before Master Roshi, startled by her sudden appearance, Master Roshi's eyes widened, and he sprang from his chair, exclaiming, "Oh my, Bulma, how did you just emerge from Wukong's embrace?" With her hands on her hips, Bulma grinned proudly and replied, "What do you think, Master Roshi? Surprised, aren't you? This is my newly invented shrinking bracelet. I can transform between small and large at will." She demonstrated the bracelet with a flourish. Master Roshi chuckled awkwardly, but his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Bulma's bracelet, murmuring to himself, "This invention is truly remarkable. I never would have imagined." Tentatively, he inquired, "Bulma, would you consider letting me try it out?" Bulma rolled her eyes, dismissing Master Roshi's eager curiosity, and stated directly, "Don't even think about it. I'm here to borrow the submarine capsule." Wukong took over the conversation, grinning as he said, "Grandfather, we are headed to the depths of the ocean to search for the Dragon Balls. You do have a submarine capsule, don't you?" The turtle hermit, displaying a look of helplessness, replied, "Oh dear, I'm afraid the submarine capsule has been taken by Krillin. He went out with launch to buy groceries, and probably won't be back for a while." Upon hearing this, Bulma frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of impatience. Yet she found herself powerless to change the situation. Wukong, however, appeared nonchalant, cheerfully telling Bulma, "It's all right, we can just wait." At that moment, the turtle hermit sidled up to Bulma, his face beaming with a grin as he asked, "Bulma, Could you lend me that shrinking bracelet to play with? Bulma immediately saw through his intentions and replied coldly, I know your little schemes all too well. I want to lend it to you for your antics. The turtle hermit scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly as he said, Oh, you're quite the clever girl. I merely wanted to take a look, nothing more, truly. Bulma rolled her eyes and scoffed, I don't believe you. I know exactly what you're thinking. Without hesitation, she tucked the bracelet away, leaving the turtle hermit with no chance at all. Seeing his hopes dashed, the turtle hermit could only sigh in resignation. Yet his gaze involuntarily darted toward the bracelet on Bulma's wrist, his mind wandering. If only I could get my hands on that bracelet. I could sneak into the restroom and the bathroom to, study the lives of young ladies. Chapter 23. The Pirate Treasure. As Ryukong and Bulma engaged in conversation with Master Roshi, Krillin and Launch navigated their submarine back to the island. The long-awaited reunion brought joy, as Krillin and Ryukong exchanged pleasantries and discussed the progress of their respective training journeys. Ryukong mentioned that he and Bulma needed to use a submarine to search for the Dragon Balls buried beneath the sea. Upon hearing this, Krillin's eyes lit up. I've heard that there are pirate treasures hidden there. Shall we take a look? Bulma, intrigued by the prospect of treasure, eagerly agreed. They boarded the submarine, and with the equipment all set, Ryukong, Bulma, and Krillin focused intently as they advanced toward their target sea area. Not long after their departure, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the skies of Master Roshi's island. Several aircraft from the Red Ribbon Army circled overhead, followed by a contingent of soldiers clad in military uniforms descending from the planes. A commanding soldier stepped forward and addressed Master Roshi, saying, Old man, we know you are the one who created the Dragon Ball radar, so come with us quietly to avoid any unpleasantness. Master Roshi smiled gently, stroking his beard, showing no sign of fear, and calmly replaced Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin navigated their submarine, gradually approaching the entrance of a dim and enigmatic underwater cave. Shadows danced upon the walls, revealing glimpses of moss and peculiar marine creatures. As the beam of the spotlight swept across the rocky surfaces, Bulma suddenly discerned the silhouette of a Dragon Ball. Look, the Dragon Ball is right there, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she pointed it out. Wukong swiftly swam over, carefully cradling it in his arms. Bulma nodded in delight but then pondered aloud. The pirate treasure might lie deep within the cave. Shall we venture further? The trio unanimously agreed, resolving to delve deeper into the cavern. They disembarked from the submarine and crawled into the cave. Unbeknownst to them, General Blue trailed them slowly, accompanied by his soldiers. The soldiers cautiously advanced ahead of General Blue, probing the path for dangers. This cave was rife with perilous traps, and a moment's inattention, Wukong reacted with remarkable swiftness, charging forward with fervor. He unleashed a powerful punch in the face of the patrolling robot, instantly shattering it into countless fragments with the force of his blow. At that moment, the walls of the entire base began to tremble and rocks started to fracture, debris cascading relentlessly from the ceiling. Run! Wukong shouted, seizing Bulma and Krillin, propelling them swiftly down the corridor ahead. After traversing the passage, the trio arrived at a deeper secret chamber, shrouded in darkness and mystery, where the air was imbued with a parched scent. Bulma pointed to the ground of the chamber, exclaiming, There is the sound of flowing water. It must be an underground river. Wukong gazed at the dark river, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. The treasure lies just beyond the dark river. Let us venture forth. The three swiftly plunged into the murky waters, with Bulma cautiously gripping Wukong's shoulder, and Krillin closely trailing behind. They navigated through the turbulent currents, ultimately reaching the far bank of the dark river. General Blue followed closely, undeterred by the sight of his fallen soldiers, as he resolutely leaped into the river, gritting his teeth to pursue Wukong and the others. As Wukong, Bulma, and Krillin ascended the shore, they were greeted by the sight of three ancient treasure chests. Behind the chests stood a towering statue, exuding an air of majesty. With 12 hands, each wielding a distinct weapon, seemingly guarding the long-buried treasures. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Krillin swallowed hard as the trio approached the chests. Suddenly, the statue's eyes emitted a red glow, and the 12 hands swung into action, launching their weapons with fierce intensity towards Wukong and his companions. In a flash, Wukong drew his Rui Jingu Bang and whirled it rapidly, creating a protective barrier that deflected the oncoming blades and arrows. The clang of metal echoed incessantly, and debris scattered in all directions. With a disdainful snort, Wukong soared into the air, clutching the golden staff tightly, and delivered a fierce blow to the statue. A resounding crash echoed as the statue shattered, fragments of stone cascading down, followed by a deluge of dazzling gems and precious metals that instantly blanketed the ground. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "So many treasures! Quickly, pack them into the capsules." With a smile, Yukong urged Bulma, who promptly retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket and packed the scattered treasures within it. Krillin joined in the effort. Suddenly, a tremendous splash erupted from the water's surface as General Blue leaped from the dark river, his face etched with cold malice. He sneered, "Kids, hand over the Dragon Balls and treasures, or you shall not live to see another day." Seeing this, Krillin clenched his fists and confidently stepped forward, stating, "Yukong, allow me to handle him." No sooner had he spoken than Krillin charged at General Blue, launching a rapid punch. However, the general reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping Krillin's attack and delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Krillin staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Injured but undeterred, Krillin gritted his teeth, fury igniting in his eyes. He leapt into the air, channeling all his strength into a fierce kick aimed at General Blue's face. Taken by surprise, the general was knocked to the ground, several crimson streaks marring his once pristine visage. Rising to his feet, General Blue's expression twisted in rage, his eyes ablaze. A deeply disturbed individual, he was not only greedy for treasure but also possessed an almost pathological obsession with cleanliness. The sight of his once immaculate face marred sent him into a fury. "You detestable little brat!" General Blue bellowed, activating his supernatural powers. An invisible force ensnared Krillin, rendering his limbs rigid and immobile, his struggles proving futile. As General Blue raised his hand, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Krillin, Yukong suddenly appeared, swiftly launching a punch that struck General Blue squarely in the chest. The general was propelled backward, crashing into the rock wall, his life extinguished in an instant. With a sigh of relief, Krillin gazed in astonishment at Yukong, exclaiming, "Yukong, you have grown even stronger since the World Martial Arts Tournament. It's simply incredible." With a faint smile, Yukong had yet to respond when the cave began to tremble, and stones started to descend from above. Bulma exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. The place is going to collapse." The three swiftly dispersed, hastily gathering the scattered treasures into capsules. Bulma urged, "Quickly. If we don't leave now, we'll be buried here." Without a moment's hesitation, they dashed along the path they had come, deftly avoiding the falling rocks and debris. Yukong, Bulma, and Krillin hurriedly rushed to the entrance and swiftly boarded the submarine. As Yukong sealed the hatch, Bulma activated the submarine's engine, propelling them rapidly towards the surface. Through the porthole, they beheld the tremendous shockwave caused by the cave-in, as mud and debris violently churned the murky waters, resembling an underwater tempest unfolding beyond the glass. Krillin exhaled in relief, leaning back in his seat. "Fortunately, we made it out in time. Otherwise, we would have been buried alive." Bulma patted the capsule box filled with treasures, a satisfied smile gracing her face. "Though we faced perilous moments, it has certainly been a bountiful harvest." Chapter 24. The world's greatest assassin. Upon returning to Kame House, Yukong, Bulma, and Krillin disembarked from their submarine. The moment they stepped ashore, Bulma eagerly opened her capsule and poured out the treasure, which instantly adorned the entire island with an array of gold, silver, and jewels. Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with delight as he stroked his beard, exclaiming, "Such an abundance of treasure! Even a lifetime would not suffice to spend it all." At that moment, Launch sneezed, and in an instant, the gentle blue-haired Launch transformed into the fiery golden-haired version of herself. Upon witnessing the treasure scattered about, her eyes gleamed with avarice, and she eagerly began stuffing jewels into her pockets, declaring, "Ha! All of this is mine." Upon witnessing Lan Chi's restless demeanor, Yukong swiftly intervened, delivering a decisive blow that rendered her unconscious. Master Roshi, observing Lan Chi sprawled on the ground, shook his head and admonished, "Yukong, how can you be so unrefined towards such a beautiful girl?" Meanwhile, Bulma gazed at the treasures, still as a mountain, and cheerfully addressed everyone. "Feel free to divide these riches among yourselves. I have no need for them. After all, I am the world's wealthiest heiress, and money holds little significance for me." Yukong nodded, and then began to distribute the treasures. Everyone was filled with bountiful riches. Krillin beamed with joy, unable to contain his delight, while Master Roshi stood nearby, wiping away tears, lamenting that he finally had the means to indulge in a lavish lifestyle. After the treasures were allocated, Yukong turned to Bulma. "Bulma, I am preparing to search for the next Dragon Ball. It may entail some danger ahead, so you should remain at Master Roshi's house." Bulma felt a twinge of reluctance but understood Yukong's concerns, and thus she nodded in agreement. "All right, just be careful. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to come back to me." With a smile, Yukong nodded gently, then turned and leaped onto his Nimbus, soaring towards the direction of Korin Tower. Wukong arrived at the foot of Karen Tower, just in time to witness several soldiers from the Red Ribbon Army encircling Bra and her son Upa, armed with rifles. Without uttering a word, Wukong leaped from the somersault cloud, landing heavily on the ground. The soldiers instantly turned their heads, astonished to discover that the newcomer was, in fact, the young boy who had repeatedly vanquished their ranks. Wukong cast a cold glance at them, and before they could react, he surged forward, plunging into the throng of soldiers. His movements were as swift as lightning, and in mere moments, he sent the weapons flying from the soldiers' grasp. The soldiers of the Crimson Silk Brigade were utterly unprepared to resist, as Wukong deftly and swiftly felled them to the ground. Bra looked at Wukong, a mixture of astonishment and curiosity in her eyes. "Thank you for your timely rescue, brave warrior. May I inquire as to your identity?" With a scratch of his head, Wukong chuckled with an endearing simplicity. "My name is Wukong, and I am a martial artist. I am in search of the Dragon Balls, and upon seeing you in peril, I rushed to your aid." Upa gazed at Wukong with admiration, his face alight with excitement as he grasped Wukong's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Wukong, you are truly remarkable. You single-handedly defeated these villains." Upon hearing this, Bulma expressed her gratitude with a deep bow, saying, "Wukong, thank you for saving us, father and son. Had it not been for you, we would have faced grave danger today." Wukong caught sight of a shimmering Dragon Ball clutched in Bra's hand. "Ah, that is the Dragon Ball I have been seeking." Upon hearing this, Bra instinctively tightened her grip on the orb, taking a slight step back as she inquired cautiously, "Everything in the sacred land of Korin belongs to Korin himself. What purpose do you have for this Dragon Ball?" Wukong hurriedly clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I merely seek the Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish. I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Furthermore, this Dragon Ball can only summon the Eternal Dragon when all 7 are gathered, and will disperse automatically once the wish is granted." Upa inquired with curiosity, "The Eternal Dragon? Does such a wondrous being truly exist?" Wukong nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed, I have already located several Dragon Balls, and only a few remain before I can summon the Eternal Dragon." As Barara observed Wukong's expression, her apprehension gradually dissipated, and she offered a faint smile as she handed the Dragon Balls to him, saying, "Since you say so, I shall entrust the Dragon Balls to you." At the headquarters of the Red Silk Brigade, Commander Rate slammed his hand upon the table in fury, exclaiming, "We have suffered too many losses of our elite forces. That little brat is utterly unrestrained. It is time to deploy our trump card." He then placed a call, commanding, "Summon Tao Bai. I require his exclusive intervention to completely eliminate that imp." The world's foremost assassin, Bai, promptly answered the call. He listened coldly to Commander Rate's request and replied nonchalantly, "My fee is 100 million for a single kill, but as I celebrate my 20 years in the profession, I shall grant you a 50% discount. It will only cost you 50 million. With a swift motion, Tao Bai extracted a long pillar from the Red Silk Brigade's headquarters, hurling it 2,000 kilometers to the north. He then took a running leap, landing upon the pillar, soaring through the air towards the direction of Karen Tower. Confidently, he mused that a brash young lad like Wukong was hardly a challenge. Unbeknownst to him, Wukong was already waiting for him beneath Karen Tower. Wukong stood beneath the towering Korin Tower, while Beulah approached, gazing with a sense of wonder at the cloud-piercing structure. He turned to Wukong and remarked, "Do you know? Korin Tower is steeped in ancient legend." Wukong turned his head, feigning ignorance as he gazed at Bra. "Legends? What legends?" Bra spoke slowly. "It is said that this tower leads to a mysterious realm, where resides the extraordinarily wise Karen sage. It is rumored that anyone who successfully ascends to the pinnacle of the tower will receive guidance from the Karen sage and be granted a miraculous water known as super sacred water, which, when consumed, bestows immense strength." Wukong widened his eyes in astonishment. "Is there really such a place? How incredible!" Bra nodded slightly and continued, "I have heard my father speak of the legend of Korin Tower. Many formidable warriors have attempted to ascend to its pinnacle, yet most have failed, and it has been a long time since anyone has reached the summit." In that fleeting moment of conversation between Bra and Wukong, a sound like a shattering void echoed from the horizon. A colossal pillar descended from the heavens, piercing the ground beneath Korin Tower, causing the earth to tremble ever so slightly. Wukong was captivated by this sudden commotion and, upon closer inspection, noticed a figure standing firmly atop the pillar, the infamous assassin, Tao Pai. Upon witnessing this scene, Bra's expression darkened instantly. Clenching her fists, she glared at Tao Pai and exclaimed, "This is the sacred Korin Tower. No one is permitted to cause chaos here." Tao Pai, perched atop the pillar, smirked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Bra from his elevated position. Just as Bra was about to charge forward in fury, Wukong swiftly extended his hand to restrain her. "Uncle Bra, this guy is dangerous. Allow me to handle this," Wukong said. Bra paused momentarily, gazing at Wukong in silence before finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, Wukong, but be cautious." With a mocking laugh, Tao Pai Pai leaped down from the pillar, landing gracefully, his gaze fixed on Wukong, dripping with contempt. "So, little brat, are you the troublemaker they speak of? Are you aware of whom you are facing?" Chapter 25. You are too slow. Wukong gazed at Tao Pai Pai with a mocking smile, hands on his hips, and exclaimed, "Is this what they call the world's #1 assassin? It hardly seems formidable." Tao Pai Pai, thoroughly incensed by Wukong's disdain, turned pale with rage and coldly sneered. "You little brat, how dare you underestimate me? Today, I shall show you what true power really is." With that, he vanished in a flash, lunging fiercely at Wukong. His palms moved with the swiftness of lightning, launching an onslaught of unparalleled ferocity. However, despite Tao Pai Pai's astonishing speed, to Wukong, it appeared as sluggish as a tortoise. He merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading Tao Pai Pai's relentless barrage, and even had the leisure to chuckle, "You're far too slow," as Tao Pai Pai's attacks repeatedly fell short. His frustration mounted. Seizing the opportune moment, Wukong delivered a powerful kick, landing squarely in Tao Pai Pai's abdomen. Caught off guard, Tao Pai Pai was sent soaring into the sky, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. Without pausing, Wukong leaped into the air, his velocity causing the surrounding air to ripple slightly. He caught up with the airborne Tao Pai Pai and struck him fiercely with a punch, sending him crashing to the ground like a meteor. A resounding boom echoed as Tao Pai Pai landed heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Standing there, disbelief filled his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he let out a reluctant sneer and declared, "You little brat, I never imagined you possessed such strength. But do not revel in your triumph. The next move will be beyond your capability to withstand." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp energy wave shot forth from his fingertips, his ultimate technique, the penetrating wave. This beam of light surged forward at an astonishing speed, hurtling directly towards Wukong. Wukong remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised a single hand to meet the Dodon ray. With effortless grace, he intercepted the formidable energy beam. His palm locked in perfect equilibrium with the attack, rendering the devastating light incapable of advancing even an inch. The Dodon ray halted before Wukong's outstretched hand, its overwhelming force dissipating as if dissolved by some invisible power. His gaze flickered toward Tao Pai Pai, and he murmured softly, "Your Dodon ray is rather unimpressive." Tao Pai Pai's face contorted in shock, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. A storm of disbelief and terror raged within him. Never in his wildest nightmares had he imagined that this seemingly ordinary brat could so effortlessly neutralize his ultimate technique. Wukong sneered coldly, lowering the hand that had blocked the Dodon ray. His body slightly crouched as he began gathering energy between his palms. He shouted at Tao Pai Pai, "Now it's your turn to taste my ultimate technique." Tao Pai Pai's face paled in an instant, sensing imminent danger. He twisted mid-air, attempting to flee the scene. Yet, between Wukong's palms, a blazing white light had already coalesced. With a thunderous cry, Kamehameha, a colossal surge of white energy erupted from his hands, streaking toward Tao Pai Pai with terrifying speed and force. Tao Pai Pai soared into the sky, but before he could escape, the Kamehameha overtook him, engulfing his entire form. A deafening explosion echoed through the air as the attack struck him head-on, obliterating both the assassin and the surrounding space into fine, scattered dust. Wukong gazed at the dissipating smoke in the sky, confirming that Tao Pai Pai had been utterly erased. Bora stood frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had known of Wukong's strength, but never imagined he could so effortlessly defeat the world's deadliest assassin. After bidding farewell to Bra and Upa, Wukong soared on his Nimbus cloud, heading straight for the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. There lay 2 Dragon Balls, and if he could acquire them, he would be one step closer to gathering all the Dragon Balls. He quickened his pace, the mist swirling rapidly around him. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Bulma was consumed with worry for Wukong's safety, particularly after learning of the Red Ribbon Army's perilous nature. Resolving not to wait any longer, she promptly began developing a small supersonic camera equipped with a lens, hoping to locate Wukong through its screen. The camera launched into the air and soon locked onto Wukong on his Nimbus cloud. Master Roshi, Krillin, and others gathered around Bulma, their curiosity mingling with concern as they observed the screen. When Bulma calculated that Wukong was flying towards the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, everyone gasped in alarm. Master Roshi furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "The Red Ribbon Army is not to be trifled with. It's far too dangerous for Wukong to go alone. We must assist him. Krillin clenched his fists. Bulma swiftly grabbed her phone. Contacting Yamcha. Wukong is heading towards the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. We need a vehicle. Can you come pick us up? Yamcha soon piloted a craft to Kame Island. Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, and the blonde-haired launch boarded the vehicle, filled with urgency as they set off. Commander Red lounged in the command room, observing the Dragon Ball signal gradually approaching the headquarters, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He thought to himself that since Tao Pai Pai had completed his mission by eliminating that troublesome brat, it was time to welcome him back. He held Tao Pai Pai in high regard, and to prevent any misunderstandings, Commander Red decisively ordered the disabling of the base's anti-aircraft defenses, ensuring Tao Pai Pai could enter the fortress unhindered. Meanwhile, Wukong sped forward on his Nimbus cloud, traversing the Red Ribbon Army's defensive perimeter without obstruction. Spotting the castle drawing closer in the distance, he excitedly increased his speed. Wukong chuckled inwardly, realizing that this misunderstanding had inadvertently facilitated his smooth entry into their territory. He was keenly aware that Commander Red had mistakenly identified him on the radar as Tao Pai Pai, allowing him to seize this opportunity to approach the fortress. Commander Red arranged for an aircraft to greet Tao Pai Pai. The pilot, filled with anticipation, peered through the window at the approaching figure, ready to welcome him with a smile. However, when he discerned that it was the very brat who had caused the Red Ribbon Army significant losses, his smile froze. His face drained of color as he frantically reported to the headquarters. Commander, that brat is that brat. As Wukong leapt from the Nimbus. He landed gracefully upon the balcony of the Crimson Silk Brigade's fortress. The surrounding soldiers, upon witnessing his appearance, instinctively raised their rifles, aiming at him as a deluge of gunfire erupted. The cacophony of machine gun fire echoed relentlessly, while rockets and sniper rifles took their turns in the fray, enveloping the entire castle in a shroud of flames and smoke. Yet, Wukong advanced steadily, seemingly impervious to these assaults. Bullets struck his form, leaving not a single mark. While the explosions from the rockets flared around him, yet his silhouette remained unwavering. The soldiers gazed in wide-eyed astonishment at this demon-like figure emerging unscathed from the hailstorm of bullets, cold sweat trickling down their brows. This otherworldly being instilled a profound sense of dread within them, their weapons becoming burdensome and searing to the touch. This creature is no human. Flee at once. A soldier shouted, which ignited a wave of panic. In an instant, the soldiers scattered like frightened birds, abandoning their armor and retreating in terror, unwilling to confront Wukong any longer. Wukong advanced with the unstoppable force of a breaking bamboo, swiftly approaching the command room where Commander Rate was situated. Sweat beaded on Rate's palms, and his complexion turned ashen. Clutching the 2 Dragon Balls in his grasp, he seemed to regard them as his last lifeline. Bronk, protect me. Commander Rate bellowed at his personal guard beside him. Bronk furrowed his brow, observing the commander's visage of terror, and inquired, Commander, why expend so much manpower and resources to collect the Dragon Balls? What grand objective do you seek? With a darkened expression, Commander Rate hesitated momentarily before whispering, I wish to grow taller. Bronk's eyes widened, his tone laced with indignation and disbelief. So many have perished, the Legion's resources are nearly depleted. And you merely desire to grow taller? A flicker of humiliation crossed Rate's face as he shot a glance at Bronk. You do not understand, Bronk. You cannot fathom the plight of the short. In my youth, I was incessantly mocked, bullied, and overlooked. I vow to change all of that. A glimmer of sorrow and resentment flitted across Commander Rate's eyes as he recalled the days of being tormented by his peers. But at that moment, Bronk's expression shifted from shock to cold indifference. How tragic, Rate, Bronk remarked icily, gradually raising the firearm aimed at the commander's head. You, Commander Rate exclaimed, his voice filled with dread. The Red Ribbon Legion does not require such a commander. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Bronk pulled the trigger, the gunshot reverberating through the command room. The once mighty Commander Rate fell, the 2 Dragon Balls slipping from his grasp, shimmering faintly as they rolled away. Bronk, expressionless, picked up the Dragon Balls, intending to depart. However, as he turned, Wukong's figure had already materialized at the doorway, observing the scene before him. As Wukong surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that the soldiers in the control room had scattered in disarray, leaving only Bronk standing in place, drenched in cold sweat, struggling to maintain his composure. He feigned calmness as he addressed Wukong. Commander Rit is dead, and I am now the new commander. Son Wukong, your strength is unparalleled. Let us join forces. If you are willing, we can together reign over the entire world. Wukong furrowed his brow slightly, casting an impatient glance at Bronk. He had never possessed an inclination towards world domination. His sole current objective was the pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Without uttering another word, Wukong abruptly advanced towards Bronk and unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, Bronk was shattered by the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground. Commander Ryder and Bronk's ambitions were reduced to mere ashes, while the control room fell back into a profound silence, interrupted only by the faint glow of the 2 Dragon Balls scattered upon the floor. Wukong carefully gathered the Dragon Balls, placing them meticulously into his backpack. After counting, he realized that 6 Dragon Balls were already secured within. Only the final one remained. Just one more Dragon Ball, Wukong murmured softly to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes, before he turned and exited the control room. Wukong stood at the entrance of the castle, pondering the possibility that Bulma and Master Roshi had already arrived. Indeed, before long, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky as a small aircraft gracefully descended beside the road. In a sudden surge of excitement, Wukong dashed forward, coincidentally meeting Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and the golden-haired launch as they emerged from the aircraft. Upon seeing Wukong, Bulma rushed towards him, her face etched with a look of reproach. Wukong, how could you come to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters alone? This place is fraught with danger. Master Roshi smiled faintly, speaking with earnestness. Wukong, you are being too reckless. No matter how strong you are, one must always exercise caution. Krillin and Yamcha gazed at him with concern, and Krillin jested, Wukong, please don't leave us behind next time. We wish to assist as well. Wukong chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his head, and nonchalantly remarked, it's nothing, all taken care of. The Red Ribbon Army is no more. His tone was effortlessly confident, as if the ordeal he had just faced was merely a trifling matter. Master Roshi inhaled deeply, observing Wukong with a gaze imbued with a hint of admiration and awe. Wukong, you have surpassed me. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, exclaiming, Wukong's progress is astonishing. The future is indeed unfathomable. As Bulma and Master Roshi, along with the others, confirmed that Wukong was unscathed, their anxieties finally eased. Just as they prepared to board the plane back to Kame House, Wukong expressed his intention to continue searching for the final Dragon Ball. Bulma inquired, Wukong, are you sure you want to go alone? The radar shows no sign of the last Dragon Ball. Wukong nodded and smiled, saying, it's quite all right. I know its whereabouts. If we were to wait for the radar to indicate its presence, we might never find it. He secretly rejoiced that prior to his journey through dimensions, he had watched the Dragon Ball animated series and was aware that the last Dragon Ball vanished from the radar because it was concealed by Emperor Pilaf. Bulma gazed at the radar in confusion as the signal for the final Dragon Ball remained unlit, leading her to question whether the radar was malfunctioning. Wukong elucidated that someone had concealed the Dragon Balls using a unique method, rendering them undetectable by the radar. With a farewell to his companions, Wukong soared towards the direction of Pilaf on his Nimbus cloud. As he sat atop the cloud, memories flooded his mind. King Pilaf drove a remarkably conspicuous pink Mercedes. The Nimbus raced through the skies, and Wukong's keen gaze scanned the bustling traffic below. With his extraordinary eyesight, he soon spotted a striking pink vehicle in the distance. A spark of recognition lit up in Wukong's eyes as he confirmed that it was indeed Pilaf's car. Chapter 27, A Wish Once More. Wukong leaped onto the roof of Pilaf's vehicle, shattering the sunroof with a single kick. The car shook violently and then flipped over, ultimately landing on its side. The Pilaf trio scrambled out of the vehicle in disarray, with Pilaf rubbing his head and gazing at son Wukong, his expression a tapestry of confusion. Pilaf was baffled. He had securely hidden the Dragon Balls in a box undetectable by radar, so how could Wukong have found them? He was at a loss. Yet now was not the time for such ponderings. Son Wukong, you have indeed tracked me down. Pilaf exclaimed, his eyes widening as he silently congratulated himself for being well prepared. However, you are no match for me now. Just as Wukong demanded the surrender of the Dragon Balls, the Pilaf trio simultaneously produced capsules, from which enormous robots sprang forth. Landing with a thud, Pilaf stood proudly beside his creation, declaring, behold, my latest invention, the Super Battle Robot, Pilaf Demon. The 3 robots were strikingly lifelike, their metallic surfaces glinting ominously. The Pilaf trio entered their respective machines, adorned with arrogant grins, poised to vanquish son Wukong in a single, decisive blow. Wukong stood quietly beside them, observing with an air of calmness as he remarked, your robots are indeed formidable. However, I have no intention of squandering my time here. He gestured towards the Pilaf trio, declaring, now, hand over the Dragon Balls. Pilaf, noticing that son Wukong appeared undaunted and somewhat dismissive, felt a flicker of irritation within but restrained his anger as he retorted, "It seems you wish to experience my latest contraption. Come forth, Sun Wukong, and see if you can endure." With that, the Pilaf trio activated their respective robots, unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks from the colossal mechanical arms and cannons directed at Wukong. With a faint smile, Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness to conclude this tedious battle. He bent slightly, gripping the Rui Jingu Bang tightly in both hands, and murmured, "Your robots lack the swiftness to keep up with me. Let us see if you can match my speed." No sooner had he spoken than Wukong transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing directly towards the Pilaf gang with scarcely a moment's pause. Moving with a speed that was almost spectral. "Too fast," the Pilaf trio exclaimed, utterly unable to discern Wukong's movements. With remarkable swiftness, Wukong approached Pilaf's robot. Wielding the Rui Jingu Bang with effortless precision, he shattered the protective shield of Pilaf's mechanical demon with ease, and with a powerful strike, the robot lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Pilaf, wide-eyed in disbelief, could hardly fathom that Sun Wukong had so effortlessly dismantled their formidable creation. Monkey King leaped into the air, his magical Rui Jingu staff radiating dazzling brilliance. With a serene smile, he remarked, "Your so-called Great Demon King is pathetically weak." How powerful are you truly?" Pilaf stammered, his voice trembling as an inkling of dread crept into his heart. With a yawn, Wukong remarked, "You mere automatons are but mere paper creations. Hasten to surrender the Dragon Balls." Pilaf and his subordinates ceased their futile resistance, acutely aware that before them stood a foe they could not possibly withstand. With a resigned sigh, Pilaf retrieved the Dragon Ball from his bosom and tossed it to Wukong. Wukong received the Dragon Ball with contentment and placed it into his backpack, expressing his gratitude for their cooperation. Humph! Pilaf gnashed his teeth in frustration, yet could only watch helplessly as Sun Wukong departed. With a graceful leap from his cloud, Wukong arrived at a serene precipice, where he beheld an expansive vista devoid of human presence. The only sounds that graced the air were the gentle whispers of the wind caressing the cliffs and the vast, unending sky above, which rendered the scene particularly tranquil. He dismounted from his cloud and strolled leisurely to the edge of the cliff, where he settled himself and meticulously arranged the 7 Dragon Balls before him. Wukong gazed up at the distant sky, yet his mind began to wander into contemplation. 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly before him, emanating a faint glow, as if awaiting his decision. He understood that the Dragon Balls could grant any wish. But what wish would be most fitting to make? Wukong's mind swiftly contemplated various desires. He recalled the issue of losing rationality when transforming into a giant ape, pondered immortality, or the ability to adapt to any environment. A novel idea emerged, unlocking his latent potential. In the Dragon Ball universe, there existed several methods to awaken one's potential: the perilous ultra-divine water, the Elder Namekian's potential unlocking, or the old Kaishin's abilities. The ultra-divine water posed significant risks, where a single misstep could prove fatal, while both Namek and the Kaishin resided far from Earth, rendering them currently inaccessible. Wukong pondered that although the divine power of the Earth Dragon may not be omnipotent, it could perhaps elevate his potential to a higher echelon. After all, it is the physique of a protagonist capable of transcending from 90,000 to 150 million within a single day. With a deep breath, Wukong proclaimed loudly, "Arise, divine dragon." In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, swiftly enveloping the sky in dark clouds, transforming the bright daylight into a night-like gloom. Lightning flickered amidst the clouds, and thunderous roars echoed from all directions. A golden light surged skyward, coiling from the 7 Dragon Balls into the magnificent form of a colossal green dragon, gradually coalescing to reveal the awe-inspiring divine dragon in the heavens. The dragon coiled within the dark clouds, slowly lowering its immense head, its piercing eyes fixed intently upon Wukong. In a deep and authoritative voice that resonated through the cosmos, it declared, "Speak your wish, for I possess the power to fulfill any desire." Wukong gazed upwards at the colossal entity, pondering briefly before exclaiming, "Dragon, please assist me in unlocking my potential." As a mysterious glimmer flickered in the dragon's eyes, a deep voice resonated slowly, "Your wish has been granted." No sooner had the words been uttered than the dragon's immense form transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions with trails of golden light, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. The sky cleared once more, sunlight cascading down as if the preceding darkness had never transpired. Wukong closed his eyes and began to carefully perceive the transformations within his body. His aura continuously surged, with power coursing wildly through his meridians, saturating every single cell. The cliff beneath his feet could no longer withstand this formidable energy, trembling violently before crumbling precipitously, rocks cascading down in succession. Wukong concentrated his energy at the soles of his feet and, with a gentle leap, executed the art of aerial dance, gracefully suspending himself in the air. His form appeared ethereal, yet it concealed an astonishing power within. Clenching his fists, he murmured to himself, "This sensation is utterly fearsome." Wukong hovered in midair, sensing the abundant power coursing through his veins, his heart swelling with exhilaration. To what heights had his strength ascended? He slightly furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, if only he possessed a combat power detector now, he could ascertain the true extent of his might. Chapter 28. Parting ways. Wukong ascended upon his nimbus cloud, soaring towards Kame House. Upon arrival, Yamcha approached Master Roshi with utmost sincerity, beseeching him to accept him as a disciple. Master Roshi feigned deep contemplation, stroking his beard, and slowly replied, "The matter of apprenticeship cannot be decided lightly at this moment. I hope to receive a rather special greeting gift, perhaps then I may reach a swifter conclusion." A knowing smile graced his lips as delightful visions danced in his mind. Yamcha appeared somewhat perplexed until Krillin discreetly leaned in to whisper something in his ear. In an instant, Yamcha comprehended, retrieving several hundred Japanese animated films from his capsule. Master Roshi cast a furtive glance, his eyes suddenly gleaming with enthusiasm. "Very well. You possess remarkable talent. I have decided to take you on as my disciple." Seated upon the nimbus, Wukong gazed at the gravity ring. The current double gravity felt as light as a feather to him, prompting him to gradually increase the intensity threefold, fourfold, until he reached tenfold gravity, which finally presented a modicum of strain. A surge of joy welled within him. It appeared that he had truly grown stronger. Ultimately, he adjusted the gravity ring to 12-fold, deeming this level of pressure suitable for his training. Before long, he caught sight of Kame House. As Wukong descended upon his somersault cloud, he beheld Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha awaiting him on the island. Bulma, filled with joy, waved her hand and exclaimed, "Wukong, you have returned." The group gathered around him, eagerly curious about the wish he had made. Wukong smiled and candidly shared his wish with them, explaining how he had the divine dragon awaken his latent potential. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha focused their gazes upon him, their astonishment growing with each passing moment. Wukong's aura now seemed fathomless and boundless. "Wukong," Master Roshi exclaimed in awe, "you appear as though you've become an entirely different person. This training has truly been extraordinary." Yamcha grinned at Wukong with a hint of pride in his voice. "Wukong, I'm now a disciple of Master Roshi as well." The prospect of training under the legendary martial arts master filled him with eager anticipation. "By the way," Yamcha continued, "Wukong, I heard the next World Martial Arts Tournament is approaching soon. Will you participate? We could have a rematch then." Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded earnestly. "Of course I will participate." The turtle sage, stroking his beard, smiled at everyone and said, "The next World Martial Arts Tournament will be held 3 years from now, and during this time, you must all practice diligently." He then turned to Wukong and, with a serious tone, added, "Wukong, this time you must seek new breakthroughs on your own. Your master can no longer guide you." Wukong nodded earnestly, contemplating a journey to Korin Tower to gain further insights into the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yamcha clenched his fist with confidence and declared, "Wukong, when we reunite in 3 years, I shall undoubtedly be stronger. Just you wait." Krillin chimed in with a cheerful grin, saying, "Hee, by then, I will surely be taller than you, Wukong." Wukong chuckled as he patted Krillin on the shoulder, then turned to Bulma and mischievously remarked, "Bulma, I trust you won't still be as fiery the next time we meet?" Bulma promptly placed her hands on her hips, feigning a look of indignation. Wukong waved farewell to everyone, leaping onto his nimbus cloud, instantly transforming into a streak of golden light as he soared towards the direction of Korin Tower. The onlookers watched as Wukong's figure gradually faded into the horizon. As soon as Wukong departed, Master Roshi turned around with an air of seriousness, casting a penetrating gaze upon Yamcha and Krillin. His demeanor, usually characterized by benevolence, now bore an added weight of sternness and resolve. He tapped his staff and declared with gravity, "Enough. Wukong has embarked on his own path of cultivation, and we must not lag behind. From this day forth, your training shall be intensified." Yamcha nodded affirmatively, responding, "No problem. I shall strive to keep pace with Wukong and showcase my progress to him in 3 years." Krillin, equally earnest, clenched his fist and proclaimed, "I will devote myself to training and become stronger." Master Roshi smiled faintly, "Excellent. This training will encompass not only physical prowess but also your character and discernment. Do not fall into the illusion of instant success. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Wukong's strength has been forged through relentless effort, and you too must exert yourselves diligently. Thus, the training on Kame House commenced with fervor and determination. Wukong leapt down from the nimbus, spotting the long-missed Bra and UPA, and greeted them with exuberance. Bra and his son were equally delighted to see Wukong, leading him to the fire where delectable game was roasting. The three of them gathered around the flames, their laughter resonating in the air, while the flickering light cast a warm and affectionate glow upon their faces. Wukong took a mouthful of fragrant roasted meat, his eyes gleaming as he gazed up at the towering Corinta. He said to Bra, "This time I shall ascend to the summit to meet the immortal Karen and seek his guidance in my training." Bra nodded thoughtfully and replied, "Wukong, I hope you find great insights at the top of the tower." Little UPA blinked her large eyes and clenched her tiny fists, exclaiming, "Brother Wukong, go for it. I hope that when you reach the pinnacle, you will become even stronger." With unwavering confidence, Wukong patted UPA's shoulder and rose to his feet. He recalled that the cat sage had a particular fondness for fish, so he resolved to bring along some delectable fish to the tower. Hoping to please the cat sage during their studies, Wukong arrived at the riverbank, observing the agile schools of fish gracefully gliding through the water. With remarkable speed and precision, he caught a large fish and secured it in a capsule, swiftly amassing a considerable collection. The fish, lively and vibrant, gently swayed within the confines of the capsule, and Wukong gazed at his bountiful catch with a satisfied smile. This should surely bring joy to the cat sage, he mused to himself. Raising his gaze once more towards the pinnacle of Korin Tower, a surge of excitement coursed through him. This time, he aimed to harness the cat sage's guidance to master more refined combat techniques, relying not merely on brute strength. Standing at the base of the towering Karen Tower, Wukong gazed up at the colossal pillar that seemed to pierce the heavens, a profound sense of awe blossoming within him. The lower part of the tower was shrouded in mist, rendering its end invisible. This was indeed Karen Tower, the abode of the cat sage, Wukong thought to himself, gripping the capsule in his hand, filled with the large fish he had personally caught. Despite his current strength allowing him to ascend the tower with the greatest of ease, Wukong had no intention of rushing to the top. He deliberately restrained his aura, slowing his ascent, intending to approach this symbol of power and wisdom with a humble demeanor. With steady steps, he savored the surrounding scenery, and with each step upward, he felt his mind growing ever more tranquil. As time passed, Wukong gradually drew closer to the summit. Chapter 29, Training at Karen Tower. At long last, Wukong ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, casting a sweeping glance around. Yet he found no trace of the cat immortal. The decor at the summit was both austere and peculiar, with a few slender pieces of furniture scattered about, as if weathered by time, exuding an aura of antiquity and tranquility. Particularly striking were the three jars positioned at the center of the tower's apex, standing in a row, adorned with ancient symbols that seemed to emanate a certain enigmatic power. With a sense of curiosity, Wukong approached the jars. Pondering to himself, it is said that these three jars can reveal one's past, present, and future. Filled with excitement, he reached out to open one of the jars. And immediately, a wave of peculiarity washed over him as the scene before his eyes began to blur, gradually unveiling a series of vivid images. Within the visions, a child strikingly similar to himself appeared, embarking on adventures since his early years and engaging in fierce battles against formidable foes, seemingly narrating the trajectory of Wukong's life. However, he soon came to the realization that these were not his memories. Wukong pondered quietly, as a traveler from another realm. Is it true that this vessel cannot truly perceive my past and future? What I witness seems to be solely the narrative of this world's Wukong. A wave of complexity washed over him. The scene before him was both familiar and entirely foreign. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and resonance for the growth and adventures of the original Wukong. Just as he prepared to depart from the vessel, a serene voice suddenly reached his ears. "Wukong, come up to the second floor." Wukong ascended the staircase, arriving at the second floor of the tower. There, a diminutive white cat sage awaited him in serene anticipation. The cat sage regarded Wukong with a smile, seemingly unperturbed by his arrival. Upon encountering the cat sage, Wukong hurriedly approached to greet him. "Greetings, cat sage. I am Wukong, and I have come to seek your guidance in my cultivation." The cat sage smiled faintly, waving his hand as he spoke. "I am already well aware of your circumstances. Not only do I know that you are a disciple of the turtle sage, but I am also informed of your encounter with the infamous Tao Bai Bai. The cat sage, with a hint of jest in his narrowed eyes, inquired. What business does such a formidable young man have in seeking my teachings? Wukong scratched his head thoughtfully and said, I believe there are numerous aspects of combat that I still do not fully comprehend. I have merely relied on brute strength to engage in battles. I have heard that the cat sage possesses vast experience, and I wish to learn some genuine techniques from you. The cat sage, slightly taken aback, glanced at Wukong and nodded. Oh, it is indeed rare to encounter someone powerful yet humble. Sitting regally atop the tower, the cat sage squinted as he scrutinized Wukong and slowly remarked, In my lifetime, I do not easily impart my knowledge to others. Wukong chuckled softly. Producing a capsule and with a gentle press, a plethora of succulent, plump fish materialized before the cat sage. The cat sage's eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to conceal the excitement etched across his face, he cleared his throat a few times, feigning composure as he remarked, It is not entirely impossible to impart some knowledge to you. Wukong gazed at the undeniable longing in the eyes of the cat immortal and couldn't help but chuckle. These fish were specially caught from the nearby river, brought here for your tasting pleasure. The cat immortal, unable to restrain himself, licked his lips, feigning nonchalance as he waved his hand and remarked, Since you have shown such sincerity, I shall impart some knowledge to you. As he spoke, he swiftly gathered the fish into his embrace, caressing them gently, his eyes reflecting a profound satisfaction. Wukong commenced a new journey of cultivation under the tutelage of the cat sage. Each dawn, he arose amidst the gentle breeze atop the tower, engaging in a series of combat training sessions guided by the cat sage. Every movement of the cat sage was imbued with exquisite finesse. The most crucial lesson was the training of perceiving nature. The cat sage led Wukong to the edge of the tower, where they gazed upon the boundless sky and earth. Wukong, close your eyes and attune yourself to nature. The cat sage whispered. Wukong closed his eyes, focusing his mind. He sensed faint streams of energy approaching from all directions, the essence of life itself. Excellent. Now attempt to explore further realms, the cat sage continued to guide. Wukong's consciousness extended outward, transcending countless mountains and rivers. In a distant village, he sensed the joyful laughter of children. Farther away, a fierce battle erupted. He could even feel the presence of Master Rashi and Bulma on Turtle Island. This was the ability of key sensing, allowing one to foresee an opponent's movements in combat and discern the positions of friends and foes from miles away. The cat sage observed Wukong with satisfaction. You learned swiftly. After a period of training, Wukong not only made significant strides in his combat skills, but, more importantly, he learned to perceive ki. Thank you, cat sage, Wukong said, bowing deeply with sincerity. Wukong continued, Cat Immortal, could you possibly grant me some magic beans? The cat immortal shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Magic beans are not easily cultivated, and their quantity is quite limited. Upon hearing this, Wukong did not feel disheartened. Then I shall go catch some fish to exchange with you. The cat immortal gazed at Wukong, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. Oh, you intend to catch fish? By all means, do proceed. Goku excitedly leaped down from the Korin Tower, instantly vanishing into the distance. Before long, he returned, holding a capsule brimming with shimmering, magnificent fish. Master Cat Sage, I have caught 100 splendid fish. Might I request 100 senza beans in return? Goku exclaimed joyfully, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The cat sage's eyes brightened. Upon opening the capsule, he beheld the large fish within and could not suppress a satisfied smile. You are indeed a good child. In that case, I shall bestow upon you 100 senza beans. The cat sage set the fish aside, retrieved a small bag, and presented Goku with 100 senza beans. Thank you, Master Cat Sage, Goku said, his heart brimming with delight as he accepted the beans. Wukong had spent a considerable amount of time at Korin Tower. Although he had acquired numerous skills, he understood that further cultivation was essential. Thus, he sought the guidance of the cat sage. O cat sage, I have learned much, yet I yearn for a more profound breakthrough. The cat sage squinted, pondering for a moment, before responding in a tone laden with mystery. Your current cultivation is commendable, but if you desire a more significant transformation, I can reveal to you a sacred place, the temple above Korin Tower. Upon hearing the term divine temple, Wukong feigned a look of bewilderment. A divine temple? There exists a divine temple atop Korinta? What kind of place is that? The cat sage nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the divine temple is overseen by the celestial deities. If a martial artist can successfully pass the trials of the temple, they shall attain a deeper level of power. Wukong could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Can the temple be ascended? The cat sage smiled gently, The temple is enveloped in a barrier, preventing direct flight. Have you not always carried the Rui Jingu Bang? This magical staff serves as a bridge connecting Corinta to the temple, as long as you wield it. Extending the staff at your will, it will guide you directly to the temple's entrance. Wukong immediately grasped the cat deity's implication. So, if I extend the Rui Jingu Bang and follow its guidance, I can reach the divine temple? The cat deity nodded in affirmation. Wukong bade farewell to the cat sage and stood atop the pinnacle of the Karen Tower, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. The staff swiftly elongated, as if possessing an infinite capacity for expansion, piercing through layers of clouds and ascending towards the heavens. As he soared higher, Wukong climbed ever more aloft, the clouds becoming increasingly sparse, while the Karen Tower below gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing from sight. The golden staff traversed the final layer of stormy clouds, and before him emerged a magnificent temple, suspended in the sky, shrouded in an enigmatic radiance. Chapter 30, Guidance from Bobo. Wukong strolled through the temple plaza, where on the opposite side stood a man feeding birds, seemingly unremarkable. As Wukong approached him, he smiled and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Wukong. I have heard that this is the temple, and I have come to seek the divine for my cultivation. The man looked up at Wukong, smiled gently, rose to his feet, and spoke in a calm tone. My name is Bobo, a servant of the divine. To meet the deity, you must first defeat me. Wukong beamed with a radiant smile. Defeating you? That sounds splendid. Come forth. Goku and Mr. Popo engaged in a fierce duel upon the sacred temple plaza, the whistling wind and thunderous clashes of their rapid exchanges resonating through the air. Goku's aura surged tempestuously as he maintained the crushing 12x gravity environment, launching relentless assaults with every ounce of his strength. Mr. Popo moved with an almost ethereal grace, his motions economical and precise, effortlessly deflecting each of Goku's strikes without the slightest waste of energy. The overwhelming force behind Goku's blows seemed to dissipate against Popo's defenses, his footwork and positioning resembling a rudimentary version of Ultra Instinct. This mastery demonstrated Popo's flawless control over his ki, executing every movement with surgical precision. Goku attempted to overwhelm Popo's defenses by accelerating his attacks, yet each strike was effortlessly evaded with minimal adjustments. This guy, he's on another level, Goku inwardly marveled. Finally, Goku halted, catching his breath as he regarded his opponent with newfound respect. It was clear he still hadn't fully grasped the essence of ki control. Mr. Popo smiled knowingly. Your speed and power are impressive, he remarked, but your attacks are burdened by unnecessary movements. As Wukong was poised to reduce the gravity of his gravity bracelet, a voice resonated through the temple, clear and authoritative. Enter, son Wukong. Bobo, observing Wukong, gave a slight nod, indicating for him to follow. Come, the deity has summoned you. As Wukong followed Bobo into the temple and ventured deeper, he encountered the deity. The divine figure, standing at the heart of the sanctuary, bore a resemblance to the great demon King Piccolo, with green skin and a stern visage. The deity's gaze fell upon Wukong, observing him with keen interest. You have come to seek enlightenment, have you not? Wukong smiled faintly and nodded, acknowledging, indeed. There are numerous aspects in which I seek to improve, and I hope to receive further guidance. The deity nodded in return, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Your aura is remarkable, even more potent than I had anticipated. Therefore, Bobo shall continue to mentor you. Wukong felt a subtle stirring within, realizing that he was finally able to embark on a journey of higher cultivation. The voice of the deity resonated calmly. Bobo, take him to his training. Wukong expressed his gratitude with a nod, following Bobo towards the place of training. Bobo led Wukong to the plaza of the temple, where an air of tranquility enveloped the surroundings and a gentle breeze caressed the atmosphere. Bobo gazed at Wukong with serenity, gesturing towards a stone slab in the center of the plaza, and advised, Wukong, take a seat there, clear your mind of all thoughts, and maintain an inner calm, akin to that of a stone. Wukong paused momentarily, only to swiftly comprehend that this was Bobo's way of urging him to set aside his burdens and cultivate his inner tranquility. Approaching the stone slab, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and endeavored to empty his mind of all thoughts. Bobo stood a short distance away, observing, Wukong, your strength is formidable. Yet without a tranquil heart, mastering the true essence of martial arts will prove elusive. The following day, Bobo guided Wukong into the temple, halting in a chamber illuminated by a dazzling array of vibrant lights. Manipulating a machine, Bobo addressed Wukong. This device grants access to any realm. Your current task is to journey to Corolla Mountain and retrieve the sacred crown that resides there. Wukong nodded, making his way to the epicenter of the radiant light. A peculiar energy enveloped him, and the surrounding scenery swirled like an ethereal mirage. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in an entirely new world. Surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, he couldn't help but internally muse, does this count as a second traversal? The temple possesses such extraordinary phenomena. With a graceful leap, Wukong ascended to the summit of a mountain, his gaze drawn to a towering peak that pierced the clouds, where the sacred crown awaited his arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forth like the wind, racing toward the lofty heights. Soon, he found himself at the pinnacle, standing before an ancient altar, upon which rested the divine crown. Wukong understood that this training was meant to hone his perception and evasion skills. He reached out, donned the sacred crown, and thought to himself. It felt akin to wearing a tightening headband. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the shifts around him. Suddenly, the sky darkened, heavy with ominous clouds. As thunder rumbled and lightning danced through the tempestuous heavens, Wukong focused intently, employing his perceptive abilities to anticipate the strikes of lightning. However, the bolts descended with astonishing speed, and initially he was struck several times, each jolt eliciting a grimace of peace. Standing before the waterfall, Wukong took a deep breath, focusing his energy, and gently directed his fingertip towards the rushing water ahead, attempting to release his chi. However, as soon as the energy was unleashed, it surged forth like a torrential flood, erupting with a thunderous sound and creating a cavity in the rocks behind the waterfall. Wukong scratched his head with a wry smile, murmuring to himself, "It seems I must continue to practice controlling my chi within a smaller range." Thus, he began to repeatedly attempt attuning himself to the flow of energy within his body while striving to regulate its intensity. With each trial, he gradually discovered the technique of concentrating chi into a single point, and the energy released from his fingertip became increasingly steady. Once more, he faced the waterfall, precisely focusing a strand of chi at his fingertip, and in that instant, a wide gap formed in the cascade. Inside the celestial hall, the deity and Bobo observed Wukong's endeavors through a screen. When Wukong successfully split the waterfall, a flicker of undeniable astonishment crossed Bobo's eyes as he softly remarked, "Wukong's comprehension surpasses my expectations by a great margin." The deity nodded slightly, gazing at Wukong's figure on the screen, and stated, "To master the control of chi in such a short time, this child is indeed extraordinary." Chapter 31. 3 years 1 day. While Wukong was immersed in his training, he suddenly heard Bobo calling him over. Wukong rose and approached Bobo, who extended his hand and said, "Wukong, do not move. I require something." As soon as the words left his lips, Bobo gently plucked a strand of hair from Wukong's head. Wukong scratched his head with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Bobo, what do you need my hair for?" But soon, a realization dawned upon him. His eyes sparkled as he silently mused. Could it be the water of life? Is Bobo planning to clone a version of me with it? Moments later, Bobo emerged from the sacred temple, accompanied by a figure identical to Wukong in stature and height, its face concealed behind a mask. Gazing at this cloned being, Wukong marveled inwardly. The temple's methods are truly boundless and ever-evolving. He flexed his limbs slightly, contemplating the masked warrior's true strength. Bobo stood silently to the side, his gaze fixed on the fierce exchange between Wukong and the masked opponent. Their movements mirrored each other perfectly, speed, power, every strike synchronized. As Wukong threw a punch, the masked figure retaliated with an identical counter, each blow resonating with bone-shaking force, stirring the air and sending dust swirling in their wake. Wukong continuously probed his opponent's limits while engaging in combat, discovering that no matter what technique he employed, the masked adversary could flawlessly mimic and counterattack. This intense exchange of blows thoroughly ignited Wukong's latent combat potential. Observing from the sidelines, Popo grew increasingly astonished, never imagining that Wukong's potential could be so extraordinary, to manifest such power beyond his wildest expectations during such brief training at the sacred temple. Wukong accelerated once more. The fierce winds of his fists infused with a chilling aura, relentlessly targeting the masked figure, who, undeterred, skillfully absorbed each strike without revealing a single flaw. Wukong detected a flaw and swiftly threw a punch, sending the mask flying to reveal a face identical to his own. Gazing upon it, he couldn't help but feel a secret pride, thinking to himself, "I'm rather handsome." However, to maintain appearances, he feigned astonishment and exclaimed, "Huh? How is this person exactly like me?" Bobo smiled faintly and explained, "This is a Wukong created from the divine waters of the temple. He possesses your appearance and strength." serving as your opponent in this training. Wukong observed quietly, fully aware that this clone did not possess his complete power. From their brief exchange, he had already sensed that the clone's combat capability was roughly equivalent to his own when wearing the 12-fold gravity bracelet. Wukong smiled faintly, contemplating. It seems that while the elixir of life is indeed wondrous, it is not without its imperfections, for it can only be replicated to a certain extent. During the prolonged battle with his clone, Wukong meticulously observed its movements, discerning his own shortcomings and swiftly making adjustments. Day after day of relentless combat elevated Wukong to unprecedented heights in both mentality and technique. The clone served as a mirror, exposing flaws in his fighting style and aiding him in refining himself bit by bit. On this particular day, Wukong's mind was as serene as the boundless sky, free from all distractions and emotions, as if he had merged with the universe itself. Seizing this moment of enlightenment, his control over energy and combat techniques reached perfection. Every punch, every kick executed with flawless precision, not a single ounce of strength wasted. At this very moment, Wukong completely overwhelmed his clone. Wukong couldn't help but muse inwardly that this transformation of his would make future battles more enduring, no longer leaving him breathless after just a few strikes. He recalled how in the original tale, the Dragon Ball warriors often exhausted their stamina too quickly in combat due to improper ki control. Time flew by, and Wukong's training at the temple entered a deeper phase. Meanwhile, far away at Kame House, Yamcha and Krillin were also undergoing rigorous instruction under Master Roshi's strict guidance. Each day, they faced grueling drills that intertwined physical endurance, speed, and combat techniques, constantly pushing past their limits. Yamcha and Krillin grew more united in their training, spurring each other on, especially during Master Roshi's punishing stamina exercises and reflex tests, where they made rapid progress. Though the old master was pleased with their improvement, whenever they showed signs of complacency, he would immediately intensify their regimen, leaving no room for laziness. Master Roshi knew well that the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament was drawing near, and everyone was striving for victory. Yamcha and Krillin felt confident in their progress. Yet they also understood that Wukong was honing himself in far higher realms. 3 years of temple training left profound memories in Wukong's heart. This period not only elevated his strength significantly, but also granted him immense growth in ki mastery and mental discipline. Still, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, having barely grown a few centimeters in height. At 15, he remained a pint-sized warrior. And the thought crossed his mind, how will I ever find a girlfriend like this? When bidding farewell to Kami and Mr. Popo, Wukong expressed his gratitude for their guidance. Mr. Popo nodded serenely, while Kami gave a gentle wave, his expression carrying quiet anticipation for Wukong's future. After bidding farewell, Wukong firmly grasped his Rui Jingu Bang and soared towards the distant Karen Tower. Master Roshi, Bulma, Yamcha, Krillin, and Launch were already aboard the airplane bound for the esteemed tournament of Power Island, with preparations underway for takeoff at the airport. Yamcha and Krillin engaged in an anxious discussion regarding their training accomplishments, while Bulma gazed intently out the window, seemingly lost in contemplation. Occasionally, she exchanged a few words with Master Roshi, while Launch sat nearby, listening with a smile to their conversation. Upon his return to the Tower of Korin, the cat sage noticed Goku's arrival and scrutinized him closely. To his astonishment, he discovered that Goku emitted no trace of energy, appearing as an ordinary person. With a tone of admiration, he remarked, "Goku, your training in the temple has yielded remarkable results. Your mastery over energy is truly commendable." With a smile, Wukong scratched his head and exchanged a few pleasantries with the cat sage. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to summon the Nimbus Cloud. Although Wukong had already mastered the art of flying, he still found riding the Nimbus to be far more elegant and liberating, exuding a distinctive charm. The Nimbus responded promptly, and Wukong nimbly leaped onto it, waving goodbye to the cat sage. "Thank you for your care, cat sage. I shall return to visit you again." Seated upon the Nimbus, Wukong felt the gentle breeze whisper past his ears as the azure sky and fluffy clouds swiftly receded around him. He pondered silently over his journey of growth, reflecting on his newfound ability to endure the training intensity of a 50-fold gravity weight. A smile crept upon his face as he mused, at this moment, I could easily overpower Vegeta. Wukong estimated his battle power to be around 45,000. Over the past 3 years, his training had focused on the profound understanding of martial arts and Qi, which are the foundations of martial discipline. At this moment, the images of his friends Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha resurfaced in his mind, filling him with warmth. Having not seen them for 3 years, he wondered if they had also grown stronger. Wukong eagerly anticipated fighting alongside them once more to witness each other's growth. Taking a deep breath, he proclaimed in his heart, "The World Martial Arts Tournament. Here I come. Everyone, I have returned." Chapter 32. A long-awaited reunion on the airplane. Master Roshi suddenly fidgeted uneasily, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "Oh dear. Why do I suddenly feel the urge to relieve myself?" The moment his words fell, Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged glances, momentarily stunned, their expressions turning awkward as they were unsure of how to respond. Bulma frowned and muttered under her breath, "Really? Couldn't the old man have gone earlier? Why now?" Just then, a flight attendant happened to pass by, overhearing Master Roshi's comment. With a polite smile, she gently reminded him, "Sir, the airplane's restroom is out of order. Please bear with us." Master Roshi displayed a look of helplessness, rubbing his hands together as he murmured, "Sigh, I suppose I must endure this for a while." After the plane landed, Master Roshi was practically the first to dash out of the cabin, making a beeline for the airport restroom. Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and Launch waited helplessly in the terminal. After more than half an hour, Master Roshi finally emerged from the restroom, moving slowly with a somewhat haggard expression but a look of relief on his face. Bulma complained, "What took you so long? What on earth happened?" Master Roshi scratched his head, feigning nonchalance as he replied, You know, when one is tense, it's easy to become constipated." The group looked at him in disbelief, with Krillin face-palming, exclaiming, "Master, you truly are a peculiar character." They hailed a taxi, heading towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Throughout the ride, Master Roshi gazed leisurely out the window, seemingly reminiscing about past competitions. Upon arriving at the venue and seeing the familiar towering arena, Krillin inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What a nostalgic feeling! I can hardly believe this day has finally arrived. After 3 years of training, we are about to witness the results." Yamcha clenched his fists, saying, "Indeed, this time, I won't suffer such a humiliating defeat." He turned to Krillin, adding, "And don't underestimate me. Just wait and see." Bulma smiled beside them, saying, "Everyone has grown stronger this time. I wonder where Wukong has gone." She glanced around, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Master Roshi approached the registration desk and, after registering Krillin and Yamcha, couldn't he resist asking the staff, "Excuse me, has Sun Wukong registered?" Upon hearing this, the staff member recalled the previous champion and replied, "You mean last tournament's champion, Sun Wukong? He hasn't registered yet." Master Roshi frowned, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he muttered to himself, "That kid. Could he have forgotten about the World Martial Arts Tournament? He is usually so careless. I wonder what he has been busy with." Krillin and Yamcha paced back and forth at the registration desk, glancing at the clock as the registration deadline approached, their expressions growing increasingly anxious. "Where on earth is Wukong?" Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, concern written all over his face. Yamcha sighed, unable to contain his worries. The deadline is almost here. Surely he hasn't truly forgotten. Goku leisurely perched upon his Nimbus cloud as the distant arena for the martial arts competition gradually came into view. He cast a glance and chuckled. "The timing is just perfect. I imagine they must be anxiously awaiting my arrival." With a gentle pat on the edge of the Nimbus, he urged, "Nimbus, let us hasten a bit." In an instant, the Nimbus accelerated, transforming into a streak of light, hurtling towards the venue. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha anxiously awaited Goku's arrival when, unexpectedly, 3 uninvited guests materialized before them: Master Roshi and his disciples, Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Master Roshi surveyed the scene with a smug expression, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, Master Roshi, you dare to bring your students to compete?" He scoffed. "I dare say the championship shall rightfully belong to me. You would do well to withdraw early, lest you embarrass yourself." At this, Master Roshi emitted a disdainful snort and retorted defiantly, "Old crow, do not revel in triumph too soon. The champion has yet to be determined. So refrain from making such bold proclamations. Your little tricks will not intimidate our turtle school." Master Roshi chuckled coldly, crossing his arms. "Humph, just wait and see. None of your lackluster disciples can compare to Tien Shinhan." Master Roshi glared at him, unflinchingly firing back, "Old bird, your 2 disciples are destined for a crushing defeat." The exchange continued, each trading barbs, while Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances of exasperation, feeling somewhat awkward. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu remained silent, their cold gazes fixed on Master Roshi and the others, seemingly dismissive of their presence. With a haughty snort, Master Roshi, along with Tien and Kaiatsu, sauntered into the arena. Turning back one last time to taunt, "Just wait, Master Rashi, after today, you shall witness the splendor of the Crane School." In the final minute before registration closed, Goku finally arrived at the venue. He leapt from the Nimbus, landing before Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha. Upon seeing Goku, the crowd erupted in unison. Goku. With a smile, Wukong greeted everyone as Master Rashi hurried towards the registration desk, managing to sign Wukong up at the very last moment. At last, Wukong's name was inscribed. Master Rashi sighed in relief and enthusiastically proposed, "Since everyone is gathered, shall we go for a meal? One must be well-fed to have the strength for the competition." However, the moment the words escaped his lips, he recalled Wukong's astonishing appetite, causing the smile on his face to falter as he inwardly regretted his suggestion. Wukong's capacity for food could rival that of dozens. Nonetheless, the group had already begun to stroll towards a nearby restaurant, and Master Rashi had no choice but to follow suit, silently praying that Wukong would eat less this time. After satisfying their hunger, they returned to the hotel. Master Rashi proposed a few rounds of cards, and everyone found the idea appealing, readily agreeing. Thus, Master Rashi, Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, and Launch gathered around to play cards for several hours. Yet, it seemed fortune was never on Master Rashi's side, as he faced dismal defeats in nearly every round, scratching his head in frustration. Once they grew weary of the game, they each retreated to their rooms to rest. Late into the night, Krillin tossed and turned, filled with a mix of excitement and anxiety for the upcoming competition, unable to find sleep. He decided to don his sports attire and went for a run to alleviate his restless emotions. Upon reaching the park near the hotel, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he discovered it was Yamcha, who waved at him with a cheerful smile. "Can't sleep either, huh?" The following day, the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was teeming with spectators, who poured in, their enthusiastic cheers resonating throughout the air, creating a lively atmosphere. The competitors made their way to the arena, preparing for the impending preliminaries. After Wukong, Yamcha, Krillin, and Bulma departed, Lanchi also made her way backstage. Suddenly, Lanchi noticed that Master Rashi had vanished and, puzzled, inquired of Bulma, "Where has Master Rashi gone? He was just here. How could he disappear so abruptly?" Bulma shrugged her shoulders in resignation and jested, "Don't worry about him. He is probably off to relieve himself. He always rushes to the restroom when he is anxious." In reality, Master Rashi had donned a classic Jackie Chan outfit and was stealthily blending into the competition area of the arena. As Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha were preparing backstage, they suddenly caught sight of Master Rashi, who was amusingly disguised as Jackie Chan. His comical appearance in the guise of the famous actor elicited uncontrollable laughter from everyone present. Wukong stepped forward, his face awash with astonishment, and inquired, "Grandfather, are you here to compete again?" The turtle sage, feigning an air of mystery, waved his hand and cleared his throat. Do not mock me. I have come specifically to assess the fruits of your training over these past years." He raised his chin nonchalantly, yet within, he mused, "As a master, how could I allow my disciple to look down upon me? For 3 years, I have secretly undergone rigorous training. This time, I must show Wukong and the others my prowess." Chapter 33. The arrogant Tien Shinhan. The preliminary draw commenced, and Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha found themselves in separate groups, each anticipating their respective opponents, though Wukong remained indifferent to whom he would face. Just as everyone prepared for the competition, Tien Shinhan approached, accompanied by a dumpling. Tien cast a glance at Wukong, raising an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed by the unassuming figure before him, dismissing him as a mere novice. He then glanced at Krillin, contemplating. This fellow appears to possess some strength, yet not enough to intimidate. The only one who piqued his interest was Yamcha, whom he regarded as slightly superior to the average martial artist. Yamcha, sensing Tien's disdainful gaze, felt his temper flare, furrowing his brow as he contemplated confronting the arrogant individual. Suddenly, the turtle sage intervened, blocking Yamcha's path and softly cautioned, "Young man, do you wish to be disqualified before the match has even begun?" Tien shot a glare at the turtle sage, arching his brow and inquiring, "And who are you?" Yamcha retorted with a smirk, "You don't even recognize last year's runner-up." The turtle sage? How ignorant. Tien scoffed, a trace of contempt flickering in his eyes. "You allowed this old fool to claim the runner-up title? Truly pathetic." With that, he turned his back and departed with his dumpling. Yamcha clenched his teeth, seething with anger. That was utterly arrogant. I shall teach him a lesson later. In the rest area outside the martial arts venue, Bulma and Lanchi leisurely sipped their drinks, relishing the tranquil moments before the competition. Sunlight bathed them, with Lanchi adorned in alluring attire while Bulma donned casual wear, both appearing in high spirits. The Crane Sage approached, scanning the surroundings, and suddenly asked, "Where is the Turtle Sage? Why is he absent?" Bulma shrugged lightly, perhaps he is off relieving himself. Her tone bore a hint of mockery, revealing her disinterest in the Crane Sage's inquiry. The Crane Sage raised an eyebrow. That old codger must be fearful of his disciples' potential losses, scurrying home in trepidation. Bulma felt a surge of irritation at this remark, retorting coldly, "You speak so casually, yet the strength of the Turtle School is beyond your judgment." However, the Crane Sage paid no heed to Bulma's displeasure. Instead, he began to scrutinize her and Lanchi, grinning as he proposed, "You two must be the Turtle Sage's little lovers. Stay with me, and I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence." Lanchi's expression darkened at his words, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. Suddenly, she produced a machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire towards the Crane Sage. The gunfire thundered, bullets raining down like a storm. Yet, the Crane Sage remained composed, effortlessly catching every bullet with his hand, unscathed. Bulma and Lanchi were left astounded by the spectacle. The Crane Sage smoothed his attire, saying nonchalantly, "You young ones are so unpredictable." With a casual wave, he turned and departed. Lanchi, seething with rage, muttered through clenched teeth, "Next time I see him, I will turn him into a sieve." The first match of the preliminaries commenced, with Yamcha positioned on the stage, his gaze fixed upon an opponent who appeared to be a martial artist in his 30s. This martial artist, clearly prepared, struck a confident pose and launched several wooden boards into the air, shattering them with a single punch, the sound echoing like thunder. Yamcha chuckled lightly, feeling disdainful, muttering, "Wooden boards don't fight back. How difficult can it be?" Enraged by Yamcha's apparent contempt, the martial artist glared fiercely, warning, "Watch yourself, kid." He lunged toward Yamcha with ferocity, his punches slicing through the air. Yet, Yamcha remained unfazed by the onslaught, deftly sidestepping the attack. In that fleeting moment of imbalance, Yamcha unleashed a punch, light in appearance but brimming with formidable strength. Caught off guard, the martial artist was propelled backward like a broken kite, crashing violently against the wall outside the ring. Meanwhile, Krillin faced a towering opponent, a 3-meter-tall underground boxing champion, who loomed over him like a mountain. The underground champion laughed heartily, advancing towards Krillin, seizing his waist with a massive hand, intent on applying tremendous pressure. Witnessing Krillin struggle to break free, he boasted, "Kid, today you're done for." The crowd gasped in disbelief, anticipating Krillin's imminent defeat. Yet, Krillin remained calm, a faint smile gracing his lips as he lowered his head in contemplation. Suddenly, he shot his gaze upward, smirking, "I want to play along." With a chilling laugh, Krillin retaliated, striking the underground champion's enormous hand with remarkable speed and strength. The champion howled in pain, his complexion paling as he relinquished his grip on Krillin. As the underground champion prepared to retaliate, Krillin swiftly repositioned himself, launching a kick that connected with the champion's arm. The underground champion clutched his injured limb, collapsing to the ground, gasping and retching, ultimately losing consciousness as he lay sprawled on the stage. The resounding thud of his fall reverberated throughout the venue, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The referee rushed forward to assess the situation, confirming the underground champion's unconscious state before declaring Krillin the victor. Relieved, Krillin stood atop the stage, lightly dusting off his hands, a serene smile on his face, as though the preceding blow had required little effort. On the stage, Tien faced a formidable opponent, a sumo wrestler of impressive stature, clad in traditional wrestling attire, exuding an air of unassailable defense. Spectators buzzed with excitement, anticipating a spectacular clash, convinced that Tien would struggle against the wrestler's formidable defenses. Just as the audience braced for the match to commence, Tien unexpectedly removed his shirt, revealing a chiseled torso adorned with 8 distinct abdominal muscles, a stark contrast to his usual refined demeanor. As the match began, the referee signaled, and the sumo wrestler charged forward like a furious beast, fixated on Tien. The audience gasped, poised to witness an electrifying showdown. Tien, however, reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the wrestler's onslaught almost instantaneously. With the wrestler off balance, Tien deftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful kick to the wrestler's midsection, sending the massive figure hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Throughout the entire match, Tianjin fans' movements were executed with such precision and swiftness that the spectators scarcely perceived what had transpired. Only Yamcha, Krillin, and Goku, alongside Jackie Chan, were able to discern the instant Tianjin Fan unleashed his attack, which was akin to a flash of lightning. The referee approached to ascertain that the sumo expert had lost consciousness and was unable to continue, subsequently declaring Tianjin Fan the victor. Standing in the ring, Goku faced the towering figure of King Gappa with a serene demeanor. King Gappa cast a disdainful glance at the youthful and innocent-looking boy, clearly underestimating him. From the sidelines, Jackie Chan solemnly cautioned, King Gappa is no ordinary fighter. He is a renowned martial artist in the realm. Goku, exercise caution. Wukong appeared utterly defenseless, as though his entire body was riddled with openings. Witnessing this, King Chappa's lips curled into a cold smirk. Kid, don't blame me for what happens next. In an instant, King Chappa surged forward with explosive force, aiming to deliver his signature devastating punch to knock Wukong down. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, Wukong effortlessly raised his hand and caught the incoming strike. King Chappa froze momentarily, attempting to wrench his fist free, but no matter how much strength he exerted, Wukong's grip remained unyielding, like an iron vise. What? He didn't even budge an inch. The fighters below the stage gasped in astonishment, having expected Wukong to be sent flying. King Chappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, Why you? Just who the hell are you? With a gentle smile, Wukong softly replied, I am merely a little spirit who delights in martial arts. Upon finishing his words, Wukong gave a light push, causing King Kappa to lose his balance and stumble back several steps, ultimately falling off the stage. Below, Jackie Chan, Yamcha, and Krillin watched the match, their expressions varying. Unable to contain his curiosity, Krillin scratched his head in bewilderment and exclaimed, What on earth has Wukong become? His strength seems to surpass anything we've encountered before. Leaving us utterly confounded, Yamcha contemplated for a moment, a slight frown creasing his brow, and remarked, Clearly, he appears to be casually facing his opponent, exerting no real effort at all. Jackie Chan stood silently beside them, his thoughts tumultuous, realizing that perhaps his 3 years of clandestine training might still fall short. Chapter 34. Yamcha vs. Tien Shinhan. During lunchtime, Jackie Chan, Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha gathered in the competitors' dining hall to savor their meal, engaged in conversation about the morning's matches when suddenly, a commotion erupted. As Wukong glanced up, he beheld Tianjin Fan seizing the collar of a waiter, furiously exclaiming, Is this the kind of inedible fare you serve us? This is an utter affront. Witnessing this scene, Yamcha sprang to his feet, striding over with discontent, stating, Tianjin Fan, this is the venue of the martial arts tournament, not a place for your unruliness. If you find the food unsatisfactory, seek another establishment. Tianjin Fan turned around, casting a cold glare at Yamcha. What are you to reprimand me? The two locked eyes, tension permeating the air, as if a clash could erupt at any moment. Yamcha clenched his fists, burning with indignation, retorting, I've long found you insufferable. Tianjin Fan scoffed, I am always ready for a challenge. Should you dare, I shall ensure you comprehend the disparity between us. Just as the confrontation seemed poised to ignite, Jackie Chan intervened, stating in a deep voice, Enough. Do you wish to be disqualified here? He positioned himself between the two, forcibly separating them. Tianjin Fan let out a huff, falling silent. Yet the provocation from Yamcha lingered in his mind. Similarly, Yamcha, filled with resentment, shot Tianjin Fan a glare before gritting his teeth and returning to his seat. Krillin leaned over to Wukong, whispering, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan have truly become adversaries now. After several rounds of intense preliminaries, Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Jackie Chan, and others successfully progressed to the quarterfinals. Concurrently, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi also secured their places in the top 8. Prior to the commencement of the quarterfinals, the competitors gathered to observe the drawing of lots. As the matchups were revealed one by one, the quarterfinal pairing was finally established, Yamcha versus Tianjin Fan, Jackie Chan versus the werewolf, Krillin versus Jiaozi, Puff versus Wukong. Upon witnessing the draw, each person harbored their own thoughts. Yamcha fixed his gaze upon Tianjin Fan, eagerly anticipating their inevitable showdown in the official arena. Krillin cast a glance at Jiaozi, quietly reflecting on his favorable fortune. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha made their way to the spectator stands, where they found Bulma and Blonde Lodge. As they exchanged greetings, Master Roshi suddenly emerged from the crowd. Bulma rolled her eyes and quipped, Where have you been this time? Off taking another bathroom break. Roshi hastily defended himself, I wasn't in the bathroom. I was sneaking a peek at the preliminary matches. You all performed splendidly, real championship material. Bulma glanced around and huffed in frustration, We got here too late. We want to even be able to see the ring properly. Before she could finish, Launch boldly whipped out her pistol, firing several shots into the air while shouting, "Move aside. Clear the way unless you want a bullet in you. We're taking the front row." The terrified crowd scrambled back, instantly creating a path. Rashi's eyes gleamed with admiration as he nodded approvingly. "Now that's the launch we know." Bulma sighed, but didn't he protest, gladly following the group as they claimed the best seats for the upcoming quarterfinals. The announcer's voice boomed with excitement. "The first quarterfinal match, Tien Shinhan versus Yamcha, begins now." The audience erupted in cheers as all eyes locked onto the ring. Tien and Yamcha stood at opposite ends, tension crackling between them. Yamcha smirked coldly. "Tien, you'd better surrender now, or I'll knock your teeth out." Tien returned the smirk, his voice dripping with disdain. "Arrogant fool. Today, you'll witness true martial arts." No sooner had he spoken than Yamcha lunged forward like a whirlwind, charging at Tien with ferocious speed. The two clashed violently at the center of the ring, their fists and feet colliding in a blur of motion. The sheer intensity of their exchange sent shockwaves rippling through the air, their movements too swift for the naked eye to follow. Bam, bam, bam. The relentless barrage of strikes created a tempest of force, their battle raging from the ring into midair. Each second saw dozens of blows exchanged, a breathtaking dance of power and precision where a single misstep could spell defeat. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha roared, "Behold, my new wolf Fang fist." He shifted into a wolf-like stance, his aura surging as he lunged at Tien with razor-sharp claws. His strikes tore through the air, faster and deadlier than ever before. Yet Tien remained unfazed, standing calmly with narrowed eyes. Yamcha's fist rained down like a storm, aiming for his face, chest, abdomen, but each strike was either effortlessly dodged or deflected with minimal effort. Despite Yamcha's relentless assault, Tien's defenses were impenetrable, as if an invisible barrier shielded him. Tien scoffed, "Speed and aggression alone won't save you." In a flash, he sidestepped and countered with a crushing palm strike to Yamcha's shoulder. The impact sent Yamcha stumbling, his body stiffening from the blow. Realizing conventional attacks were futile, Yamcha gathered his energy, forming a blazing white sphere between his hands, the Kamehameha wave. But Tien merely crossed his arms, repelling the attack with an overwhelming burst of ki. Yamcha barely had time to leap aside before Tien materialized behind him, delivering a devastating kick to his back. The force hurled Yamcha back onto the ring, his vision swimming from the impact. Before he could recover, Tien descended like a meteor, his knee driving mercilessly into Yamcha's leg. "Stop!" Krillin cried out. But it was too late. A sickening crack echoed as Yamcha's leg snapped, the pain sending him into unconsciousness. The crowd gasped in horror, or nearly in tears. The referee immediately declared, "Tien Shinhan wins." As medics rushed in, Puar transformed into a flying carpet, lifting Yamcha gently while Bulma and Launch hurried after them, escorting him to the hospital. With the match concluded, the announcer declared, "Today's battles end here. The remaining quarterfinals will resume tomorrow." Yukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi visited Yamcha in the hospital. Inside, a solemn silence enveloped the room, creating a heavy atmosphere. Yamcha lay weakly on the hospital bed, softly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I couldn't win. It's truly embarrassing." Master Roshi gently patted Yamcha's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Do not dwell on it, young man. Victory and defeat are part of the journey. Your progress has been commendable. It's merely that your opponent was exceptionally strong." Yamcha nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards Wukong, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reluctance and hope. "Wukong, you must help me defeat that Tien Shinhan." Wukong confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured." Yet, his mind wandered to future events. In a few days, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan would become good friends. As night approached, Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi arrived at a restaurant to enjoy dinner. Just as they were relishing their meal, a series of footsteps echoed at the entrance, and Crane Hermit, accompanied by Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, entered and promptly seated themselves at the adjacent table. Crane Hermit and Master Roshi sat back to back, and immediately raised their voices to inquire, "Tianjin Fan, how did you feel about today's match?" Tianjin Fan raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Humph, that guy is utterly insignificant. I could defeat him with one hand without breaking a sweat." Just as Crane Hermit basked in his pride, Master Roshi feigned indifference, lifting himself slightly towards Crane Hermit's position. And suddenly, a sound erupted, filling the air with an awkward aroma. Crane Hermit clasped his nose in shock, glaring furiously, "You old turtle, that is exceedingly rude." Master Roshi retorted triumphantly, "Old bird, perhaps you should manage your two disciples better, lest they suffer a fate similar to just now." Chapter 35. Entering the top 4 the following morning, spectators eagerly flocked to the martial arts arena, the atmosphere ablaze with excitement. When it was time for Jackie Chan to face Wolfman, Jackie stood calmly in the ring, while Wolfman displayed a hint of confidence. Due to the historical alterations caused by Wukong in the previous martial arts tournament, Jackie did not obliterate the moon, and Wolfman bore no grudges against him. Despite Wolfman's formidable strength and increased speed, he posed no threat to Jackie. Observing Wolfman's movements with composure, Jackie effortlessly dodged, discerning all of his weaknesses. In the fleeting moment a flaw appeared, Jackie swiftly launched an attack, knocking Wolfman to the ground with a single blow, rendering him incapable of further combat. The referee declared Jackie the victor, and the crowd erupted into fervent applause. After a brief intermission, the next match commenced. Krillin charged at Dumpling like a fierce tiger, unleashing a flurry of attacks. However, Dumpling demonstrated remarkable agility, evading each strike at the last possible moment. Frustrated, Krillin resolved to intensify his speed, vanishing from the ring in an instant. Gasps arose from the audience as Krillin's figure flickered across the arena. Tianjin fan shouted anxiously from the sidelines. To the left, Dumpling. To the left. Yet, Dumpling mumbled in confusion. Which way is left? Unable to discern direction, he momentarily faltered, slowing his movements. At that moment, Krillin seized the opportunity, landing a punch on Dumpling. Dumpling stumbled back, finding himself perilously close to the edge of the ring. Suddenly, Dumpling leaped into the air, astonishing the audience. While Krillin stared in disbelief at Dumpling floating above him, thinking to himself, how can this fellow fly? Dumpling triumphantly waved his hands, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Krillin. Unable to fly, Krillin could only dodge back and forth within the ring. As Dumpling's attacks grew increasingly relentless, Krillin, while evading, had a stroke of inspiration, realizing Dumpling's inability to differentiate left from right. Elated by this revelation, he decided to exploit this weakness. Thus, Krillin began to alternate rapidly between the left and right sides of the arena, leaving Dumpling bewildered and unsure of where Krillin would strike next, plunging him into disarray. In Dumpling's moment of distraction, Krillin seized the chance to leap high into the air, swiftly delivering a punch that struck Dumpling. Dumpling was sent flying, barely regaining his balance mid-air, skillfully evading Krillin's subsequent attack. Dumpling continued to gather energy, preparing to unleash an even stronger energy wave. This time, I shall show no mercy, Krillin declared, ready to exert his full strength. Dumpling pointed at Krillin, unleashing a larger energy wave, illuminating the arena. Once the light faded, Dumpling was astonished to discover Krillin had vanished. What happened? Where did he go? Dumpling wondered, completely unaware that Krillin had positioned himself behind him. Kamehameha. Krillin launched his long-prepared Kamehameha from the air, striking the unsuspecting Dumpling directly. The force of the energy sent Dumpling hurtling away, plummeting towards the arena floor. Just before impact, Dumpling barely concentrated his remaining strength, once more activating his flight technique, shakily soaring back to the ring. His face pale and strength nearly depleted. Dumpling struggled to keep his footing. Observing Dumpling hovering once again, Krillin charged forward, but just as he neared, Dumpling suddenly unleashed a psychic ability, causing Krillin excruciating pain in his abdomen, making it nearly impossible for him to stand. This guy actually possesses psychic abilities. Krillin gritted his teeth, enduring the torment. In a moment of inspiration, he decided to challenge Dumpling with a math problem, shouting through the pain, "Hey, Dumpling, what is 3 plus 4? Dumpling paused, furrowing his brow as he raised his small hand to count on his fingers. 3 plus 4 is, Seizing the moment, Krillin lunged forward and delivered a decisive punch, sending Dumpling flying out of the ring. Krillin wins, the referee announced. Below the stage, Crane Hermit, furious, stomped his feet, pointing at Dumpling and berating, "You fool. You can't even solve such a simple arithmetic problem." Wukong approached Master Karasinin and casually remarked, "By the way, Master Karasinin, do you still remember your foolish brother, Tao Bai? 3 years ago, I personally reduced him to nothing." Upon hearing this, Master Karasinin's expression darkened, and a fierce flame of rage ignited in his eyes. With an unmistakable edge of fury in his voice, he exclaimed, "How dare you slay my brother?" Ultimately, Master Karasinin turned his gaze towards Tenshinhan and commanded, "Tenshinhan, if you encounter this son Wukong in the arena, make sure to eliminate him and thoroughly teach this little brat a lesson." Upon witnessing the Crane Hermit, Wukong was infuriated and turned away with a leisurely stride. Following the conclusion of today's competition, Wukong and his companions visited the hospital to check on Yamcha, who was still confined to his bed. Krillin, brimming with pride, proclaimed, Yamcha. I triumphed over Dumpling. Yamcha propped himself up, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, and inquired, "How did you manage that? Dumpling seems quite formidable." Krillin pointed to his own head and chuckled. "Well, it was thanks to this. His arithmetic skills were lacking. I casually posed a simple addition question, and he was taken aback, providing me the perfect opportunity." Laughter erupted among the group, and even Yamcha couldn't suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, "Krillin, you are becoming increasingly clever." As the night deepened and serenity enveloped the surroundings, Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi drifted into a deep sleep within their hotel room. However, a shadow emerged on TH upon returning to their hotel room. Wukong and Krillin closed the door behind them, still enveloped in the tension of their earlier encounter. Krillin muttered softly, "Master Roshi truly resorts to unscrupulous means, attempting to take action against you under the cover of night." Wukong chuckled softly, reassuring him not to worry, then flung himself onto the bed, stretching languidly as he gazed at the ceiling. He thought to himself, "Alas, playing along with them is truly exhausting." The following morning, Wukong, Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and Launch gathered at a restaurant for breakfast. The air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of delectable food. Curiously, Krillin inquired, "Do you know who Wukong's opponent is today?" Bulma, with a slight smile, eagerly responded, "It's Puff. He has recently become a renowned fighter in the martial arts community." Master Roshi nodded in agreement and elaborated, "Indeed, Puff possesses remarkable strength. He is highly praised in the martial world, making Wukong's match quite a challenge." Blushing, Bulma added, "Moreover, Puff is rather handsome, exuding a certain star-like charm." Launch, sitting nearby, scoffed dismissively, "Humph, I detest that type the most." Wukong lifted his gaze towards Lan Chi, unable to suppress the thought in his heart. Lan Chi has a fondness for Tianjin rice. Wukong chuckled softly to himself, bowing his head to continue his breakfast. Feigning ignorance of the events that had transpired, Lan Chi, oblivious to Wukong's inner musings, continued to express her disdain for the pretentious demeanor of Puff. Bulma, with a gentle smile, observed the group and remarked, all right, let us first satisfy our appetites. The upcoming competition is the main event." As Wukong strolled along the road, a sleek black luxury car gradually came to a halt before him. The window rolled down to reveal a smiling man clad in a suit, flanked by 2 bodyguards. He addressed Wukong, saying, "Young brother, the venue for today's martial arts competition has been changed at the last minute. Please accompany us. We shall escort you there." Wukong sneered inwardly, thinking, this trick is far too juvenile. A glint of cunning flashed through his eyes as he feigned a nod. The instant the car door swung open, Wukong struck with lightning speed. 3 consecutive punches rendered all 3 men in the vehicle unconscious before they could even react, collapsing limply onto the seats. Wukong observed their unconscious forms and chuckled softly. He lifted the vehicle and concealed it amidst the nearby grass, brushing off the dust from his hands before continuing his journey to the martial arts arena. The host enthusiastically proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome today as contestants to the stage." As the words resonated, all eyes in the arena turned toward the platform above. There, Puff stood gracefully, a subtle smile adorning his face as he struck a confident pose. Subsequently, he leaped from the heights, tracing a beautiful arc through the air, executing several agile flips before landing lightly at the center of the stage, poised and striking a charismatic stance. The crowd erupted into fervent cheers. Puff's female admirers waved their support items and screamed, "Puff Kuan, so dashing." Even Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration as she couldn't help but exclaim, "He truly is rather impressive." Wukong stepped onto the arena with unhurried grace, his demeanor radiating effortless composure. Puff observed this diminutive opponent before him, a contemptuous smirk playing upon his lips. Suddenly, he unleashed a ferocious punch aimed directly at Wukong's face, halting mere centimeters from impact. Furrowing his brow in bewilderment, Puff demanded, "Why didn't you evade?" Wukong smiled faintly and said softly, "Because your fists lack strength." These words thoroughly enraged Puff. With a cold sneer, he turned toward the wall behind the arena and suddenly threw a punch, shattering the thick wall into fragments. Stones crumbled and collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust. The host groaned in dismay. That wall was just repaired." Behind the wall, Jackie Chun and Krillin witnessed the scene. Jackie Chun chuckled and remarked to Krillin, "Thanks to him, our view is now unobstructed. We can watch the match clearly." Puff, brimming with confidence, declared to Wukong, "Within 30 seconds, I can knock you down." With that, He assumed a combat stance and dashed toward Wukong like a swift gust of wind. Wukong merely smiled faintly and deftly shifted aside. In the next moment, the audience beheld Puff tumbling headfirst off the stage, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed around, utterly oblivious to how she had fallen. The host paused momentarily, but swiftly proclaimed, "Sun Wukong is the victor." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as spectators murmured amongst themselves, believing that Puff had accidentally slipped off the platform. Even Tianjin Fan, who had been closely observing Wukong, failed to catch the latter's swift maneuver, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Internally, he was shaken, realizing that this Sun Wukong was far more formidable than he appeared at first glance. With the announcement of the semifinalists, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The host revealed the draw for the semifinals. The first match would feature Jackie Chan against Tianjin Fan, while the second would pit Wukong against Krillin. Chapter 36. The semifinals. Upon hearing that his match against Tianjin Fan was imminent, Jackie Chan rose with a smile, stretching his shoulders, and remarked to Wukong and Krillin, "Time flies. It is my turn to take the stage." Krillin, brimming with excitement, clenched his fist and cautioned, "Master Chan, do take care with Tianjin Fan. He is indeed a formidable adversary." Wukong offered an encouraging smile and said, "Keep going, old man." Jackie Chan nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Don't worry," he replied calmly. On the stage, Ten Shinhan eyed Jackie Chan with a cold, disdainful smirk. "Humph, let's see what astonishing skills you possess." Jackie Chan merely chuckled, unperturbed. "Young man, there's no need for such hostility from the start." Ten Shinhan ignored his words, shifting his stance into an offensive posture, his gaze sharp and ruthless. "Since you insist, I won't hold back." In an instant, he lunged forward, his fist cutting through the air with a fierce whistle, aimed straight at Jackie Chan's face. "Not bad speed, but still lacking," Jackie remarked smoothly, effortlessly evading the first strike. Ten Shinhan narrowed his eyes, sneering. "Seems you've got some tricks. But the warm-up is over, now comes the real fight." Without another word, he surged forward with renewed intensity, their fists and feet clashing in a blur of motion, their battle escalating from the ground to the skies. The deafening impacts of their blows and explosive shockwaves reverberated through the arena, leaving the audience in awe. After a relentless exchange, both fighters descended, panting heavily yet refusing to yield. Jackie Chan wiped the sweat from his brow, silently impressed. This young man is truly formidable, both in strength and endurance. With a faint smile, Jackie announced, "Now it's my turn." In an instant, his figure blurred, splitting into 8 afterimages that encircled Ten Shinhan at blinding speed, attacking from all angles. The sheer velocity made it impossible to discern the real Jackie Chan. Krillin, watching from the sidelines, gasped. "Ten Shinhan's done for. Master Jackie has this in the bag." Yet Ten Shinhan remained composed, his third eye granting him unparalleled vision. With a cold smirk, he muttered, "Pathetic trick." His gaze dissected each afterimage until he pinpointed Jackie's true form. In a flash, he struck, his fist connecting squarely with Jackie's chest, sending him crashing into the wall with such force that cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. Jackie slid to the ground, coughing lightly before steadying himself. A flicker of admiration crossed his face. This boy is indeed exceptional. With a grin, Jackie unbuttoned his shirt and tossed it aside, the garment landing squarely on Bulma's head. She yanked it off, staring in disbelief. "This old man is this strong? Kid." "I'm getting serious now," Jackie declared, his expression hardening. Ten Shinhan scoffed. "Old man or not, I won't hold back." He vanished in a blur, his fists raining down like a storm, each strike aimed with lethal precision. Jackie's focus sharpened. In one fluid motion, he seized Ten Shinhan's wrists, immobilizing him. Is this strength enough? With that, he drove his knee into Ten Shinhan's gut, then launched him skyward with a powerful kick. Ten Shinhan twisted midair, landing with a scowl. His fury ignited. He retaliated with a barrage of knee strikes, hammering Jackie's face relentlessly. Jackie endured the assault before suddenly gripping Ten Shinhan's shoulders, yanking him into a brutal close-quarters struggle. Their fists collided in a thunderous exchange, each blow echoing through the arena. When they finally broke apart, both were panting heavily, their bodies marked by the ferocity of their clash. Ten Shinhan's mind raced. This old man. His power might even surpass Master Tsuru Sennin's. Jackie stretched his limbs, a quiet realization dawning. It seems the era belongs to the youth now. Ten Shinhan soared into the sky, then plummeted like a meteor, his attack carrying devastating force. Jackie braced himself, meeting the assault head-on. Their battle raged, each strike shaking the very foundation of the stage. Ten Shinhan's relentless assault forced Jackie back until a final crushing kick sent him skidding to the edge of the ring, barely clinging to consciousness. Kneeling, Jackie inhaled deeply, a faint smile on his lips. He rose slowly, locking eyes with Tenshinhan. You've pushed me this far, boy. Standing at the precipice, Jackie spoke calmly. Your strength already surpasses Tsurusenen's. Why remain under his wing? Tenshinhan's expression darkened. My affairs are none of your concern. Speak no ill of my master. You haven't even seen my true power. Jackie's eyes widened. What? He's still holding back? With a chilling laugh, Tenshinhan's aura erupted, the sheer pressure causing the stage to tremble. His third eye gleamed as he formed a triangle with his fingers. Solar flare. A blinding light engulfed the arena, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Jackie, momentarily blinded, staggered, only for Tenshinhan to strike from behind, his knee slamming into Jackie's neck. With a dull thud, Jackie collapsed, unconscious. Tien Shinhan struck with precision, steadying himself as the radiant glow gradually dissipated. He stood expressionless at the center of the arena. The audience slowly regained their vision, their eyes darting toward the ring, only to find Tin unharmed while Jackie Chun lay motionless on the ground. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Disbelief etched on every face. Krillin clenched his fists anxiously, his heart pounding with worry. Is Jackie Chun really going to lose? Bulma cried out in concern. Is Master Jackie all right? A cold smirk curled on Tien's lips as he muttered, I showed mercy. You won't die, but you'll likely remain a vegetable. The referee began the countdown as tension thickened in the air. The spectators held their breath, their eyes locked onto the ring, their faces painted with sorrow. 7, 8, 9. Just as the referee was about to call 10, Jackie Chun raised his arm, swaying as he pushed himself up. Rubbing the back of his neck, he forced a pained grin. Young man, you hit harder than I expected. Where's your respect for your elders? Tien's eyes widened in shock. This can't be. How are you still standing? Jackie's expression turned solemn as he met Tien's gaze. Tien Shinhan, with your strength, why serve someone like Master Shun? You shouldn't be bound by his control. You have greater potential, a brighter future. Break free from the darkness. Fight in the light. Forge your own path. Tien's face darkened, fury flashing in his eyes. Spare me your lectures, Jackie. My path is mine to choose. With that, he lunged forward. The two clashed once more, fist blurring. Impacts resonating like thunder. Tien's strikes burned with rage, yet Jackie evaded and countered with fluid grace, each movement precise and composed, a silent testament to true martial arts. Frustration gnawed at Tien as his relentless assault failed to land. Jackie remained unshaken, his voice calm yet firm. Anger and hatred blind you, Tien. Only true strength reveals the essence of martial arts. Enraged, Tien unleashed an even fiercer onslaught. Suddenly, Master Shin shouted from below, Jackie, there's a beautiful girl behind you. Jackie instinctively turned, expecting a pleasant surprise, only to be met by a grinning, heavy-set woman waving at him. Bulma nearly burst into laughter, while Master Roshi scratched his head sheepishly, realizing how easily distracted he was. Seizing the moment, Shun yelled, Tien, that man is Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chun. Tien froze, his glare sharpening. Jackie sighed, his demeanor shifting. Yes, Tien, I am Master Roshi. I stand here today because I refuse to watch you stray down this dark path. You possess rare talent, yet you surrender it to one who shrouds you in shadows. Tien gritted his teeth. Master Shin raised me. He is my mentor. You know nothing of our bond. True martial arts isn't about blind obedience, but self-discovery. Is this truly your path, or one forced upon you? With that, Jackie turned and walked toward the edge of the ring. Confusion flickered across Tien's face as Jackie paused, offering a faint, knowing smile before stepping down. The referee hesitated, then declared, Tien Shinhan wins. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Tien stood frozen, unable to process the abrupt end. Why surrender when he still had strength left? Jackie didn't look back, his silhouette carrying a quiet weight. He raised a hand slightly. The future belongs to the young now. Tien remained rooted, watching Jackie's retreating figure, his emotions in turmoil. The announcer's voice boomed, next up, Goku versus Krillin. The audience tensed in anticipation for the battle between fellow disciples. On the stage, Krillin faced Goku, unease creeping into his heart. He knew Goku's strength far surpassed his own, so much so that defeat seemed inevitable before the fight even began. With keen perception, Wukong discerned Krillin's apprehension and offered a gentle smile, raising his thumb in encouragement. Krillin, do not worry, simply give it your all, Wukong urged. In the realm of martial arts, one must either advance or retreat. Taking a deep breath, Krillin's gaze grew resolute. He understood that he could not falter. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he would confront the challenge with the true spirit of martial arts. Thus, he assumed a battle stance, silently vowing to exert every ounce of his strength. With a slight smile, Wukong awaited Krillin's first move. Krillin swiftly concentrated his energy and charged toward Wukong with great fervor. Below the arena, Bulma and Launch eagerly observed the impending duel, engaging in lively discussion. Resting her chin on her hand, Bulma stared intently at Wukong and Krillin. And with a grin she remarked, "Who do you think will triumph? I believe Wukong is undoubtedly more formidable than Krillin." Launch, however, shook her head and replied earnestly, "Not necessarily. Both are disciples of Master Roshi, and Krillin is quite astute." Bulma chuckled lightly and shrugged, but Wukong always exudes an air of victory. Just look at his expression. He appears far too relaxed. Launch, with a defiant look, countered, "Perhaps Krillin has some new techniques up his sleeve. His determination is commendable, so do not underestimate him." Wukong stood firm, suppressing his aura to match that of Krillin. Each of his evasive maneuvers was executed with effortless grace, allowing him to anticipate Krillin's onslaught without the need for sight. Krillin launched a fierce assault, his fists and legs raining down upon Wukong in rapid succession. Yet, each strike was effortlessly evaded, Wukong's form akin to a shadow dancing in the wind, always appearing precisely in Krillin's blind spots. Despite Krillin exerting all his strength, he could barely graze the hem of Wukong's attire. After a relentless exchange of dozens of blows, Krillin found himself gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his movements gradually slowing. He gazed at Wukong with a sense of disbelief. Had Wukong truly grown this formidable? Wukong softly advised, "Krillin, concentrate your attacks. Do not squander your energy on superfluous movements, lest you swiftly exhaust your stamina." Upon uttering these words, Wukong gradually unveiled his profound understanding of martial arts through the duel with Krillin, subtly instructing him on how to regulate his breath, master his rhythm, and minimize unnecessary motions. Each time Krillin's attacks were deftly countered, he endeavored to recalibrate himself, striving to emulate Wukong's movements, absorbing the wisdom imparted by his mentor. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan observed the match with rapt attention, and his heart churned tumultuously. He witnessed Wukong effortlessly countering every strike from Krillin, even utilizing the battle as a means to convey the essence of martial arts. This calm demeanor stirred a sense of unease within Tien. As the contest persisted for several minutes, Krillin was drenched in sweat, yet he increasingly comprehended Wukong's noble intentions. He wiped the perspiration from his brow and re-established his stance. Wukong regarded him with pride, nodding approvingly. "Well done, Krillin, you have truly made progress." At last, realizing that Krillin had reached his limit, Wukong gestured, unleashing a gust of energy toward him. Krillin attempted to steady himself, but the formidable force drove him backward, ultimately causing him to slip and tumble from the edge of the arena. The announcer promptly declared, "Son Goku is the victor." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, a gentle light bathed the ground. Bulma and Launch guided Wukong and Krillin toward a nearby restaurant. After an entire day of fierce competition, both were ravenous, unable to resist swallowing at the tantalizing aroma wafting from the establishment. "You both performed exceptionally well today, especially you, Wukong," Bulma exclaimed, playfully patting his shoulder. "Now, let us celebrate in style. Indeed, it is rare to see you both exert yourselves, so order whatever you desire." Launch cheerfully gestured with a wave of her hand. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly grabbed the menu. Without hesitation, his finger danced down the list of dishes as he declared, this one, and this one. I want them all." Krillin showed no restraint either, promptly ordering several dishes in rapid succession. Bulma and Launch exchanged exasperated glances, though Launch chuckled and remarked, "What gluttons. But after the battle you fought today, you've certainly earned it." Before long, steaming plates of food arrived one after another. Wukong and Krillin dug in with unrestrained enthusiasm, devouring each dish with gusto. Meanwhile, Bulma and Launch ate at a more measured pace, listening as the two warriors animatedly recounted the finer details of their earlier match. "Wukong," Krillin said between mouthfuls, "today I threw hundreds of strikes, yet not a single one landed. How on earth did you manage that?" Wukong smiled gently, offering a brief explanation while encouraging Krillin to continue honing his skills. Bulma and Launch listened with rapt attention. The soft glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, infusing the meal with a warm ambience. Chapter 37, Tianjin Fan's Redemption in the Hospital Ward. Yamcha reclined on the bed, listening to the broadcast announcing the imminent finals of the martial arts tournament. Suddenly, he tossed aside the blanket covering his legs and, despite the lingering pain, stood up with determination. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha leaned on his crutch and made his way to the balcony, leaping down with resolve, heading toward the venue despite his injuries. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Tianjin Fan sat cross-legged in midair, eyes closed in deep contemplation. Yet, his mind was anything but tranquil. The words of Master Roshi from the arena echoed incessantly in his mind, piercing his martial arts convictions like a sharp blade. To fight under the sun? Tianjin murmured to himself, brow furrowed. I have surpassed my master, yet why do I feel a twinge of confusion within? He opened his eyes, gazing outside, as a heavy fog seemed to envelop his heart, obscuring the path ahead. This martial arts tournament was meant to establish his fame and showcase the strength of the Crane School. However, as the competition progressed, the fighting spirit exhibited by Wukong, Jackie Chan, and the disciples of the Turtle School began to stir something deep within him. Taking a deep breath, Tianjin stood up silently. He understood that this battle might transcend mere victory or defeat. It could signify a pivotal moment in his mindset. In the hotel, Bulma glanced at her watch. Rising to her feet and calling out to the busy individuals around her, time is running short. Everyone, prepare yourselves. It's time to depart. Meanwhile, Master Roshi remained glued to the sofa. His eyes fixed at Wukong broke into a grin and nodded. Very well. The group then set off together, exiting the hotel and embarking on their journey to the martial arts arena. Upon entering the backstage, Wukong noticed Krillin had followed him in. Turning to Krillin with a gentle smile, Wukong said, Krillin, why don't you head to the audience area? Bulma and the others are waiting there. Though a hint of confusion lingered in his mind, Krillin nodded in agreement, replying, all right then, I shall make my way to the audience. With a smile, Wukong assured, rest assured, I shall emerge victorious. Shortly thereafter, the host stood upon the stage, signaling that the competition was about to commence, his voice resonating, esteemed audience. Today marks a highly anticipated finale. Contestants, please enter the arena. As the host's words faded, Tianjin Fan and Wukong ascended the platform together. The cheers from the audience crescendoed, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. The host gazed at the two competitors and proclaimed, let the match begin. Tianjin Fan made the first move, gradually intensifying his attacks, attempting to break through Wukong's defenses with sheer force. Yet, Wukong remained steadfast, his form as light as the breeze, unyielding and unperturbed, effortlessly evading each assault. Tianjin Fan's fists and feet came perilously close to Wukong's body, yet not once did they graze even the fabric of his attire. Frustration mounted within Tianjin Fan. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated, this cannot continue. I must devise a strategy. In a sudden burst, he leaped into the air, unabashedly unleashing his ultimate technique, the Solar Fist. A blinding radiance instantaneously illuminated the entire arena, rendering it impossible for anyone to gaze directly at the spectacle. As Wukong gradually closed his eyes, he turned away from the blinding radiance. Tien Shinhan, noticing Wukong's eyes shut, believed he had finally found his opportunity, and immediately launched a fierce assault upon Wukong with utmost speed. His strikes were both relentless and intense, with fists and legs raining down upon Wukong like a tempest. Though his eyes remained closed, Goku could distinctly perceive the flow of Tien's energy, effortlessly discerning the trajectory of each incoming strike. No matter how Tien altered his techniques, Goku evaded with graceful ease, as though privy to his opponent's every movement. Tien's attacks grew increasingly erratic and disjointed, his breath ragged with frustration as each blow met only empty air and insurmountable chasm seeming to separate them. Just as Tien prepared to unleash another furious assault, Master Shin subtly signaled to Kaiatsu from the sidelines. From afar, Kaiatsu fixed his gaze upon Goku, hands outstretched as his psychic powers sought to immobilize him. Yet Goku, wishing to guide Tien towards self-realization, feigned vulnerability. He allowed himself to be struck, deliberately hurtling backward before crashing heavily onto the arena floor with a pained cough. Wukong rose from the ground, a pained expression etched upon his face. Tianjin Fan stood motionless, gazing at him in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend how he had managed to strike Wukong so effortlessly moments ago. Tianjin Fan halted his movements, his brow furrowed in concern. What has happened to you? Why didn't you evade? Goku, panting, softly uttered, this is your doing, isn't it, Tien? How despicable of you. Tien widened his eyes, filled with confusion, and retorted, what are you saying? I haven't done anything. At that moment, Goku continued, I sent at you who has rendered my body immobile? Tien's expression suddenly brightened as realization dawned upon him. He abruptly turned to the audience, glaring at Kaiatsu, and shouted furiously, Kaiatsu, do not interfere. This is a battle between Goku and me. I require no such lowly tactics. Taken aback by Tien's outburst, Kaiatsu hesitated briefly, yet he did not cease his efforts. His feeble psychic energy continued to flow through the air, poised to seize control of Goku's movements at any moment. Master Roshi, observing Tien's unusual demeanor, was overtaken by displeasure and thundered, Tien, you fool. Killing Goku to avenge Tao is of utmost importance. You squander time engaging him. The means are irrelevant. Winning is all that matters, and any method is permissible. Tien's countenance darkened as Master Roshi's words struck him like a heavy hammer, resonating deep within his soul. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he began to recognize that the path of violence and cruelty in martial arts did not align with his true nature. The once free spirit, in pursuit of truth, seemed to be increasingly distorted under Master Roshi's influence. Taking a deep breath, he turned his gaze toward Goku. Wukong stood serenely, his eyes devoid of any hostility, even exuding an air of tolerance and understanding. You are mistaken, Master Tsurusenin, Tenshinhan uttered in a somber tone. I no longer wish to follow the path you have laid before me. My martial way should not be one of slaughter and vengeance, but the pursuit of freedom and the truth within my heart. Tsurusenin froze, the fury on his face gradually morphing into disbelief. He seemed unable to comprehend Tenshinhan's words, his fists clenching tightly. This is betrayal. How dare you betray me? Ignoring Tsurusenin, Tenshinhan cast a profound gaze toward Wukong, his resolve growing ever firmer. I refuse to be controlled any longer. I have made my decision. I shall walk my own path of martial arts. With a slight smile, Wukong gently nodded, saying, Tianjin Fan, you have made a commendable decision. At that moment, the audience began to murmur, sensing a significant shift in the course of the battle. However, Kama Sennin could not accept this reality. His expression darkened further as he muttered, if you betray me, you shall bear the burden of solitude. The tension in the arena escalated abruptly. In a fit of rage, Kama Sennin issued a new command to Jiaozi. Jiaozi, restrain Sun Wukong's movements. Do you dare defy me? Jiaozi bowed his head, his expression torn. Master, Tianjin merely wishes to engage Wukong in an honorable fight. Before he could finish, Kama Sennin, incensed, seized Jiaozi by the collar and coldly declared, those who do not heed my orders must perish. Jiaozi, you are unworthy to be my disciple. Just as Kama Sennin prepared to strike Jiaozi down, Kama Sennin stood at the edge of the arena, gathering a brilliant white energy wave, glaring fiercely, Kama Sennin. This is the martial arts tournament, not a place for your reckless tyranny. Kamehameha. With a thunderous shout, the white energy wave surged towards Kama Sennin. Taken by surprise, Kama Sennin was struck by the formidable wave, hurtling through the air like a shooting star, vanishing from sight. Unfazed, Kama Sennin clapped his hands and smiled at Tianjin Fan on the stage, saying, rest assured, Kama Sennin's physique is quite robust. Tianjin Fan paused for a moment, his gaze complex as he looked at Kama Sennin, and then turned to Wukong. Now, the ties of my master no longer bind me. This battle is not about sect rivalry. Son Wukong, my goal is to seize the championship. Wukong gazed at Tenshinhan, whose fighting spirit was ablaze and eyes brimming with determination. A faint smile graced his lips as he silently rejoiced in the young warrior's growth. His little act had proven quite effective, perhaps worthy of an Oscar. The Tenshinhan before him was no longer the resentful, obsessive disciple of old, but a true warrior seeking his own martial path. Taking a deep breath, Wukong declared, come, Tenshinhan. Show me your true strength now. Tenshinhan locked eyes with Wukong and suddenly unleashed the Four Witches technique, sprouting 2 additional arms. His 4 limbs lashed out like lightning, launching a relentless storm of blows. The arena became a blur of fists as Tenshinhan's arms whirled around Wukong with blinding speed, each strike slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The spectators could barely follow the flurry, seeing only Wukong standing motionless, enduring wave after wave of attacks without flinching. In mere seconds, Tenshinhan had delivered thousands of punches, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet Wukong remained unshaken, as if the assault were nothing more than a gentle breeze. With a teasing grin, he remarked, Tenshinhan, are your fists giving me a massage? Tenshinhan froze in disbelief. He had believed his 4 Witches technique would at least force Wukong to defend himself, if not deal some damage. But his full-powered onslaught had been utterly futile. Gritting his teeth, he reset his stance and roared, don't underestimate me, Son Goku. With a mighty leap, Tenshinhan soared into the air, clasping his hands together as energy rapidly condensed between his palms, forming a blazing sphere of power. Take this, he bellowed. Kick H. The energy ball swelled violently, erupting in a blinding flash as it hurtled toward Wukong. Gazing at the swiftly approaching Kamehameha, Wukong let out a soft sigh and murmured to himself, Tianjin Fan. This move is destined to obliterate the arena. With a gentle sweep of his right arm, accompanied by an invisible surge of energy, he deftly redirected the Kamehameha off its course. The immense trailing force was guided by Wukong into the distance, ultimately detonating in a resplendent explosion at the horizon, transforming into a dazzling halo of light. Tianjin Fan, suspended in midair, was left utterly astonished, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had never anticipated that his prideful technique could be so effortlessly neutralized by Wukong. Witnessing that Tian Xinhan was utterly exhausted, Wukong resolved to cease their relentless struggle. With a graceful leap, Wukong ascended into the sky. Below, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi gazed in astonishment at Wukong, unable to fathom that he too had mastered the art of flight. Tian, equally astounded, exclaimed, how could you possibly know the Crane School's ultimate technique? With a smile, Wukong proclaimed, indeed, Tianjin Fan, the championship is mine. As soon as he finished speaking, his form vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind Tianjin Fan. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong struck Tian Xinhan on the back with a powerful palm, sending him soaring through the air before he could even react. Tian flew at an astonishing speed, crashing heavily onto the ground outside the ring, creating a deep crater and raising a cloud of dust. The referee announced loudly, Sun Wukong is the victor. Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi all cheered exuberantly for Wukong's triumph, while Bulma and Launch joyfully waved their arms in celebration. As Wukong gradually descended back onto the arena, he addressed Tianjin Fan, who lay in the pit. You must discover your own path in martial arts. Although Tianjin Fan's body ached, he felt a profound resonance within his heart at Wukong's words. The announcer proclaimed loudly, the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes here. We shall reconvene in 3 years. After the event disbanded, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi sought out Yamcha. With sincerity, Tianjin Fan apologized. I was too harsh on you during the match. I am truly sorry. Yamcha smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. It's better than losing one's life. At that moment, Master Roshi proposed, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, why not come to Kame House to train together and enhance your skills? The golden-haired Launch, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, wow, that sounds fantastic. I adore wild men. However, Tianjin Fan shook his head, smiling gently at Master Roshi. Thank you for your kind offer, Master Roshi. Although I have betrayed my school, I remain a disciple of the Crane School. For now, I wish to explore the world with Jiaozi. Launch felt a twinge of disappointment. But after a moment's thought, she cheerfully suggested, then let us be pen pals. Tianjin Fan, remember to write to me when you have the chance. Master Roshi chuckled and declared, today, I shall treat everyone to a meal. Krillin and Yamcha enthusiastically echoed, that sounds wonderful. However, Wukong scratched the back of his head and said, you all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to, but I will return shortly. Bulma, puzzled, inquired, Wukong, what could be so important? Is it more vital than food? Indeed, it is of great importance. You all go on ahead. I shall catch up soon. Wukong replied with a mysterious smile. Wukong sat cross-legged in the backstage of the martial arts hall, eyes closed in deep meditation. He could sense the minions of Demon King Piccolo approaching, their sinister aura growing ever more palpable. Yet he remained composed, patiently awaiting their arrival. Chapter 38. The first Demon King Piccolo Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Bulma, and Launch had already settled at the restaurant, the table laden with sumptuous delicacies. Roshi beamed with delight as he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. Krillin, however, wore a troubled expression, his utensils untouched, his gaze repeatedly darting toward the entrance in restless anticipation. Roshi chuckled. Krillin, you're usually the first to dig in. Why the hesitation today? Krillin offered a faint smile. Master Roshi, I'd rather wait for Wukong to return before eating. I can't shake this uneasy feeling about him being alone over there. Bulma set down her chopsticks and reassured him. Wukong is probably just handling some minor matter. He's far stronger than we realize. There's no need to worry. Launch chimed in, exactly. Wukong's the champion. Who would dare mess with him? At that very moment, a bat-like demon materialized silently within the martial arts arena, its obsidian wings fluttering faintly as its piercing eyes locked onto Wukong. A chilling voice slithered through the air. Brat, hand over the registry, or your death will be most unpleasant. Wukong raised his hand, holding a roster filled with information about the martial arts tournament participants, and said nonchalantly, you seek this, do you? The creature emitted a harsh, rasping laugh, responding with a sinister, heh. Clever fellow, it seems you are unaware of my might. How dare you provoke me? You shall not be spared. With that, the creature's sharp talons lunged towards Wukong with lightning speed. Just as the claws were about to strike, Wukong swiftly reached out, seizing the creature's arm and securing it with his fingers. With a gentle yet forceful tug, a resounding crack echoed as the creature's arm was effortlessly dislodged by Wukong. The creature let out a piercing scream, its face contorted in agony. Baring its teeth and glaring at Wukong as it roared, "You dare to defy me?" Wukong gazed at it coldly and spoke slowly. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Is this all the might of King Piccolo's minions?" The demonic creature gnashed its teeth, eyes burning with a mixture of fury and fear. Never before had it faced such a formidable opponent. Without granting the monster a moment's respite, Wukong swiftly seized the opportunity, removing the creature's other arm before it could react. The monster emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its face paling in agony, eyes brimming with terror, as its once ferocious demeanor vanished without a trace. Wukong cast a frosty gaze upon the ailing creature, uttering, "Return and inform King Piccolo that I am Son Wukong. He should prepare himself, for I shall come to seek him out." The creature, enduring excruciating pain, stole a fearful glance at Wukong, trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to utter another word. Dragging its battered body, it staggered towards the exit. Wukong gazed coldly at the demon's wretched figure until it completely vanished from sight. At the dining table, the group feasted on lavish dishes, their eyes occasionally flickering toward the door. Bulma glanced at her watch and muttered, "Where is Goku? We've been waiting for so long." Krillin set down his chopsticks, a trace of worry crossing his face. Where could Goku have gone? Could he have run into trouble? Master Roshi reassured them, "Don't you trust Goku's abilities? He has probably just delayed by some training." Yet even his voice carried a hint of unease, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the door, betraying his own concern. Just as everyone was lost in speculation, the door creaked open. Goku trudged in, dragging two severed green arms behind him. The room fell silent as all eyes locked onto him. Master Roshi froze at the sight of the dismembered limbs. After a moment of stunned scrutiny, he suddenly leapt to his feet, exclaiming in shock, These are the markings of King Piccolo's clan. Bulma, Krillin, Launch." And the others were startled by his reaction, their curiosity piqued. Krillin asked anxiously, "Master Roshi, who is King Piccolo? Why do you look so terrified just mentioning him?" Master Roshi took a deep breath, pausing for a few seconds before speaking gravely. "King Piccolo is one of the most fearsome demons to ever walk this planet. Long ago, he unleashed a cataclysm with his overwhelming power, bringing untold calamity upon the world. He razed cities, enslaved humanity, and sought to dominate the entire earth. In the end, my master, Mateto, sacrificed his life to seal him away. And now, King Piccolo has returned." A chill ran down their spines, especially at the mention of ruling the earth, filling them with dread. Wukong gazed calmly at Master Roshi, remarking, "The minions of King Piccolo have already emerged. It seems he has indeed been resurrected. However, should he dare to come, I shall be the one to thwart him." Master Roshi, observing Wukong's confident demeanor, nodded in agreement and cautioned, "Wukong, the power of King Piccolo is formidable. You must exercise utmost caution in your approach." Wukong smiled faintly, assuring, "Rest assured. Although King Piccolo is formidable, I am fully prepared." Wukong contemplated inwardly that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could reduce Piccolo Daimao to ashes. Yet he harbored deeper thoughts. Piccolo's emergence might herald new challenges, fostering greater unity among the Dragon Ball warriors. His plan was simple: intervene just in time to thwart Piccolo's minions, preventing their rampage across the land. In the distant sky, a sinister airship slithered through the clouds, its dark silhouette creeping toward the heart of the continent. At its center, upon a towering throne, sat Piccolo Daimao, his massive frame exuding an aura of cold, unfeeling dominance. Pilaf, Mai, and Shu stood before him in trembling reverence, the air thick with tension. Pilaf, though brimming with ambition, dared not overstep. He swallowed hard, his voice a cautious whisper laced with desperation. "Great King, I was the one who retrieved the rice cooker from the ocean's depths, freed you, and revealed the Dragon Ball secrets." He hesitated, then ventured, Might I be granted dominion over half the world?" Piccolo exhaled sharply, a frigid gust escaping his nostrils, sending a shiver down Pilaf's spine. Beads of cold sweat formed on the schemer's back as he hastily amended, Half is too much. A quarter would suffice. I'm not greedy." Piccolo cast him a sidelong glance, his voice dripping with disdain. "I shall consider it." A faint, irregular flapping sound echoed from outside the airship. The battered figure of Tambourine, his arms severed by Wukong, staggered onto the deck. With agonizing effort, he nudged the hatch open with his head and collapsed inside. Though his wounds had clotted, his face was contorted in pain. Pilaf and his cohorts recoiled in horror at the sight, their faces draining of color as they huddled together, desperate to avoid drawing attention. Pilaf muttered under his breath, barely audible, "By the gods, reduced to such a state. Piccolo's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Tambourine, his voice a low, venomous growl. Tambourine, explain yourself. Were you not tasked with retrieving the registry? Tambourine prostrated himself. Trembling. Am my king. There was someone far stronger than anticipated. A boy, Son Goku, he crushed me without hesitation. Piccolo's wrath erupted. Son Goku, is it? He snarled. Once I gather all 7 Dragon Balls and restore my youth, you shall be the first to perish. His fist slammed against the armrest, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. No sooner had he spoken than Piccolo parted his lips, expelling a massive egg onto the floor. It cracked open with a grotesque splintering sound, birthing a new demon, tall, sinewy, and grinning with savage delight. Symbol, Piccolo intoned, his gaze icy. Retrieve the Dragon Balls. Fail me, and you will regret it. Symbol bowed slightly, his grin widening. As you command, my king. Piccolo then turned his attention to the maimed Tambourine. With a flick of his finger, a thin beam of light lanced forth. Useless trash has no place by my side. The beam pierced Tambourine's body. A choked gasp escaped him before he crumpled lifeless to the floor. Pilaf and his companions trembled violently, their breath shallow, praying silently that Piccolo's wrath would not turn upon them next. Chapter 39. Yajirobe. Upon returning to Master Roshi's abode, all except Goku, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien were diligently honing their skills, each preparing for the impending crisis. Krillin glanced at Goku, curiosity evident in his expression, and inquired, Goku, why are you not the least bit anxious? Everyone else is working hard. Aren't you concerned? Wukong responded with a smile, well, it's not that I'm not nervous, but I have my own plans. He understood that although King Piccolo posed a significant threat, defeating him outright might not be the most prudent course of action. The offspring of King Piccolo, once revived, would emerge as a formidable warrior, simultaneously becoming his son's companion and a free caretaker. Zenbaru, clutching the Dragon Ball radar, meticulously tracked the glimmering signals. He confirmed that the target was nearby, a smile creeping upon his lips, right here. Following the radar's guidance, he swiftly pinpointed a rotund sword-wielding warrior, Akalobe, whose neck bore a Dragon Ball. Descending before Akalobe, Zenbaru ominously declared, hand over the Dragon Ball, or I shall dismember you. Upon hearing the voice and catching sight of Zenbaru, Akalobe remained unfazed, instead gazing upon Zenbaru's massive form. A creature of such size must taste delightful when roasted. He swallowed hard, completely disregarding Zenbaru's threat. Infuriated by the dismissal, Zenbaru lunged at Akalobe. Just as he closed the distance, Akalobe sneered and, with lightning speed, executed his signature technique, the blade slash, instantly cleaving Zenbaru in two. Satisfied with the fallen Zenbaru, Akalobe skewered the meat and set it over the fire. As the aroma wafted through the air, he took a bite and grinned, delicious. In the dimly lit hull of the airship, King Piccolo abruptly opened his EY. Wukong urged the Nimbus cloud into a swift ascent, the wind whistling past his ears. Descending from the cloud, he landed before Achilobe, who was tending a roaring fire, roasting a colossal piece of meat that exuded an irresistible aroma. Wukong inhaled deeply, then approached to tear off a generous morsel, indulging in its savory succulence. Achilobe, taken aback by the audacity of a stranger brazenly devouring his meal, was immediately engulfed in fury. He glared at Wukong and bellowed, Hey, who are you to come and snatch my meat? As Wukong chewed, he chuckled and remarked, Akairobe, this meat is truly delectable. I couldn't resist taking a bite. You are quite the master of grilling. By the way, I am Wukong. Akairobe scrutinized Wukong, his expression laden with suspicion as he inquired, Wukong? How do you know my name? Have we met before? Wukong replied with a grin, Not at all, but I have heard tales of your prowess. That monstrous creature we encountered earlier was vanquished by you, wasn't he it? As he spoke, Wukong reached out to tear off another piece of meat and continued to feast. Akairobe let out a self-satisfied hum. Of course, do not be deceived by his size. He was rather insignificant. Wukong smiled faintly and said in a relaxed tone, His boss is no ordinary fellow. He already knows you killed his underlings and is now storming over in a rage, intent on dealing with you personally. Yajirobe scoffed dismissively and retorted with indifference, TCH, what kind of boss is he? If he comes, I'll cut him down all the same. Once I've sliced him up, I'll roast and eat him just like the others. Upon hearing Akairobe's unwavering confidence, Wukong mused to himself, It seems this fellow is truly unafraid of both heaven and earth. Very well, let King Piccolo impart a lesson to him. Wukong patted his belly and stood up, looking innocent as he said, Well then, I shall wait and see how you deal with him, boss. Master Roshi, accompanied by Tien and Chaos, navigated their flying craft through the icy mountainous terrain, finally halting before a colossal iceberg. Observing the Dragon Ball radar, Master Roshi pointed at the iceberg and chuckled. The Dragon Ball is right inside there. Tien smiled slightly upon hearing this, gathered his energy, and with a powerful shout unleashed a formidable energy blast. The immense beam surged towards the iceberg, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered it into fragments, sending ice and snow swirling through the air. Amazed by the effortlessly obliterated iceberg, Master Roshi remarked, "What an extraordinary individual! Such strength is truly exceptional." As the ice and snow settled, Master Roshi stepped forward, meticulously searching through the pile of shattered ice until he soon uncovered the Dragon Ball. He picked it up, brushed off the frost, and exclaimed with excitement, "We found it. This is the first Dragon Ball we have located." Master Roshi, along with Tien and Chaos, then set off to find the location of the next Dragon Ball indicated by the radar, which astonishingly lay upon a gigantic pirate ship. Upon boarding the vessel, they encountered the pirate captain seated upon a throne. Master Roshi politely smiled and inquired, "Would you be willing to part with that Dragon Ball?" The pirate captain, stroking the Dragon Ball in his hand, sneered, "Sure, but it will cost you 1,000,000. Master Roshi rummaged through his wallet, only to discover a mere handful of bills remaining, sighing in resignation, "Alas, we do not possess such wealth." Upon hearing this, the pirate captain's demeanor darkened as he signaled coldly to his crew, who immediately raised their guns and aimed them at Master Roshi and his companions. Master Roshi shook. Wukong wore an expression of utter nonchalance. "Didn't you say you were going to roast and eat their leader?" Yajirobe's face turned ashen, his voice trembling as he stammered, I had no idea their leader was the Demon King Piccolo." With a resigned shrug, Wukong remarked, "I shall not concern myself with this. You have chosen your path, and even through tears, you must continue to uphold your facade." On the terrace of the airship stood the formidable King Piccolo and the Pilaf trio, peering through his telescope. Pilaf's gaze fell upon the Dragon Ball adorning the neck of Yajirobe, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. However, upon noticing the presence of Sun Wukong beside Yajirobe, his expression shifted instantaneously, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. "That bothersome little brat is also here." Hastily, Pilaf turned to King Piccolo and exclaimed, "My lord, that imp is Sun Wukong. Should we descend and seize the Dragon Ball?" King Piccolo scoffed, disdain evident in his gaze. "Descend? Too troublesome." With that, he boldly stepped to the edge of the terrace and, without hesitation, leaped from the heights, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. His colossal figure descended with an overwhelming aura, akin to a demonic deity descending from the heavens. As Wukong gazed upward at the descending figure of King Piccolo, a faint smile graced his lips. At last, the moment had arrived, and excitement brewed within him. Conversely, Yajirobe was drenched in cold sweat, instinctively retreating several steps, his voice trembling as he inquired of Wukong, "Hey, are you able to handle this guy?" With a heavy thud, King Piccolo landed, causing the very air to feel as though it had solidified. He cast a frigid glare at both Yajirobe and Wukong, his gaze fixating on the Dragon Ball adorning Yajirobe's neck. In a low, menacing tone, he inquired, "Was it you who killed my child?" Yajirobe instinctively nodded, only to hurriedly retract his affirmation, stammering in panic, "And no, it wasn't me." Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong interjected, "It was he who committed the act. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Yajirobe glared furiously at Wukong, shouting in exasperation, "You little brat. What nonsense are you spouting?" The gaze of the Demon King Piccolo shifted to Wukong, letting out a disdainful snort. "And who might you be, little one?" Unperturbed, Wukong provocatively remarked, "The arm of your other child is something I personally severed." Piccolo's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a fiery wrath as he coldly retorted, "Excellent. 2 rebels have gathered together. This will save me the trouble of exerting extra effort." With that, his formidable aura suddenly surged forth, bearing down upon Wukong and Yajirobe like an insurmountable mountain. Wukong maintained a calm demeanor, slightly tilting his head to address Yajirobe. "It is too late to be afraid now." Yajirobe's face turned ashen as he swallowed hard, pondering how he found himself entangled in such a predicament. Nevertheless, he forced a semblance of composure, gripping his sword tightly as he stood alongside Wukong. The Demon King Piccolo regarded Wukong and Yajirobe with a frigid gaze, slowly articulating, "It seems I have remained dormant for far too long, allowing even you insignificant pests to act with such audacity before me. You truly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation. Crushing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant." As he spoke, a deep green energy radiated from his being, unleashing a chilling gust that stirred the dust from the ground and made the trees tremble. Yajirobe was momentarily paralyzed by this overwhelming aura, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his grip on the hilt of his sword trembling slightly. Piccolo surged toward Wukong and Yajirobe with incredible speed, delivering a fierce kick to Yajirobe, who was propelled violently into the clouds. Piccolo swiftly leaped after him, delivering another kick that sent a Kairobe crashing back to the ground, creating a deep crater as he landed, sending dust swirling into the air. A Kairobe curled up at the bottom of the pit, incapacitated by pain. As Wukong gazed upon the dismal state of a Kairobe, images from the animation flickered through his mind, depicting a Kairobe casually consuming the magical beans as if they were mere snacks. He mused inwardly, this fellow, squandering such a plethora of magical beans, shall receive a lesson for his folly. Piccolo's icy stare fixed upon Wukong, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. You little brat, it's your turn now. Wukong stood effortlessly with his arms crossed, casually proclaiming, you are no match for me. In this antiquated state of yours, do you dare to challenge me? The Demon King Piccolo trembled with rage, unleashing a scorching beam of magical energy directed at Wukong. The beam whizzed past Wukong, failing to even graze his shadow. Wukong's speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, allowing him to deftly evade all of Piccolo's assaults. Piccolo's fury intensified, and in a fit of frustration, he unleashed dozens of magical rays, yet none found their mark. Each mist beam struck the ground, sending dust soaring into the air, as if to express Piccolo's wrath. Do not get too cocky, you little brat, Piccolo roared, tearing off his cloak to reveal the demonic symbol emblazoned on his chest. His aura surged dramatically, his gaze filled with murderous intent, and he charged at Wukong with astonishing velocity. Piccolo swung a powerful punch at Wukong, only to have his attack rebuffed by Wukong's resilient form, causing him to be violently propelled back several meters. He crashed to the ground, struggling to rise, but was unable to suppress the blood that spilled from his mouth. His eyes reflected an incredulous shock as he stammered, why do you possess such formidable power? With an air of indifference, Wukong approached Piccolo and coldly remarked, Piccolo, the era of the Demon King has come to an end. Piccolo glared at Wukong, his anger intertwined with a profound sense of unease. Just get lost, Wukong stated. As Piccolo turned to leave, Wukong swiftly moved beside Yachirobe, deftly removing the Dragon Ball from around his neck and tossing it towards Piccolo. Piccolo glanced down at Wukong, letting out a scoff. Humph, little brat. It's quite unexpected that you would willingly hand the Dragon Ball to me. Just wait until I regain my youth. You shall live to regret this. Wukong chuckled nonchalantly and waved his hand dismissively. All right then, off you go. I'll be waiting. Piccolo was infuriated by Wukong's indifferent attitude, yet he knew deep down that he stood no chance against this brat at the moment. Swallowing his humiliation, he turned and flew back to the airship. Pilaf and his gang, along with Piccolo's minions, held their breaths as they watched their master return in low spirits, too intimidated to provoke him further. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Pilaf's forehead as he hastily operated the controls, accelerating the ship away from the area without daring to ask questions. As the airship gradually disappeared into the distance, Yajirobe slowly crawled out of the massive crater, clutching his aching waist with a pained grimace. He groaned. Ouch, that really hurt. Wukong, you could have easily defeated that guy. Why on earth did you let him go? Wukong chuckled casually, saying, as for me, I simply enjoy playing. He wishes to regain his youth, so I shall grant him that. I am rather eager to see him grow stronger. Yachirobe looked at Wukong with a puzzled expression, muttering, You are truly a strange fellow. King Piccolo sat upon the throne of his airship, fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fury. Gritting his teeth, he commanded Pilaf, immediately locate the remaining Dragon Balls, and do so with haste. I have endured enough. Pilaf, in a flurry, activated the Dragon Ball radar and, to his astonishment, discovered that the other 5 Dragon Balls had indeed been gathered and were swiftly approaching their location. With a blend of excitement and trepidation, Pilaf reported, Master, good news. The remaining 5 Dragon Balls are together, apparently collected by others, and they are heading our way. Upon hearing this news, Piccolo smirked coldly, a hint of satisfaction crossing his icy visage. Excellent. It seems that fortune favors me. Soon, I shall possess all the Dragon Balls. Once I regain my youth, I will teach that son Goku a lesson he won't soon forget. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu were aboard an aircraft, soaring toward their final destination. The 5 Dragon Balls shimmering like gold in the sunlight. Master Roshi gazed intently at the Dragon Balls in his hands and remarked to the others, The remaining 2 Dragon Balls are likely in King Piccolo's possession. If we can successfully procure them, we can summon the Eternal Dragon and wish for Piccolo's permanent removal from this world. Chapter 41. Regaining youth. Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu arrived at a secluded rocky area. Master Roshi carefully dug a hole in the ground and buried the 5 Dragon Balls, patting down the soil to obscure their presence. They meticulously devised this plan to buy time against King Piccolo, hoping to eventually seize the remaining 2 Dragon Balls from him. In hushed tone, Master Roshi instructed Kaiatsui. You must hide behind the rocks and wait for an opportunity to snatch the Dragon Balls. Once we gather all 7, we shall summon the Eternal Dragon. And our wish will be for Piccolo to vanish completely. Kaiatsu nodded solemnly, concealing himself behind the rocks, his focus unwavering. Tien slightly nodded and exchanged a glance with Master Roshi, calmly stating, Now it all depends on our cooperation. As long as we secure the Dragon Balls, King Piccolo will lose all leverage. Master Roshi surveyed the terrain while softly responding, Indeed. We must remain composed. Opportunities are fleeting, and we cannot afford mistakes. King Piccolo's airship hovered ominously above them, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Piccolo stood on the balcony, his cold gaze sweeping over the rocky terrain below. Pilaf leaned closer. In the depths of his heart, Master Roshi silently recalled the teachings of his master, Mateto, and resolved to once again seal the Demon King Piccolo. Even at the cost of his own life. The Demon King, upon witnessing Master Roshi channeling the Mafuba technique, was increasingly gripped by fear. He let out a desperate roar, attempting to feign composure, but his body involuntarily recoiled several steps. As he retreated, he shouted, No, it's impossible. I will not be sealed away again. Suddenly, a warm aura enveloped Master Roshi, causing the energy of the Mafuba to dissipate in an instant. Turning around, Master Roshi discovered that Goku had arrived. With a smile, Goku remarked, Grandpa, you can't risk your life against the Demon King Piccolo. It's not worth it. Go quickly, Goku. You are still too young. You cannot defeat the Demon King Piccolo, Master Roshi said, furrowing his brow in anxiety. Wukong maintained his serene smile and gently nodded, saying, Leave it to me. He approached with calm confidence, directing his gaze towards the still shell-shocked Piccolo, and remarked, It seems we meet again so soon. I offer you an opportunity. Since the Dragon Balls are here, summon the Eternal Dragon. Wukong addressed the Demon King Piccolo. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Master Roshi was taken aback, exclaiming, Wukong, what are you doing? He struggled to comprehend why Wukong would willingly afford Piccolo such a chance. Don't worry, old man. I have everything under control, Wukong replied, turning back to reassure Master Roshi with a smile. The Demon King Piccolo scrutinized Wukong, his eyes betraying a hint of skepticism and caution, and quietly inquired, Are you being truthful? Wukong smiled calmly, gently flicking his fingers, causing the 5 Dragon Balls buried in the earth to soar into the air, tracing an elegant arc before landing before the Demon King Piccolo, emitting a faint golden glow. Hasten your transformation into youth, Wukong stated with tranquility. Eagerly, Piccolo spat out the 2 Dragon Balls from his mouth, arranging all 7 Dragon Balls neatly before him, each glimmering with a subtle radiance, drawing the gaze of all present. Piccolo lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment, clearly uncertain about the next course of action. He furrowed his brow and addressed the crowd coldly. How does one summon the Eternal Dragon? In an instant, a wave of incredulity washed over the surroundings as everyone stood in stunned silence, seemingly taken aback by the realization that Piccolo was unaware of the fundamental steps required to summon the dragon. Wukong raised his head slightly, gazing at the imposing figure of Piccolo with a smile. He gestured towards the Dragon Balls and casually remarked, Simply call out to the Dragon Balls, come forth. Shenron, the Demon King Piccolo took a deep breath, fixating on the Dragon Balls before him, and murmured, Come forth, Shenron. As Piccolo's voice echoed, the Dragon Balls began to shimmer with a brilliant light, their radiance intertwining and illuminating the surroundings, as if the air were imbued with a mysterious power. In an instant, the glow of the 7 Dragon Balls erupted, coalescing into a dazzling golden beam that surged skyward like a meteor piercing the night sky. The golden light ascended higher and higher, ultimately shaping into a colossal Shenron, whose magnificent form spiraled in the air, eyes blazing like fiery embers, embodying an aura of boundless majesty and strength. Shenron gazed down at Piccolo, his voice resonating like thunder, deep and commanding. State your wish. Any wish shall be granted. Piccolo's heart raced with excitement, his eyes gleaming with avarice. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration, and eagerly declared, I wish to return to a younger, stronger body. Is that possible? Shenron's crimson eyes flickered, and his deep voice reverberated once more, a trivial matter. A radiant beam of light enveloped Piccolo, transforming his aged physique. His skin became taut and elastic, the wrinkles on his face swiftly smoothing out, as the essence of his age was entirely dispelled. As the light gradually faded, Piccolo had reverted to his youthful form, muscles taut and spirit invigorated, exuding vitality and strength. This is the sensation. Wonderful. This is my true power. Piccolo rejoiced. Meanwhile, the turtle hermit, Tien Shin'an, and Kaiatsu stood in astonishment, witnessing the spectacle. Though they had anticipated this moment, Seeing Piccolo regain his youth filled them with an overwhelming sense of shock and despair. Wukong continued to watch the rejuvenated Piccolo with keen interest, secretly murmuring to himself, still as ugly as ever. Chapter 42. Handsome for no more than 3 seconds far away at Kame House, Bulma, Launch, Yamcha, and Krillin gazed upward at the suddenly darkened sky, a sense of unease washing over them. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Could the sky have darkened because someone has summoned the Eternal Dragon? Perhaps Master Roshi has successfully called forth Shenron, giving them a chance to vanquish the Demon King Piccolo. Meanwhile, on the desolate battlefield, the Demon King Piccolo reveled in the surge of youthful power coursing through him, a look of ecstasy on his face. He clenched his fists, feeling an inexhaustible energy within, as though the entire world lay within his grasp. Shenron gazed down upon Piccolo, speaking in a deep, somber tone, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Suddenly, Piccolo let out a chilling laugh. Looking up at Shenron and Bell, Wukong remained unfazed, slightly lifting his gaze to regard Piccolo, a relaxed smile still adorning his face, completely unaffected by the threat he posed. As Wukong gazed at Piccolo, who was lost in his own world, a cold smile crept across his lips as he interrupted, "Piccolo, you might as well perish." Piccolo paused momentarily, as if he had just heard an absurd joke, casting a disdainful glance at Wukong. However, in the next instant, Wukong lightly pointed a finger, and a surge of energy sliced through the air, piercing Piccolo's chest. A fatal void materialized at his heart, blood gushing forth from the wound. Piccolo's body began to tremble, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Wukong. His cells fought desperately to mend the injury, yet the rapid loss of vitality outpaced his regenerative abilities. Pain and anger etched across his face. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the shocking scene. In the distance, the Pilaf gang on their airship, Piccolo's minions, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu all stood frozen, fixated on Piccolo's swaying figure. Gasping in agony, Piccolo trembled, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. Fixating on Wukong, a flame of vengeance ignited within him. Aware that his fate was sealed, he summoned every last ounce of strength, gritting his teeth as he expelled a green egg from deep within his throat, sending it soaring toward the distant horizon. In a hushed whisper filled with rage and despair, he murmured, "My child, you must avenge me, kill son Wukong." As Piccolo's gaze gradually dimmed, his massive form slowly succumbed, ultimately with a gentle smile. Wukong casually waved his hand and remarked, "Do not concern yourselves with him. When he matures, he will seek me out at the next martial arts tournament." Upon witnessing the defeat of the great Demon King Piccolo, the Pilaf gang and Piccolo's minions were instantly struck with terror, hastily maneuvering their airship to flee. Pilaf, his anxiety palpable, shouted as he navigated the flight path, "Hurry! Hurry! We cannot afford to cross paths with this Son Goku." Both Mai and Shu, equally pale, dared not linger any longer, fearing that Goku might eliminate them as well. The airship wobbled and accelerated into the sky, vanishing from sight in the distant horizon in a matter of moments. Wukong cast a fleeting glance towards the direction of their retreat, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing a hint of relief. He understood in his heart that Pilaf and his companions were merely the comedic relief in the world of Dragon Balls, and he had no intention of holding them accountable. Thus, he allowed them to flee unscathed. Upon their return to the Kame House, Wukong, Master Roshi, Tranjin, and Jiaozi were greeted with great enthusiasm by Bulma, Yamcha, Launch, and Krillin, who were relieved to see them safe. Before inquiries could be made, Master Roshi, wearing a look of tranquility, slowly reassured everyone, stating, "Rest assured. The matter concerning Demon King Piccolo has been resolved." Bulma, taken aback, questioned in disbelief, "Resolved? Are you implying that Demon King Piccolo has been vanquished?" Master Roshi nodded and recounted the events, explaining that it was Wukong who had triumphed over Demon King Piccolo. Even after regaining his youth, Piccolo was no match for Wukong. Ultimately, Piccolo met his demise at Wukong's hands. The revelation left everyone in utter shock. Bulma, her face a mixture of incredulity and joy, embraced Wukong tightly, exclaiming, "Wukong, you truly did it. You saved us all." Krillin, astounded, expressed his admiration, stating, "Wukong, you are truly remarkable. During our encounter at the martial arts tournament, you indeed held back your true prowess." Wukong scratched his head, a shy smile gracing his lips. Yamcha sighed, expressing, "Having a companion like you truly brings comfort to the heart." Lanky, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "We must celebrate this momentous occasion. Today, you are the hero for us all." As night fell, Lanky and Bulma busied themselves in the Kame House, ultimately presenting a sumptuous dinner. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, their enticing aromas igniting an insatiable appetite. Gathered around the table, Lanky chose to sit beside Tenshinhan, gazing at him with tender affection. She leaned in closely, even taking the initiative to serve him food. Typically composed, Tianchen felt his cheeks flush crimson under Lanky's earnest gaze. His hands trembled slightly as he struggled to meet her eyes. Meanwhile, Bulma sat attentively next to Wukong, observing his voracious appetite as she continually replenished his bowl, urging, "Wukong, do eat more. You must have expended quite a bit of energy earlier." With his mouth stuffed full of food, Wukong mumbled indistinctly, "Thank you, Sister Bulma. The food here is truly delicious." Krillin observed Wukong rapidly emptying his bowl, then glanced at Bulma as she busily replenished the dishes. Unable to contain himself, he jested, "Wukong, your stomach is nothing short of a bottomless pit. Even Bulma is struggling to keep up." Upon hearing this, Wukong blinked and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is hardly excessive. If I were hungry, I could consume 100 times more." Bulma, with a wry smile, replied, "Oh dear, I simply adore watching Wukong eat with such joy." Master Rashi, observing Tien's flushed face and Wukong's grease-laden mouth, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Haha, today is truly a rare sight. Both Wukong and Tien have received special treatment." The crowd erupted into joyous laughter, and the atmosphere became lighthearted and warm in that moment. Chapter 43, Wukong. Come stay at my house. Following the resolution of the Demon King Piccolo incident, the warriors on Earth did not allow themselves to relax, understanding the significance of strength. Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, and Din all resolved to double their training efforts over the next 3 years in preparation for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Meanwhile, Wukong sought out Bulma, requesting her assistance in crafting a more advanced gravity training device and aiding in the development of a spacecraft. As soon as Bulma heard this, she eagerly began to visualize the design blueprints in her mind. With a smile, she remarked, "The gravity device can be completed in no time. But the spacecraft is a more complex matter. To meet your training needs, it will require specialized modifications. However, fret not, while it may be intricate, I can certainly handle it." Wukong smiled brightly, expressing his gratitude towards Bulma for her assistance. Meanwhile, the surrounding companions gazed at him with curious expressions. Unable to restrain their inquiries, "Wukong, what do you intend to do with the spaceship? Are you planning to venture into the cosmos for some amusement?" With a gentle smile, Wukong remarked, "It is not merely for amusement. I intend to cultivate my skills in the cosmos. Only by confronting the myriad challenges of the universe can I truly grow stronger." Upon hearing Wukong's ambitious plan, Chan Jinhan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Chaos felt an overwhelming sense of pressure within. They were acutely aware that the gap between their powers and Wukong's was steadily widening, igniting within them a profound urgency. They silently resolved to intensify their efforts, determined to keep pace with Wukong in the forthcoming martial arts tournament. At that moment, Bulma prepared to return home and casually suggested to Wukong, "Why don't you come back with me for a few days? We could discuss the design of the spaceship together and see if you have any specific requirements. It would certainly be more convenient." Upon hearing this, Wukong laughed brilliantly, "Great. Moreover, Bulma's home is filled with delicious treats." Bulma chuckled helplessly, pondering to herself how innocent Wukong remains. She piloted her capsule aircraft with remarkable speed, soaring back to her spacious mansion, carrying Wukong along with her. Wukong perched by the window, gazing at the scenery outside with a face brimming with excitement, envisioning the cosmic adventure that lay ahead. Bulma guided Wukong to her research studio, where they commenced a meticulous discussion on the design requirements for the spacecraft. The studio was adorned with an array of high-tech instruments shimmering softly, while the walls were plastered with blueprints and project concepts, suffused with a palpable aura of technological innovation. As Bulma pondered thoughtfully, she remarked, "Since you intend to train in the cosmos, this spacecraft must possess the capability to endure extreme environments. In addition to providing ample supplies of oxygen and food, the gravitational conditions in space are quite complex. However, with your gravity control device, this should not be a pressing concern." Wukong nodded in agreement, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Indeed. However, the spacecraft must be sufficiently robust. In the event we encounter any cosmic creatures or asteroids, it should not incur immediate damage." Bulma chuckled softly, reassuring him, "Rest assured. The exterior of this vessel will be constructed from the most resilient alloys, capable of withstanding high temperatures and impacts. Furthermore, I shall equip it with an energy shield to protect against asteroid collisions. As for sustenance, I will implement a fully automated food processing system." Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Splendid. If only the spaceship could achieve even greater speeds, it would be truly perfect." Bulma nodded in agreement and marked a new notation on the blueprint. "While faster-than-light travel is currently unattainable, I can install a pulse propulsion system. Though it may not reach superluminal velocities, it represents the most advanced propulsion technology available, allowing the spacecraft to navigate freely through the cosmos. Wukong inquired with curiosity. What is pulse propulsion like? Is it fast? Bulma elucidated. Pulse propulsion harnesses powerful energy pulses to propel the spacecraft, achieving speed sufficient to traverse the vast distances between most planets, including regions of outer space near Earth. Furthermore, its energy consumption is relatively low, making it ideal for prolonged journeys. Wukong nodded, exclaiming, "That is more than sufficient. I can hardly contain my excitement." Bulma, after spending the better part of the day, finally completed the new gravity wristband. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she proudly showcased it to Wukong, declaring, "Wukong, this wristband can be adjusted to a gravity range from 1 to 500 times and supports mental control. Even more remarkable, it can seamlessly integrate with the skin, rendering it completely invisible. What do you think? Am I not impressive?" Wukong eagerly adorned his wrist with the bracelet, feeling it seamlessly meld into his skin, as though it had vanished entirely. With a mere shift of his thoughts, the bracelet adeptly adjusted the gravity around him. Overcome with excitement, Wukong leapt into Bulma's embrace, holding her tightly with unyielding joy, exuberantly praising her. "Bulma, you are truly remarkable. With this bracelet, my training will surely reach new heights." Bulma couldn't help but chuckle, gently ruffling Wukong's hair as she replied, "Well, you must put in the effort. Don't squander the effort I invested in creating this bracelet." Glancing out the window at the darkening sky, she smiled at Wukong and said, "It's already dark. Wukong, you must be starving, right?" Wukong patted his belly, his eyes sparkling with delight as he nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am quite famished." Bulma, smiling, led him to her spacious and luxurious dining room, instructing the robotic servants, "Please prepare dinner swiftly, and make sure to prepare an ample amount." Soon, the robotic servants presented a lavish spread of delectable dishes. Without hesitation, Wukong began to feast heartily, devouring an astonishing quantity of food as if it were mere morsels. The dishes on the table diminished rapidly, while the robots busied themselves tirelessly in the kitchen. One robot, observing Wukong's prodigious appetite, appeared momentarily stunned, its mechanical eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment. "Is this level of consumption a system anomaly?" Bulma could not help but chuckle, responding, "You'll get used to it. Just prepare more in the future." With a contented pat on his belly, Wukong smiled at Bulma and said, "Thank you, Bulma. The meal was truly delightful." After dinner, Bulma and Wukong returned to the workshop. Bulma immersed herself in her research, meticulously adjusting the design and components of the spacecraft, while occasionally stealing glances at Wukong. Seated cross-legged nearby, Wukong entered a profound state of meditation. Wukong silently adjusted the gravity, gently focusing his mind, and set the weight to 60 times its normal force. Instantly, a powerful pressure enveloped him, almost causing his body to sink slightly. His breath began to grow erratic, and he even felt a heaviness in his respiration. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, attempting to rein in the tumultuous energy within him. His training method was remarkably unique. Each time he increased the gravitational intensity, he had to strive to tame the uncontrollable energy, allowing it to flow smoothly. As he steadied his chaotic breath, his combat prowess steadily heightened. Bulma, from the corner of her eye, observed him and noticed a fine sheen of sweat forming on Wukong's skin. Realizing that he was truly an extraordinary talent, training in a manner entirely different from others. As Wukong adjusted his breathing, he gradually streamlined his energy flow. As he slowly acclimated to the 60-fold gravity, both his physical resilience and control were continuously enhanced. He mused to himself that Bulma's gravity wristband was indeed formidable, serving as an exceptional aid in his training. After working for a while, Bulma rubbed her slightly sore shoulders and turned to see Wukong meditating in the corner. With a smile, she said, "Wukong, let's conclude today's efforts here. Go take a shower and get some rest early." Wukong was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he inwardly pondered, "Is it possible that we are to bathe together once more? After all, I am already 15 years old." However, Bulma's thoughts wandered in an entirely different direction. In her eyes, Wukong's height and appearance resembled that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. And coupled with his innocent and naive demeanor, she felt there was no cause for concern. She took Wukong by the hand and led him toward the bathroom, intending to indulge in a relaxing hot spring bath for both herself and Wukong. Wukong trailed behind Bulma, unable to suppress his secret delight, feeling that life was indeed exceedingly pleasant. As Bulma assisted Wukong in scrubbing his back, she suddenly cast a curious glance at his diminutive frame and could not help but inquire, "Wukong, why do you never seem to grow up? At 15 years old, why do you still appear to be a mere child?" Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile, I am uncertain, Bulma. Bulma blinked playfully and remarked, Others might think you are my little brother, but fret not. Perhaps one day you will unexpectedly grow taller. After their bath, Bulma donned a cozy nightgown and led the freshly scented Wukong to her room. She smiled at him and said, Why not squeeze in with me tonight? After all, you hardly take up any space. With an air of excitement, Wukong nodded vigorously, leaping onto the bed and enveloping himself in the warmth of the blankets. Before long, the two were lulled into slumber, cradled by the serenity of the night. Chapter 44. Departure from Earth a week later. Bulma joyfully proclaimed that the spaceship had finally been completed. She tugged Wukong into the backyard, pointing proudly at the gleaming silver spacecraft, exclaiming, Wukong, what do you think? This is your vehicle for cultivation. Goku gazed at the technologically advanced spaceship, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Bulma pressed a button, and the hatch slowly opened. With a ladder extending automatically, she led Goku into the spacecraft, explaining, This vessel is equipped with a fully intelligent system that supports autonomous navigation. You merely need to provide it with a destination, and it will transport you there, adjusting its course and avoiding obstacles along the way. Wukong nodded, not entirely grasping the intricacies of the technology, yet a relaxed smile graced his face upon hearing that he need not concern himself with piloting the craft. Bulma continued her explanation. I have also incorporated an emergency storage compartment within the spaceship, stocked with provisions, medicinal supplies, and training equipment. Furthermore, we can adjust the simulated gravitational environment. Although we have gravity bands, an additional layer of security is always prudent. Wukong joyfully wandered around the spacecraft, his face alight with excitement. Bulma, you are truly remarkable. Bulma chuckled softly. Be careful on your journey, focus on your training, and do not damage the spacecraft. Remember to share the amusing tales of the universe upon your return. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied with a grin, Absolutely. Bulma, it would surely be an exhilarating experience if you joined me in the cosmos. He envisioned the thrilling scenes of traversing the universe alongside Bulma, eagerly raising his fist in enthusiasm. Bulma chuckled and nodded, saying, However, that cannot be right now. There are still numerous tasks awaiting me at home. Once I find some leisure time, I shall accompany you to uncover the mysteries of the universe. You must promise to serve as my guardian then. With unwavering confidence, Wukong patted his chest, proclaiming, Leave it to me. I shall safeguard you and ensure that no one dares to bully you. Before embarking on his journey, Wukong approached the celestial temple and respectfully addressed the deity, saying, Thank you, Divine One, for assisting me in my training. The deity responded with a gentle smile and a nod, saying, Wukong, there is no need for gratitude. It is my duty as the guardian of Earth. You are, in fact, the key to resolving the crisis posed by the Demon King Piccolo, for which I owe you my thanks. In his heart, Wukong understood that Piccolo Daimao and the Supreme Kai were intertwined. The Supreme Kai had never taken the initiative to eliminate Piccolo, evidently for reasons of his own. Although Wukong harbored doubts, he refrained from questioning the Supreme Kai's actions. Sensing Wukong's thoughts, the Supreme Kai inquired, Have you come to the temple today with a specific need? Wukong remarked, Heavenly deity, I wish to behold the spacecraft you once traversed in. I have heard it is quite ancient and may harbor a wealth of valuable information. Upon hearing this, the heavenly deity nodded and instructed Bobo to escort Wukong to the secret chamber of the divine temple. In a corner of this chamber stood a spacecraft that, though somewhat weathered, remained sturdy. The vessel's exterior bore the marks of time, yet one could still sense its former might. Bobo approached the spacecraft, gently tapping its metallic surface, and stated, This vessel was once piloted by the heavenly deity from a distant galaxy. Although it appears aged, its systems are still fully operational. Wukong developed a profound interest in the spacecraft and inquired, Does it contain star chart data? I am in need of detailed star maps, particularly information pertaining to various regions of the universe. Bobobo smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, it encompasses a wealth of cosmic information gathered during the celestial travels of the gods. However, accessing this data requires a certain level of skill. With that, Bobobo began to manipulate the control panel of the spacecraft, transferring the star chart data into a portable device. Wukong gazed intently at the information displayed on the screen, contemplating how this knowledge would greatly assist him on his forthcoming journey. All done, the data has been successfully copied, Bobobo said, handing the device to Wukong with a smile. You may review it at your convenience. Wukong took the device with great excitement, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Bobo. You have truly been a tremendous help. Bobo smiled in response. You are too kind, Wukong. I hope this data proves beneficial to you. Wukong nodded gratefully and soared back to Bulma's residence. After successfully inputting the star map data into the spacecraft system, Bulma clapped her hands in satisfaction and exclaimed, all done. Now the ship can navigate precisely to Namek. As Wukong stood by, he was astonished and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Bulma, you are truly remarkable. No matter the issue, you can resolve it with ease. Flattered by the praise, Bulma chuckled with pride and jested, of course. Just look at who I am. When you return from your cosmic journey, you will still need my assistance. Wukong chuckled innocently and nodded emphatically, absolutely. With Bulma's assistance, I feel assured. Wukong, with his prepared satchel on his back, stood before the spaceship and said to Bulma, it is time to depart. I shall see you again at the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. Although Bulma had long been aware of his impending journey, she could not help but feel a twinge of reluctance at this moment, her eyes revealing a hint of concern. Wukong, please remember to take care. The perils of the universe are no less than those on Earth. With a slight smile, Wukong nodded reassuringly, don't worry, Bulma. Bulma gently waved her hand, striving to maintain her smile, safe travels, and return soon. The spacecraft soared through the cosmos, the screen indicating a remaining journey of 20 days until arriving at Namek. Wukong relaxed against his seat, reflecting, it appears this spaceship is quite swift. The universe of the Dragon Ball world is indeed vastly different from the one I inhabited in my previous life. He promptly adjusted his mindset and immersed himself in his daily gravity training. Starting at 60 times gravity, he incrementally increased the intensity by 5 times each day, allowing his body to gradually acclimate to the pressure. However, as the intensity escalated, the burden grew heavier. Wukong found himself utterly exhausted on several occasions, relying on the magical beans to swiftly recuperate and persist in his training. After 20 days, Wukong had completed his regimen under 155 times gravity, surpassing his previous limits. The spacecraft's navigation system emitted a signal, and the screen displayed that their destination was imminent. Through the porthole, Wukong beheld the distant outline of Namek, a cerulean planet suspended in the dark expanse of the universe, significantly larger than Earth. In the far distance, 3 stars were positioned in various directions relative to Namek, maintaining their distance from one another, forming a unique trinary star system. Wukong gazed in awe at the scene before him, exclaiming, no wonder the legends speak of the ever-changing climate of Namek. It is indeed influenced by these 3 celestial bodies. Contemplating this, Wukong couldn't help but wonder, do the Namekians also need to dehydrate in order to survive? Nonetheless, it would be quite an experience to explore. During this period of rigorous training, Wukong's endeavors were not solely aimed at enhancing his physical prowess, but rather at accumulating latent potential. He understood that the greater the reservoir of potential amassed, the more substantial the rewards of its future development would be. As the spacecraft gradually penetrated the atmosphere of Namek, the breathtaking alien landscape before him stirred a profound excitement within Wukong. Upon entering the atmosphere, he activated the life scanning system of the spacecraft, initiating a search for the distribution of life forms on Namek. The screen began to illuminate with biological data from various locales across the planet, and soon, the coordinates of a village were marked on the ship's system. With a gentle press of a button, the spacecraft descended slowly, landing steadily in a clearing near the village. Standing before the hatch, Wukong took a deep breath, savoring the unfamiliar yet refreshing air. He pressed a button on the exterior of the spacecraft, and in an instant, the entire vessel shrank to the size of a capsule. Wukong carefully stored the capsule in his pocket, his heart brimming with anticipation as he mused. Thus begins my journey to Namek. Chapter 45, Namek. Wukong closed his eyes, focusing intently to perceive the various auras emanating from the Namekian landscape. Indeed, this planet was not only blessed with pristine natural energy, but also harbored several distinctly powerful presences scattered throughout its expanse. He quickly discerned that the 7 auras, distributed across different directions, were remarkably potent, each exuding a sense of steadiness and guardianship. Wukong surmised that these 7 energies likely belonged to the protectors of the various villages on Namek. In the distance, there lingered an even more formidable aura, rich and profound, radiating an air of intimidation. Wukong felt a stirring within, speculating on the identity of this powerful presence. It must belong to the mightiest warrior of Namek, the protector of the Grand Elder, Nail. He steadied his resolve and began to walk towards the nearest village, intent on meeting the Namekians there to gain insight into the customs and culture of this extraordinary planet. As Wukong stepped into the village of Namek, several distinct Namekians approached him, their curiosity piqued by this unexpected visitor. However, they soon lowered their guard, surrounding him with smiles tinged with intrigue. Among them was an elder named Muru, tall and composed, who held a position of respect within the village. He greeted Wukong warmly, saying, "Welcome to our village, dear friend from afar." Muru, possessing a perceptive nature, seemed to sense the benevolence in Wukong's energy and thus offered to show him around the village. Immediately, a youthful and vivacious Namekian joined the group, grinning widely as he introduced himself. "I am Chur." His innate curiosity shone through as he eagerly examined Wukong, exclaiming, "I've heard that beings from the cosmos are exceptionally powerful. Are you truly formidable?" As he spoke, he couldn't resist the urge to touch Wukong's attire, captivated by the novelty of it all. Another Namekian, slender yet sharp-eyed, named Toka, served as the village warrior dedicated to its safety. Unlike the others, he maintained a cautious demeanor, whispering to Muru, "Elder, what if he brings danger?" Nevertheless, upon observing Wukong's lack of hostility, he gradually eased his tension. Muru guided Wukong through the village, sharing tales of Namek's customs and the legacy of their guardianship. The village cultivated a unique green fruit, a local specialty. Muru offered one to Wukong, who took a bite, and the sweet juice burst in his mouth, prompting him to nod in approval. "Delicious. This fruit is specially cultivated to restore one's energy instantly," Chur declared proudly. Wukong gradually became acquainted with the villagers, and Mora slowly remarked, "You must have a purpose for coming here, do you not?" Wukong nodded slightly and replied, "I have indeed come in search of assistance. I have heard that a venerable elder resides nearby." Mora nodded in acknowledgement and gestured towards the distance, saying, "The elder is over there. You may seek his guidance." Wukong soared into the azure sky, navigating towards the depths of the majestic mountains of Namek. He decelerated, attuning himself to the subtle currents of energy flowing around him, gliding gracefully with the gentle mountain breeze. In the distance, he beheld the residence of the Grand Elder, a magnificent stone palace perched atop the lofty peak, encircled by colossal sculptures and the unique, ancient ruins of Namek, exuding an aura of mystery and solemnity. Wukong descended upon the expansive highlands and ventured into the dwelling of the Grand Elder. His gaze settled upon the Grand Elder, who was seated upon a colossal stone throne. The Grand Elder's imposing figure exuded a serene wisdom, as if he were contemplating the past and future of this celestial sphere. Beside him stood a tall and formidable Namekian warrior, the mightiest of fighters, Nairu. His expression was stern, fixated upon Wukong, emanating an aura of unassailable authority. Wukong stepped forward with a slight bow and introduced himself. "Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Wukong, having journeyed from Earth to seek your wisdom." The Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound and serene as he regarded Wukong with warmth. He gave a gentle nod and said, "Warrior from Earth, I sense immense power within you. Your journey must have been fraught with trials. You are welcome here, Wukong." Nail, however, fixed Wukong with a piercing stare, his expression cold and guarded. "Earthling," he said sharply, "Namek does not welcome outsiders who may bring danger." His fists clenched, poised to react to any unforeseen threat. Wukong promptly raised his hands, a smile adorning his face as he declared, "I harbor no hostility. I have come here to learn and engage in dialogue. I have heard that planet Namek possesses enigmatic powers, and I am eager to witness them." The Grand Elder gestured for Nail to lower his guard, then calmly addressed Wukong, saying, "I sense your sincerity and the goodness within your heart. Perhaps I can assist you in enhancing your cultivation results on Earth." In Wukong's eyes, joy radiated as he excitedly replied, "Really? That would be splendid." The Grand Elder smiled gently and nodded, saying, "Within you lies immense latent energy. I can assist you in unlocking a portion of it, aiding your advancement in the future." Wukong stood aside, awaiting the Elder's instructions. The Elder lifted his gaze, gazing at him with kindness, gently nodding as he said, "Child, come here." Upon hearing the words, Wukong stepped forward, standing before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder gently raised his hand, signaling Wukong to lower his head. He complied, feeling a warm energy emanating from the Grand Elder's palm, softly enveloping the crown of his head. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, invoking the mysterious power of Namek. The latent energy within Wukong surged forth like a spring, and he sensed a wave of searing energy coursing through his entire being, his aura steadily rising alongside the Grand Elder's force. Each strand of power seemed to be liberating long-dormant potential, invigorating his physique. Wukong's body trembled slightly, yet it was predominantly a sensation of indescribable exhilaration. He felt as though his strength had instantaneously ascended to a new realm. After a considerable time, the Grand Elder gently released his grip, opened his eyes, and revealed a warm smile. The potential within you is boundless. I can only assist you in harnessing so much, the Grand Elder spoke kindly. And I hope that this power will aid you on your journey ahead. Wukong, filled with excitement, clenched his fist and bowed deeply to the Grand Elder, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Grand Elder. I shall undoubtedly make the most of this power. After expressing his gratitude to the Elder, Wukong silently resolved to cease his pursuit of the Dragon Balls from Namek. After all, he had already troubled the Elder to help unlock his potential, and he had contributed nothing of substance in return. It would be unreasonable to demand the Dragon Balls. Upon departing from the Elder's residence, Wukong found himself in an open area, where he paused to adjust his gravity training device to a staggering 500 times Earth's gravity. He felt a marked increase in the burden on his body, yet he was still able to manage it with relative ease. After stretching his limbs slightly, he reflected on how swiftly he had improved, realizing that the gravity device was becoming insufficient. Gazing up at the starry sky, Wukong pondered whether there existed planets within this universe akin to neutron stars, where gravity was immensely powerful. Training in such an environment would undoubtedly present a greater challenge. In deep contemplation, Wukong sensed an unmistakable surge of power within him. He speculated, surely, my combat strength must now surpass that of Frisia's first form. He silently set a goal for himself. When his battle power reached 3 million, he would endeavor to transform into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, he would truly step into a higher realm of existence. With a deft motion, Wukong retrieved the spaceship capsule from his waist pouch and, upon pressing a button, the vessel instantly reverted to its original size. He leaped inside, skillfully activating the systems and opening the star map, searching the boundless sea of stars for a nearby interstellar trading post. Gazing intently at the markers on the map, Wukong felt a surge of excitement as he mused. It was time to explore other realms of the universe. He entered the coordinates of the trading station, and the spaceship swiftly ignited, launching into the interstellar pathway with a roar of its engines. Chapter 46, Planet Adralat. Upon arriving at a bustling interstellar trading station, Wukong took in the sights of various extraterrestrial beings weaving through a myriad of vibrant shops, the entire station brimming with the peculiar ambience of alien civilizations. He marveled at the sophistication of the extraterrestrial technologies, yet he did not linger long. He immediately set about inquiring for information regarding Planet Adralat. Wukong wandered through the bustling trading post, inquiring about the whereabouts of Yadarat Star. Initially, he brimmed with confidence, believing that such a lively locale would be teeming with well-informed individuals. However, his endeavors proved less fruitful than anticipated. He approached a modest stall selling star maps, manned by a diminutive green alien with large, expressive eyes. With a warm smile, Wukong inquired, "Might you know where I could find the coordinates for Yadarat Star?" The little alien paused, taken aback, and then shook his head. "Yadarat Star? I've never heard of it. Sorry, my friend." Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet he remained undeterred, pressing onward. Along his journey, he encountered a formidable group of tall, red-skinned warriors, adorned with decorative interstellar medals upon their chests. As he observed these individuals, who seemed to be seasoned adventurers, he approached them with polite inquiry. "Esteemed warriors, have you perchance heard of the planet Adralat?" The red-skinned warriors exchanged glances. Some furrowed their brows while others merely chuckled and shook their heads. "Young one," they replied, "what curious celestial body do you seek? A place like Adralat is not a destination we pursue. We have not heard of it. Haha." Wukong scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face, before he resumed his search for the next potential clue. For the following hours, he engaged nearly every vendor and passerby at the trading station, the proprietor of the mechanical parts shop, the extraterrestrial fruit and vegetable merchant, and even those selling peculiar souvenirs. Yet, each time he mentioned Adratath, he was met with either confusion or outright dismissal. Some even questioned the validity of his inquiries, jesting that he must have indulged too much in ancient interstellar adventure novels. Gradually, Wukong felt a sense of despondency creeping in. Pondering how could it be so challenging? Was the very location of this planet truly shrouded in such mystery? Just as he began to lose hope, an elderly alien figure, thin and cloaked, quietly approached him and whispered, "Young one, information about Adratath is not easily obtained." Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he hurriedly approached to inquire, "Do you possess any knowledge regarding the planet Adrat?" The elder lowered his voice, speaking with an air of mystery. "Adrat is an enigmatic realm, known only to a select few. If you genuinely wish to discover its whereabouts, you must seek out the Interstellar Navigation Tower. Perhaps there you will uncover the information you seek. However, be warned, some intelligence comes at a price." Hope rekindled within Wukong's heart. After expressing his gratitude to the elderly man, he set forth towards the direction of the navigation tower, resolutely determined to spare no effort in locating the coordinates of the planet Adrat. Following the Elder's guidance, he navigated through the bustling crowd and arrived at the Interstellar Navigation Tower. This towering structure soared into the clouds, adorned with resplendent decorations and shimmering star maps that exuded an undeniable sense of advanced technology. Inside the tower, a diverse array of individuals bustled about. Some were adventurers in search of business opportunities, others were merchants accompanied by guards. And there were even a few eccentrically dressed explorers seemingly on a treasure hunt. Wukong strode directly into the hall of the navigation tower, his gaze fixed upon an information officer seated at the front desk. The officer, clad in a uniform adorned with a celestial map, bore an expression of cold detachment and caution, clearly accustomed to a myriad of characters. With a smile, Wukong approached and inquired, "Greetings. I am seeking the coordinates of Yadalat Star. Could you provide any clues?" The officer scrutinized Wukong with a dismissive glance, curling his lips slightly. "Yadalat Star? Do you think just anyone can locate it? Information is hard-earned, and moreover, the price for divulging details about Yadalat Star is quite steep." Wukong had long been prepared. He nodded and retrieved several bags of interstellar currency exchanged from the trading station, placing them upon the counter. The informant's gaze finally shifted, revealing a hint of eagerness as he subtly gestured for Wukong to follow him. Wukong trailed the informant through several security checkpoints, ultimately arriving at a dimly lit back room. The informant unfurled a simple interstellar map and, pointing to a remote region of the galaxy, whispered, "This indicates the approximate location of Yadalat Star. However, that area is frequently beset by interstellar storms, making navigation quite challenging. Once you reach the star field, you will need to rely on your own skills to locate it." Wukong silently noted the coordinates and, after expressing his gratitude to the informant, returned to his spacecraft. He entered the coordinates of Adratlat Star into the ship's system, ignited the engines, and departed from the interstellar trading station. Sitting within the vessel, Wukong gazed at the slowly materializing star map coordinates on the screen, his heart brimming with anticipation and trepidation. He understood that Adratlat Star was not only a planet steeped in legend, but might also possess a unique combat technique that could potentially aid him in advancing further and augmenting his strength. The spacecraft darted swiftly among the stars and planets, and after several days, Wukong finally approached the enigmatic star region. As the informant had indicated, interstellar storms were indeed frequent and intense. Almost at regular intervals, the ship's dashboard flickered with storm warnings. Wukong cautiously maneuvered the spacecraft, adjusting its course to evade the turbulent currents, yet on several occasions, he was still affected, causing the vessel to shake violently. A testament to the arduous nature of this journey. Just as the storm began to subside, a faint signal suddenly appeared on the radar screen. Wukong's heart leapt with joy, and he promptly adjusted the ship's trajectory toward the source of the signal. Minutes later, a mysterious planet emerged in the distance. The surface was adorned with lush green vegetation and a purple ocean, the entire sphere seemingly radiating a gentle glow and exuding an aura of tranquility. Wukong confirmed the planet's characteristics and joyfully murmured to himself, "This must be Adratlat Star." He gently descended the spacecraft onto the planet's surface, opened the hatch, and was greeted by a refreshing breeze. Suspended in the sky above Adratlat Star were several massive floating stones, and peculiar creatures roamed nearby, exuding an essence entirely distinct from Earth. Not far along his path, Wukong encountered a group of Adratlat inhabitants approaching him. They were tall and slender, their expressions calm and amiable. One elder smiled and nodded at Wukong, speaking, "Welcome, scion from a distant star realm. We have sensed your arrival." Wukong bowed slightly, graciously responding, "Thank you for your warm hospitality. I have heard of a remarkable skill known as instantaneous movement. Might I request your guidance on this matter?" The elder, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded, leading Wukong towards the village. Along the way, Wukong observed his surroundings with great curiosity. The architecture of the planet Adratlat was unique, seemingly constructed from a natural stone that harmoniously blended with the surrounding environment. At the center of the village stood a circular plaza, dominated by a towering stone tablet inscribed with runes. The elder explained to Wukong, to master instantaneous movement, one must first cultivate a tranquil mind, attune oneself to the flow of internal energy, and then, through intent, sense the essence of the destination. Only then can one achieve the transition through space. Wukong attentively listened as he followed the elder to a tranquil place for meditation. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath. The elder stood beside him, guiding him to concentrate his thoughts on the flow of energy. After months of diligent practice, Wukong finally mastered the technique of instantaneous movement. Despite his exceptional talent, he found the complexity of this skill quite taxing. Each day was spent in meditation, practice, and attuning himself to the flow of energy. And there were moments when he doubted his ability to fully grasp this skill. Nevertheless, he never entertained the thought of giving up, always immersing himself wholeheartedly in the endeavor. Initially, Wukong could only teleport over short distances, experiencing bouts of dizziness as if he had lost his grasp on time and space. However, as time passed, the energy within him flowed more smoothly, and his mind became increasingly tranquil. He gradually transformed instantaneous movement from a mere instinctual reaction into a precise control. Now, Wukong could teleport freely across the planet Adaltrat, effortlessly traversing dense forests, soaring over mountains, and crossing vast oceans. Each teleportation filled him with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and freedom, as if he had transcended the constraints of time and space, becoming omnipotent. One day, after training, Wukong sat on a grassy patch on Adaltrat, gazing at the colossal floating stones in the sky, his heart stirred with emotion. He had remarkably increased his teleportation range from a mere few hundred meters to tens of thousands of kilometers, even managing brief jumps between different planets. Although there were still some limitations, this ability was already immensely powerful for him. How splendid! This skill makes me feel as though I can instantly reach any destination. Wukong mused to himself, filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. Chapter 47, The Art of Survival in Space one evening. As Wukong conversed with Cole from Adaltrat under the starlit sky, he excitedly recounted his adventures across various planets, while Cole listened with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Wukong inquired about the experiences of cosmic exploration. Cole, although your people are not a warrior race, you possess unique talents. Are there other races in the universe with special abilities? Cole pondered for a moment, his gaze reflecting a depth of wisdom. Wukong, did you know that the forms of life in the universe extend beyond our known existence? Among us interstellar travelers, there are ancient pieces of wisdom that speak of certain races that have truly mastered the art of surviving in space, without relying on spaceships, surviving in the universe solely with their bodies. Do such beings truly exist? Wukong expressed his astonishment. Indeed, they can withstand the vacuum's pressure and the cold. This ability is not acquired overnight. It is the result of hundreds of years of evolution and inner cultivation. It is said they undergo a special form of mental training that not only enhances their physical capabilities but also establishes a subtle connection with the energies of the universe. Cole smiled slightly. That sounds incredible. Can I learn such a technique? Where might I find them? Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Cole patted Wukong on the shoulder. In the star systems surrounding Adaltrat, you might occasionally encounter these cosmic wanderers. They are often found near certain specific interstellar relics, which serve as sacred places for their cultivation. Wonderful! I must meet them. Perhaps I can truly learn this survival skill. Wukong exclaimed, filled with excitement. Cole encouraged him with a smile. The interstellar relics are not far away. Since you have this intention, why not explore? However, be prepared. Their training is not easy, Wukong. Under Cole's guidance, Wukong arrived at a remote star system surrounding Adaltrat, where the light was dim and stars were scarce, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity. Wukong piloted his spacecraft to a gentle landing near an interstellar relic encircled by a belt of meteors. The atmosphere seemed to be infused with an unknown energy, enveloping him in a profound tranquility. As Wukong emerged from the spacecraft, he surveyed his surroundings and mused that this celestial relic appeared to be the very site where the legendary cosmic wanderers honed their skills. Taking a deep breath, he recalled Kor's counsel, patience is paramount in this realm. Thus, Wukong resolved to wait, to immerse himself in the essence of the starlit expanse. Before long, an alien, clad in simple attire that shimmered with a faint silvery glow, approached with deliberate steps. His gaze emanated a profound tranquility, as if he could perceive the very fabric of existence. Sensing no hint of hostility from him, Wukong stepped forward to extend his greeting. Greetings, I am Wukong. I have heard that you possess the ability to thrive amidst the cosmos. I am eager to learn this skill. The alien smiled gently and introduced himself. I am Gila. To learn to survive in the universe is no trivial endeavor. However, given your determination, I am willing to impart some fundamental cultivation techniques. Gila explained to Wukong that survival in the cosmos does not rely solely on formidable muscles or brute strength, but rather on the fusion of one's life force with the cosmic energies, achieving a state of resonance. He gestured for Wukong to sit cross-legged, close his eyes, and relax his mind, encouraging him to attune to the flow of energy between his body and the surrounding starlit heavens. After Wukong followed the instructions, he felt his aura gradually weaken, yet he became more attuned to the rhythm of the universe. Hira softly remarked, "This state is known as ethereal symbiosis. You must harmonize your own aura with that of the cosmos. Do not rush the process. Patiently embrace this sensation, and in time, you will adapt to surviving in a vacuum. Deep within the cosmos, Wukong diligently practiced day after day. Meanwhile, on Earth, Tien, Chaozu, Yamcha, and Krillin were enduring rigorous training. Running with heavy stones strapped to their backs, their clothes soaked with sweat. During a brief pause in their running, Tien halted, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, "If we continue like this, although we feel progress each time, the gap between us and Wukong will only widen. With this level of training, it seems we will never catch up to him." Krillin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wukong's growth is astonishingly rapid. We must find a way to break through our limitations. We cannot remain at this stage indefinitely. Yamcha, deep in thought, suggested, since we cannot match his speed, perhaps we should seek stronger training resources or go to Korin Tower. The training there might suit us better. Thus, they resolved to embark on a journey to Korin Tower. Upon arrival, they met Master Korin. After a thorough discussion and trials, Master Korin recognized their determination and agreed to allow them to continue their training at Korin Tower. Over the course of 2.5 months, their physical strength and combat skills significantly improved, and their bodies and minds grew more resilient. When they were ready to push further, Master Korin presented them with the Rui Jingu Bang. This staff will help you traverse the Heavenly Temple and continue your training. I believe you will gain further refinement there. Tien and the others set off towards the Heavenly Temple on the Rui Jingu Bang. Upon reaching the Heavenly Temple, they encountered Bobo, who appeared calm. In the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Temple, they looked around and saw that the deity bore an uncanny resemblance to Demon King Piccolo. However, they were not overly surprised, as they had long heard of the connection between the deity and Piccolo. Tien could not help but whisper to Krillin, "This is truly astonishing. He looks exactly like Piccolo." The deity surveyed the group with a calm gaze and spoke slowly, "I understand your goal is to catch up to Wukong. However, training is not something that can be achieved overnight." At that moment, Bobo stepped forward. "I will guide your training, and you will experience the same trials that Wukong once did." The group nodded. Although they knew the upcoming training would be more arduous, they felt no fear. Tien stepped forward with determination. "We are ready." "Excellent," Bobo replied with a slight smile. "Let us begin with the fundamentals." He led them to the square of the Heavenly Temple. "You have come here not only to enhance your physical abilities, but more importantly, to cultivate your inner selves." Standing before them, Bobo's gaze was sharp yet tranquil, as if he could see into each individual's heart. "Though your current skills are commendable, true strength does not solely rely on physical prowess and techniques. It requires a heart as tranquil as the sky." Tien remained silent, pondering Bobo's words. Bobo continued. "Wukong once trained here, learning how to maintain calmness amidst the fiercest battles and to keep his mind at peace. Your task is to attain this state and master true power." The subsequent training methods were entirely different from what Tien and the others had anticipated. Bobo instructed each of them to sit down and begin meditating. "Cast aside all distractions and focus on sensing your inner selves." His voice was deep and steady, imbued with a soothing force. "Do not rush for results. Training is a long journey, and the most crucial aspect is a tranquil mind." They followed Bobo's guidance and began to meditate. At first, Tien and the others felt their minds filled with restlessness, a torrent of chaotic thoughts flooding their minds. Tien repeatedly attempted to eliminate these distractions, yet each time, they felt like invisible shackles binding their souls. "Release these thoughts, let them drift by like clouds." Bobo's voice resonated again, calm yet carrying an invisible guiding force. Tien closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, striving to clear his mind. He began to stop resisting the thoughts that emerged, instead quietly observing them, allowing them to float in his consciousness without being drawn in. Chaozu, Yamcha, and Krillin also endeavored to enter this meditative state, discovering it to be more challenging than physical training. Physical training could yield progress through relentless effort, while calming the mind required casting aside all distractions and desires, allowing the spirit to settle naturally. Each individual's progress varied. Some quickly fell into the meditative state, while others remained trapped in mental turmoil. Bobo did not rush to interrupt them. He simply observed silently. Chapter 48. Wukong has grown taller as time passed quietly. The registration for the World Martial Arts Tournament was in full swing, igniting a fervent atmosphere throughout the city. However, the weather today was far from ideal. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds loomed, and torrential rain poured down, with people hastily passing by, umbrellas swaying in the wind. At a street corner near the registration area, Launch stood beside Master Roshi, holding a large umbrella. The two stood at the street corner, glancing occasionally into the distance. "Master Roshi, dressed in a smart suit and wearing old-fashioned sunglasses, squinted slightly, appearing somewhat anxious. "Where are they?" he exclaimed, wiping the rain from his face. On such an important day, how could they forget? Launch looked up at the sky, noticing the rain intensifying, making the street scene increasingly blurred. She softly replied, "Perhaps they were delayed by something. Don't worry, they'll arrive soon." Just then, a taxi suddenly came to a stop. The door opened, and Bulma emerged, gracefully holding an umbrella. Dressed in a fitted short skirt that accentuated her perfect figure and wearing high heels, her steps were light and steady. Her short hair appeared even sharper in the rain, and her lips, painted with bright lipstick, curved into a confident smile, radiating a dazzling aura even amidst the downpour. "Bulma!" Launch exclaimed, waving at her with a smile. Upon seeing Launch and Master Roshi, Bulma approached and smiled. "I'm so sorry. There was a bit of traffic on the way. Have you been waiting long?" Master Roshi chuckled and waved his hand. "No worries, no worries. We haven't been here long." He glanced at Bulma's attire with a hint of approval. "You look particularly vibrant today." Bulma smiled modestly, her eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. "Of course. Today is the registration day for the tournament. How could I not dress up?" Then Master Roshi's tone turned somewhat wistful. "Krillin and Yamcha, 3 years ago, saw Wukong so strong. Yet now they are nowhere to be found. Everyone says they are training, but they've gone off to who knows where." Bulma sighed. "Yes, everyone has disappeared." Sigh. Master Roshi lamented. "Training is like that sometimes. It cannot be rushed. If only they could settle down like Wukong did early on, their training progress would surely be different." Bulma smiled helplessly, "But Goku really is faster than anyone else. I have no idea how he does it." She paused, her gaze softening slightly. "But he must have gotten incredibly strong since he's been away." As Bulma and Master Roshi were talking, a child's balloon slipped from their grasp and floated up to the branches of a nearby tree. The child, seeing the balloon stuck, began to tear up and whimper. "Wah? Who can help me get my balloon down?" Hearing this, Bulma immediately turned and, seeing the child's pitiful expression, felt her heart melt. She walked over and gently patted the child's head, comforting them. "Don't cry, I'll get it down for you." Bulma stretched on her tiptoes, reaching as far as she could, but still fell just short. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she turned to Master Roshi. "Master Roshi, could you help me? I can't quite reach it." Master Roshi narrowed his eyes with a sly grin. "Oh, no problem. Leave it to me." He stepped forward, raising his hand toward the balloon. But then his expression turned lecherous as he teased. "Bulma, since I'm helping you with the balloon, how about letting me touch you there as well?" The moment the words left his mouth, Bulma's eyes turned icy. Without hesitation, she delivered a sharp slap across his face. "Don't push your luck, Master Roshi." The old man staggered slightly from the blow, his grin vanishing as he quickly straightened up, rubbing his cheek with an exaggerated look of innocence. "Ah, I didn't mean it. I was just joking." Just as Bulma and Master Roshi were about to resume their conversation, a hand suddenly reached out and effortlessly plucked the balloon from the branch, handing it to the child. Bulma, Master Roshi, and the others turned to see a tall figure standing before them, holding an umbrella and dressed in peculiar attire that clearly didn't belong to this era. The man stood composed, his expression calm as he shielded his face with the umbrella, as though deliberately avoiding immediate attention. He smiled at Bulma and Master Roshi, his voice clear and serene. "Bulma, old man, Launch, how have you all been?" "Bulma, Master Roshi." And Launch stared at him blankly, utterly bewildered. Who is this? They had no recollection of ever meeting him. Bulma frowned slightly, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes as she couldn't help but ask, "You are?" Instead of answering, the man continued, "Where are Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha?" At those words, their expressions shifted from confusion to shock. Bulma's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively spoke. "Could it be Goku?" Wukong smiled gently and lifted his umbrella. "I apologize, Bulma, and everyone. It has been a long time." With a sudden gust of wind, the rain finally ceased, and everything around appeared remarkably tranquil. Goku gazed at Bulma, Master Roshi, and Launch, who were still in a state of bewilderment, and couldn't help but chuckle. Hee hee. Why is everyone so stunned? Goku laughed as he folded up his umbrella and stood before Bulma, his eyes gleaming with a hint of triumph. "Bulma, I have finally surpassed you in height." Bulma continued to stare at him with a dazed expression, as if she had yet to fully comprehend the transformation Goku had undergone. Upon witnessing this, Wukong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, speaking with a playful tone. "Have I grown just a little taller over these 3 years? So much so that you can hardly recognize me?" Suddenly, Lanchi interjected, "Not just a little at all. Wukong, you've grown quite a bit. It's as if you were an entirely different person. Wukong scratched his head, revealing a hint of bashfulness as he lowered his gaze toward Bulma. Her eyes, once clouded with confusion, began to regain clarity. As she scrutinized Wukong before her, she suddenly realized that he had not only grown taller, but also exuded a newfound maturity and composure. Taken aback for a moment, Bulma then broke into a smile and softly remarked, Wukong, you have become quite handsome. Upon hearing this, Wukong felt a tinge of embarrassment and scratched his head. Is that true? In fact, there hasn't been much change. I've merely trained a bit more over the years, and my body has become sturdier. I truly didn't recognize you at all. Bulma murmured softly to herself, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within her. Just as the discussion continued, a loud voice abruptly echoed from afar. Participants in the competition, please register promptly. Wukong turned his head to the source of the sound and saw the event staff of the martial arts competition calling out loudly to the participants with a large megaphone. Wukong, hurry and sign up. Do not waste any more time, Master Roshi remarked, noticing that Wukong was still standing there. Wukong nodded and turned to head towards the registration area, but suddenly paused to inquire, by the way, have Krillin and the others registered yet? Master Roshi shrugged with a hint of exasperation and replied with a wry smile, they haven't arrived yet. They are likely on their way. I didn't expect you to arrive first. As Wukong made his way to the registration desk, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Launch remained behind, watching Wukong's retreating figure. Master Roshi squinted and muttered, this child has changed so much. He is even taller than I am. He was always such a little one. How did this happen? Launch, observing Wukong's silhouette, couldn't help but chuckle. You've always claimed to be the strongest martial artist in the world. It seems you may soon be surpassed by Wukong. Master Roshi, visibly reluctant to concede, retorted, that is not certain. Although Wukong may be taller, he still has much to learn. I have attained my level through years of rigorous training. He is merely benefiting from the advantage of youth. Bulma gazed at Wukong, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, and softly remarked, he used to be just a little rascal, always displaying a mischievous demeanor. But now, he truly seems to have matured. Launch nodded in agreement. Indeed, he hardly resembles the same person. Especially his aura, it is entirely different from before. Bulma squinted thoughtfully. Perhaps after years of training, Wukong has become more composed. I must admit, it is rather astonishing. Chapter 49. The gathering of all having successfully completed the registration. Wukong then joined Bulma, Master Roshi, and Launch in the resting area beside the venue, awaiting the arrival of Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha. Time passed slowly. Yet Tien and the others still had not appeared. Master Roshi paced anxiously, his gaze frequently darting towards the entrance of the arena, growing increasingly concerned. Why haven't they arrived yet? Registration is about to close. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was quite late, and still no sign of them. What on earth were Krillin and the others occupied with? Bulma stood nearby, slightly frowning, her own unease mounting. No matter how busy they were, they shouldn't delay the martial arts tournament registration like this. Had they forgotten this day? Launch, on the other hand, appeared somewhat impatient. Wukong approached them and glanced at the clock, raising an eyebrow in concern. Could it be that they have encountered some trouble? Master Roshi surveyed the surroundings, and suddenly, a glimmer of determination crossed his eyes as he resolved to inquire with the staff. I shall ask if I can register on their behalf. As he spoke, he hastened toward the registration desk, with Bulma and Launch watching him curiously. Shortly thereafter, Master Roshi returned. A look of disappointment etched on his face as he approached Bulma and Launch. They said that it must be the individuals themselves present. Registration cannot be done by proxy. Even the previous year's runner-up is no exception. He paused for a moment before continuing. By the way, do you know where they have gone? Launch could not help but pout. Didn't they agree on this? Truly, what is going on? Master Roshi immediately turned back to the staff. How much time is left? The staff member glanced at their watch and replied nonchalantly. There are 5 minutes remaining until registration closes. What? Upon hearing this, Master Roshi panicked. So if they cannot make it, they will miss the opportunity to register? The staff member nodded. Yes, there can be no further delays. Master Roshi gritted his teeth and returned to Bulma and Launch, his heart racing with anxiety. What are we to do now? How could they possibly arrive at the registration desk in such a short amount of time? Bulma sighed, although she too was worried. She could only shake her head in resignation. Honestly, why are they dragging this out? Upon hearing this news, Wukong remained unfazed, his demeanor relaxed. He glanced around and reassured. It matters not. As long as they arrive, there is no need for anyone to be overly anxious. You seem quite at ease, the turtle hermit retorted, casting a disapproving glance his way. Do you not see how frantic everyone else is? Wukong stood nearby, his gaze gently sweeping across the surroundings, adorned with a subtle smile. He silently sensed the aura around him, aware that Tian and his companions were approaching. With only a minute left until the deadline, the staff stifled a yawn, clearly weary of the hastily registered contestants and preparing to pack up and depart. Bulma and her friends stood anxiously to the side, watching the seconds slip away, their spirits growing increasingly heavy. Just as the staff was about to gather their belongings, several powerful auras suddenly surged through the air. For figures darted past Bulma and the others like lightning, their speed leaving them momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, these 4 figures came to a halt before the registration desk, their feet firmly planted on the ground. Bulma and her friends looked up to see Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Goku's silhouette materializing at the registration point. At last, they have arrived. A sigh of relief escaped Bulma's lips, and a smile graced her face. Wukong stood aside, casting a glance at these familiar friends, and could not help but exclaim inwardly, "These fellows make quite an impressive entrance." The staff, having regained some energy, glanced at the clock and realized that less than half a minute remained until the deadline. The corner of their mouth twitched slightly, yet they extended their hand to prepare for registration. Hurry, time is of the essence. After the 4 from Tianjin Fan completed their registration, they approached Master Roshi with respect and greeted their teacher, Wu Tian. Krillin was the first to step forward, his face beaming with pride as he exclaimed, "Master Wu Tian, have you noticed how much I've grown?" Master Roshi assessed Krillin with satisfaction and nodded. "Indeed, well done, Krillin, you've grown taller and stronger." At that moment, Wukong walked over and gently patted Krillin on the shoulder. Feeling the familiar strength, Krillin looked up to see the tall figure before him, momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes widened in astonishment as he joyfully exclaimed, "Wukong, it's really you. How have you grown so tall?" Wukong scratched his head and, with a smile, remarked, "Perhaps it is simply a matter of diligent practice. Gradually, I have grown taller." Upon hearing Krillin's exclamation, Tien and Yamcha turned their gaze towards Wukong, their eyes gleaming with astonishment and curiosity. "Wukong, it has been 3 years since we last met, and your transformation is indeed astonishing," Tien exclaimed, secretly contemplating Wukong's strength. Although Wukong emitted no discernible aura, he nonetheless exuded an intangible pressure. Yamcha, also smiling, added, "It seems we must take this martial arts tournament seriously. Wukong, you truly inspire anticipation." With a subtle smile, Goku remarked, "Let the arena reveal the truth." The turtle hermit, beaming with delight, addressed everyone, "I have already reserved the hotel. You all should head there and prepare for tomorrow's competition." Nodding in agreement, Goku and the others followed the turtle hermit toward the hotel. Along the way, Tien Shinhan walked beside the turtle hermit and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Master Mateto, won't you be participating in this martial arts tournament?" The turtle hermit waved his hand with a grin, feigning mystery as he replied, "This time, let you young ones take the spotlight. As for this old man, I shall simply observe your performances." Meanwhile, at the rear of the group, Bulma leaned toward Launch, gazing at Goku's tall figure, and couldn't help but whisper, "Goku has truly grown up, and he's becoming increasingly handsome." Launch glanced at Tien Shinhan's silhouette and replied with a smile, "Indeed, Goku is quite charming, but I still think Tien Shinhan is a tad more handsome." Bulma teased, "It seems you have a soft spot for Tien Shinhan." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and amidst the refreshing post-rain air, accompanied by a gentle breeze, they continued their journey to the hotel. That night, within the hotel, warm lights emanated softly from the windows of each room. The heavy rain poured once more, while the occasional rumble of thunder added a touch of tension to the pre-competition atmosphere. In Bulma and Launch's room, Bulma had hung a handmade Ikkyu doll by the window, symbolizing peace and good fortune. As she watched the raindrops battering against the glass, she murmured, "I hope everything goes smoothly in tomorrow's match." Launch teased with a grin, "What are you worried about? You are Bulma. After all, you've faced far grander spectacles." Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin nestled on their beds, reminiscing about their training over the past 3 years. Krillin, brimming with excitement, asked Goku, "Goku, what have you learned out there? Your energy feels so much more restrained than it did 3 years ago, as if you've entered an entirely different realm." Wukong smiled and reminisced. There are many things to consider, not merely formidable combat skills, but also previously unimagined ways to comprehend power. I truly hope to witness the fruits of your training tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yamcha was sharing his journey over the past few years with Puar. For the last 3 years, I have not dared to slacken for a moment, constantly striving to keep pace with Wukong. Listening intently, Puar replied with eager anticipation, Lord Yamcha, this time you are sure to deliver an extraordinary performance. In the same evening, Tenshinhan and Chaozu sat in silence within their room. Tenshinhan gazed out at the torrential rain, repeatedly questioning himself, how much has Wukong truly learned out there? Regardless, I am determined to surpass him. Chapter 50. The preliminary rounds commence amidst the evening's downpour. Lightning cleaved through the night sky, while only a few scattered souls hurried along the streets. A child stood transfixed before a shop window, captivated by the exquisite toys within, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the grand clock atop the bell tower, and with a deafening crash, fragments of the clock plummeted from above, threatening to crush the unsuspecting child. In that critical moment, a figure swiftly appeared beside the child. Calmly, the figure raised a finger, directing a sharp beam of light toward the descending debris, instantaneously reducing it to dust that vanished into the air. The child's mother rushed over, scooping her child into her arms, trembling with gratitude as she thanked the mysterious savior. However, the figure merely paused, their gaze indifferent, not even turning their head before disappearing into the shroud of night and rain. This enigmatic being, who had intervened without a hint of sentiment, was none other than the solitary Piccolo Daimao. Though he held little regard for human affairs, he revealed a flicker of kindness at a crucial juncture. The following day dawned clear and bright, as the venue for the martial arts tournament erupted in a splendid display of fireworks, with children joyfully gathering around, their excitement palpable. Old man, did you bring my martial arts uniform? Wukong inquired, leaning toward Master Roshi with a smile. Look at you all grown up. Why are you still thinking about wearing my turtle school uniform? I actually didn't bring it. I suppose your old one no longer fits. Master Roshi sighed as he observed Wukong's now towering stature. Hee, it seems it's time for a new one. Wukong chuckled bashfully, scratching his head. As Wukong and his companions entered the arena, they prepared to embrace the imminent competition. Krillin and Yamcha donned their familiar turtle school martial arts uniforms, exuding an air of vitality. To everyone's astonishment, Wukong approached, clad in a brand new turtle school outfit. Wukong, why have you chosen to wear that? I thought you were going for a new style. Krillin exclaimed, a look of surprise lighting up his face. I've been ready for a long time. No matter how much we grow, we must never lose the spirit of the turtle school. Wukong replied, patting his martial arts uniform. As Wukong and his friends prepared for the competition, a figure gradually approached, draped in a white cloak, with green skin and piercing eyes. The unmistakable presence of King Piccolo sent waves of intimidation through the air. A palpable sense of pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien to break into a cold sweat. Despite their years of training and perceived increase in strength, the shadow of King Piccolo lingered ominously. This guy is already this tall at just 3 years old. He is certainly growing faster than I did. When I have Gohan, he'll be around the same age as Piccolo. No wonder they got along so well in the original story, Wukong mused, observing Piccolo with keen interest. Piccolo's gaze fixed sharply on Wukong, an icy hostility emanating from his silence as they stood in a tense standoff, neither willing to break the silence. The air was thick with an electric tension, as if they were engaged in a silent contest of will. Suddenly, a hand clapped Wukong on the shoulder from behind. He turned to find a familiar face. The girl, clad in a simple martial arts uniform, had lustrous black hair and a spirited glint in her eyes. With a smile, she called out, Son Wukong. Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Chi-Chi, it's you. His surprise was evident. Yet it was overshadowed by joy upon discovering that Chi-Chi had also graced the lively martial arts tournament. Wow, what a stunning young lady. I truly envy Wukong. Krillin and Yamcha couldn't contain their excitement as they whispered to each other upon spotting Chi-Chi, both unable to resist casting envious glances at Wukong. Utterly captivated by Chi-Chi's charm and beauty, Chi-Chi, upon hearing their murmurs, couldn't help but smile, her lips curving slightly upward. She gazed at Wukong with eyes filled with familiar warmth and tenderness. Hey, Chi-Chi, I didn't expect you to join the tournament. Are you ready to showcase your skills today? Wukong's spirits soared. Chi-Chi's expression was gentle, yet laced with a hint of provocation. Humph. No matter how formidable you are, I am unafraid. Her tone was playful, as if she intended to tease Wukong. The atmosphere around them lightened considerably, while Krillin and Yamcha continued to speculate quietly. These two seemed genuinely acquainted, and their bond appears quite strong. They exchanged glances, a tinge of envy for Wukong's companion evident in their eyes. Outside the arena, although the audience could not witness the battles within, the crowd remained extraordinarily packed. Master Roshi found himself at the forefront, surrounded by enthusiastic beauties. Seizing the opportunity amid the throng, he targeted a nearby lady and suddenly buried his face in her bosom. Startled, she immediately retaliated with a slap, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind?" Master Roshi, dazed, saw stars for a moment. However, such incidents were commonplace for him. Rubbing his face, he maintained a confident smile, boasting, Don't let my age fool you. I was once a formidable force in the martial arts world. I am the greatest master under heaven." No sooner had he spoken than several young women began to gaze at him with admiration, even requesting his autograph. Bulma, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and couldn't help but remark, "Master Roshi, you are becoming increasingly shameless, relying on bragging to get by." Meanwhile, the group of ladies continued to surround Master Roshi, engaging him in conversation, utterly oblivious to any impropriety, seemingly enchanted by his aura of supremacy. As the preliminary draw commenced, Jiaozi stood aside, squinting at the draw lots. He waved his hand gently, using his psychic abilities to ensure that Wukong and the others drew different groups. Wukong glanced at his number, casually curling his lip, seemingly indifferent to the outcome, while Krillin carefully held his own draw, a hint of tension etched on his face. Unable to resist, he turned to steal a glance at Chi-Chi. Dressed in a simple martial arts uniform, she stood out remarkably amidst the crowd. Krillin's heart raced, and he swallowed hard, clearly entranced by Chi-Chi's radiant smile. With a keen glance, Wukong discerned Krillin's thoughts, and a soft chuckle escaped his lips as he mused inwardly. This fellow seems to be quite taken with her. "Hey, Krillin, why do you keep gazing at that adorable young lady?" Wukong approached, playfully teasing. Krillin, caught off guard, felt his face flush even more as he hurriedly lowered his gaze. I'm not doing anything. I just find Chi-Chi very charming." Wukong was assigned to the first match, and all eyes converged upon him. Standing on the arena, he yawned lazily, displaying not a trace of nervousness. The murmurs among the contestants below swelled into a chorus of pity. Poor King Chappa. To face Son Goku twice in a row, what wretched luck. These words reached King Chappa's ears, igniting a surge of irritation within him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "The wretched one here should be Son Goku." His glare fixed upon his nonchalant opponent. He resolved to waste no more words, and instead launched his attack with a swift motion. King Chappa assumed a stance brimming with aggression, muscles taut. His gaze locked onto Wukong with predatory intensity. He vowed inwardly not to let this opponent off easily. This time, he would unleash his full might. "Come on," King Chappa roared, charging forward with blinding speed, his right hand slashing toward Wukong's chest in an attempt to fell him in a single strike. Yet Wukong remained motionless, utterly unresponsive. As King Chappa's palm descended, poised to strike, Wukong vanished without a trace. King Chappa faltered, his eyes darting warily in every direction. Left, right, up, down. Nowhere could he spot Wukong. The arena plunged into an eerie silence, as though time itself had frozen. Just as anxiety gnawed at King Chappa, a sudden gust of wind brushed against his back. The moment he whirled around, Wukong materialized behind him. "Wah!" King Chappa gasped in shock, barely registering the soft whisper of breath beside his ear. Whoosh! Before he could react, Wukong's gentle exhale sent him hurtling through the air like a helpless leaf, catapulting him clean out of the arena. The crowd erupted in stunned disbelief as King Chappa crashed onto the ground below, dazed and disoriented. Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Kuririn stood at the sidelines. Though they had witnessed Wukong's prowess before, each display still left them awestruck. "He's too strong," Tenshinhan murmured, his gaze tinged with complexity. "I still can't fathom how he does it." Yamcha nodded deeply. "His speed is unreal. I couldn't even track his movements." Kuririn, wide-eyed, watched Wukong standing effortlessly at the center of the ring, a faint smile tugging at his lips. As expected, Wukong has surpassed us all. Their admiration was soon drawn to Chi-Chi, who stood nearby, her lips curved in a gentle smile as she gazed at Wukong with unmistakable pride and joy. Though silent, Her expression spoke volumes. She was thoroughly pleased with his performance. He grows more formidable by the day, Chi-Chi mused inwardly, a tender warmth flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Piccolo lurked in the shadows, his lips twisting into a disdainful smirk. The entire spectacle bored him. In his eyes, King Chappa's assault was nothing more than a trivial skirmish. As the tournament progressed, Tin Shinhan, Yamcha, Kirin, and Chi-Chi effortlessly dispatched their opponents, the atmosphere growing increasingly lighthearted. Each fighter showcased remarkable skill. But Wukong's dominance remained unchallenged. His victories came without the slightest hint of struggle. Just as the group began to relax, the mood shifted abruptly. When it was Chaozu's turn to fight, a sudden, brutal strike sent him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The audience gasped in confusion, many failing to comprehend what had transpired. Chaozu! Tin Shinhan cried, dashing onto the arena, his expression darkening. Kneeling beside his fallen comrade, he found Chaozu pale and breathless, clearly gravely injured. What happened? Yamcha frowned, stepping forward, only for his words to die as his eyes locked onto the figure standing across the ring. Tao Pai Pai, Tin Shinhan spat through clenched teeth. Indeed. The man who had appeared was none other than the former disciple of the Crane School, Tao Pai Pai. Yet this version of Tao Pai Pai was markedly different. Clad in a pink combat suit, his body had been unmistakably reconstructed into that of a cyborg. As Wukong and his companions hastily approached, their expressions were a tapestry of emotions as they gazed upon the figure of Tao Bai Bai. Wukong couldn't suppress a chuckle, stepping forward to exclaim, I never imagined, Tao Bai Bai, that you would become a mechanical being. Tao Bai Bai's gaze locked onto Wukong, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Son Wukong, how dare you show your face here? You are truly courting death. Do not be hasty in your exit. Await my arrival to claim your life. His voice was chilling enough to send shivers down the spine. Subsequently, Tao Bai Bai turned his attention to Tianjin Fan, his eyes brimming with resentment. And you, Tianjin Fan, traitor of the Crane School. Once I have dealt with Son Wukong, you shall be next. Wukong administered a magical beam to Dumpling, who swiftly regained his strength and rose to his feet, rubbing his head. Thank you, Wukong, Dumpling said, glancing at everyone with a hint of embarrassment. The reason for my defeat was that upon seeing my opponent, my master's uncle, Tao Bai Bai, I was so terrified that I hesitated to strike, resulting in my downfall with a single blow. Tianjin Fan reassured Dumpling, do not worry, Dumpling. I shall avenge you. Although Tao Bai Bai is a mechanical being, he remains a minor character. You need not fear him any longer. Dumpling bowed his head, casting a grateful glance at Tianjin Fan. Thank you, Tianjin Fan. However, Tianjin Fan placed a comforting hand on Dumpling's shoulder. You have shown enough courage. Do not berate yourself further. Rest assured, I will handle someone like Tao Bai Bai. Chapter 51. Mechanical Tao Bai Bai. The list of competitors for the quarterfinals was finally unveiled. In the atmosphere in the AR, Wukong's gaze fell upon Yaki, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Although Yaki had deliberately concealed his face, Wukong had already recognized him by his familiar aura and physique. Yet, Wukong understood that it was best not to speak too much in the arena, since the other party chose to keep his identity hidden. It was prudent to allow him to maintain that air of mystery. The deity had not attended this martial arts tournament. Wukong mused silently. Perhaps he believed we could defeat Piccolo. During the intermission, Wukong, Yamcha, and Krillin made their way to the audience stands, intending to engage in conversation with Master Roshi and others for a moment of relaxation. As they settled down, Krillin could not contain himself. The first match is Tien Shinhan against Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai? Wasn't he killed by you, Wukong? How is it possible that he has returned? Master Roshi, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of gravity. Do not worry. Although Tao Pai Pai has indeed returned, he poses no threat to Tien Shinhan, Wukong replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Krillin, momentarily bewildered, gazed at Wukong in confusion. Wukong. Tao Pai Pai knows all of Tien Shinhan's techniques. Regardless, Tien Shinhan should still exercise caution. Wukong chuckled softly, assuring, rest assured, Tien Shinhan has grown exceptionally powerful. No matter how formidable Tao Pai Pai may be, he cannot surpass him. As his words faded, a familiar figure approached them, Master Roshi, his expression grave and brow furrowed. He stepped closer to Master Roshi and the others, whispering urgently, while the Turtle School still has a fighting chance, you should escape at once if you can. Without waiting for a response, Master Roshi turned away and departed. The host announced the imminent commencement of the match, and the audience below erupted in excitement. The venue teeming with spectators. Bulma, Launch, and Master Roshi found themselves squeezed in the throng like sardines, unable to advance. Bulma frowned, observing the crowd's steadfast refusal to part, and grasped Launch's shoulder, murmuring, "Launch, what should we do? We can't get through it all." Launch pouted, a sudden idea flashing in her mind. She picked up a blade of grass and lightly tickled her nose. In the next moment, Launch let out a mighty sneeze, and her golden hair billowed dramatically, her aura transforming instantly. With a sharp crack, Launch squeezed the trigger, the gunfire ringing out. The startled audience scattered in all directions, clearing a wide path. "Thank you, Launch." Bulma laughed, witnessing the spectacle. At last, the three of them navigated through the crowd to the prime viewing spot. Launch stowed her submachine gun with satisfaction, nodding, "Now this is splendid. Who would dare obstruct my way?" Bulma rolled her eyes, muttering, "What a road bully." Master Roshi, meanwhile, murmured nearby. On the platform, Tenshinhan fixed his gaze intently on Tao Pai Pai across from him. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to his youth, when he was an inexperienced martial artist, often left bruised and battered by Tao Pai Pai's rigorous training. Tao Pai Pai, standing on the opposite side of the ring, sneered at Tenshinhan, "You will never win against me." His tone dripped with disdain, exuding a confidence that dismissed Tenshinhan entirely. A complex emotion flickered in Tenshinhan's eyes, memories entwined with pain. This was the master who had subjected him to grueling training, a figure he could never forget. In his youth, Tenshinhan had contemplated giving up under the weight of Tao Pai Pai's demands. Yet, it was precisely this harsh training that had forged his strength. "You once claimed I could never defeat you. Today, I shall prove you wrong." Tenshinhan vowed, fists clenched tightly. "You are too naive, Tenshinhan. Perhaps you have grown stronger. But you will never best me," Tao Pai Pai scoffed, a slow smile creeping across his face. Suddenly, he lunged at Tenshinhan with the swiftness of a specter. His palm aimed directly at Tenshinhan's chest, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind slicing through the air. A glint of cold light flashed in Tenshinhan's eyes. In an instant, he sidestepped like lightning, his footwork light and agile, countering with a precise kick aimed at Tao Pai Pai's abdomen. Taken off guard, Tao Pai Pai was sent flying, crashing against the edge of the platform. Coughing, Tao Pai Pai fell to the ground, slowly rising, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. He rubbed his abdomen, and as he stood, the carefree demeanor he once held had been replaced with an icy intensity and lethal intent. "Indeed, you possess some skill," Tao Pai Pai muttered to himself before charging at Tenshinhan once more. At that moment, Tenshinhan raised a hand, halting his opponent. "Wait, are you conceding?" Tao Pai Pai paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "No, surrender is not in my nature. However, let us forget about the dumplings. This ends here." Tenshinhan inhaled deeply, striving to rein in his simmering anger. "Do you pity me? You've merely learned a few new tricks, and now you dare to be so arrogant." Tao Pai Pai replied coldly, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Do you truly believe you can defeat me now?" In an instant, Tenshinhan vanished from Tao Pai Pai's line of sight, reappearing behind him. Gently tapping Tao Pai Pai's shoulder, he spoke with a calm yet confident tone. "My current prowess surpasses yours." Tao Pai Pai was momentarily taken aback, turning to find astonishment in his eyes. He could scarcely comprehend how Tenshinhan had moved so swiftly behind him. Instinctively, he staggered back. "When did you get behind me? To say you are superior is utterly shameless." A smile flickered across Tenshinhan's face at Tao Pai Pai's reaction. Though he had not intended to boast, this moment filled him with a sense of pride. "The truth stands as such," Tenshinhan replied, his tone tinged with a hint of bashfulness as he struggled to conceal his genuine feelings. In a flash, Tao Pai Pai launched an attack, his movements like a tempest, rapid and fierce. Each strike carried formidable force, aimed straight at Tenshinhan. Yet, Tenshinhan remained composed, effortlessly evading every assault with precision. His gaze fixed on his opponent, he moved gracefully, sidestepping with ease. As Tao Pai Pai surged forward once more, Tenshinhan seized the opportunity. Swiftly grasping Tao Pai Pai's wrist, with a sharp twist, he forced Tao Pai Pai's arm behind his back, pushing him toward the edge of the platform, causing Tao Pai Pai to lose his balance and teeter on the brink of falling off. "Is this how you wish to concede?" Tenshinhan remarked coldly, preparing to conclude the bout. However, just as the Super Dodone wave encountered the aura of Tien, it vanished instantaneously, dissipating into nothingness, failing to inflict any harm upon him. Tao Pai Pai's expression contorted further in disbelief. He could not fathom how his formidable attack had been effortlessly neutralized by Tien, rage coursing through his veins, nearly driving him to madness. He gathered his energy once more, preparing to unleash an even more potent strike, only to be abruptly restrained by Tian's hand upon his shoulder. "You are no longer worthy to stand upon this stage." Tian's voice resonated with a deep, authoritative tone. Without hesitation, Tian launched a swift kick to Tao Bai's chest, the speed and force overwhelming, rendering Tao Bai unconscious as he collapsed onto the arena. Stripped of his fighting capability, Tian, with unwavering determination, approached the fallen Tao Bai, lifted him, and carried him before Master Roshi for further handling. "Take him away, and ensure he never appears before me again," Tian stated coolly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Master Roshi, standing nearby, maintained a stoic demeanor, casting a brief, frosty glance at Tian before turning to hoist Tao Bai onto his back. Though discontent brewed within him, he could only acquiesce in silence to Tian's overwhelming presence. "You ungrateful wretch, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Remember, having reached this juncture, a grim fate awaits you." Master Roshi spat venomously, his tone laced with disdain and fury, as he carried Tao Bai away. Tian offered no reply. He merely bowed his head in contemplation, silently retreating to the backstage. Reflecting on the recent confrontation with Tao Bai, his heart weighed down by a complex array of emotions. This victory had come to him with ease, yet an ominous premonition lingered, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 52. "Goku, will you marry me?" "It is now my turn," Goku declared. Krillin glanced at the match schedule, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face as he noted that his opponent was the charming young lady. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached, and upon seeing her, Krillin's cheeks flushed crimson, his words stumbling at the tip of his tongue, unsure how to begin. Yet Chi-Chi's gaze was fixed not on Krillin, but rather directed intently at Goku. Wukong and Chi-Chi stood on opposite sides of the arena, their gazes firmly fixed on one another. "Son Wukong, allow me to witness your true strength," Chi-Chi declared. Piccolo observed coldly from the sidelines. "Will you marry me or not?" Chi-Chi fixed her stare on Wukong, her eyes reflecting a hint of anger, clearly recalling the moment from their youth when Wukong had declined her proposal. Wukong was taken aback, his face suddenly tinged with embarrassment. Why bring this up during the competition? He pondered, at a loss for how to respond. Below the stage, Krillin and Yamcha were dumbfounded, scarcely believing their ears. How could such an adorable girl wish to marry Wukong? Bulma and Master Roshi suddenly remembered the young lady standing in the ring. She was none other than the daughter of the Ox King, Chi-Chi. A wave of unease washed over Bulma, her expression dimming slightly as a sense of disappointment settled in her heart. She even feared that Wukong might truly acquiesce to Chi-Chi's proposal. "What on earth are you two discussing?" Yamcha asked, bewildered by the awkward atmosphere surrounding them. Nevertheless, the tension of the match remained unchanged, with everyone awaiting Wukong's response. "Defeat me, and you shall not have to marry me," Chi-Chi declared, her eyes ablaze with fury, clearly displeased by Wukong's continued silence. As Wukong observed Chi-Chi's excitement, he understood that her words were laced with anger, yet he felt a sense of helplessness. He gently scratched the back of his head and chuckled. All right, let us focus on the competition first." He contemplated resolving this match before discussing their issues privately. On the sidelines, Krillin and Yamcha remained in a state of bewilderment, seemingly puzzled by the exchange between the two. Bulma, however, kept her gaze fixed on the arena, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. She noted the interaction between Wukong and Chi-Chi. Although there appeared to be no outward anomalies, her feelings were intricate. The Chi-Chi before her seemed to embody Wukong's ideal type more closely. "Are you ready?" Wukong smiled gently at Chi-Chi. "Come on, I will make you regret this." Chi-Chi ceased her arguments, pursing her lips, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Chi-Chi, your strength is indeed formidable," Wukong remarked with a smile. As he noticed her Wukong smiled faintly and extended his hand to block Chi-Chi's punch. Without further delay, he suddenly unleashed a palm strike that sent Chi-Chi flying out of the arena. As Chi-Chi lost her balance midair, she crashed heavily onto the ground outside the ring, unable to steady herself upon landing. "The match is over. Son Goku wins," the announcer declared loudly. Piccolo observed the scene from the sidelines and curled his lips in disdain. "TCH, what a dull fight," he muttered. Goku approached Chi-Chi, extending his hand to gently lift her from the ground. "You are formidable, Chi-Chi, yet in this contest, I must prevail." His tone was neutral, but a hint of regret lingered in his gaze. Chi-Chi brushed the dust from her attire. her eyes still reflecting a touch of defiance. "You, my dear, truly infuriate and vex me." In the audience, Bulma and Launch exhaled in relief. Observing the interaction between Goku and Chi-Chi, Master Roshi sighed softly, remarking, "This foolish lad simply fails to comprehend." "Do you genuinely believe Goku is oblivious? He is being deliberate," Launch whispered, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. After the conclusion of the competition between Wukong and Chi-Chi, everyone gathered together, eagerly awaiting Wukong's decision. Would he accept Chi-Chi's proposal or decline her request? At this moment, Wukong found himself in a state of inner turmoil. Before him stood Chi-Chi, youthful and endearing, seemingly the same girl he had once known, yet he was compelled to confront the contradictions within his heart. After a moment of silence, he ultimately made his decision. "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, but I cannot agree to your request." Wukong's voice was tinged with melancholy. Chi-Chi was taken aback, tears welling in her eyes, and she soon crouched in a corner, unable to suppress her sobs. Her heart felt as though it were being cleaved apart, as if she had been utterly forsaken. Krillin, observing this scene, felt a pang of sympathy, yet he understood that he must not intervene and could only watch in silence. "Have you truly thought this through?" Master Roshi approached Wukong, furrowing his brow. "Yes, I cherish my training and spend most of my time away from home. If I were to marry Chi-Chi, I would not be able to be by her side, which could cause her pain. It would not be fair to her." Wukong nodded. His words, though simple, carried profound significance. He recognized that he could not engage in a conventional married life and did not wish for Chi-Chi to suffer in anticipation. Chi-Chi's sobs echoed in the air, while Wukong lowered his head, his heart heavy with guilt. Krillin's match is about to begin. "Let us focus on that and allow Chi-Chi some time alone," Wukong suggested to the others, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness and remorse. Krillin glanced at Chi-Chi, still huddled in the corner, feeling a twinge of compassion, but he nodded in agreement and prepared to head toward the arena, knowing he needed to concentrate on the competition. "This match against Piccolo will be quite intriguing," Yamcha remarked softly. "Indeed, Piccolo is not easily defeated," Wukong mused, contemplating his own unresolved rivalry with Piccolo. Standing quietly in the arena, Piccolo's demeanor was calm, seemingly indifferent to any challenges that did not involve son Wukong. "Let the match begin." The announcer's command enveloped the arena in a tense atmosphere. Wukong observed, surprised at how well Krillin concealed his energy. He had not anticipated such a feat. Though confident in his own sensory abilities, Wukong found himself unable to detect Krillin's energy fluctuations. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that Tien and Yamcha also seemed to be masking their energies. A thought struck him. Had they also trained in the sacred temple? What a formidable opponent. Piccolo scoffed, eyeing Krillin on the stage. Although he did not voice it, he held a newfound respect for Krillin's ability to conceal his energy. This Krillin is becoming increasingly inscrutable, Wukong mused inwardly, realizing that the Krillin before him was no longer the simple fighter he once knew, which only heightened his anticipation for the match ahead. Wukong glanced back at the corner, where Chi-Chi remained crouched, her hands covering her face, shoulders trembling slightly. She wept inconsolably, tears cascading through her fingers, her once bright eyes now filled with despair and anguish. She longed to conceal her vulnerability from the world. Yet the torrent of her emotions had become an irresistible force. Wukong sighed silently, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though he had no desire to cause Chi-Chi sorrow, his refusal had acted as a merciless blade, severing the bond between them. He recognized that his choice was made with her best interests at heart. Yet seeing her weep filled him with an undeniable pang of guilt. Wukong's heart felt heavy, acutely aware that Chi-Chi's inner anguish was far greater than he had imagined. This decision was indeed fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, the competition continued. Wukong took a deep breath and lifted his gaze to the arena, where Krillin and Piccolo faced off. "What a predicament," Wukong muttered under his breath. Chapter 53, Krillin's dazzling display. In an instant, Krillin assumed an attacking stance, unleashing two golden energy blasts without hesitation. The energy waves zipped across the arena with lightning speed, locking onto Piccolo with formidable intent. Piccolo narrowed his eyes, sensing the imminent threat. He soared into the air, attempting to evade the waves by gaining altitude. However, Krillin's blasts were relentless, swiftly altering their trajectories, pursuing Piccolo with uncanny precision as if they possessed a will of their own. A cold glimmer flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he disdainfully snorted, then retaliated by firing two beams of dark energy. The beams struck the energy blasts, shattering them in a cacophonous explosion of sound and light. "Humph, such simple tactics," Piccolo scoffed, But before he could finish his taunt, Krillin, utilizing his agility, leapt into the air and delivered a powerful kick from behind. Unaware, Piccolo was caught off guard and sent hurtling away as if propelled by a great force, nearly losing his balance at the edge of the arena. The audience erupted in astonished murmurs, taken aback by Krillin's clever maneuver against Piccolo, seizing the upper hand. Not bad at all, Piccolo remarked. Regaining his composure, Wukong stood to the side, captivated by the spectacle before him, his heart brimming with admiration. Krillin's progress was indeed remarkable, to the extent that even Piccolo found it challenging to defeat him effortlessly. Meanwhile, Piccolo's expression grew increasingly grave, a flicker of unease settling in his heart. He had once underestimated these Earth warriors, particularly Krillin, yet now he felt an unprecedented pressure. With each encounter with Krillin, he realized he was being pushed harder than ever before, the pace of Krillin's growth far surpassing his expectations. This little fellow, should he continue to develop, would undoubtedly become the greatest obstacle to Piccolo's aspirations of dominion over the world. A sense of caution stirred within Piccolo. The fierce battle between Krillin and Piccolo raged on, with Piccolo's hands swinging like hammers, each strike imbued with unparalleled power. In contrast, Krillin utilized his agile movements and swift reflexes. Wukong immediately approached, extending his hand to support Krillin. Krillin limped down from the arena, his complexion somewhat pale, sweat soaking through his garments. "You did exceptionally well, Krillin," Wukong praised with a smile. "Although you lost, you have grown immensely stronger than before." "Thank you, Wukong. I truly gave it my all. Big strength is indeed formidable. But I have made progress, haven't I?" Krillin replied with a wry smile and a nod. "Absolutely. Your advancement has been remarkably swift, and you will have more opportunities in the future." Wukong gently patted Krillin on the back. Although Krillin felt a tinge of disappointment, Wukong's words brought a flicker of a smile to his face. Standing on the arena, Bick gazed coldly at Wukong supporting Krillin, his expression seemingly devoid of emotion. Yet a tumultuous thought churned within him. This human has already grown to such an extent, Bick mused to himself, observing the unspoken camaraderie between Wukong and Krillin. A sense of pressure rising in his heart. It seems that the dream of unifying this world is not as easily achievable as I had imagined, Bick coldly contemplated, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Wukong. "Just wait, Wukong." Bick's lips curled into a slight, chilling smile. "One day, you shall understand what true strength really is." Chapter 54. Yamcha finally triumphant. The next match is Yamcha versus Yachi, the announcer declared. The audience erupted into fervent discussion. Yachi, the enigmatic fighter clad in a mask, captivated everyone's attention. Due to the tournament's regulations prohibiting weapons, Yachi did not bring his favorite katana to the arena. Yamcha stood to the side, his gaze intently fixed on Yachi. "This time, I am confident of victory," Yamcha told Krillin with conviction. Krillin nodded, offering an encouraging smile. "Go for it, Yamcha. I believe in you." Yamcha smiled faintly with a leisurely stretch. Wukong ambled towards the arena. Beside him, Tianjin Fan appeared more composed than usual. Despite the fierce glimmer of battle in his eyes, he maintained an air of calmness. In a shadowy corner beneath the platform, Chi-Chi quietly crouched, surreptitiously observing Wukong's figure. Her face was etched with sorrow, evidently still reeling from the previous rejection. Upon hearing the host announce Wukong's match time, a pang of bitterness stirred within her. "Why am I deemed so insignificant?" Chi-Chi murmured softly, tears welling in her eyes, her emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Despite the turmoil in her heart, she chose not to leave. Instead, she discreetly concealed herself behind the stage, yearning for another glimpse of the man who had once turned down her proposal, harboring a lingering sense of reluctance and hope. Klin noticed Chi-Chi in the corner, fixated on Wukong with an expression brimming with concern and anticipation. Standing at the side of the arena, Klin felt a surge of emotions. Memories flooded back to him of the rivalry he had shared with Wukong since childhood. Time and again, Wukong effortlessly eclipsed him in every aspect: martial prowess, stature, and even charisma. Yet today, a novel resolution dawned upon Klin. Observing the affection in Chi-Chi's gaze directed at Wukong, he silently vowed, since Wukong did not reciprocate Chi-Chi's feelings, he would muster the courage to pursue her. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that after the martial arts competition, he would seize the opportune moment to express his sentiments to Chi-Chi, for regardless of the outcome, he would not let this chance slip away. Wukong remained oblivious to Krillin's current thoughts. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have supported him wholeheartedly. In Wukong's eyes, Krillin was the most suitable match for Chi-Chi, both Earthlings. Their personalities complementary, understanding each other deeply. On the arena, Wukong gave a slight nod and uttered calmly, "Give it your all, Tien." "Of course," Tien growled, his aura erupting in an instant like a beast lunging at its prey. The surging energy rippled through the air, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Yet Wukong stood unmoved, his gaze serene, as if he had foreseen everything. His stance was as steady as a boulder, his eyes unwavering, only his arms slightly bent, as if awaiting Tien's assault. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze. The audience held their breath, their eyes locked onto the duel between the two. Could Tien's full-powered strike break through Wukong's defense? The question lingered in everyone's mind. Chapter 55, Solar Flare, 9 Suns? Tien lunged at Wukong with blinding speed, his figure nearly vanishing from the arena. His movements were swift and precise, like a bolt of lightning. His fist tore through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed squarely at Wukong's abdomen, the sheer force distorting the atmosphere. Yet Wukong remained still, his expression unreadable, as if he had anticipated every move. Just as Tien's fist was about to connect, Wukong's figure flickered like a phantom, reappearing behind Tien in an instant. His palm struck with precision, aiming for Tien's back. The exchange was so rapid that the spectators could barely follow. Only afterimages and shockwaves from their blows rippled across the arena, shaking the very ground beneath them. Their figures blurred into the air, their movements too swift for the naked eye to discern. The sound of fists cutting through the wind and the thunderous impacts reverberated, as if the heavens themselves trembled at their battle. The audience could only stare at the seemingly empty stage, hearing nothing but the sharp cracks of displaced air and the echoes of heavy strikes. Each collision resonated like a hammer striking steel, sending tremors through the platform. Time seemed to stand still. Wukong and Tien had transcended visibility, leaving only the relentless symphony of combat in their wake. Piccolo observed from below, his sharp eyes piercing through the distortions in the air. Tien's attacks were relentless, his fists like thunderbolts, his speed bordering on the ethereal. Wukong, meanwhile, moved like an untethered comet, evading with uncanny precision, always appearing behind Tien the moment he struck, effortlessly deflecting each assault. Then, as abruptly as they had vanished, the two figures materialized once more on the stage, their breathing steady, their auras still pulsing with restrained power. They stood facing each other, their gazes alight with unspoken challenge. Master Roshi watched in stunned silence, admiration flickering in his eyes. After such an intense battle, neither of them is even-winded. Truly remarkable, he murmured, unable to mask his astonishment. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot shattered the tension. The crowd turned to see Launch standing among them, a machine gun in hand, firing wildly into the sky. "Tien, go for it," she cheered, her voice brimming with excitement. The battle paused momentarily as both fighters glanced at her. Wukong grinned, amused by her audacity, while Tien merely sighed inwardly, his lips quirking slightly. This woman, utterly unpredictable. "Wukong," Tien said coldly, his gaze locked onto his opponent. "If that's the extent of your speed, then you won't escape my third eye." With a slight smile, Wukong's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. "That is not necessarily the case," he remarked, as he suddenly grasped a crimson belt in his hand. Tianjin Fan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the vibrant red belt. His brows furrowed in suspicion. The belt appeared strikingly familiar. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wukong swiftly flicked the belt, sending it soaring towards Tianjin Fan. Before Tianjin Fan could finish his sentence, he felt his trousers loosen unexpectedly. Instinctively, he glanced down, only to find himself in utter disbelief. His pants had fallen to the ground. All that remained was a pair of white undergarments, exposed for all to see, triggering a wave of uproarious laughter from the audience. Ha ha ha! The spectators erupted into fits of laughter, the sound echoing throughout the martial arts arena, enveloping it in a jovial atmosphere. Meanwhile, Tianjin Fan's face flushed an intense shade of crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. He hastily tugged his trousers back up, stammering, "How could this happen? When did you take my belt?" Wukong stood to the side, a mischievous grin illuminating his face. "Hey, no need to rush. I can't help but notice you're so focused on me that your pants are nearly falling off," he remarked innocently, though his expression betrayed a sense of triumph. Below the stage, Bulma couldn't contain her laughter, completely disregarding her usual composed and dignified demeanor. "Wukong, you are quite the rascal," she exclaimed. Tien Shinhan shot a fierce glare at Wukong. Though he felt a surge of anger, he realized he had been outsmarted. "It seems," he said with a low tone, "that my secret finishing move must be revealed sooner than anticipated." Tien tightened his belt, regaining his composure as he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. "Oh, I am rather looking forward to it. A finishing move sounds quite formidable," Wukong replied with a relaxed smile, arms crossed over his chest. "Though my secret technique may not possess the same power as the Kamehameha, you will certainly find it unavoidable." Tien regarded Wukong intently. "Oh, then I shall see what technique you possess that I cannot evade." Wukong raised an eyebrow, smiling playfully. Tien inhaled deeply, assuming a specific stance to prepare for his secret technique. Suddenly, the arena became a blur, and 4 Tien Shinhan figures appeared simultaneously, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. "Haha, Tien, you can perform magic too?" Wukong said, looking at the 4 Tien with an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the display. Piccolo, standing nearby, squinted, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he muttered, "Tien, you're quite impressive." Krillin, wide-eyed in shock, whispered, "Is that the afterimage technique?" As he spoke, the audience began to murmur, clearly astonished by Tien's maneuver. Each Tien was moving swiftly across the stage, their speed so remarkable that it was nearly impossible to discern their true positions. Wukong gazed calmly at the figures before him, his tone light as he remarked, "Oh, so this is your technique, impressive indeed." One of the Tianjin fans spoke coldly, "This move isn't so easily countered, especially in close combat. No matter how fast you are, you can't evade 4 Tianjin fans attacking simultaneously." In an instant, all 4 Tianjin fans vanished, their speed so blinding that the eye could scarcely follow. Yet, Wukong weaved effortlessly through their rapid assaults, his movements fluid as a dancer across the arena. Not a single strike landed, each time Tianjin fan lashed out. Wukong sidestepped with uncanny grace, shifting positions seamlessly. Tianjin fan's expression darkened with urgency. He knew he couldn't afford to prolong this. His stamina would drain before Wukong's, and his ultimate technique would prove futile. Swiftly, the 4 Tianjin fans dispersed to the 4 corners of the arena, their cold gazes locking onto Wukong. "Wukong, no matter how skilled you are today, you won't evade this." Tianjin fan's voice echoed from all directions as they channeled their energy, gathering an immense power. The third eyes of all 4 Tianjin fans gleamed simultaneously, golden beams shooting forth with pinpoint precision toward Wukong at the center. The speed was near instantaneous. The beams crisscrossed, striking him in a dazzling explosion. "Wukong!" Bulma cried out from below the stage, while other spectators covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Smoke engulfed the arena, the shockwave rippling like a miniature nuclear detonation. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling in the air, obscuring all vision. "Wukong, what do we do?" Bulma's voice trembled with panic, her eyes brimming with dread. Seconds later, the haze began to clear. The center of the arena lay eerily still. The crowd held its breath, their gazes fixed in tense anticipation. Then, a light chuckle cut through the silence. Wukong emerged from the smoke, unscathed, not a single thread of his clothing disturbed. He dusted himself off casually, his demeanor as relaxed as ever. "That tickled a bit, but you'll need more than that," Wukong teased, his voice laced with playful mockery. Tianjin fan stood frozen, disbelief flooding his eyes. "How are you completely unharmed?" He stammered, utterly baffled. Piccolo observed from the sidelines, his expression icy, yet a ripple of unease stirred within him. He hadn't anticipated Wukong handling Tianjin fan's ultimate move with such ease. "Tianjin fan, your secret technique has a glaring flaw," Wukong said with a knowing smile. "My technique is flawless," Tianjin fan retorted coldly after a pause. With a faint smile, Wukong chose not to elaborate further. He then ascended into the sky with remarkable speed, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in an instant. "You cannot escape," Tianjin fan shouted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I possess 12 eyes." No sooner had he spoken than the third eye of each of the 4 Tianjin fans unleashed a powerful beam of light directed at Wukong in the heavens. The 4 beams intertwined, precisely locking onto Wukong's location. Yet, Wukong merely smiled in midair, swiftly turning around and gesturing. "Tianjin fan, I shall borrow your ultimate technique, the solar fist." As soon as the words left his lips, 9 colossal suns suddenly illuminated the sky, each radiating a blinding brilliance. The scorching light instantly rendered the entire arena and the surrounding air transparent, compelling nearly all spectators to shut their eyes, unable to withstand the searing glare. Even the martial artists present could feel the intense heat waves, their garments beginning to sizzle under the extreme temperature. Tianjin Fan was utterly unprepared for this maneuver. The scene before him was engulfed by the scorching rays, rendering his vision a blur. The radiance of the solar fist was overwhelmingly brilliant, and his third eye could not acclimatize to such brightness. In that fleeting moment, the four figures of Tianjin Fan were consumed by the searing light, leaving nothing but an expanse of white. Wukong flashed behind the four Tian Shinhan clones, swiftly striking each one with precision, sending them crashing off the ring. Once the dazzling sunlight faded, only Wukong remained standing on the arena, a light smile gracing his face. "I have won." Tian Shinhan stood still, gradually retracting his clones to revert to his original form, his breath somewhat hurried, clearly astonished by Wukong's solar fist. "Wukong," Tian Shinhan said with difficulty, "your solar fist is truly formidable. Haha, your ultimate move is commendable too, though it still pales in comparison to my solar fist," Wukong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a grin. Tian Shinhan's expression was complex. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he understood deep down that the gap between him and Wukong was still vast. Tian Shinhan pondered that if he were to venture to Namek and unlock his potential, he would undoubtedly become the strongest Earthling. Wukong reflected on the conclusion of the match, increasingly impressed by Tian Shinhan's prowess. He believed Tian Shinhan not only created various formidable martial arts, but also continuously improved, estimating that he was now on par with Piccolo. "You should enjoy this moment while you can. Soon, I shall dismantle you piece by piece," Piccolo remarked coldly, surveying the battlefield from a height, seemingly envisioning the moment when he would dominate everything. Chapter 56. Yamcha's new technique. What a pity, Yamcha sighed, evidently feeling regretful. Regretful? Wukong hasn't even tapped into his true power. After all, he hasn't even used the Kamehameha, Tian Shinhan interjected, shaking his head. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend what he had just heard. What? Wukong's true power hasn't been unleashed yet? What could it possibly be? No one could gauge Wukong's full strength. Tian Shinhan thought, his gaze flickering. When will he finally unleash his full power? Krillin couldn't help but ask. Tian Shinhan smiled faintly at the most critical moment. Wukong will undoubtedly reveal his true strength. That will be the moment of greatest terror. A few minutes later, the host announced loudly, "Next up is Piccolo versus Yamcha. Go for it. Defeat him." Krillin shouted at Yamcha. "Don't worry, I will give it my all," Yamcha replied with a slight smile. Yamcha stepped onto the ring, surveying his surroundings, and saw Piccolo standing at the center, coldly gazing at him. Piccolo's imposing figure radiated authority, resembling an insurmountable barrier. "I thought you might choose to forfeit. Knowing my strength, surely you wouldn't wish to court trouble," Piccolo sneered, slowly speaking. "I have no reason to back down, even knowing your strength. I won't choose to give up. I have been improving, and this time, I won't let you have it easy." Yamcha replied he was well aware that the energy ball possessed immense destructive power, yet its trajectory typically followed a straight line, incapable of nimbly altering course to pursue its target. Yet Yamcha had astonishingly shattered this conventional limitation. Goku gazed intently at the golden sphere of energy hovering above the arena, his heart swelling with silent admiration. Yamcha's mastery over ki control had reached a truly awe-inspiring level. This thing can track its target. How incredible! Goku mused inwardly. He recognized that the homing attribute of the energy ball was the most valuable aspect to study. Such a skill, capable of precisely pursuing an opponent, demanded not only extraordinary sensitivity to ki, but also an exceptionally refined level of control over one's energy during execution. Perhaps I could experiment with this. Maybe even the Kamehameha could achieve this kind of automatic tracking effect. Wukong pondered that although his Kamehameha technique possessed tremendous power, it typically required precise targeting and accuracy. He contemplated the idea of enhancing its agility by incorporating a tracking feature akin to the energy blasts, which he believed would present an intriguing challenge. If he could refine the Kamehameha to function similarly to the energy blasts, it would undoubtedly impose greater pressure on his adversaries. Despite already wielding formidable strength, he had never ceased his pursuit of improvement. However, he resolved to postpone any experimentation until after the tournament, for now was not the time to explore new techniques. "You may have a decent power, but it still falls short," Piccolo remarked coldly, turning to confront the incoming golden energy blast. He extended his palm, and a surge of dark energy shot forth from his hand like a bolt of lightning, swiftly colliding with the energy blast. The resulting explosion reverberated throughout the arena, sending shockwaves that stirred the air into a tempest. Yamcha halted, his gaze cast downward. He recognized that he had exerted his utmost effort, yet in the presence of Piccolo, It all seemed futile. With a deep sigh, he relaxed his clenched fist, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. "I concede," he declared. "The winner is Piccolo," announced the host. Piccolo displayed no sign of elation. He merely regarded Yamcha with a calm glance. Yamcha lowered his head and walked toward the edge of the stage, casting an apologetic glance toward Krillin and Wukong. "I'm sorry I couldn't hold out until the end." Chapter 57. Do you seek to dominate the world? The finals will commence in 10 minutes. Everyone may take a brief respite, the host proclaimed. Yet, the atmosphere of the competition remained tense, unyielding to the intermission. Piccolo stood in a corner of the stage, coldly observing Son Wukong, his gaze laden with deep calculation and resolve. Today's battle held profound implications for his future. He understood that defeating Son Wukong and claiming the championship of the martial arts tournament would pave the way for his ambitions to rule the earth. His power, intellect, and the absolute strength he was poised to command would render him invincible. Wukong must prevail. We cannot allow Piccolo to succeed, Bulma thought anxiously as she watched Wukong, forcing herself to maintain composure. Krillin stole a worried glance at Wukong, concerned about Piccolo's overwhelming strength and the terrifying ambitions that lurked behind him. "Wukong, you must be cautious." Krillin silently prayed. "You better be prepared. I intend to tear you apart." Piccolo sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on Wukong. "Oh, you plan to dismantle me? Then I must be ready," Wukong replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, his tone lighthearted. "But do be prepared to play nurse afterward. I might need you to wipe my sweat." Piccolo's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing as rage ignited within him. "You insolent fool! Who do you think is your caretaker?" he roared, the very air around them thickening with his fury. "Haha, looks like you're getting a bit anxious. Don't worry. I'll go easy on you during the match," Wukong said with a relaxed demeanor, his eyes sparkling with provocation. Piccolo's rage surged, his aura swelling dramatically, creating a palpable tension that enveloped the arena. Suddenly, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, prompting the audience to seek shelter under the eaves, awaiting the rain's cessation to resume the competition. Krillin and Yamcha took the opportunity to rest nearby, while Bulma occasionally glanced upward, anxiety etched on her face. "This rain grants you more time to contemplate how to confront me," Piccolo remarked with a cold smirk. "Once the rain ceases, we shall see who emerges victorious." Wukong shrugged, resigned to the delay. Despite the imminent clash between the two, the rain seemed to serve as the sole buffer in the moment. At last, the downpour subsided, leaving the air refreshed. The audience returned to their seats, eagerly anticipating the final showdown. The host stood beside the stage, animatedly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the finals are about to begin. Please prepare for the most exhilarating confrontation." Piccolo and Wukong strode toward the stage, their steps resolute, and the tension in the air escalated. "Prepare yourself," Piccolo declared as he removed his cloak, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Wukong, laced with mockery. "Prepare for what?" Wukong asked, momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Of course, for the realization of death." Piccolo's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. These words fell like a heavy stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of unease throughout the crowd. The sound of the final bell echoed, and the atmosphere thickened with gravity. All held their breath in anticipation of this ultimate confrontation. Positioned at opposite ends of the arena, Piccolo and Wukong locked eyes, the spark of battle igniting between them. "Let the match begin." As the referee's voice faded, Piccolo surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his form nearly vanishing into the air, moving at an incomprehensible speed. In that fleeting moment, Wukong's eyes gleamed with calm determination. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck Piccolo squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, Piccolo was propelled backward, collapsing onto the stage, shock and pain flickering across his features as his complexion turned pale. The rapidity of the change left the audience momentarily stunned. They could only witness as Piccolo fell before Wukong, as if struck by an unseen force, with no warning whatsoever. The referee dashed to Piccolo's side, initiating a countdown. 1, 2, 3. By the time he reached 9, Piccolo finally managed to shakily support himself, rising with a ghostly pallor and labored breaths. You. Piccolo stammered, disbelief evident in his eyes, clearly unprepared for Wukong's devastating blow. "Weren't you planning to tear me apart? Weren't you aiming to conquer the world?" Wukong stood calmly, observing the reeling Piccolo with a slight smile, his voice low yet commanding. Piccolo wiped the blood from his lips, a glimmer of cold malice flickering in his gaze. He had not anticipated Wukong's formidable strength. A mere casual strike had left him gravely injured. Consumed by fury, his aura surged violently, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light. "Unforgivable!" He bellowed, his voice steeped in resentment and murderous intent. Piccolo leapt into the air like a flash of green lightning, ascending rapidly, unleashing an unprecedented wave of killing intent. All of you shall perish. Piccolo's roar was deafening as he extended his arms toward Wukong on the stage, energy swirling violently within him. As he shouted, a colossal wave of dark energy began to coalesce, golden energy rippling between his hands, emanating an overwhelming sense of dread. The moment the dark energy wave was unleashed, a powerful shockwave surged through the surrounding air, causing the audience to stagger backward, some nearly losing their footing from the sheer force. The dark energy wave hurtled towards Wukong, its ferocity distorting the very fabric of space around it. Yet, Wukong remained composed, unfazed by the impending onslaught. With a slight smile, he effortlessly redirected the course of the dark energy wave with a mere flick of his hand. With a gentle wave of Wukong's palm, the magical wave that was originally aimed at his chest instantaneously altered its trajectory, soaring through the sky like a shooting star. Whoosh! All present stood transfixed, witnessing the astonishing speed of the magical light as it hurtled toward the distant moon. At the very moment the magical wave collided with the lunar surface, a resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens, shattering the moon into countless fragments that scattered like shards of a broken glass orb. My word! The audience below collectively gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the breathtaking spectacle, utterly unable to comprehend the reality before them. The image of the moon exploding in the sky resembled a miniature interstellar battle, as if the terrifying forces of the cosmos had descended in an instant. Meanwhile, Piccolo hovered in the air, his eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unprepared for such an occurrence. This is impossible. My magical wave has been rebounded, he murmured in shock. Standing upon the arena, Wukong offered a slight smile and casually remarked, your demon light wave possesses considerable power. However, it is regrettable that it cannot strike me. His nonchalant tone and composed demeanor suggested that he regarded Piccolo's assault with disdain. Below the stage, Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and others gazed in astonishment, having never witnessed such a remarkable confrontation. Even more astonishing was Wukong's ability to effortlessly deflect Piccolo's demon light wave, altering its trajectory with an almost casual grace. What level of strength is this? Krillin's expression was one of sheer disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend Wukong's prowess. Wukong. He is truly formidable, Bulma murmured, her eyes filled with admiration and awe for him. Meanwhile, Piccolo had begun to recover from his shock, his expression as dark as water, a fierce anger igniting within him. Son Wukong, you have truly made me underestimate you. He ground his teeth, a more intense murderous intent flaring in his eyes. If that is the case, do not blame me for being merciless. Wukong contemplated, recognizing that this moon was not something Master Roshi could obliterate with the Kamehameha. In the early episodes of the anime, Master Roshi's ability to destroy the moon was merely a comedic element. In reality, this moon was not particularly large, akin to the size of an island. Wukong was not inclined to conclude the battle hastily. Instead, he intended for Piccolo to exert more effort. Suspended in midair, Piccolo's deep voice resonated through the atmosphere. Now, I shall unleash my ultimate technique. His muscles tensed, radiating a golden glow that illuminated the surroundings like the sun, causing the very air to tremble. With a sudden, forceful gesture, Piccolo directed his hands towards Wukong on the arena floor, where an immense energy coalesced within his palms, subsequently erupting into an unimaginable force, the super explosive wave. This should resolve everything, Piccolo mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Master Roshi stood nearby, his expression grave as he observed Piccolo in the air and Wukong on the ground, murmuring to himself, Wukong is in peril. This time it might truly be serious. The super explosive wave surged towards Wukong at an astonishing speed, the overwhelming sense of pressure rendering the air nearly frozen. Wukong's figure appeared remarkably resilient amidst the fluctuating energy. As the impending strike approached, Wukong unleashed a fierce roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, reverberating throughout the entire arena. The power within Wukong erupted instantaneously, and the golden aura surrounding him intensified, becoming increasingly radiant. With an invisible force propelling it, the super explosive wave violently twisted in midair, unexpectedly altering its trajectory and hurtling back toward Piccolo's position. What? A look of sheer astonishment washed over Piccolo's face. He could hardly fathom that a force could rebound his own attack back at him. He hastily reacted, swiftly conjuring a key barrier in an attempt to intercept the returning energy, but it was too late. The super explosive wave carved a brilliant arc through the air, mercilessly striking Piccolo's body. The deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the air around them, as the shockwave upended trees on the ground, causing them to collapse in an instant, sending dust and debris flying, plunging the scene into chaos. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Piccolo's figure emerged, clearly battered and wounded. How does it feel to be struck by your own technique? Wukong stood upon the arena, gazing at the tattered and breathless Piccolo, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. You are courting death. Piccolo's eyes blazed with rage, his complexion turning a ghastly shade. He growled lowly. Before his voice had faded, he plummeted from the air to the arena, his feet crashing down with a thunderous sound. In an instant, his muscles bulged, his aura surging like a tempest, crackling with electricity. Amidst the Aston as Wukong materialized beside Piccolo, he confirmed that Piccolo had succumbed to his fighting prowess. He grasped Piccolo's arm with ease and effortlessly transported him back to the arena. Hey, everyone, take a look, Wukong exclaimed joyfully. As he hurled Piccolo back onto the stage with a resounding thud, Piccolo's body crashed heavily onto the ground, remaining unconscious yet undeniably unable to continue the battle. After a brief pause, the host cleared his throat and announced, "The battle is over. Sun Wukong emerges victorious." Although the audience had long dispersed, leaving only the Dragon Ball warriors and the steadfast host, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin stood nearby, their faces illuminated with genuine smiles. Wukong, you are truly remarkable. Tien Shinhan couldn't help but marvel. You certainly live up to your reputation. Even the great Demon King Piccolo was dispatched with such ease, Krillin added with a grin. However, Krillin hesitated momentarily before asking, Wukong, what do you plan to do with Piccolo now? It doesn't seem right to just let him go. Well, I suppose I should let him go. After all, he is a worthy opponent. There's no need to annihilate him completely, Wukong replied, furrowing his brow slightly as he spoke. With that, Wukong suddenly produced a Senzu bean from his robe and placed it into Piccolo's mouth. Wukong, what are you doing? Krillin and Tien Shinhan gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening. You defeated Piccolo. Why would you give him a Senzu bean? Are you letting him recover? Don't worry. Once he wakes up, he won't be my match. He needs to regain some strength to leave, Wukong said, his expression relaxed. Moments later, after consuming the Senzu bean, Piccolo's body began to tremble violently as the bean's potent healing properties took effect. His damaged muscles and organs gradually mended, and his stamina surged back. Within seconds, Piccolo opened his eyes abruptly, fully alert. Humph. Piccolo shook his head vigorously, rising to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Wukong. Son Goku, you may have won this time, but do not revel in your triumph. One day, I will defeat you. You can't leave just yet. I still have a vacancy for a housekeeper at home. Aha. Wukong replied with a slight smile, standing by nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's anger intensified, nearly boiling over. But he took a deep breath and coldly retorted, Today, I will allow you to leave with a smile, but next time, you shall taste defeat. With that, Piccolo turned and soared into the sky, gradually fading from view as he vanished into the horizon. Chapter 58. Return to Baozi Mountain. As Wukong and his companions entered their frequently visited Chinese restaurant, the owner immediately greeted them with a warm smile, exclaiming, Ah, the Big Eaters team has arrived again. Welcome, welcome. Haha, today you must treat me to something special. I expect at least dozens of bowls of noodles. Wukong, grinning broadly, patted his belly in agreement. Indeed, since the Big Eaters are here, we must prepare a more sumptuous feast. The owner's eyes sparkled with delight as he turned to the kitchen, signaling for an ample preparation of dishes. The others eagerly ordered their favorite meals, nearly clearing the menu. Each person selected their preferred delicacies. Yamcha chose several meat dishes, Bulma opted for some healthy vegetables, Krillin consistently ordered numerous soups, while Lanchi requested some spicy dishes. Clearly in good spirits today, the owner, observing their lengthy order, could not help but smile with satisfaction, thinking to himself, next year, I'll be able to buy a new car. This group always ensures I live well. As they dined, laughter filled the air. Despite having just experienced a thrilling battle, the atmosphere at the table was brimming with joy and relaxation. Wukong devoured his food voraciously while joking with his friends. By the way, Piccolo has left today, but he will surely return to challenge me. Bulma raised an eyebrow. You are always so optimistic. It makes me a bit worried. What if next time things take a turn for the worse? Wukong, unabashed, replied, Then I'll just fight back. An indomitable opponent is a worthy one. You are always so simple-minded. Krillin chuckled, yet he truly admired Wukong's ability to handle even Piccolo with such ease. The table erupted in laughter as steaming dishes were served one after another, the atmosphere light and joyful. The tension from the battle long forgotten amidst the delightful food and merriment. However, this bountiful dinner was not entirely enjoyable for everyone, particularly for Chi-Chi, sitting to the side. She occasionally glanced at Wukong, her expression betraying a hint of unease. At last, Unable to contain herself, she spoke up, her tone laced with anticipation. Wukong, will you marry me? This question momentarily stilled the lively atmosphere. Wukong cast a sidelong glance at her, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his lips as he scratched his head. Chi-Chi, have I not already told you? I have never claimed that I would marry you. It seems you have allowed your imagination to run wild. Chi-Chi stood momentarily stunned, a flicker of embarrassment and disappointment crossing her face, yet she remained resolute. Her tone tinged with urgency. But I truly have feelings for you. With a heavy sigh, Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Chi-Chi, what I mean is, I still have countless matters to attend to. I truly haven't contemplated the idea of marriage. At that moment, Wukong suddenly turned his head and patted Krillin on the shoulder, whispering in his ear, Hey, I'll leave Chi-Chi in your hands. Huh? What did you say, Wukong? Krillin, taken aback by these words, stood there in astonishment. Wukong chuckled lightly and said in a hushed tone, Your prowess in charming the ladies is renowned. This matter concerning Chi-Chi is entrusted to you. Are you jesting? Krillin replied, his face flushed with embarrassment, his lips twitching slightly as he spoke softly. Hee, Chi-Chi, please do not be upset, Wukong said, scratching his head as he gazed at her. You know me, I've always been this way, with little thought for such matters. My focus lies solely on battle. Chi-Chi regarded Wukong, observing his genuine confusion, and her emotions became increasingly intricate. Her gaze softened slightly, yet the disappointment at the corners of her mouth remained unmistakable. Very well, Chi-Chi murmured, clearly resigned to the reality, though her heart was not entirely at ease. Krillin glanced at the subtly charged atmosphere surrounding Chi-Chi and sighed. Wukong, could you possibly take this more seriously? Wukong wore an expression of innocence, saying, I am being earnest. Let her have a choice. After all, I haven't made up my mind yet, so anything will suffice. As the delightful dinner drew to a close, it became apparent that it was time for everyone to bid farewell. Tianjin Fan rose to his feet and patted Jiaozi on the shoulder, saying, All right, Jiaozi, let us embark on our training. This is the perfect opportunity to enhance our strength. Indeed, Tianjin, I too feel that I have much to improve upon. I must strive harder. Jiaozi nodded in agreement. The two exchanged a glance and then bid farewell to the others, saying, We shall take our leave now. Take care, everyone. As Wukong watched them depart, a twinge of reluctance stirred within him, yet he understood that each individual must tread their own path. Master Roshi immediately noticed Chi-Chi's demeanor and approached her, gently patting her shoulder. Chi-Chi, what troubles you? You seem somewhat disheartened. Would you care to visit the Kame house for some relaxation? Chi-Chi, taken aback, lifted her gaze to meet Master Roshi's. She replied softly, I just feel a bit unsettled. Perhaps it's about Wukong. That fellow Wukong certainly could be a source of vexation. When in a foul mood, retreating to the Kame house for a few days to unwind and shift one's perspective could be beneficial. Master Roshi, with a warm smile, suggested. You could assist with some tasks there, and in doing so, find solace for yourself. Chi-Chi glanced at Wukong, though her heart still bore traces of discontent. She recognized this as an opportunity to regain her composure and recalibrate her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. Very well, the Kame house it is. A change of scenery may do me good. Wukong gazed at Chi-Chi, a slight frown forming on his brow, yet he refrained from uttering further words. He understood that Chi-Chi required time to process her emotions. Once everyone had departed, Wukong remained in place, observing their retreating figures, and was suddenly taken aback. As Wukong soared gently on his nimbus cloud towards Baozi Mountain, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Baozi Mountain was the very place where his adventures began upon traversing into this world, a realm that once felt so foreign, yet had now transformed into his most cherished home. The breeze caressed his face, and he leaned out from the cloud, reveling in that long-lost sense of freedom. Memories flooded his mind, eliciting a soft smile. Despite the myriad challenges and confusions he faced along the way, the camaraderie of his friends, standing shoulder to shoulder through each trial, truly made him feel like the luckiest person alive. At last, I have returned to Baozi Mountain, Wukong murmured softly. As the familiar peaks drew nearer, the well-known landscape unfolding before his eyes, he yearned to retreat to his humble cottage for a moment of tranquility. Fully aware that his stay would be fleeting, his life was inextricably entwined with battles and adventures. At last, the nimbus cloud descended slowly atop Baozi Mountain. Wukong leaped down, standing at the summit and surveying his surroundings. The serenity remained unbroken, the mountain breeze whispered gently, and the clouds floated dreamily, as though time itself had not altered this place. He inhaled deeply, allowing his body to relax. Perhaps I should linger a while longer, he mused with a gentle smile, finally finding a semblance of peace within. On this familiar ground, even time seemed to decelerate. Yet, despite the tranquil scene before him, he understood that such peaceful days were ephemeral. The world of Dragon Balls was fraught with peril, perpetually teeming with unforeseen challenges and formidable foes. Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the energy pulsating within. Though he had never formally measured it, he could distinctly sense the fluctuations of his own power. He surmised that his combat strength must have surpassed 3 million. Once, he had solely pursued greater strength in his training, never fully contemplating the weight of responsibility that such power would entail. Seated atop the mountain, Wukong crossed his legs and quietly contemplated the future. The emergence of extraterrestrial beings is an undeniable reality, and in the days to come, an increasing number of formidable entities will begin to take notice of Earth's existence. Wukong took a deep breath, gazing at the horizon, a tumultuous wave of emotion surging within him. Perhaps he was no longer the youth who lived solely for the thrill of battle. In this present moment, beyond the pursuit of combat, he found himself contemplating the imperative of safeguarding those around him and preserving the world itself. Chapter 59, The Self-Tracking Kamehameha. Wukong's life has entered a tranquil cycle, allowing him to finally relinquish the burdens that weighed heavily on his heart and embrace this rare moment of serenity. On the slopes of Baozi Mountain, he leads the existence of an ordinary recluse, finding fulfillment in the simplicity of his daily routine. Each morning, Wukong awakens with the dawn, inhaling the crisp mountain air deeply before venturing into the forest. Hunting and fishing have become his newfound pastimes, as the woods teem with abundant wildlife. With his extraordinary perceptual abilities, he effortlessly navigates through the trees, securing his prey with ease. Occasionally, he exerts his strength to fell a sizable tree, splitting it into timber to construct a rudimentary grill, where he roasts fresh meat, savoring the solitude of his meal. In the afternoon hours, Wukong often finds solace by the crystal-clear stream, quietly seated with a fishing rod in hand, relishing the leisurely pursuit of angling. The refreshing stream, teeming with fish, invites him to cast his line. When a sizable catch bites, he hauls it ashore with a sense of satisfaction. Gazing at his catch, he chuckles to himself, remarking that this is far less strenuous than the days of battle. The most relaxing moments arise when the afternoon sun bathes the grasslands of Baozi Mountain. Wukong delights in reclining on the verdant expanse, hands cradling his head, gazing up at the azure sky, as a gentle breeze caresses his face. He watches the clouds morph into various shapes, occasionally contemplating the nature of life, perhaps stifling a yawn as he realizes how simple and beautiful everything is. In these moments, he is free from the pressures of combat, enveloped instead in tranquility and warmth. What bliss it is, to desire nothing, to do nothing, and to wish for nothing more than to continue this way each day. Wukong contentedly closes his eyes, tilting his head to bask in the sunlight. However, despite the serenity of his current existence, he is acutely aware that he cannot remain in this peaceful state indefinitely. For now, he wishes to relish this fleeting reprieve, momentarily casting aside thoughts of battles, pressures, and responsibilities. At times, he finds himself reminiscing about the days spent with Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and others, especially the recent martial arts tournament, where their laughter and camaraderie left a warm imprint on his heart. After indulging in this leisurely interlude, Wukong resolves to enhance his skills, particularly cultivating his mastery of the Kamehameha technique. While he has already grasped the fundamental moves of the Kamehameha, he recognizes that, with his innate talent, refining his control over the direction of the energy wave and even achieving an automatic tracking effect would grant him greater ease in combat. Standing atop a large rock on Baozi Mountain, he closes his eyes, focusing intently on the flow of energy coursing through his being. Wukong took a deep breath, initiating the mobilization of the energy within him to coalesce into a sphere of Kamehameha. Each time he unleashed this technique, he would attune himself to its trajectory, pondering how to enable the energy to autonomously track the movements of his adversary. If he could allow the Kamehameha to adjust automatically according to the enemy's positional changes, would that not render it even more formidable? Wukong mused to himself, a bold idea blossoming in his mind. He steadied himself, focusing intently, when suddenly, he sensed a distinct fluctuation unlike any he had previously experienced. He began to concentrate his energy upon the technique, guiding its flow with his consciousness. At the moment he released the Kamehameha, its energy appeared to be directed by him, swiftly altering its course towards a distant rock. Just then, a small creature darted past the rock, and astonishingly, the energy of the technique instinctively veered, precisely homing in on the creature and striking it. He had succeeded. Wukong erupted into joyful laughter. In less than half a day, through his extraordinary talent and heightened perception of energy, he had finally mastered the art of the Kamehameha's automatic tracking. A surge of excitement coursed through him, as he believed this technique would undoubtedly provide him with a significant advantage in future battles. This was even simpler than I had imagined. It seems my mastery over energy is indeed growing stronger. Wukong couldn't help but smile with pride, though he mused that if his opponent possessed such a skill, it would only make the challenge more exhilarating. After spending a few leisurely days atop Baozi Mountain, Wukong's thoughts once again returned to the persistent goal that had been plaguing him, how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Seated at the summit, he gazed through the valley, his mind gradually focusing on the energy within himself. Goku understood that the transformation into a Super Saiyan was not merely a manifestation of anger. Rather, it represented a profound awakening of a Saiyans latent potential. His aspiration was to discover a method that would enable him to genuinely transcend to this level, rather than solely relying on emotion to unleash his power. Super Saiyan, he murmured to himself. At that moment, he recalled certain elements from the anime regarding the mechanism through which Saiyans transformed into Super Saiyans. He had once heard a statement suggesting that within Saiyans existed a substance known as S-cells, which increased in quantity with the frequency of battles and the accumulation of energy, thereby reducing the difficulty of transformation into a Super Saiyan. Perhaps Dr. Gero had collected Saiyan cells and subsequently uncovered these S-cells, leading to the creation of formidable androids. That explains their incredible strength, Goku mused, suddenly achieving clarity. If Dr. Gero could identify S-cells and utilize Saiyan cells to create androids, then perhaps I too could harness the S-cells within my own body to uncover the secret of transformation. After a prolonged period of contemplation atop Baotou Mountain, Wukong finally reached a resolution. He realized that merely relying on his current training would be insufficient to unleash the latent potential of his Super Saiyan form. The 500-fold gravity of the weighted bracelet no longer posed a challenge to him. Wukong understood that he must seek a more formidable environment, one with extreme conditions that would compel him to transcend his limits and accumulate a greater number of S-cells. Gravity, gravity, he murmured to himself, recognizing the necessity for a more rigorous training setting. Only in such an environment could he expedite the awakening of his inner potential. Since the weighted bracelet had become ineffective, it was time to seek a more powerful planet. Wukong reminisced about the tales he had heard regarding certain extraordinary planets scattered throughout the universe. These celestial bodies possessed gravitational forces that far exceeded that of Earth, reaching levels of thousands, even tens of thousands of times greater, making them ideal for his extreme training. While such planets may pose a lethal threat to other beings, for Wukong, they represented the quintessential challenge. He surmised that it was within this hypergravity environment that he could accelerate the accumulation of his S-cells, thereby unleashing the latent potential of his Super Saiyan form. The universe is vast, and surely there exists a planet that can fulfill my desires. With a clear objective in mind, Wukong understood that if he could locate a suitable hypergravity planet, he would be able to transcend his limitations in a remarkably short period. Wukong resolved to depart from Baobao Mountain, embarking on his cosmic journey in search of a planet that would awaken his latent potential. Wukong silently employed his instant transmission, materializing above the Kame house. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down upon his familiar companions, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Chi-Chi, who were gathered before the dwelling, engaged in cheerful conversation and laughter. With a gentle sigh, Wukong felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Yet he understood the necessity of departing to pursue a stronger version of himself. He chose not to disturb anyone, merely casting a quiet glance before slipping away unnoticed. Subsequently, Wukong employed his instant transmission to arrive above Bulma's home in West City. He beheld Bulma leisurely playing with a cat in front of her house. With a faint smile, Wukong gazed at the charming scene before him, choosing not to intrude. Having departed from Earth, he found himself unburdened by any attachments. Now, he had mastered the art of surviving in the void of space, soaring effortlessly in an environment devoid of air and gravity. As he accelerated through the cosmos, he gradually became acutely aware of the vastness and solitude surrounding him. Upon reaching the distant reaches of space, he beheld the boundless universe, where stars twinkled with a delicate glow, as if the entirety of existence awaited in serene silence. He paused, floating amidst the infinite expanse, observing the starry sky. And an overwhelming sense of insignificance washed over him. Despite his formidable powers, in the face of such an immeasurable universe, he felt remarkably trivial. Indeed, this was an endless cosmos. Wukong murmured to himself, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. Yet, within him, there resided no trace of fear or confusion. On the contrary, This vast universe bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of freedom and tranquility. It appeared that in search of a supergravity planet, he would need to venture even further. A subtle smile graced Wukong's lips. Chapter 60, Super Saiyan at Full Power. After drifting in the vastness of space for a brief moment, Wukong resolved to take action. He closed his eyes, concentrating intently on the familiar ambience of the interstellar trading station where he had previously lingered. Moments later, he leapt lightly and vanished from the cosmos, reappearing above the trading station. This station was situated at a bustling interstellar crossroads, surrounded by a multitude of spacecraft and merchants from various planets. Wukong did not tarry outside, but instead soared directly into the station's grand hall. In the center of the hall, he beheld an array of screens showcasing information about diverse planets and items, with several interstellar travelers browsing and engaging in trade. Wukong approached an information terminal and opted to purchase a comprehensive interstellar manual containing data on various planets. The information package encompassed details on the gravity, environment, species, technological advancement, and danger levels of millions of celestial bodies. He swiftly perused the contents, searching for a planet suitable for his cultivation. The planets with thousands of times the gravity of Earth posed no challenge to him. He considered their gravitational environments merely a slight burden. He continued to sift through the data until his gaze finally settled on a particular planet. Its name was Alma Star, and according to the information, it boasted a gravity of 10,000 times that of Earth, with an exceedingly harsh environment, ideal for extreme training. Wukong's heart surged with delight. This was precisely the planet he had been seeking. 10,000 times the gravity was a formidable challenge, indeed. Wukong thought to himself. This gravitational environment exceeded even his previous expectations and would undoubtedly assist him in further stimulating the S cells within him, accelerating the accumulation of his potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. Wukong did not linger any longer and promptly checked the precise location of the planet Alma. This celestial body was situated at an immense distance, spanning several star systems. After a lengthy journey of 1 year, filled with both flight and spatial leaps, Wukong finally arrived at the periphery of the Alma star system. Throughout this period, he piloted the supersonic spacecraft he had acquired, traversing multiple star systems while continuously honing his skills and fortifying his powers. Although he felt on the verge of transcending into a Super Saiyan, he restrained himself, intending to accumulate even greater potential before making a decisive breakthrough into full Super Saiyan prowess. As Wukong's spacecraft eventually came to a halt near Alma, he beheld the colossal planet from a distance. The gravitational force of Alma was profoundly intense, and Wukong understood that flying too close could subject his vessel to its formidable pull. Thus, he resolved to maintain a safe distance, opting to cover the remaining journey at high speed. Standing within the confines of his spacecraft, Wukong sensed the potent gravitational waves emanating from the planet. Although the outer structure of his ship was designed to withstand such forces, he was acutely aware that entering the planet's gravitational field would present a far more arduous environment, rendering flight exceedingly challenging. He sealed the spacecraft's hatch and leaped out, preparing to confront the gravity-laden world. Wukong inhaled deeply, attuning himself to every current of energy and fluctuation of power within his being. At this moment, his aura had become even more refined, with his S cells gradually accumulating. Though he had not entirely broken through, he recognized that the true challenge was only just beginning. As Wukong leapt into the cosmos, he commenced his swift journey towards the planet Alma. With each surge of acceleration, he could sense the energy within him becoming more tumultuous, his heartbeat quickening in tandem. The closer he approached the gravitational core of Alma, the more he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This sensation not only purified his essence but also heightened his focus. As the S cells within him continued to accumulate, the gravity of this planet was simply magnificent. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Wukong's eyes. He knew he was a step closer to a genuine breakthrough. As he entered the gravitational influence of Alma, the formidable force swiftly ensnared him, every muscle in his body experiencing immense strain. With the escalating speed of his flight, Wukong was compelled to decelerate, yet ultimately, he was drawn towards the surface of the planet by this tremendous gravitational pull. The colossal impact caused him to crash heavily onto the ground, but fortunately, the energy within him swiftly enveloped his body, averting any injury. Wukong rose to his feet, casting his gaze across the desolate expanse. The surface of the planet was composed of an exceptionally dense metal, unyielding in its solidity, with each rock exuding an extraordinary weight. Here, no life stirred. Only an extreme desolation prevailed. Nevertheless, Wukong found no need for sustenance, for he had learned to harness the energies of the universe to replenish his strength. The gravity here was truly remarkable. As he attuned himself to his surroundings, he recognized that this was the very place where he could transcend his limits. In the ensuing days, Wukong embarked on his solitary cultivation upon this planet. Each day, he endeavored to acclimate to the staggering gravitational forces, his physique gradually growing stronger. Every muscle being forged in this extreme environment. Wukong understood that he must cultivate greater vitality and strength within this harsh realm to fully awaken the potential that lay dormant within him. One day, a year later, Wukong sensed that he had reached the zenith of his accumulation. Standing amidst a metallic dune, he felt the surging currents of energy within him. His combat prowess had grown so formidable that he could traverse this planet with ease. Gravity was no longer an obstacle. Though he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, he possessed sufficient power to do so at any moment. After a year of relentless accumulation, Wukong took a deep breath, his fist clenched tightly, and the fervor of his desires erupted within him. With a low roar, his aura surged dramatically, creating a tempest around him. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, his eyebrows followed suit, and his eyes turned a striking emerald, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Super Saiyan. At full power, Wukong's voice resonated with boundless strength, as if enveloped by a mysterious energy. At last, he succeeded. Not only had he surpassed his own limitations, attaining the state of a Super Saiyan, but he had done so at full power. This force distorted the very air of the planet, causing the metallic surface to tremble around him. Wukong felt an unprecedented surge of energy, every ounce of strength within him unleashed in that moment. Wukong smiled faintly, feeling a jubilant cheer from every cell in his body, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. After successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan, the immense gravity of 10,000 times that of the planet Urimar had little effect on him. As a Super Saiyan, his physical prowess and strength had undergone a considerable enhancement, rendering even the formidable pull of this planet a mere trifle. He sensed an almost boundless energy coursing through him. Maintaining his Super Saiyan form at full power, he soared and trained freely across the surface of the planet. As time progressed, Wukong gradually acclimatized to the full power state of the Super Saiyan, displaying remarkable agility even under the influence of overwhelming gravity. He resolved to forego reliance on the senzu beans for recovery, opting instead for rigorous, sustained training to progressively enhance his stamina and physical strength. With every flight and every energy attack, he honed his skills relentlessly. Meanwhile, on Earth, his companions were not idle. Particularly, Piccolo, Tien Shin'an, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, who, after witnessing Wukong's terrifying prowess at the World Martial Arts Tournament, felt the stark disparity between themselves and Wukong, resolved to intensify their training. Piccolo, through deep contemplation and practice, mastered a myriad of formidable techniques, significantly augmenting his strength and combat skills. Compared to his animated counterpart, the current Piccolo excelled in both stamina and energy control. Tien Shin'an, building further upon his mastery of the Kikaho, refined his combat techniques and enhanced his energy control. His once confident fighting style matured, with agility and endurance in battle vastly surpassing his previous capabilities. Though Krillin lacked the advantage of height, he leveraged his inherent cleverness to swiftly elevate his strength. Through diligent practice, Krillin's energy attacks and reflexes improved markedly. Yamcha and Kaiatsu also displayed their resolve, intensifying their physical training and energy sensitivity, despite their comparatively lesser talents. Their unwavering efforts steadily amplified their combat prowess. Thus, the saga of Dragon Ball reaches a temporary pause, with Wukong training in the cosmos while his friends on Earth continuously elevate their strengths. Although no adversaries emerge at present, their growth and accumulation of power have prepared them for future challenges. 3 years hence, a new chapter is poised to unfold. The tale of the Z Warriors will officially commence in a new adventure, confronting even graver trials and formidable foes. Chapter 61. My Parents Are Krillin and Chi-Chi. The story of Dragon Ball Z finally commenced, with Wukong concluding his cosmic training and preparing to return to Earth. Unlike before, he no longer relied on a spacecraft. Instead, he utilized his formidable instant transmission ability to swiftly bridge the gap to Earth. With each instant transmission, Wukong felt an increased ease, as if the vastness of the universe no longer posed an obstacle for him. During his flight, he continually sensed his own energy and the fluctuations of power within him. Though he had reached the apex of Super Saiyan power, his training never ceased. He often manipulated his energy mid-air, attuning himself to every nuance of his strength, ensuring that negligence would not lead him to a plateau. However, just as he approached Earth, a faint energy signature captured Wukong's attention. He held his breath, focused intently, and carefully sensed that aura, though exceedingly weak, He could distinctly perceive that it possessed the unique essence of a scion, tinged with a hint of familiarity. It must be Raditz, Wukong thought to himself, his scion brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong soared toward it. His speed was astonishing, almost instantaneous as he neared that energy, the outline of a small spacecraft gradually materializing in the distance. As he drew closer, he discerned that it was a small spacecraft heading toward Earth. Wukong made a playful face at the ship, no longer maintaining his distance, and accelerated, effortlessly surpassing the vessel. Before long, Wukong beheld the beautiful blue planet, Earth. A gentle smile graced his face, his heart swelling with a long-lost warmth. Friends, I have returned. No sooner had he thought this than he surged toward Earth, racing through space and piercing the atmosphere. As the air grew denser, Wukong slowed, gliding leisurely while savoring the familiar landscape and ambience of this cherished land. After 5 years of solitary training, he longed for Earth. He gently closed his eyes, inhaling the fresh air, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath him. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to his very essence. Wukong glided effortlessly, his destination set on Master Roshi's small abode, a place he had reminisced about countless times, filled with laughter and cherished memories. At that moment, at Roshi's place, Bulma was piloting a plane to land, entering the house to greet everyone with a cheerful hello. Krillin and Master Roshi joyfully exclaimed, "Miss Bulma, what brings you here?" Bulma replied with a smile, "You called me over to play, so here I am." Roshi, chuckling, remarked, "It's been a while. I see you won't visit unless I call. How unkind." After saying this, Roshi took a hearty sip of his drink. Bulma entered the house carrying a bag of gifts, smiling mischievously. "These are buns, just a small token." She handed the bag to Roshi, her eyes glinting with playfulness. Roshi accepted the gift, grinning. "We're no strangers. Just let me touch it, and I'll be satisfied." With that, he reached his hand toward Bulma. Without hesitation, Bulma swatted Roshi's hand away, indignantly saying, "Master Roshi, you're still the same old pervert." Roshi rubbed his cheek where he had been struck, muttering, "Oh dear, I was just joking. Miss Bulma, please don't be so angry." At that moment, Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, holding some snacks, accompanied by a lovely little girl. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, Bulma enthusiastically waved, "Chi-Chi, it's been ages." Chi-Chi smiled back, responding, "Bulma, long time no see." Bulma's gaze quickly fell upon the little girl beside Chi-Chi, prompting her to ask, "Who is this little girl?" The innocent child looked at Bulma with wide, curious eyes and replied, "My name is Marin." Bulma furrowed her brow slightly in confusion, then inquired, "Who are your parents?" "Krillin and Chi-Chi," Marin said with a bright smile. Bulma froze momentarily, her eyes widening in disbelief. She turned to Krillin and Chi-Chi, exclaiming, "You two actually got married?" Yes, that's right," Krillin replied, a bit awkwardly, scratching the back of his head with a smile. Chi-Chi, with a shy smile, added, "Yes, Marin is our daughter." A gentle warmth flickered in her eyes, clearly cherishing the little one. "Wow, this is truly surprising. I thought you both would remain single forever. I didn't expect you to marry so soon. What wonderful news!" Bulma exclaimed with delight. "What about launch? Why isn't she here?" Krillin sighed, his expression dimming a little. 5 years ago, Launch left with Tien and hasn't been heard from since. Bulma's expression grew complex. She bowed her head, falling into silence for a moment. "I see. That is indeed lamentable." She shook her head, seemingly filled with nostalgia, then smiled again, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. "Nevertheless, it seems that it is quite wonderful for us all to be gathered here together. Indeed, the most crucial aspect of our gathering is to cherish those present. There is no need to overly concern ourselves with other matters." Krillin nodded, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes, but he soon regained his smile. "Yes, as long as everyone is well." Bulma also smiled, her tone imbued with a sense of relief. Krillin eagerly opened the gift box that Bulma had brought, revealing several steaming buns neatly arranged inside. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Krillin to lick his lips, his eyes sparkling. "Wow, these buns smell incredible. You always think about food. Go on, try one and see if it's truly my best creation," Bulma teased, observing Krillin's greedy expression. Without hesitation, Krillin picked one up and took a bite, his face instantly lighting up with satisfaction. This is absolutely delicious." "Bulma, when did you become so skilled?" Bulma proudly lifted her chin. "Humph, is that even a question? I can certainly whip up some delightful snacks. They are undoubtedly top-notch." As she spoke, she settled down. Chi-Chi looked at Krillin and chuckled. "I see you only care about the food. You've nearly devoured the buns before they even left the box." Hee hee. "What can I say? Bulma's cooking is just too good." Krillin replied, his mouth stuffed with the last bite of bun, his face radiating happiness. At that moment, Goku had already flown to the entrance of the game house. He slowly walked inside and saw his friends gathered together, the atmosphere cheerful. He smiled and softly greeted, "Hi, everyone." All within the room were startled, abruptly halting their actions, and exclaimed in unison, "Goku!" Bulma, Krillin, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and others looked at Goku in astonishment, unable to believe his sudden appearance. "Hiki, I'm back. I hope I didn't interrupt anything," Goku said, smiling and scratching his head. "Goku's back. What a surprise." Bulma's eyes sparkled as she approached him with a smile. Chi-Chi set down her bowl, standing up with a smile directed at Goku. "You've finally returned. We've all been waiting for you for quite some time." "I know, I'm back now. I suppose it's a surprise for everyone." Goku nodded with a smile. Krillin stepped forward. "You rascal, why do you always show up so suddenly? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Everyone gathered around, the atmosphere turning lively. Bulma jested, "Goku, you don't plan to train outside for an extended period again, do you?" "Not for the time being, if I keep training. The people on Earth might almost forget me," Goku chuckled. Krillin looked at Goku, appearing somewhat sheepish. "By the way, Goku, I have something to tell you. Actually, Chi-Chi and I are married now, and we have a daughter named Marin." As he spoke, he pointed to the side where Marin was happily bouncing and greeting everyone. Upon hearing this, Wukong was not at all surprised and revealed a relaxed smile. "Oh, you two have finally tied the knot. Well done, Krillin." He patted Krillin on the shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of jest. "Truly, you are my good brother, marrying so swiftly." "Indeed. I never anticipated establishing a family so soon. Everything feels quite wonderful," Krillin replied, scratching his head with a smile. Bulma, standing nearby, chuckled softly. "You both are becoming increasingly mature. Do make sure to include us, your old friends." At that moment, Wukong suddenly heard Bulma let out a gentle sigh, which startled him internally, followed by a curious sensation. He turned to gaze at Bulma, only to find her looking at him with an extraordinarily subtle expression. Her eyes seemed to convey an indescribable emotion, imbued with a hint of profundity, stirring something within Wukong's heart. Wukong pondered to himself, could it be that Bulma harbors feelings for me? His mind was somewhat befuddled, and a look of confusion appeared on his face as he contemplated the meaning of her gaze. After all, Bulma had always been a vivacious and forthright individual. "What else with the days?" she teased. "Not only did you return unexpectedly, but you also neglected to contact anyone for so long that we've all been missing you." Noticing Wukong's gaze, Bulma smiled slightly, a playful glint flashing in her eyes, before changing the subject. "No, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought. The truth is, I came back to gather everyone together." Wukong quickly waved his hand, attempting to mask his earlier thoughts. Chapter 62. The weakling with a power level of 5 in the distance, at a farm. A middle-aged man was laboring in the fields when he suddenly spotted a streak of fire darting across the sky, descending swiftly like a shooting star. The fire grew increasingly bright until it crashed to the ground nearby, erupting in a cloud of dust. Startled, the man dropped his tools, grabbed his hunting rifle, and hurried towards the site, muttering, "Could this be a meteorite?" Upon reaching the scene, he discovered a massive crater, at the center of which lay a small spacecraft. Its exterior marred by scorch marks, indicating it had recently endured a tumultuous descent. His heart raced as he cautiously approached. At that moment, the hatch of the spacecraft swung open, revealing a shadow. As the door opened, a tall alien emerged, clad in a battle suit, with long hair flowing and a serious expression on his face. This alien was Raditz, Wukong's brother. Raditz surveyed his surroundings, taking in the tranquil and intact scenery, and felt a slight shock. Indeed, the inhabitants of this planet are all quite alive. He muttered under his breath, "Kakarot, that foolish fellow." The man trembled uncontrollably, his legs quaking involuntarily, and his lips began to pale as he softly inquired, "Who on earth are you?" With that, he readied his rifle, fingers tightly gripping the trigger, eyes filled with fear. Raditz coldly regarded the man, his face devoid of emotion. He activated his scouter, which emitted a faint glow and quickly displayed the data, power level 5. A disdainful smile crept across Raditz's face. Truly a weakling. He scoffed and stepped forward with a heavy stride, each step seeming to close in on the man's life. The tension in the air making the man's heart race like a drum. "Stay back," the man cried in terror, clutching his gun tightly. Despite his trembling legs, he dared not lower it. Suddenly, a glint of madness flashed in his eyes, and he fired a shot at Raditz. The bullet traced a thin line through the air, whistling as it sped toward Raditz. However, Raditz merely smiled, his gaze filled with contempt. He reached out and effortlessly caught the incoming bullet in his hand. So weak, Raditz murmured, letting the bullet spin lightly in his palm before flicking it back with barely any resistance, sending it hurtling back towards the man's chest. Raditz looked coldly at the man's lifeless body, showing no sign of pity, instead frowning slightly. What a useless fellow. Suddenly, Raditz's scouter emitted a rapid beeping sound, and he quickly scanned the screen, which indicated a powerful energy signature for 880 kilometers away. Raditz frowned, a thought crossing his mind as he murmured, "Who could this be? Could it be Kakarot?" Without further hesitation, he soared in that direction. Meanwhile, Piccolo stood upon a large rock, his posture regal, with a gaze as sharp as a blade, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. A gentle breeze swept through the area, rustling his flowing cape, and he appeared both cold and commanding, like a solitary mountain, impervious to intrusion. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing as if sensing something. His ears twitched, and gradually, a chilling aura began to spread through the air. He turned slowly, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he had detected a formidable, unfamiliar presence rapidly approaching. Though the energy was strong, surpassing many ordinary warriors, Piccolo showed no signs of alarm. Instead, a cold smile crept across his face, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Seems like some ants are approaching." Raditz descended before Piccolo with the speed of a meteor, the air beneath him splitting apart with a faint rumble. Upon landing, his aura loomed like a colossal mountain, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the area. He coldly scrutinized Piccolo, devoid of any emotion, and spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "You are not Kakarot. Who are you? What business do you have with me?" Piccolo stood tall on the rock, unflinchingly meeting Raditz's gaze. "I am not looking for you," Raditz replied with a slight smirk. "Then what brings you here? Seeking death?" Piccolo arched an eyebrow, his eyes sharp with disdain. Raditz chuckled heartily, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You possess quite the courage." He activated his scouter, swiftly scanning Piccolo's power level. When the screen illuminated, Raditz's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment flooding his eyes as the data displayed. "Power level 3, 500. This is impossible," Raditz exclaimed in disbelief, unable to conceal his shock. "Such formidable power exists on this planet. What's wrong? Are you frightened?" Piccolo asked nonchalantly, his tone laced with provocation. "If you wish to die, I wouldn't mind playing with you." Apologies, I am not here to fight. I only came to find Kakarot," Raditz quickly clarified, realizing his words might have caused a misunderstanding. In recent years, Piccolo's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. He was no longer the warrior who only knew how to unleash his rage. 5 years ago, had anyone dared to act so brazenly before him, they would have been crushed to dust with a single punch. "Kakarot?" Piccolo raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. "I don't know anyone by that name. What are his distinguishing features?" Raditz felt a wave of relief wash over him, noticing that the other did not immediately attack, and he relaxed his guard slightly. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Kakarot has a tail. It should be one of his most distinctive traits." Piccolo felt a sudden jolt, the image of Sun Wukong flashing in his mind. Sun Wukong indeed had a tail. "You're referring to that monkey, aren't you?" Piccolo suddenly interjected, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He had a tail, and his physique matched. "It seems you know him," Raditz nodded, surprise evident in his gaze. Piccolo took a deep breath, comprehension dawning upon him. "I know him. His name is Sun Wukong." He paused briefly, raising an eyebrow. "If you truly seek him, what is your relation to him?" "I am his brother, Raditz," he declared, his expression turning serious as a deep, imposing aura pressed against the surrounding air. Piccolo regarded Raditz with a penetrating gaze, surprise flickering in his heart. Originally, Sun Wukong had a formidable elder brother, a revelation that was new to him. However, Piccolo did not pursue the matter further. He hesitated briefly and said with a nonchalant tone, "I do not know where Sun Wukong is. You may seek him yourself." His demeanor was indifferent, as if the matter bore little significance to him. Upon hearing Piccolo's response, a wave of inexplicable pressure surged within Raditz. Throughout their exchange, Piccolo's icy presence and overwhelming combat prowess loomed over him. He swiftly made a decision, leaping lightly backward, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Raditz thought it prudent to avoid confrontation for the time being. "I shall take my leave," he declared, refraining from further conversation with Piccolo. As soon as the words left his lips, he ascended rapidly into the sky, departing toward the distance with haste. He flew swiftly, his heart racing with unease, accelerating all the while, fearful that Piccolo might pursue him unexpectedly. After traveling a considerable distance, Raditz glanced back to confirm that Piccolo was not in pursuit, allowing himself to exhale in relief. He hovered in midair, raising his hand to touch the scouter, the data on the screen fluctuating rapidly. As he observed a powerful energy fluctuation displayed by the scouter, excitement flickered in his eyes. 12,990, an extraordinarily strong battle power. This must be Kakarot. Filled with anticipation, Raditz accelerated without hesitation, racing toward this newfound direction. The air tore violently beside him, and the surroundings receded like a flash of lightning. Chapter 63. Brother, I implore you to come with me. In the Kame house, Chi-Chi stood in the living room, her brow slightly furrowed as she watched Marin languidly seated on the sofa. Engrossed in play. Marin, please hurry and study. Chi-Chi's tone brooked no argument. Marin pouted, reluctantly rising to her feet, yet upon witnessing her mother's stern expression, she ultimately complied and scampered off to her room. As she walked away, she muttered, "Honestly, making me study every day is so dull." Chi-Chi let out a sigh of relief and turned toward the kitchen, preparing to make some light snacks for everyone. Her management style remained as strict as ever, yet imbued with a unique maternal tenderness. The entire house echoed with the sounds of her industriousness. Seated upon the couch, Wukong beheld the scene before him, a myriad of emotions swirling within his heart. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused, "Fortunately, Chi-Chi married Krillin. Had she chosen me as a lackluster student, I would have found it unbearable to contend with her spirited nature." He could not help but shake his head and chuckle, reflecting inwardly. Chi-Chi's vivacious disposition is indeed well-suited for Krillin, and they genuinely appear to thrive together. Although their union never materialized, he cherished her as a friend. Their bond profound and unwavering, free from any regret regarding their past. Beneath the setting sun, outside the Kame house, the quartet stood by the shore, relishing the refreshing sea breeze. The gentle waves lapped against the rocks, producing a melodious sound, while the air was infused with the briny essence of the ocean. Wukong, Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi gathered together, engaging in light-hearted conversation and relaxation, reminiscing about the cherished days they had spent together. Gazing at the distant horizon, Wukong took a deep breath and suddenly spoke. "Do you all remember our childhood adventures in search of the Dragon Balls?" He reflected on the numerous extraordinary encounters they had experienced during that time. Bulma chuckled, reminiscing about those days. "Indeed, we tirelessly sought the Dragon Balls, only to find ourselves ensnared in countless troubles." Krillin looked at Wukong and, inspired by a thought, suggested, "Why don't we embark on another quest to collect the Dragon Balls? Perhaps we could make a wish or engage in some delightful activity." Wukong shook his head, expressing a sense of contentment as he remarked that he seemingly harbored no desires at present. All his past wishes had been fulfilled, and everyone was thriving, leaving little that he particularly yearned for. Krillin appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he swiftly redirected his focus. He picked up a small stone, exerted force with his hand, and hurled it towards the sea. The stone traced an arc in the air before beginning to skip across the water's surface, resembling a dancer in the depths below, ultimately drifting several hundred meters before gently sinking beneath the waves. "Hey, Krillin, you have quite the knack for skipping stones," Wukong chuckled, amusement glimmering in his eyes as he observed Krillin's antics. "If it weren't for my daily practice, would I be able to achieve such distance?" Krillin replied, lifting his head with pride. Wukong picked up a larger stone, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his finger, he cast the stone into the sea. The stone gracefully rebounded off the water's surface, accelerating with each bounce, eventually soaring far beyond the horizon until it vanished from sight. "Wow, Wukong, that was quite a throw," exclaimed Krillin, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I hardly practiced. It was just a casual toss," Wukong replied with a smile. Master Roshi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "It seems Wukong's strength has increased once more." Just as the group relaxed and engaged in conversation, Wukong's expression shifted. He raised an eyebrow and announced, "We have visitors." The others paused, glancing around but finding no one in sight. Bulma frowned. Who could possibly be coming at this hour? "We haven't received any news." "It's unlikely. There's not a soul around," Krillin added, scanning the surroundings with a puzzled look. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened, as if a disquieting presence was permeating the air. Both Master Roshi and Krillin sensed an overwhelming aura of menace, their hearts racing, their bodies momentarily stiffening. Master Roshi's expression darkened, his demeanor turning grave. This is an enemy. Krillin, now alert, clenched his fists. This presence is far too potent. At that moment, a figure rapidly descended from the distant sky, slicing through the tranquil surface of the sea. The figure moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, swiftly approaching before gently landing before the group. Clad in armor and sporting a peculiar device atop his head, he emanated an intense aura of oppression, his gaze icy, causing the surrounding air to feel burdened by his presence. Kakarot, his deep voice thundered, locking onto Wukong. You bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, Kakarot. Krillin and Bulma exchanged bewildered. Goku gently retracted his aura, allowing Raditz' body to regain a modicum of freedom. Raditz gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze upon Goku. You have indeed grown stronger. What have you done? I have merely trained, Goku replied. I have no desire to fight you. But should you continue to provoke me, I shall show no mercy. A faint smile graced Goku's lips. Raditz felt a surge of emotion within him. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he recognized that the Goku before him had far surpassed his initial expectations. You did not come to seek a battle with me, did you? Goku furrowed his brow. Kakarot, you were meant to be a warrior of the Saiyan race, conquering the universe alongside us. Yet now, you choose to squander your potential on this insignificant planet. I will not permit you to waste your gifts, Raditz sneered, as Wukong gazed at the still arrogant Raditz. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. He spoke slowly. I fear you have yet to grasp the true situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Wukong raised his hands slightly, and an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy, as if pressed by an immense force. Raditz's scouter began to vibrate violently, the readings soaring from a mere few thousand to an astonishing 20,000 in mere seconds, accompanied by a constant crackling sound. Raditz's eyes widened in terror as he beheld his scouter, disbelief etched across his face. 20,000? This is impossible. Kakarot, your battle power exceeds even Vegeta's. As a Saiyan, Raditz understood the value placed on strength, and Vegeta, the so-called Prince of Saiyans, had always been his lofty aspiration. To his astonishment, Kakarot Wukong had surpassed even that benchmark. Panic flooded Raditz's heart as he realized he had gravely underestimated his once perceived weak brother. He quickly adjusted his tone, forcibly suppressing the fear and shock within him, and forced a strained smile. Kakarot, you truly are impressive. I must admit, I underestimated you. He paused, inhaling deeply in an attempt to regain his composure. However, at this juncture, you should understand that with such power alone, you cannot expect to live a peaceful life on Earth. You possess tremendous potential. Why not join us? Become part of our Saiyan race, conquer planets across the cosmos, and live a life devoid of fear? Raditz's tone had softened considerably, now tinged with a hint of pleading. He recognized that should he continue to confront Kakarot head-on, he stood no chance. As Wukong regarded him leisurely, a surge of vulnerability welled up within Raditz. Brother. He forced the words out, please, come with me. His voice had softened significantly, infused with a plea. There are few Saiyans left in the universe. I am your only kin. Do you not wish to learn what true Saiyans are like, to uncover our mission? You have the power to reshape the cosmos. Together, we could conquer the entire universe. Moreover, the remaining two Saiyans are on distant planets. They may be the last hope for our race. Wukong remained steadfast in his position, his expression austere. His voice was calm, yet resolute. I present you with two choices. What choices? Raditz's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation as he eagerly inquired. First, I could eliminate you. Second, you may contact your two companions and summon them to Earth to meet me. The decision lies with you. Wukong spoke slowly. Raditz was momentarily taken aback. To refuse would spell his demise, although opting to reach out to the other Saiyans might temporarily preserve his life. The formidable Kakarot before him could not be underestimated. Would he ever be able to return to Vegeta's ranks? A bitter taste filled his heart as he gazed skyward, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Once, he had been so powerful, reveling in conquest as a mark of honor, yet now, he found himself unable to even control his own brother. Raditz clenched his teeth, bowing his head in resignation, ultimately relinquishing any thoughts of resistance. After a moment of silence, a flicker of pain and reluctance crossed his eyes, but he finally inhaled deeply and murmured, "Very well, I choose the second option." Chapter 64. Just don't kill me. Upon hearing that Raditz had chosen the second option, Wukong nodded gently, a hint of cold amusement glimmering in his eyes. "You have made the right choice," he remarked. Raditz was filled with a sense of helplessness and bitterness. He understood that he had no room left for choice. Kakarot's overwhelming strength had shattered all his illusions and pride. Even as the elder brother of a scion, he now found himself compelled to bow his head in submission to Kakarot, the very brother he had once looked down upon. The voice of Wukong once again shattered the silence. "Use the communicator to reach out to them. Employ any pretext you deem fit. Just lure them here. Once they arrive, I shall not concern myself with your words." Raditz lifted his gaze, meeting Wukong's composed eyes, and a tumult of emotion surged within him. He understood keenly that there was no turning back for him at this moment, yet he could still strive for a sliver of hope. With a sigh, he murmured, "Very well, I shall contact them." Wukong remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi also stood by, observing the scene without uttering a word. Raditz gripped the communicator tightly, aware that he needed to carefully concoct a plausible reason to summon these two scions. The communicator emitted a series of beeps, and Raditz finally connected with the two scion comrades. After a brief moment, a stern voice came through the device. "Raditz, why are you contacting us at this time? Is there an urgent matter?" Taking a deep breath, Raditz endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "This is critical. We must act immediately. I have located Kakarot. He is on Earth and is far more powerful than we anticipated. If you do not come quickly, you may miss an important opportunity." The scion on the other end fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Raditz's words, then responded, "Are you certain he is truly formidable? You cannot handle him alone. Do you require our assistance?" Raditz nodded, though hesitance lingered in his heart. He resolutely replied, "He is even stronger than I imagined. I know you can defeat him. Come swiftly." "Understood." The voice on the communicator became more grave. "We will head over immediately. Remember, Raditz, if you deceive us, you will bear the consequences." A wave of anxiety washed over Raditz as he nodded nervously, swiftly ending the communication. He understood that there was no turning back. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa sat on a desolate planet, the flickering firelight casting shadows on their faces, surrounded by an eerie silence. Vegeta casually tore at the limb of a beast, chewing on raw flesh, yet his gaze remained fixed on the distant sky. As he ate, he cast a disdainful glance at Nappa beside him. Nappa stood quietly, a hint of uncertainty etched on his face. He knew that Vegeta's emotions were always tumultuous, and Raditz's failure had evidently displeased him. "Prince, shall we prepare to depart for Earth?" Nappa inquired, his tone laced with hesitation. Though he had a cordial relationship with Vegeta, he was acutely aware of the need for caution, as Vegeta's mood shifted rapidly. Vegeta tore off another piece of meat, swallowing slowly, his eyes still locked on the heavens. A contemptuous smile crept onto his lips, a smirk of derision. "That fool Raditz cannot even manage such a trivial matter. He expects me to take action personally. It is utterly laughable." His tone exuded a sense of superiority, clearly unperturbed by Raditz's failure, even harboring a touch of disdain. However, the prince was indeed intrigued to see for himself just how powerful this Kakarot truly was. The derision in Vegeta's voice gradually morphed into a provocative curiosity, a glimmer of combat desire flickering in his eyes. Rising to his feet, Vegeta brushed off the dust from his attire. "Let us set forth, Nappa." With that, he leaped powerfully into the air, activating their spacecraft to journey towards Earth. Their ship roared to life, departing the barren planet and soaring towards its destination. Back at Kame House, Raditz stood to the side, his expression serious as he informed everyone, "My two comrades, Vegeta and Nappa, will arrive on Earth in approximately 1 year." Wukong approached and swiftly removed the device from Raditz's head. Raditz was momentarily taken aback but did not intervene. Wukong handed the detector to Bulma and said calmly, "Bulma, could you examine this device and see if it can be improved? Also, make sure to dismantle the listening function." Bulma accepted the detector, her gaze sharpening slightly, indicating her understanding. "Rest assured, Wukong, I will eliminate the listening feature. Enhancing this device will be no issue, as I am quite adept in this field." Raditz observed the device in Bulma's hands, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Though he was uncertain of the extent of this Earthling's technological prowess, it was evident that Wukong intended to prevent his equipment from causing any further disturbances on Earth. He could only fall silent, contemplating the matters ahead. "Listen well, Raditz," Wukong remarked, oblivious to Raditz's change in demeanor. "I will not allow anyone to invade Earth easily. As for your so-called companions, I could crush them with greater ease than squashing ants. Do not harbor any unrealistic fantasies." Raditz gazed at Wukong, aware that, Despite his distaste for Wukong's demeanor, he had little room for resistance at this moment. In his heart, Wukong pondered that although Raditz was his biological brother, the individual before him was exceedingly troublesome. To prevent any chaos, Wukong resolved to temporarily leave Raditz in Piccolo's care. Hoping that Piccolo could impart some discipline to his brother, he first sensed Piccolo's energy, confirming that he was nearby, and then instantaneously transported himself and Raditz to Piccolo's location. Upon their arrival, Wukong beheld Piccolo standing resolutely upon a massive rock, his gaze stern and unwavering. Sensing a formidable presence descend upon him, Piccolo swiftly turned around to find Wukong and Raditz before him. "Son Goku, what is this? Do you intend for the two brothers to join forces against me?" Piccolo remarked, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. With a chuckle, Wukong waved his hand and said, "Haha, Piccolo, it's been 5 years since we last met. I merely came to check on you. There's no hidden agenda." His tone shifted suddenly to one of earnestness. "Piccolo, could I trouble you to keep an eye on Raditz? If he misbehaves, feel free to teach him a lesson." Wukong glanced at Raditz, a hint of jest in his voice, "But please, don't kill him." Raditz felt a chill at these words. Being subjected to such arrangements by his own brother was undeniably disheartening. The cold and formidable Piccolo before him boasted a power level of 3,500, and he knew he was no match for either Piccolo or Wukong. Though resentment brewed within him, he had no choice but to accept this predicament and concede defeat. Piccolo, having listened to Wukong, smiled slightly, his tone laced with a cool nonchalance. "Rest assured, son Goku, this trivial matter is of no concern to me. Your elder brother is quite suitable for me to hone my skills." He then turned to Raditz, a glint of amusement in his eyes, adding, "But you would do well to behave, otherwise, I shall show no mercy." Raditz understood that this formidable opponent was not jesting, and a singular thought resonated in his mind: to remain as inconspicuous as possible and avoid provoking them. Piccolo regarded Wukong with a glint of challenge in his gaze, confidently stating, "So, son Goku, shall we engage in another duel? Over the past 5 years, my strength has significantly increased." Upon hearing these words, Wukong's lips curled into a subtle smile, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his aura. The force surged forth like a tsunami, its overwhelming energy fluctuations causing the very earth to tremble violently. Far away at Kame House, Bulma, Krillin, and the others were thrown into a state of panic, rushing outside to gaze anxiously at the tumultuous sea. "Is this an earthquake?" Bulma exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, Piccolo, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Wukong at close range, was momentarily stunned. The sheer magnitude of the energy was nearly unbearable, resembling an unfathomable abyss. His heart raced, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his own aura began to spiral into disarray. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, Piccolo's previous confidence evaporated, and his body trembled slightly. Wukong retracted his breath and smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. "Piccolo, are we still going to fight?" He gazed at Piccolo, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. "You hardly seem prepared for a battle." Cold sweat began to trickle down Piccolo's forehead, his complexion paling as he finally could not hold back. "No more fighting, son Wukong. I just remembered, I have a training regimen to follow. I should continue with that." Standing to the side, Raditz, once brimming with arrogance, was now utterly subdued by Wukong's aura, his legs involuntarily collapsing to the ground. The overwhelming pressure made him feel as insignificant as an ant, unable even to lift his gaze. Previously, he had been scheming about how to betray Wukong and align himself with Vegeta upon the latter's arrival on Earth to thwart Kakarot. However, after experiencing Wukong's unparalleled might, Raditz's resolve wavered completely. Chapter 65, Bulma's intentions upon returning to the Turtle Hermit's abode. Wukong explained to everyone that Raditz had been sent to Piccolo, ensuring that Piccolo would keep a close watch on him to prevent any mischief. Though he spoke casually, he had already resolved to have Raditz temper his ways under Piccolo's guidance. Bulma nodded in response and remarked, "The materials for that detector cannot be found on Earth. I must return to the laboratory to conduct some research and explore possible improvements." After finishing her statement, she turned and boarded her flying vehicle. "Wukong, would you like to accompany me to my home? It has been such a long time. We could chat for a while," she suggested. As everyone watched Bulma prepare to leave, she suddenly poked her head out and flashed a smile at Wukong. "Sure, I have nothing else going on." Wukong replied with a grin. Without hesitation, he climbed aboard Bulma's vehicle, and together they soared towards West City. As they traveled, the vehicle glided through the cerulean sky, contrasting sharply with the bustling cityscape below. Bulma piloted the craft smoothly through the azure expanse while Wukong animatedly recounted his cosmic escapades and adventures, his demeanor light and cheerful. He described his rigorous training on a planet with immense gravity, his encounters with various extraterrestrial races, and some amusing anecdotes along the way. Bulma listened intently, occasionally chuckling, marveling at the richness of Wukong's recent experiences, which could easily fill a book. "You become quite the storyteller, Wukong," Bulma said with a smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Oh, it's just trivial matters," Wukong chuckled heartily. After a delightful flight, the duo finally arrived at Bulma's residence. She expertly landed the vehicle in her spacious yard and turned to Wukong, saying, "All right, we're here. Come inside. Let us discuss what lies ahead." Wukong nodded, and the two entered Bulma's residence, which was filled with an array of advanced technological devices and experimental apparatus. It was evident that Bulma was already accustomed to working in this environment brimming with a sense of innovation. She gestured towards the sofa, saying, "Please have a seat. I need to attend to some matters momentarily," before turning and entering the adjacent laboratory. Unperturbed, Goku lounged on the sofa, idly grasping the remote control and jesting at the programs displayed on the television. At that moment, Bulma emerged from her laboratory, a compact device in hand, her excitement palpable. "Goku, this is a newly developed portable energy detector. Theoretically, it can offer greater precision than Raditz device." As she spoke, she handed the apparatus to Goku, adding, "Take a look, and if there are any issues, I can make adjustments. This gadget appears quite impressive, Bulma. You truly are a genius." Goku remarked as he scrutinized the device, a sudden chuckle escaping his lips. Bulma smiled with pride, of course. However, certain components require refinement, after all. The materials on Earth are limited, and many technologies must be sourced from outer space. Pausing, she gazed at Goku and mused, "Speaking of which, how do you feel about those adventures and battles in the universe? Are you not feeling a bit weary?" "Not particularly. Training continues to imbue me with strength. Moreover, the vastness of the universe presents numerous intriguing encounters." He furrowed his brow, stroking his chin. Bulma, seated beside the table, watched Goku with a twinkle in her eye, gently setting down her utensils before suddenly declaring, "Goku, you know, perhaps I should seriously contemplate the matter of marriage." As she uttered these words, she instinctively leaned closer to him, seemingly anticipating his reaction. Wukong's eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly grasped Bulma's intent, leaving him momentarily stunned. Although he had never truly comprehended Bulma's thoughts, he could sense the delicate atmosphere at that moment. Bulma gazed at Wukong with a smile, her eyes twinkling with a hint of playful mockery. "What's the matter? Did I catch you off guard?" Her tone was laced with a light-hearted teasing, clearly indicating that she did not take the topic seriously. Wukong felt a touch of bewilderment, running his fingers through his hair and offering a shy smile. Bulma. You know, I've always been quite the straightforward person. The notion of marriage is somewhat complex for me." His words were somewhat ambiguous, yet deep down, he comprehended the essence of Bulma's statement. "However, if there are no pressing matters, I would like to indulge in some more food." After a moment of silence, Wukong finally lifted his gaze to meet Bulma's. She instructed the robot to prepare a lavish feast, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Upon seeing the table laden with delectable dishes, Wukong's eyes sparkled with delight, and he instinctively swallowed. Although he had the ability to draw nourishment from the cosmic energies, the culinary delights of Earth remained his utmost indulgence. "Wow, Bulma, this looks absolutely delicious," Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he eagerly began to dig in. "You are truly incorrigible. Yet, it is delightful to witness the joy that Earth's cuisine brings you." Bulma chuckled at the sight of Wukong devouring his meal with such gusto. As Wukong savored his meal, he replied, "Indeed, the flavors of earthly cuisine possess a unique essence that is irreplaceable. These dishes, in particular, are simply exquisite." He indulged heartily, as if each bite brought him unparalleled satisfaction. "Although you have grown more powerful than before, you remain the same Wukong who delights in the pleasures of food. How wonderful it is." Bulma smiled beside him, reflecting on the sight of Wukong relishing his meal, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Wukong halted his chopsticks and smiled at Bulma, exclaiming, "Indeed, one must eat well to have the strength for training. Haha." With that, he resumed his meal. Bulma gently shook her head, a tender smile gracing her lips as she quietly sat beside him, watching Wukong savor his food, a long-forgotten warmth blossoming in her heart. After satiating his hunger, Wukong wiped his mouth and began to examine Bulma's newly invented energy detector. The design of this device bore some resemblance to ones he had encountered previously. Yet its functionality was far more intricate. It not only measured the levels of energy but also detected mineral energy, various forms of electromagnetic energy, and even scanned for unique energy fluctuations. This is truly remarkable, Bulma, Wukong remarked as he delved into his exploration. Not only can it measure energy, but it can also sense the energy present in the surrounding environment. You are simply brilliant. Isn't it fascinating? Bulma replied with a grin. I invested considerable time in its development. Now, you can perceive not only your own energy but also observe the fluctuations in the energy around you, which will undoubtedly aid you in your future training. Bulma sat beside him, smiling as she watched Wukong engage with her invention. Wukong lowered his gaze to the display screen of the detector, meticulously examining the data presented before him. There were energy values of certain ores that he had never noticed before. It seemed the capabilities of this detector were indeed formidable. He gently adjusted a few buttons, and the screen instantly revealed various minerals along with the energy information they emitted. Do you have any plans moving forward? If not, why not consider staying at my place? Bulma smiled warmly at Wukong. Upon hearing this, Wukong responded without hesitation, Sure, I have nowhere else to go, so staying here seems quite pleasant. As he spoke, he picked up the energy detector from the table and continued his research, appearing entirely at ease. Bulma observed Wukong's relaxed demeanor, and a whirl of complex thoughts flooded her mind. His innocent smile, formidable presence, and carefree attitude momentarily captivated her. She felt her heart race, and a blush swiftly crept across her cheeks. What's wrong, Bulma? Wukong turned around, noticing something amiss in her expression, and asked with curiosity. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, quickly gathering her thoughts and forcing a smile. Oh, it's nothing, just suddenly remembered something. She hastily lowered her head, pretending to casually organize the items on the table, while her mind wandered aimlessly. Wukong remained oblivious to her peculiar demeanor, casually strolling to the window and stretching leisurely. How delightful! The scenery here is quite splendid. Living in this place is truly comfortable. His tone was light-hearted, seemingly unaware of the tumult brewing within Bulma's heart. Bulma bit her lip, stealing a glance at Wukong, a whirlpool of complex emotions surging within her. In the ensuing days, the rapport between Wukong and Bulma grew increasingly natural. Save for bathing and sleeping, they were virtually inseparable. Whether dining, training, or engaging in light-hearted conversations, they consistently discovered common ground, and despite years of separation, their connection remained unaltered. Bulma occasionally jested that it felt as if they had returned to their carefree, innocent childhood days. She frequently shared tales of her latest inventions or amusing news from Earth, while Wukong would reminisce about their childhood escapades or discuss training techniques. Their dialogues flowed effortlessly, imbued with a profound understanding of one another. Whenever Bulma gazed at Wukong with a smile, he responded with an equally sincere grin, devoid of any barriers between them. Bulma increasingly found Wukong's smile more enchanting than ever. Even the simplest utterances of "I'm hungry" or "this is delicious" would send her heart racing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the cosmos, Vegeta and Nappa awoke from their stasis pods aboard their spaceship, appearing somewhat disoriented after a prolonged slumber. Vegeta opened his eyes and surveyed the interior of the ship before calmly stating, "There's a small planet nearby that should fetch a good price." Nappa nodded in agreement, promptly following Vegeta's lead as he operated the ship's controls. The vessel ignited into action, hurtling towards the planet. Like a meteor, the ship crashed onto the surface, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise. Once grounded, Vegeta and Nappa emerged from the craft, greeted by an eerie silence and a palpable sense of desolation. The surroundings were strewn with debris, a clear indication that the planet had suffered a catastrophic disaster. Nappa looked down at the ground, remaining silent for a moment before inquiring, "Can such a planet truly be sold for a good price?" Vegeta shot him a cold glance, his voice low and measured. "Whether it can be sold or not depends on the resources present. Let's assess the situation first." Just as they intended to proceed, the ground began to shake violently, and two colossal robots emerged from the soil. Local inhabitants were controlling these machines, evidently unaware of Vegeta and Nappa's origins. One of the robotic operators, upon spotting them, could not help but exclaim, "These two appear to be extraterrestrial beings, and they look rather unsightly." Let's see. As soon as the words left his lips, one of MOAI's subordinates, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive double-edged sword, charged fiercely toward Vegeta and Nappa. The subordinate moved with remarkable speed, the blade glinting ominously as if poised to deliver a lethal strike. Vegeta, however, remained unmoved, A cold smirk etched upon his face, his eyes filled with disdain. As the warrior drew ever closer, Vegeta coolly extended a finger. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Vegeta's aura remained undisturbed. Yet a brilliant beam of light suddenly flickered from his fingertip, slicing through the air with deadly precision. The light shot forth rapidly, leaving the subordinate no time to react. His body was pierced in an instant, blood spraying forth as he faltered mid-air, lifelessly collapsing to the ground. Humph, Vegeta scoffed, retracting his finger. His gaze devoid of any pity. Clearly, such a foe was beneath his notice. The atmosphere within the palace grew tense, all subordinates staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The so-called formidable warrior had been effortlessly dispatched by Vegeta's mere finger. MOAI's expression shifted, the initial contempt and confidence gradually giving way to an unmistakable shock. He had not anticipated Vegeta's power to be so formidable, rendering even his most loyal subordinate utterly defenseless. Coldly, Vegeta regarded King MOAI. His tone unwavering. You stated earlier that as long as we emerge victorious, any request would be granted. Now, I demand this planet. In an instant. MOAI's complexion turned a shade of deep anger, momentarily stunned before roaring with fury. What did you say? This planet is mine. I will not relinquish it so easily. Nappa, standing beside Vegeta, chuckled softly and added, Did you not hear? We desire more than just the planet. We seek the lives of everyone on this planet. These words struck like thunder, reverberating ominously in King MOAI's ears. His rage ignited. His eyes glowing with a fierce crimson, exuding an aura of intense menace. You seek death. King MOAI's voice was as cold as steel as he slammed his palm on the table, bellowing, Do you dare threaten me? You must be tired of living. Within MOAI's grand hall, Vegeta and Nappa stood surrounded by numerous subordinates. MOAI's men brandished their weapons, charging toward the duo with aggression. Nappa smirked, suddenly aligning his index and middle fingers while the other 3 fingers formed a fist. His palms slightly opened as he concentrated his energy. A tremendous force began to gather behind him, causing the air to tremble. Moments later, Nappa raised his hand skyward, growling, super explosive wave. A colossal wave of energy erupted from Nappa's palm, carrying with it a suffocating destructive power. All of MOAI's subordinates, rushing in for the attack, had no time to react before being obliterated into ash, not even a trace left behind. You worthless trash are utterly inconsequential, Nappa remarked coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Silence enveloped MOAI's hall, the remnants of destruction surrounding them. Vegeta and Nappa stood unscathed, as though their actions had been merely a casual flick of the wrist. King MOAI, perched upon his platform, now wore a pallid expression. He could hardly believe the scene before him. His elite warriors had been annihilated without so much as a chance to resist. This is impossible. Who are you? MOAI shouted in a mix of rage and terror. We are beings you have no right to comprehend. You simply need to understand that the planet and your life are no longer under your control, Vegeta replied coolly, casting a dismissive glance at him. King MOAI gritted his teeth and hastily activated the control panel beside him, barking orders. Release the Yeti. Now. At his command, a massive iron door creaked open, revealing a towering creature. It was a terrifying beast, over 10 meters tall, with a robust physique, bulging muscles, and a scaly exterior. Its eyes glowed with wild fury as it lumbered toward Vegeta and Nappa. This is my final trump card, the Yeti. It will tear you to shreds. King MOAI roared. Nappa, deal with it at your leisure. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for the colossal creature. Nappa faced the Yeti, his gaze cold and unyielding. Without a trace of compassion, he effortlessly seized the beast's massive finger. The Yeti let out a pained growl, attempting to break free. But Nappa's strength far surpassed its own. With a sudden surge of power, Nappa snapped the Yeti's finger. A howl of agony echoed through the hall as the Yeti's massive form crashed to the ground, shaking the entire palace. Nappa regarded the fallen creature with a blank expression. Nonchalantly, he raised a hand, unleashing a powerful wave of light. The wave struck the Yeti's body, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The once formidable Yeti was reduced to mere fragments, leaving no bones or remnants behind. Witnessing the obliteration of the Yeti, MOAI's terror erupted in full force. He stood momentarily frozen before turning on his heel to flee, his steps frantic as if desperately trying to escape something. No longer did he possess an ounce of his former arrogance. The current situation had plunged him into despair. Thinking of escaping? Vegeta sneered. With a subtle movement of his finger, the air rippled violently. A wave of energy surged forth from his fingertip, striking King MOAI as he attempted to flee. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the powerful energy wave pierced through MOAI's back, sending him crashing to the ground, blood staining the floor. Local residents, witnessing Vegeta and Nappa's effortless triumph over King MOAI, rushed out, exclaiming excitedly, "Saviors! Saviors! You have rescued us!" Their voices were filled with exhilaration and reverence. Yet Vegeta and Nappa paid them no mind. They ambled through the crowd, indifferent, heading straight back to their spacecraft. As the ship powered up, Vegeta and Nappa drifted aimlessly through the cosmos. The scenery of the planet rushed by outside the ship's window, but neither felt inclined to admire it. After a moment, Vegeta cast a cold glance around, a hint of weariness in his gaze. "This planet holds little value," Vegeta remarked, his tone suggesting an innate pride and indifference to all things. Nappa nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from some dilapidated resources, there is nothing worth lamenting. Thus, Vegeta piloted the ship beyond the planet's atmosphere, entering the vastness of outer space. The ship glided slowly through the infinite starry sea when suddenly, Vegeta's gaze fell upon the planet outside, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Let it be obliterated." Vegeta's voice was low and menacing as the ship's hatch opened. Standing at the edge of the vessel, he extended a hand, his fingertip twitching slightly, and a tremendous wave of energy began to coalesce there. This wave emanated a destructive aura, illuminating the cosmos. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, it struck the unsuspecting planet with devastating force. With a deafening roar, the planet was instantly engulfed in a violent explosion, a colossal fireball expanding through the void of space, its blinding light consuming all in its path. The remnants of the planet scattered like meteors after the cataclysm, gradually disappearing into the depths of the cosmos, leaving behind only a profound silence in the darkness. Vegeta observed this spectacle quietly, a faint smirk gracing his lips. The destruction of the planet was truly a sight to behold. His tone was imbued with an unsettling satisfaction and enjoyment of the calamity, akin to an artist admiring his completed masterpiece. Nappa stood beside him, his gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions as he glanced at the starry sky before turning to Vegeta and inquiring, "I wonder if that planet called Earth holds any value. I've heard there are some powerful beings there. I wonder if they could provide us with a challenge." Vegeta chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. "Earth? If it is worthless, then let it be destroyed." His tone was casual yet emanated an undeniable aura of intimidation, as if he had already sealed the fate of Earth. Nappa chuckled, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Then let us go and see, Vegeta." He seemed eager to seek out an interesting target, and Earth was poised to be their next destination. Chapter 67. Goku, let us marry one day, in the backyard of Bulma's home. Bulma and Goku leisurely basked in the warm sunlight while savoring delicious food. Bulma gazed at Goku, her eyes flickering with complexity, and suddenly proclaimed, "Goku, let us marry." Wukong was holding a cup of beverage when he heard those words. He momentarily froze and inadvertently sprayed the drink from his mouth, dousing Bulma's attire. Bulma was taken aback and hurriedly wiped the beverage from her clothes, gazing at Wukong with a look of utter bewilderment. Wukong, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, wearing an expression of sheer incomprehension. "Marry?" Wukong stammered, seemingly struggling to grasp the situation. You must be joking, right?" Upon hearing Wukong's response, Bulma chuckled softly, yet a hint of seriousness lingered in her eyes. "I'm not joking, Wukong. Did you not say you have nowhere else to go? I believe that if we can continue living like this, why not get married?" Wukong gazed blankly at Bulma, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Marriage? He had never contemplated such a notion, particularly with Bulma. In terms of affection, Wukong felt a deep camaraderie with Bulma, even akin to familial ties, yet the idea of matrimony seemed rather abrupt. "But we have always been friends. Marriage seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it?" Wukong scratched his head, pondering. "Wukong, I understand you may not be ready yet, but this is something I have seriously considered. What do you think?" Bulma sighed softly, shaking her head. I haven't thought about these things. I feel a bit lost all of a sudden." Wukong stood there, at a loss, gazing at Bulma. "That's all right, Wukong. You can take your time to think it over. I merely feel that if we both cherish each other so much, perhaps we could give it a try." Bulma, noticing his hesitation, smiled gently, as if she had anticipated Wukong's reaction. As Wukong looked at Bulma, memories of their shared adventures flooded back, countless escapades and trials that tested their very lives. Indeed, their bond had grown increasingly intimate over time. "There's no rush, Wukong. Take your time to reflect. I'll be here waiting for you," Bulma reassured him, noticing his prolonged silence with a warm smile. Wukong nodded. Though his mind remained somewhat muddled, he could perceive Bulma's sincerity and anticipation. He contemplated that perhaps he ought to give this matter due consideration. At that moment, Bulma playfully interjected, "However, Wukong, if you refuse, I might just have to evict you from the backyard, so think carefully." With that, she gestured a playful dismissal towards him, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Wukong was amused by her humor, instantly feeling a sense of relief. "Come on, let us not be so serious," he exclaimed. "However, I believe I truly need to ponder this matter." He flashed a smile at Bulma. "I will give it considerable thought, Bulma." "That's wonderful. I await your good news," Bulma replied, nodding gently with a deepening smile. As night fell, the moonlight streamed through the window. Wukong lay on his bed, hands resting behind his head, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, yet his mind echoed Bulma's words. "Wukong, let us get married." This statement plopped into the tranquil lake of his heart like a stone, sending ripples throughout. Wukong repeatedly pondered the notion of marriage. He had never truly contemplated it, especially with Bulma. Though they had always been friends and, at times, Bulma felt akin to family, the sudden proposition of marriage from her left him somewhat bewildered. He closed his eyes, memories of their years together flooding his mind. Bulma had always cared for him meticulously, accompanying him in his training and facing numerous dangers and challenges alongside him. She was not merely a friend, she occupied a special place in his heart. Whenever he encountered difficulties, Bulma stood resolutely by his side, providing not just assistance but an intangible support and encouragement. "What am I truly thinking?" Wukong mused quietly. He turned over, furrowing his brow, his hand gently pressing against his forehead. He was unaccustomed to delving into the complexities of emotional matters. His heart had always dwelt in a state of carefree existence, accustomed to living without the entanglements of such intricate feelings. Yet today, Bulma's unexpected declaration of marriage thrust him into an unforeseen realm of contemplation. Is Bulma genuinely serious about this? Wukong pondered aloud. What would our marriage be like? He could not resist envisioning a life married to Bulma. Each day, he would awaken to her smile, sharing mundane yet precious moments together. She would care for him in times of need, offering solace when he was weary. In return, he would continue to stand by her side, protecting her. But this relationship would transcend mere friendship, embodying a profound commitment and responsibility that only marriage could entail. Wukong remained silent for an extended period, the voice of Bulma echoing in his mind. Within him, subtle changes began to unfold. Emotions he had long ignored now emerged with striking clarity. Perhaps I could give it a try, he mused to himself. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to calm his racing thoughts. He understood that Bulma had granted him a chance, and he had no intention of squandering it. That night, Wukong tossed and turned in bed for what felt like an eternity, ultimately succumbing to a deep slumber at a certain moment. At the break of dawn, sunlight streamed through the curtains, and Bulma had already risen early, clad in comfortable loungewear. She tiptoed into Wukong's room. Inside, Wukong lay still on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, seemingly lost in reflection over the events of the previous night. Observing his dazed expression, Bulma could not help but chuckle softly, feeling a sense of triumph. It appeared Wukong had not entirely disregarded her words. She quietly approached the bedside, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Knowing Wukong's inherent purity, albeit somewhat absent-minded, she recognized that his feelings for her had always been unadulterated. With a gentle leap, she landed on the bed and unhesitatingly nestled into Wukong's embrace. Much like a playful kitten, her tone soft yet teasing. "Wukong, have you made up your mind?" Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach, and the slight smile at the corners of her mouth seemed to betray her anticipation. Taken aback by her sudden advance, Wukong's eyes widened in surprise, nearly springing from the bed. Particularly in the morning, the intense vigor and vitality of a scion surged within him, leaving him exhilarated. "Bulma, what are you doing?" he stuttered, utterly unprepared for Bulma's unexpected intrusion. Bulma's laughter grew more exuberant as she beheld Wukong's bashful demeanor, her heart swelling with delight. Drawing closer, she reveled in his momentary fluster, thinking to herself that despite his straightforwardness, Wukong's feelings for her had always been genuine. "Come on, Wukong, just promise me," she urged, her voice laced with a hint of coaxing and a touch of hopeful expectation. Gazing dazedly at Bulma nestled in his embrace, Goku felt his cheeks flush with warmth. The fresh fragrance emanating from her proximity quickened his heartbeat, and the tangled thoughts that had occupied his mind moments earlier were enveloped by Bulma's warmth, dissolving all confusion and uncertainty in an instant. Thus, Goku made his resolution. "All right," he inhaled deeply and softly declared, "I promise you. Bulma, let us wed. Though his words were simple, they were imbued with an unprecedented determination and sincerity reflected in his eyes. Upon hearing this, an indescribable joy surged within Bulma, and a gentle smile graced her lips. You finally agreed, she exclaimed, playfully pinching Goku's cheek, her own smile blossoming with a subtle delight as she leaned contentedly against him. She could feel Goku's heartbeat and sense the seriousness and resolve that had never before graced him. In the realm of Dragon Ball, marriage does not necessitate elaborate ceremonies, nor convoluted documents and procedures. Lacking a grand wedding or the presence of relatives and friends, and even absent a marriage certificate, there existed only a covenant of hearts. Bulma and Goku, with nothing but the purest of intentions, stepped into the sanctum of matrimony. Free from ostentatious embellishments or extravagant feasts, Bulma offered a soft smile as she placed a simple ring upon Goku's finger. Though slightly bewildered, his eyes sparkled with earnestness and resolve as he adorned her with another. Bulma, Goku murmured, his voice laced with shyness, avoiding her gaze, yet his steadfast heart spoke more powerfully than any words could convey. Bulma nodded gently, her smile radiating a purity and contentment that transcended age. Just like that, Goku, she replied, her voice soft yet resolute, devoid of hesitation. She understood that Goku's heart was the truest of all, and his feelings for her required no external validation. They had no resplendent wedding gown, nor petals dancing in the air, simply standing side by side, their heartbeats and breaths intertwined. Their genuine emotions became their most beautiful vow. This wedding, devoid of grandiosity, seemed all the more authentic and profound to them. For Goku, marriage was not a mere formality, but a commitment to face the future alongside Bulma. While Bulma required no luxury, knowing that as long as Goku remained by her side, even the simplest moments constituted her entire happiness. In that moment, so filled with sincerity, the world around them faded into insignificance. Whether it was the vastness of the universe or the clamor of Earth, in the realm of Bulma and Goku, there existed only each other. Their shared vows and promises transcended all forms of constraint. No matter what the future holds, I will always be by your side, Goku whispered. Bulma nestled into his embrace, smiling as she closed her eyes. I know. In the living room of the brief household, Bulma's mother sat upon the sofa, a glass of fine wine cradled in her hands, sipping gently. Glancing at the wall clock, she muttered, that child promised to keep me waiting here, to discuss something important. It is already noon. Why is she still absent? Setting down her glass, Bulma's mother frowned, her impatience surfacing as she awaited Bulma's arrival to share significant news. Suddenly, she recalled that Bulma and Goku had been spending a great deal of time in their room, igniting her curiosity about what had transpired. However, she felt it prudent to grant her daughter some space. Rising, she intended to fetch some water from the kitchen, knowing her daughter's temperament. Matters often required Bulma to voice them first. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps from upstairs caught her attention. Turning, she spotted Bulma descending the staircase, a radiant smile lighting her face, albeit tinged with shyness. Mom, I apologize for making you wait, Bulma said cheerfully as she approached. Goku and I were discussing some matters. Have you and Goku reached a decision? Bulma's mother inquired, a sense of anticipation blooming within her. Yes, Mom, we are getting married, Bulma replied, her face alight with joy. Just then, Dr. Briefs entered the room and, upon hearing Bulma's words, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. His lively daughter was finally marrying. Despite her previous insistence on focusing on work, if she did not marry soon, she would become a woman of a certain age. Bulma called out to Goku upstairs. Hurry down. Moments later, Goku appeared, a hint of shyness on his face as he stood before Bulma's mother and father. Meeting their gazes, he softly uttered, Dad, Mom. His voice carried a slight tremor, as this was his first time assuming such a role. Though they had always been friendly, today marked a special occasion. Bulma, observing Goku's awkwardness, could not suppress a laugh. Typically, Goku exuded confidence, either as an invincible warrior or a carefree child. Yet his current demeanor struck her as both endearing and amusing. She gently pinched his arm, playfully asking, What's wrong? Are you afraid to meet my parents? Goku momentarily faltered, lowering his head and mumbling, Not at all, just feels a bit strange. Her parents exchanged knowing glances, their faces bright with smiles. Goku's father patted him on the shoulder, kindly saying, Goku, don't be nervous. We've considered you part of the family for a long time. Bulma's mother, raising her glass with a smile, declared, Today is your special day. How can there be no fine wine? She gently lifted her glass, signaling for a toast to celebrate. Although Yukong felt somewhat embarrassed, he nonetheless took a seat, inwardly relieved that Bulma's parents were not as stern as he had imagined. Bulma leaned beside him, softly chuckling. Look, my parents are welcoming you so warmly. There's no need to be so tense. Chapter 68. Bulma, teach me. I do not understand. As night fell, Bulma and Wukong's bridal chamber was adorned with warmth and romance, the gentle glow of the lights casting a cozy ambience over the bed. Bulma had changed into a seductive nightgown and was tidying up by the bedside. Wukong found himself involuntarily gazing at her, his heart racing, his eyes wandering over every detail of her form. Sensing Bulma's allure, he could not help but swallow hard, his heartbeat quickening with each passing moment. Suddenly, a daring thought flashed through Wukong's mind. What if he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Would that not intensify the atmosphere? He mused that Bulma would likely be able to handle it. After all, the power and aura that accompanied his transformation were immensely formidable. Perhaps it could ignite a spark for the night ahead. In his heart, Wukong contemplated, a mischievous smile inadvertently gracing his lips. However, he soon realized that Bulma might be alarmed. The appearance of a Super Saiyan was not merely an enhancement of strength. The fluctuations of energy and the visual transformations were strikingly apparent. Wukong felt uncertain about whether he could truly master all of this. On the night of their wedding, Wukong felt a tinge of nervousness, as he had never encountered such a situation before. Despite being a combat prodigy, he appeared somewhat clumsy in matters of interpersonal relationships and emotions. Bulma, observing Wukong's silly demeanor, could not help but smile gently. Wukong, don't be anxious, just relax. She softly took his hand, offering comfort. We are already married, so there is no need to worry about these matters. We have plenty of time to take it slow. I also don't know what to do. You know, I only understood fighting before, nothing else. Wukong awkwardly scratched his head, managing a shy smile. Bulma chuckled lightly, her warm smile easing Wukong's tension. She leaned closer, gently wrapping her arms around his waist, her hands slowly exploring. It's all right. I will help you. You need not fear. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of playful tenderness. At that moment, the two embraced tightly. And Wukong felt an unprecedented sense of ease as his anxiety gradually faded away. That night, Bulma and Wukong hardly closed their eyes, although Bulma felt a bit fatigued. Seeing Wukong's earnestness filled her heart with warmth. She understood that, despite his lack of experience, Wukong always endeavored to give his best. As time passed, Bulma's eyelids grew heavy, and she realized they would likely stay awake the entire night. Meanwhile, Wukong, having overexerted himself, felt his energy waning. Just before dawn, they finally found a moment to pause. Wukong, you are too strong. You have truly exhausted me, Bulma said, sprawled on the bed, stifling a yawn. Bulma, I think I can't hold on any longer. Wukong replied, while gently massaging her back, his eyes fluttering shut. They exchanged no further words, sinking into a profound slumber that was so deep they could hardly dream. It was not until the afternoon, when sunlight streamed through the curtains, that they finally awoke on the soft mattress. Bulma was the first to open her eyes, feeling dizzy. Oh no, it's already afternoon. I've slept for so long. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at Wukong, who was still asleep, his head resting on her hair. Clutching a ball tightly, resembling a sweet, slumbering child. What a big child you are, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. In the following days, Wukong and Bulma enjoyed a carefree and joyous life, revisiting the places where they once embarked on adventures, reliving their cherished memories. Though some years had passed, they still found joy in those recollections. One day, Bulma brought Wukong to Baozi Mountain, the site of their first encounter, where she had been riding a motorcycle when Wukong accidentally collided with her. Wukong, do you remember? Bulma stood at the mountain's peak, pointing to the winding road below. Smiling as she asked, Of course, you rode in on your motorcycle, and I crashed right into you, sending you flying. Wukong looked around, then slapped his forehead, chuckling. Yes, you were so clumsy back then. You didn't even see me coming on the motorcycle and just ran out, throwing me off. Bulma laughed heartily. Hee hee, I really didn't see the road well back then. Wukong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. But you weren't angry at all. Bulma shrugged. Being angry wouldn't help. After all, I saw you looking so pitiful, just a country boy. She pointed at Wukong with a teasing smile in her eyes. But I never expected that you would always want me to research various strange gadgets afterward. That's because I possess a heart that fears no trouble. Wukong beamed even more brightly upon hearing this. Back then, I never imagined we would turn out like this. Bulma's smile softened considerably. Neither did I, Bulma. At that time, I didn't comprehend the essence of friendship and companionship, but now I understand. Wukong gazed at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. You were always so carefree back then. Unafraid of anything. Even after crashing into me, you didn't come out too badly. Bulma smiled, turning her gaze towards the horizon. I was just thinking about having dinner sooner. Wukong scratched his head, a glimmer of chagrin in his eyes. Wukong and Bulma stood silently atop the mountain, reminiscing about their past adventures and joyful moments. A few days later, Bulma discovered she was pregnant, and the news brought immense happiness to both of them. Wukong was so exhilarated that he resembled a child, constantly circling around Bulma and fervently discussing their future offspring. One evening, as they sat on the balcony under the starlit sky, they began to contemplate names for their forthcoming child. Wukong, we need to prepare a name for the baby. Bulma gently remarked. I've thought of one. If it's a boy, he shall be named Sun Wufan. Wukong exclaimed, immediately giving a thumbs up. Bulma nodded in agreement. Sun Wufan? Quite fitting and meaningful. After all, he's your son and should inherit your name. Her eyes sparkled with affection. But what if it's a girl? A girl? Wukong's mind raced, recalling memories from the anime, yet no names for girls surfaced in his thoughts. Actually, I'm not sure, he admitted, clearing his throat and awkwardly scratching his head. Haha, Wukong, how could you not have considered this? Bulma chuckled. No worries, we must give her a name that is special. Not something too casual. Wukong, drenched in sweat, pondered anxiously how he could bestow a beautiful name upon his daughter with his humble linguistic skills. He grasped his head tightly, striving to conjure an exquisite name from within. How about Sun Wulin? He suggested with a hint of uncertainty. Sun Wulin? That sounds quite pleasant. Let it be so, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. While relishing a blissful life with Bulma, Wukong remained steadfast in his pursuit of enhancing his own abilities. Each day, he would seize moments to instantaneously traverse to the hypergravity planets scattered throughout the universe, diligently honing his skills. Compared to the state he was in when he first arrived on Bulma's star via spaceship, Wukong's strength had surged remarkably. He could now effortlessly contend with most adversaries, even harboring the confidence to vanquish formidable foes like Frieza with his current base power. Despite the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 2 at will, Wukong resolved to continue accumulating potential and exercising patience, awaiting the opportune moment to transcend to an even loftier realm. His training evolved beyond the mere enhancement of combat prowess. It became a quest to surpass his own limits and confront greater challenges. With each session of training, Wukong felt his power steadily augmenting, his body and spirit having undergone a profound metamorphosis. Moreover, he recognized that while the adversaries of the present may be inconsequential, future threats loomed ominously. Wukong dared not grow complacent, although his rate of growth far surpassed that of ordinary beings. The journey to becoming the strongest entity in the universe remained a long and arduous path ahead. Wukong instantaneously transported himself to an unknown galaxy. Standing amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, gazing upon a colossal and resplendent star, he sensed an absence of any life force within this galaxy. It was utterly desolate, with only the star and two solitary planets drifting silently. This serene void provided the perfect opportunity for him to test the limits of his formidable power. Then let me transform into a Super Saiyan, Wukong murmured to himself. In an instant, a potent surge of energy erupted from within him, his hair swiftly transforming to a brilliant gold, while his eyes gleamed with an emerald radiance. In that moment, he became a Super Saiyan, his internal strength surging to unprecedented heights, causing the very fabric of space around him to tremble ever so slightly beneath his feet. He attuned himself to the surrounding energy fluctuations, swiftly honing his focus and gathering all his ki. With his hands clasped at his sides, he proclaimed loudly, Super Kamehameha. As he uttered these words, a tremendous wave of energy exploded forth from between his hands. The size of the energy wave rapidly expanded, distorting the surrounding space with its might. This Kamehameha resembled a magnificent comet, propelled by an unstoppable force, hurtling towards the star. This time, the Super Kamehameha exhibited an unprecedented potency while in the Super Saiyan form. The energy wave traversed the vastness of the galaxy with astonishing speed, covering an entire light year in the blink of an eye, and colliding forcefully with the star. The star erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, tearing apart the surrounding space, with powerful radiation and debris scattering in all directions throughout the cosmos. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the entire galaxy, even causing the distant planets to tremble in response to its overwhelming force. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Wukong stood, his gaze fixed upon the obliteration of a distant star, devoid of any semblance of triumph. Instead, he appeared even more composed. Chapter 69. The Birth of Gohan. 10 swift months had elapsed, and Bulma's belly swelled increasingly. Each day, Wukong dedicatedly tended to her, clumsy yet filled with earnest affection and care. At last, the awaited day had arrived. Wukong and Bulma's child was to be born. In the hospital, Wukong paced nervously, his palms slick with perspiration. He frequently peered towards the delivery room, his heart brimming with anticipation and anxiety. When a nurse emerged to inform him that both mother and child were safe, he leapt with joy, his face radiating uncontainable elation as he dashed into the delivery room. Bulma appeared somewhat fatigued, yet a blissful smile adorned her face. Wukong gingerly accepted the child handed to him by the nurse, and upon discovering the little one was a boy, his expression transformed into pure delight. He lifted the child high, his face aglow with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is Gohan, our little Gohan." Witnessing Wukong's exuberance, Bulma couldn't help but laugh, feeling that all the hardships endured were indeed worthwhile. With a sense of curiosity, Wukong picked up Bulma's energy detector and aimed it at little Gohan. Upon pressing the button, the device emitted a series of beeps, and the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate rapidly. The digits 1010001000 soared continuously, and Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as the power level ultimately stabilized at an astonishing 10,000. "Bulma, our child is incredibly powerful," Wukong exclaimed in shock. Bulma glanced at the detector. Although she did not possess an intuitive understanding of combat power, Wukong's expression conveyed the significance of that number. Raising an eyebrow, she smiled and remarked, "Perhaps it's because your genes as a father are extraordinarily potent." Upon hearing this, Wukong pondered thoughtfully and found it to be quite reasonable. He silently analyzed that his genes, having undergone a complete transformation after the activation of the Super Saiyan state, inevitably passed on such power to Gohan. With this realization, he considered that Gohan's initial battle power of merely 10,000 was, in fact, rather modest. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "Modest, you say? Is that a touch of vanity? If those extraterrestrial beings outside were to learn this, they would surely be too frightened to approach." Bulma covered her mouth and laughed. "Well, that's for the best. It saves us from their meddling." Wukong, scratching his head again, gazed down at little Gohan in his arms and couldn't help but beam with pride. "It seems I must impart some wisdom to you, Gohan." A month later, Bulma's home was particularly lively, though Gohan is merely 1 month old. The astonishing growth rate of Science is nothing short of remarkable. Not only can he walk steadily on his own, but he can even manage to run a few steps on occasion. The little figure of Gohan dashes around the house with such exuberance that both Bulma and Goku find it somewhat overwhelming. "Bulma, our son has quite the appetite. It rivals my own as a child," Goku exclaimed from the sofa, watching Gohan consume an entire bucket of milk in one go, only to follow it up by grabbing a handful of snacks to stuff into his mouth, unable to contain his laughter. "Fortunately, we have ample resources at home. Otherwise, you two gluttons would have devoured us into oblivion," Bulma remarked, leaning back in her chair with a cup of coffee in hand, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Well, eating a lot is essential for growing quickly," Goku replied, scratching his head with a hint of bashfulness. "Daddy, I want more meat," Gohan chimed in, having overheard their conversation, his voice sweet and innocent. Bulma chuckled and shook her head, saying, "All right, little master, there's roasted chicken in the kitchen. Take your time eating, don't choke." She couldn't help but marvel at the spaciousness of their home, grateful for the timely replenishment of ingredients in the kitchen, for otherwise, they would never keep pace with the appetites of this father-son duo. "This little fellow is bound to surpass me in strength someday," Goku mused, watching Gohan, his face glistening with remnants of his feast. Seated in the courtyard, Goku observed Gohan, who was energetically darting about, his face alight with exhilaration and vitality. He retrieved his energy detector and quietly assessed Gohan's combat prowess, which soared to an astounding 20,000. Remarkably, this little one was merely a month old and had yet to undergo any training, yet he exhibited such formidable strength. Could it be that he possessed a talent akin to Broly's, perhaps even surpassing Goku's own? Goku pondered aloud. Images of Piccolo surfaced in his mind, reminding him of Piccolo's previous training progress. While there had been an increase in power, it paled in comparison to Gohan's current capabilities, placing them in entirely different leagues. Envisioning Piccolo as Gohan's mentor seemed promising, yet a troubling thought crossed his mind. What if Gohan inadvertently defeated Uncle Piccolo? Goku scratched his head in frustration, already imagining the perplexed expression on Piccolo's face after being effortlessly bested by Gohan. That simply would not do. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully. While Piccolo's strength was commendable, it required further enhancement. He recalled the remarkable abilities of the Namekian warriors, who could amplify their power through assimilation. Perhaps if Piccolo ventured to Namek and underwent such a process, he might emerge even stronger. The more Wukong contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Wukong stood in the courtyard, closing his eyes as he attuned himself to the energies of the universe. A faint yet steadily approaching presence from the depths of space captured his attention. It was Vegeta and Nappa. Their spacecraft would likely arrive on Earth in approximately 3 days. Wukong furrowed his brow, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Goku clenched his fist, pondering the extent of progress the Dragon Ball warriors had made over the years. It was time to witness their growth. Although they were still not a match for Vegeta, every battle would be incomplete without these companions. He stepped into the room and observed Bulma playfully engaging with Gohan. A warmth enveloping his heart, but he soon steeled his resolve. Gently ruffling Bulma's hair, he smiled and said, "Bulma, I must step out for a while. The Scions are arriving and preparations are in order. You and Gohan should remain at home. Fret not, I shall return swiftly. Rest assured. We will take good care of ourselves. Do not overexert yourself. Remember to use instant transmission if necessary." Bulma recognized the seriousness etched on Goku's face and nodded in agreement. Wukong nodded, and in an instant, his figure vanished. His objective was to seek out the mightiest warriors on Earth: Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, amidst the wilderness. As Wukong materialized, he immediately spotted Piccolo seated in meditation atop a mountain peak. Not far away, Raditz was fervently training, throwing punches into the air with intense focus. Observing Raditz's serious demeanor, a faint smile crept across Wukong's lips. It seemed that Piccolo had nearly tamed this hot-headed individual. "Son Wukong, you've arrived," Piccolo remarked. Opening his eyes and gazing at Wukong with a measured tone, Raditz paused his training, turned around, and upon seeing Wukong, relinquished his former arrogance, offering a slight nod in greeting. It was truly remarkable how obedient Raditz had become. Piccolo was indeed an exceptional mentor of the mind. Wukong mused in astonishment. As Wukong landed beside Piccolo, he spoke directly. "Piccolo, the spaceships of Vegeta and Nappa are expected to arrive on Earth in about 3 days. I have come to see how your training has progressed." Raditz had informed me about Vegeta's intentions last year, prompting me to train with renewed vigor, ensuring I would not disappoint you. Piccolo remained composed, casting a brief glance at Wukong. "Your aura has grown significantly stronger compared to a year ago, Piccolo. It appears you have indeed been diligent in your training," Wukong observed, sensing Piccolo's energy. Raditz could not contain himself, interjecting, "Humph, Piccolo's training regimen is certainly demanding, and I too have experienced a notable increase in power. However, Vegeta and Nappa are formidable opponents, especially Vegeta, whose strength is truly terrifying. Wukong, when those two arrive, I will make it clear that Earth is not a place to be trifled with." Piccolo smirked coldly. "That is excellent. It seems this battle will prove to be quite exhilarating," Wukong remarked, giving a thumbs up in approval. After bidding farewell to Piccolo, Wukong instantly transported himself to Kame House. Upon his arrival, he beheld Krillin seated at the table, patiently guiding little Marin in her reading and writing. The young girl beamed with radiant joy, while Krillin's face shone with paternal affection. Wukong sensed Krillin's energy and mused to himself, "Krillin's aura remains unchanged. It appears he has been utterly absorbed in family life over the years, neglecting his training." "Krillin," Wukong greeted with a smile, interrupting the tender atmosphere of learning. "Wukong?" Krillin was momentarily taken aback, turning to face him. "What brings you here?" "Vegeta and Nappa will arrive on Earth in 3 days. So I came to see how everyone is preparing," Wukong replied. "You need to be ready too, Krillin." Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flickered across Krillin's face. He glanced at Marin, who was diligently writing, and then at Chi-Chi, seated nearby, appearing somewhat conflicted. Chi-Chi, sensing Krillin's gaze, immediately placed her hands on her hips and asserted firmly, "Krillin, you must not go. Marin's education is of utmost importance. You need to be with her." Wukong, I think I should stay home." "Chi-Chi is right. We cannot afford to delay Marin's education," Krillin replied awkwardly, scratching his head and offering Wukong a sheepish smile. "Very well. Take care of things at home. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to call me," Wukong said, glancing at Chi-Chi and then at the resigned Krillin. Unable to suppress a wry smile, he did not wish to impose on Krillin, so he simply nodded. "Absolutely. Wukong, please take care of yourself," Krillin nodded earnestly. As Krillin watched Wukong depart, he sighed softly, his heart filled with a sense of reluctance, yet he resignedly continued to accompany his daughter in her studies. In an instant, Wukong transported himself to a valley, where he beheld Tien and Kaiatsu engaged in a spirited sparring match upon the grass. Meanwhile, Lanchi sat languidly on a nearby rock, resting her chin on her hand as she observed their training with a relaxed demeanor. Wukong. Tien was the first to notice his arrival, promptly halting his movements. He approached with purposeful strides, closely followed by Kaiatsu, both appearing quite delighted. Tien, Kaiatsu, it has been a while. Wukong greeted, raising his hand in salutation. His gaze swept over the duo, sensing a remarkable enhancement in their energy compared to the past, and he couldn't help but nod appreciatively. Lanchi rose, crossing her arms as she regarded Wukong, commenting, "What a rare guest we have, son Wukong. It's been years. You seem to have become increasingly elusive. I have been on distant journeys recently, yet I felt compelled to return and visit old friends." Wukong replied with a sheepish scratch of his head and a smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wukong turned to Tien, his tone shifting to one of earnestness. "Tien, in 3 days, 2 formidable scions will arrive on Earth. I wish to inquire if you would like to accompany me to witness their arrival." Upon hearing the mention of powerful scions, Tien's eyes sharpened, igniting a fervor for battle within him. Clenching his fists, he declared, "Wukong, such matters require no consultation. I would never miss the chance to face formidable foes. I will go as well." Kaiatsu enthusiastically agreed with a nod. "Very well, then we shall meet in 3 days." Wukong responded, his satisfaction evident in his smile upon witnessing their determination. Listening from the side, Lanchi chuckled, "Tien, do not overexert yourself." With that, she waved at Wukong, adding, "Son Wukong, do take care of yourself as well." Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, waved farewell, and vanished once more into thin air. On a desolate highland, he caught sight of Yamcha engrossed in his martial practice atop a mountain. His movements were swift and powerful, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, clearly indicating that he had been training for some time. "Yamcha," Wukong called out with a smile. Yamcha, upon hearing the familiar voice, paused momentarily, turned to see Wukong, and immediately halted his training, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Wukong, you've finally shown up. It's been years. You've been quite the enigma." "I've been honing my skills in the cosmos," Wukong replied with a scratch of his head and a grin. "I thought I'd return to see how everyone was progressing. I haven't been idle. I've been working hard all these years, and your arrival is perfectly timed for a sparring match." He patted his chest. "I have come to share important news. In 3 days, 2 formidable scions will descend upon Earth." Wukong waved his hand dismissively. "Scions?" Yamcha's expression instantly turned grave. "How powerful are they? With your current strength, facing them will undoubtedly be a challenge. But fear not, for I shall be by your side." Wukong pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, "Excellent. Since formidable foes are on the horizon, I certainly cannot remain a bystander. I shall be there, punctual and ready, in 3 days." Yamcha clenched his fists, his fighting spirit igniting. "Splendid. We shall meet in 3 days. Ensure you are in peak condition." Wukong nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, Wukong bid farewell, vanishing once more into the ether. Chapter 70. The Arrival of Vegeta. On the morning of the 3rd day, outside the Turtle Hermit's house, sunlight poured over the seaside cottage as everyone had gathered. Tien, Kaiatsu, and Launch stood to one side, while Yamcha leaned against the wall. Piccolo and Raditz sat together on a stone, engaged in hushed conversation. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable tension, reminiscent of the moments preceding a battle. As Wukong emerged from the dwelling, he surveyed the surroundings and, upon seeing the gathered crowd, a smile graced his face. "Everyone is here," he exclaimed. "The scions will arrive on Earth at precisely 11:43 this morning." 11:43? Yamcha inquired, puzzled by such specificity. "Indeed," Wukong nodded, before turning to lead the way. "Come, I shall take you to the location of their descent." With that, the group ascended into the sky, following Wukong as they soared towards a desolate expanse. The area was vast and open, surrounded by towering mountains, devoid of any signs of civilization. "How do you know the scions will land here?" Piccolo could not restrain his curiosity once they touched down. "They wouldn't typically land here, but wherever I direct them, that is where they must descend," Wukong replied with a mysterious smile, crossing his arms. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, struck by the confidence and authority emanating from Wukong's words, which only deepened their intrigue towards him. Wukong refrained from further elucidation, merely gazing skyward. "Prepare yourselves. They are approaching swiftly." In the heavens, a streak of fire illuminated the sky as Vegeta and Nappa's spacecraft hurtled into the Earth's atmosphere at breakneck speed. Piccolo's brow furrowed, his tone grave. "They're here." Tien also sensed the overwhelming energy, exclaiming, "Such potent power. Their target appears to be a nearby city." We cannot allow them to reach it. Upon hearing this, Yukong snorted disdainfully. He gradually raised his right hand and, with a gentle motion towards the descending spacecraft, concentrated an invisible force at his fingertips. A peculiar vibration emanated from his palm, as if he wielded dominion over the very fabric of space itself. The descending vessel abruptly trembled, then, as if ensnared by an unseen tether, veered sharply towards the desolate wilderness where Yukong and his companion stood. Piccolo's eyes widened, his lips twitching slightly. Yukong, how did you accomplish that? Tien, overwhelmed by disbelief, watched the spacecraft approach with a sense of awe. Inside the ship, Vegeta sprang to his feet, bellowing, "What is happening? The navigation system is malfunctioning? This is impossible. Our ship has never experienced such an issue." Nappa, peering out the window, wore a similarly perplexed expression. "Interesting. It seems there are indeed some unique beings awaiting us on Earth," Vegeta remarked, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he observed the barren landscape outside. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta and Nappa's ship descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the wilderness before Yukong and his group, raising a cloud of thick dust. The ground trembled, debris scattering as if heralding an unprecedented crisis. From the swirling dust, two figures emerged from the spacecraft. The towering Nappa stepped out first, stretching leisurely and surveying his surroundings with an air of ease. "Hey, the gravity here is astonishingly light. It's much easier to move around." "Humph," Vegeta replied, crossing his arms and chuckling coldly. "What a primitive planet. It meets our expectations, I suppose." They paid no heed to Yukong, Piccolo, and the others standing a short distance away, treating the Earth warriors as inconsequential as mere air. As Vegeta and Nappa approached, their gazes were frigid and depressive. Nappa's eyes fell upon Raditz, and he burst into laughter. "Well, if it isn't Raditz, reduced to mingling with these inferior Earthlings. How disgraceful. You've trampled the pride of the Scions beneath your feet, haven't you?" Raditz gulped nervously, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He clenched his fists tightly, struggling to suppress his body's involuntary tremors. "Humph, this traitor Raditz has betrayed the Scions and allied himself with these lowly creatures. It would be best to having spoken." Piccolo suddenly struck out, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the two approaching warriors into mere fragments, the explosive shockwave scattering dust in all directions. Yamcha, Tien, and Goku were not idle either. Yamcha unleashed a fierce punch, sending a warrior hurtling backwards, reduced to a pile of debris. Tien swiftly leapt into action. Unleashing a kikaho that breached the defenses of another warrior, Goku effortlessly threw a punch, the force of his blow obliterating yet another foe. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the remains of the warriors scattered across the ground. "This is impossible. Their battle power exceeds 1,200. How have you Earthlings accomplished this?" Meanwhile, Vegeta observed the battle with a calm demeanor, a slight smirk appearing on his lips as he scoffed. "It seems you Earthlings possess some degree of strength." A glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "However, this level of power is still woefully inadequate before us." As the others dealt with the remaining warriors, Kairatsu found himself entangled with one, with a battle power comparable to that of his adversary. He struggled to achieve a decisive victory. The warrior swung its arms with ferocity, exerting considerable pressure on Kairatsu, who found himself dodging repeatedly, his efforts becoming increasingly strenuous. Observing the struggle, Raditz swiftly intervened, landing a decisive punch to the warrior's chest, sending it crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Vegeta cast a cold, scrutinizing glare at Raditz, his voice low and laced with menace. "Raditz, those who defy my orders meet only one fate, death. These opponents appear to possess some skill. Allow me to stretch my muscles." Nappa clenched his fists, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked towards Vegeta. "Do as you wish, but leave that Namekian alive for now." Vegeta replied with an indifferent tone, arms crossed. Nappa locked his sights on Tien, grinning malevolently. "I'll start with you, Earthling." With that, he launched himself forward like a blur. Tien, muscles taut and ready for combat, muttered, "This is perfect timing." He assumed a triangular stance, gathering his energy to counter. However, Nappa's speed was astonishing. Before Tien could react, a powerful punch struck him in the abdomen. Tien let out a muffled groan as he was propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a massive boulder. The stone shattered upon impact, and Tien collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. "Haha, is this the best Earthlings can offer? Truly disappointing." Nappa roared with triumphant laughter. "Tien," Kaiatsu cried out in alarm. "Don't underestimate the Earthlings. I was merely careless." Tien managed to push himself off the ground, gritting his teeth as he stood shakily. Nappa threw his head back in laughter, gathering energy that surged around him like a tangible force. Creating a tempest that caused debris to levitate and the earth to tremble, a palpable sense of oppression filling the air. Let me, Lord Nappa, teach you feeble earthlings what true power is. His aura was like that of a ferocious beast, instilling dread in all who beheld it. This creature's aura is terrifying. He resembles a monster. Tien thought, his brow furrowed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I never anticipated he could unleash such formidable power. Do we truly stand a chance? Yamcha swallowed hard, striving to maintain an outward calm, though his voice betrayed his tremor. Piccolo, I entrust this adversary to you, Goku said, crossing his arms, his gaze unwavering. Piccolo hesitated for a moment, glancing at Vegeta, who stood aloof, his brow furrowed. Piccolo understood that Vegeta's power far surpassed Nappa's, and he had refrained from attacking out of concern that Vegeta might seize the opportunity to strike while he was engaged with Nappa. However, Goku's words alleviated his worries. A slight smile crept onto Piccolo's lips as his fighting spirit began to rise. With a cold snort, he stepped forward, positioning himself at the heart of the battlefield. Fixing his gaze on Nappa, and coolly declared, "Let me see just how formidable your so-called terrifying power truly is. Just you, a Namekian? Do you think merely stepping forward will intimidate me? You are all so full of yourselves." Nappa initially stared at Piccolo in astonishment before erupting in laughter. He contemptuously waved his hand, sending debris flying once more, and bellowed, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." Piccolo tore off his cape and cast it aside, assuming a combat stance, stating coldly, "Enough with the chatter, let's fight." His aura surged dramatically, though not as wild as Nappa's. It was contained and exuded an overwhelming pressure. Like a towering mountain. How can his aura be so potent? Nappa's smile faded as he narrowed his eyes, an unfamiliar sense of caution creeping into his mind regarding Piccolo. Nappa charged at Piccolo, throwing a punch, but Piccolo deftly sidestepped, countering with a heavy blow to Nappa's abdomen. Nappa grunted in pain but quickly retaliated, seizing Piccolo's arm with a malicious grin. "Don't think you can escape." He kneed Piccolo ferociously, but Piccolo swiftly raised his other hand to block the strike, simultaneously delivering a kick that connected with Nappa's calf, forcing him to release his grip. Both adversaries soared into the air, pursuing one another. Nappa's attacks were broad and forceful, each strike creating fissures in the ground, yet Piccolo's movements were agile and precise, each evasion a narrow escape. Seizing an opening, Piccolo suddenly appeared behind Nappa, landing an elbow strike to his back, sending him crashing forward. "Is this all you've got?" Piccolo remarked coolly. Nappa sprang up from the ground, roaring with rage, his aura intensifying as he charged at Piccolo once more. This time, Piccolo opted for a strategic retreat, deftly increasing the distance between them while gathering energy in his hands, a luminous beam coalescing within his palms. "Prepare to receive this," Piccolo shouted, unleashing the long-anticipated special beam cannon. A brilliant beam shot forth, hurtling towards Nappa, who raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block it. The force of the attack sent him flying, raising a cloud of dust as he crashed into the earth. Without granting him a moment's respite, Piccolo extended his palm towards Nappa, unleashing a relentless barrage of special beam cannons in rapid succession, each strike creating deep craters in the ground. After a time, the dust began to settle, revealing Nappa's battered form. His armor lay in tatters, his exposed skin marred with wounds. He stood panting, his gaze filled with fury and madness. "You wretched Namekian, how dare you injure me? I will tear you apart." Nappa roared, his aura surging once more. His muscles bulged with explosive power, the earth beneath him began to crack, his rage reaching a fever pitch. Nappa ascended into the air, his energy swelling, gathering dazzling energy in his right fist. With a furious shout, he swung his fist downwards, unleashing a colossal energy wave that plummeted towards Piccolo like a meteor. The energy wave stirred a tremendous tempest, kicking up dust and debris in its wake, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Piccolo observed the incoming attack with a cold smirk, disdainfully stating, "Is that all the power you possess? You lack even the capability to make me budge." He slightly parted his lips, gathering a golden energy that rapidly coalesced within his mouth before unleashing it with a forceful exhalation. Piccolo's energy wave collided with Nappa's attack midair. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated through the wilderness, the shockwave sweeping across the landscape, creating deep chasms in the earth. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, Piccolo surged forward, moving with the swiftness of a golden flash. He swiftly approached Nappa, and before the latter could react, delivered a powerful punch to his face. Nappa's body was sent tumbling through the air, followed by a knee strike that crashed into his abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. Piccolo, merciless and relentless, unleashed a barrage of punches, sending Nappa flying repeatedly. Each blow was immensely heavy, slamming Nappa's body into the ground and creating enormous craters. Lying on the ground, Gasping for breath and covered in wounds, Nappa struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot. I am an elite warrior among the Scions, born from a noble lineage. How can I be defeated by you, a lowly Namekian? He gritted through clenched teeth. His body erupted with a furious aura, causing the ground to tremble violently as if responding to his rage. At that moment, Vegeta coldly commanded, Nappa, enough. Come down. His voice exuded authority, akin to a decree, momentarily stunning Nappa. Taking a deep breath, Nappa forced himself to quell his inner fury. Gradually standing upright, he replied, Thank you for the reminder, Vegeta. I almost let my anger cloud my judgment. His gaze became more composed as he refocused on Piccolo, his fighting spirit rekindling. Vegeta stood aside, arms crossed, wearing a disdainful smirk, yet internally scoffing at Nappa's foolishness. This single-celled idiot. If it weren't for the embarrassment of his continued failures, I wouldn't bother to remind him. It seems I must intervene personally. He glanced at Piccolo and the watchful Goku, reassessing the strength of these earthlings. The Namekian indeed possesses some strength. That three-eyed fellow is not to be underestimated. The others may be weaker, but they seem to harbor hidden potential. However, what truly concerns me is that scion named Kakarot. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Regardless of your struggles, the pride of the Scions shall not be trampled by inferior races. Tien stared at the battlefield in astonishment. Piccolo's strength has reached such heights. When did he become this formidable? Each of his strikes leaves Nappa utterly defenseless. It appears his training has surpassed our expectations. Yamcha stood nearby, equally incredulous, murmuring to himself, It seems the gap between us has widened. Yet this only spurs us to strive forward. If Piccolo can achieve this, so can we. Tien nodded, his expression growing serious. Indeed. We cannot allow Piccolo to steal the spotlight. We must find a way to keep pace with him. Yamcha chuckled self-deprecatingly, but his inner resolve ignited. The group cast their eyes back to the battlefield, where Piccolo's momentum remained unyielding, while Nappa, consumed by rage, remained suppressed. Nappa radiated a golden aura, causing the ground around him to crack, debris floating in the air. He opened his mouth and roared, Namekian, prepare yourself. A massive golden energy wave erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Piccolo. The wave sliced through the air, its tremendous force shattering the ground beneath it, a spectacle of terrifying power. Unfazed, Piccolo placed his hands before him, conjuring a barrier of energy. The energy wave collided with the barrier, producing a deafening explosion, creating a vast crater in the ground, enveloped in clouds of dust that obscured vision. The onlookers held their breath, watching the scene unfold within the haze. Nappa, panting heavily, wore a triumphant expression. As the dust settled, Piccolo's silhouette emerged, standing undamaged, his defensive posture unchanged. He coldly regarded Nappa, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Is this it? Your so-called ultimate technique is nothing but a farce. Impossible. This is my strongest move. How could you remain unscathed? Nappa's pupils dilated in disbelief. Vegeta's voice cut through the air. Nappa, cease this foolishness. You are no match for him. Continuing this charade is a waste of time. What did you say? Vegeta, do you doubt my strength? Nappa momentarily froze, then turned to Vegeta, rage boiling over. Vegeta, arms crossed, gazed at him with contempt. Doubt? The evidence stands before us. A lowly Namekian can dominate you. You lack even the right to bring me glory. How dare you? You insult me. I am an elite Scion warrior. Nappa fumed, shaking his fist. Vegeta smirked slightly, coldly retorting, elite? Merely a self-deluded fool. If you wish to avoid complete humiliation, step aside and leave the true battle to me. Nappa gritted his teeth, his fingers trembling as he clenched his fists. He fixed his gaze on Piccolo. Resentment etched on his face. To think I must yield the chance to defeat you to Vegeta, he is hailed as the mightiest warrior. When he issues a command, I have no choice but to obey. But remember this, after the battle concludes, I shall personally teach you a lesson, you lowly Namekian. Having stepped aside, a glint of malice flickered in Nappa's eyes as he charged toward Tien and the others with blinding speed, roaring, lowly earthlings, perish. Piccolo, having sensed his intent, scoffed and crossed his arms, rapidly gathering a potent energy. What a fool. He suddenly extended 2 fingers, aiming at Nappa's back, exclaiming, Special beam cannon. A beam of golden light, entwined with swirling energy, pierced through Nappa's back, the power soaring skyward, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief before his body fell limply, plummeting to the ground. In a flash, Piccolo appeared beneath Nappa, catching his massive form. He cast a cold glance at the barely conscious Nappa and, without hesitation, hurled him toward Vegeta. Your subordinate leaves much to be desired, Piccolo stated coldly, standing tall with unwavering presence. Nappa crashed heavily at Vegeta's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. He struggled to lift his head, weakly gazing at Vegeta and gasping, Vegeta. I am sorry. Nappa, you have truly disappointed me, Vegeta replied, glancing down at him with no sign of emotion. Without mercy, Vegeta crushed Nappa's life. The dust settling into a profound silence. The Dragon Ball warriors, witnessing this scene, collectively gasped in shock. Tien frowned, whispering he didn't hesitate to kill his own comrade. This man possesses no humanity. Yamcha swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. Thank goodness we are merely opponents and not his allies. Otherwise, our fate would surely be worse than Nappa's. Raditz silently sighed in relief, beads of cold sweat sliding down his forehead with the gentle breeze. He murmured to himself, thank heavens I no longer follow Vegeta. Otherwise, he would never have allowed me to survive this long. Wukong gazed intensely at the cold figure of Vegeta, a tumult of emotions welling within him. He reflected on the myriad hardships and human connections encountered throughout his arduous journey. The Vegeta before him seemed to embody an entirely opposing essence, icy, heartless, and unhesitant to sacrifice his comrades when they lost their worth. Chapter 72, The Proud Prince. Merely Frisia's lackey Piccolo fixated on Vegeta, his muscles taut and primed for battle, as the oppressive aura emanating from Vegeta was nearly suffocating. This guy's power surpasses that of Nappa. What are my chances? Piccolo silently calculated while assuming a combat stance. What is the matter, Namekian? Are you contemplating testing your luck? Or have you already succumbed to fear? Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze icy as it swept over Piccolo. Humph. Spare me the chatter. Come at me. Piccolo retorted with a scoff. At that moment, Wukong stepped forth, positioning himself beside Piccolo. Let me handle Vegeta, he declared. Vegeta appraised Wukong from head to toe, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. So, you are Kakarot? A lowly lower-class warrior. He slowly raised a finger, pointing at Wukong, his tone dripping with arrogance. Warriors of my caliber typically disdain engaging with your kind. You should consider yourself fortunate, Kakarot. Today, I make an exception. What does it matter? Lowly or elite? Shouldn't a warrior's strength be determined in battle? Upon hearing this, Wukong raised an eyebrow, a light chuckle escaping his lips, his demeanor relaxed. Vegeta narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold laugh escaping him. Humph, truly worthy of the rebellious scion that Raditz spoke of, daring to retort against me. Since you are so confident, let me witness your capabilities. Very well, I too am eager to see just how formidable this scion prince truly is. Wukong rolled his shoulders in preparation. The two locked eyes, the air seemingly frozen in time. In the distance, the Dragon Ball warriors held their breaths, Tien whispering. Can Wukong truly contend with such a powerful foe? Piccolo, arms crossed, spoke solemnly. Vegeta's presence is indeed extraordinarily formidable. But just how much has Wukong's strength grown over the years? Perhaps even we remain unaware. Raditz stood to the side, his fists subtly clenched, observing Vegeta's cold demeanor with a heart full of turmoil. Kakarot, you must prevail. Otherwise, I am finished. As Wukong gazed at Vegeta's cold demeanor, he maintained an air of nonchalance and remarked, you should unleash your full power, lest you find yourself without an opportunity. How audacious. You, a mere low-tier warrior, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Vegeta's expression darkened, a sneer forming on his lips. Gradually, he lifted his hand, emanating an intense aura that caused the ground to tremble, and the surrounding air seemed to grow scalding. Since you are so eager, allow me to demonstrate the might of a superior warrior. Vegeta scoffed. Before his words could fully dissipate, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, moving with a speed nearly imperceptible to the eye. Kakarot, be careful. Raditz could not help but shout. Yet, no matter how swift Vegeta was, he could not surpass Wukong's instinct. In the blink of an eye, Wukong remained steadfast, accurately anticipating Vegeta's trajectory, and in a flash, he raised his fist, delivering a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen. A dull thud echoed as Vegeta's movements halted abruptly. His eyes widened in shock, his face contorted in excruciating pain. He glanced down at the point of impact, his body seemingly suspended in midair, unable to move. You. Vegeta managed to utter, his voice laced with weakness. Did you not claim disdain for battling lower-tier warriors? If this is your strength, I must say I am utterly disappointed. Wukong retracted his fist and took a step back, his gaze calm. The debris on the ground trembled under Vegeta's aura and the recent impact, leaving Tianjin, Piccolo, and Yamcha dumbfounded, completely unprepared for Wukong to seize such overwhelming advantage in an instant. Just how far has Wukong's power ascended? Piccolo observed the unfolding scene, appearing composed on the surface. Yet internally, he was rocked by a storm of astonishment. Damnable low-tier warrior. That was merely my oversight. I shall not hold back any longer. Vegeta struggled to stabilize himself. bracing his abdomen, forcing himself upright. Ascending into the air, Vegeta radiated a terrifying aura, golden light mingling with energy fluctuations that surrounded him, causing the very ground to shudder from his energy surge. He slowly brought his hands together, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Kakarot, how dare you underestimate me? Now, behold the true power of Prince Vegeta at Gallic Gun." As his words fell, energy within him rapidly coalesced between his palms, forming a colossal and resplendent energy sphere. An oppressive aura filled the air, and Tianjin, Yamcha, and the others were engulfed by this overwhelming force, even their breaths becoming labored. "This pressure is several times stronger than before," Yamcha exclaimed nervously. "Kakarot, brace yourself." Vegeta roared as he unleashed the Gallic Gun. A massive beam of energy tearing through the sky, hurtling towards Wukong. Wukong's gaze was piercing, devoid of any trepidation. He extended his right hand, confidently meeting the Gallic Gun head-on. The moment his palm made contact with the energy beam, a violent shockwave surged forth, sending shards of the ground flying. Wukong remained utterly steadfast, his formidable presence anchoring him in place. "This energy is hardly sufficient," he remarked softly, exerting a slight force that effectively countered the Gallic Gun. With a sudden thrust, he rebounded the energy back toward Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnessed his own Gallic Gun hurtling back at him. He attempted to evade, but the speed of the energy was even greater than before, leaving him no time to react. Boom! The Gallic Gun erupted in midair, a tremendous explosion transforming the battlefield into a blinding white. Amidst the deafening roar of the blast, the earth trembled, and dust enveloped the area. After a moment, as the smoke began to dissipate, Vegeta's figure re-emerged before the onlookers. His attire was disheveled, his armor shattered, and his skin marred by multiple burns. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of the severe injuries he had sustained. "You actually managed to deflect my Gallic Gun. Impossible," Vegeta gasped. Disbelief etched across his face. "I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. How could I be subdued by a lowly warrior to such an extent?" His expression darkened as he fixed an intense gaze upon Wukong. "Kakarot, I can see that you are far stronger than I anticipated. Yet, you remain woefully naive. The true power of a Saiyan is beyond the comprehension of a fighter of your caliber." Slowly, he raised his right hand, gathering a brilliant sphere of light within his palm. The orb expanded rapidly, emanating a chilling silvery glow, intensifying the fluctuations in the surrounding air. "This is a man-made moon." Wukong instantly grasped Vegeta's intentions. "This is the unique power of the Saiyans, the great ape form. 30 minutes of moonlight is ample time, Kakarot. Prepare to face my true strength," Vegeta declared with a cold smirk. Yet, Wukong exhibited no sign of panic. He raised his head to behold Vegeta casting the artificial moon high into the sky. A silvery luminescence bathed the battlefield, and an oppressive aura began to permeate the air. "No, I might transform into a mindless giant ape." Wukong felt a shiver run through him. Without the slightest hesitation, he extended his right hand, gathering energy swiftly in his palm. He aimed directly at the artificial moon and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Bang! In a flash, Wukong's Kamehameha struck the artificial moon, resulting in a colossal explosion that transformed it into a cascade of luminous particles. "Kakarot, how dare you destroy my artificial moon?" Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, his visage etched with shock and fury. "Vegeta, do you know why I have lingered here with you for so long? It is not because your attacks pose a threat to me, but rather because I am contemplating whether or not to take your life." Wukong stood resolutely, his expression grave yet his tone imbued with a semblance of calm. "What? You dare to insult me so? I am Prince Vegeta, the mightiest warrior in the universe. Kakarot, do not delude yourself." Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's eyes flared with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked, his very being seemingly ignited by fury. "You, ruthless fiend, will stop at nothing to achieve your goals, even if it means mercilessly slaying your own comrades. If I were to spare you today, who knows what heinous acts you might commit in the future? Perhaps you would turn against me one day." Yet, Wukong remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering as he met Vegeta's glare. "Silence!" Vegeta roared, his power surging as he lunged toward Wukong, raising his fist to deliver a blow. All his strength coalesced into that singular strike, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the earth beneath him. Wukong effortlessly sidestepped, raising his hand to block Vegeta's subsequent barrage of strikes, appearing utterly unfazed. "Damn it!" Vegeta seethed with rage, his hands gathering energy, a torrent of power surging towards Wukong. Yet, Wukong remained calm and composed, lightly deflecting the onslaught, rendering all attacks to mere nothingness. "Vegeta, your strength is insufficient to warrant my full attention. Your arrogance blinds you to reality, costing you your comrades and everything dear to you. Do you truly deserve mercy in this state?" Wukong shook his head. Kakarot, do not underestimate this prince, Vegeta shouted, his fury intensifying. Today, I shall prove to you that the dignity of a Saiyan prince is not to be trampled upon. Vegeta paused for a brief moment, only to become even more enraged. A Saiyan prince? Poor Vegeta, a noble prince willingly reduced to Frisia's lapdog. Where is your pride? Where is your dignity? It has long been crushed under Frisia's heel. Wukong effortlessly caught the attack with his palm. The energy wave firmly halted, and then vanished without a trace. Chapter 73, You Lowly Scum. In a fleeting moment, Wukong appeared before Vegeta. Before Vegeta could react, Wukong struck with precision, delivering a swift and powerful blow that shattered Vegeta's legs and right hand. A cry of agony escaped Vegeta's lips as he collapsed to the ground, immobilized by pain. His gaze was fixed on Wukong, a mixture of disbelief and profound terror illuminating his eyes. In that instant, the pride he had harbored crumbled entirely. He had once believed himself to be one of the mightiest warriors in the universe, a Saiyan prince, yet now he found himself utterly defenseless before a lower-class warrior. Vegeta, look at your wretched state. Just moments ago, you proclaimed yourself a prince, yet now you lie on the ground like a beaten dog. Is this the extent of your so-called pride and power? Wukong loomed over Vegeta, his eyes as cold as steel, his voice low and laden with menace. Vegeta trembled, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He had never felt such fear. Apart from Frisia, Kakarot was the first adversary who made him feel utterly powerless. Kill me, Kakarot? Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with despair and defiance. Raditz, observing Vegeta's complete subjugation by Kakarot, could hardly contain his excitement. He shouted fervently, Kakarot, do not hold back. Eliminate him. Vegeta is ruthless and unpredictable. He would never spare anyone who wronged him. If you let him live, he will surely seek revenge. I do not wish to die at his hands. Raditz, you remain as cowardly as ever. Do you think I fear him? Wukong replied calmly, glancing at Raditz. This is not a matter of fear. Raditz exclaimed urgently. Vegeta will retaliate. He is not the type to be grateful for being spared. Wukong pondered for a moment, casting a cold gaze upon the prostrate Vegeta. Despite his grievous injuries, Vegeta defiantly lifted his head. Kakarot, he gritted through clenched teeth, if you intend to kill me, then do it. I am the Prince of Saiyans. I do not require your pity. Wukong, it is not that I desire to kill you, but rather that I refuse to become like you, Wukong replied slowly. However, should you ever learn to relinquish your pride and embrace your humanity, perhaps there remains hope for you. Kakarot, have you lost your mind? How can you be so naive? Raditz shouted in exasperation. He opened his mouth to speak further, but was silenced by Wukong's imposing aura, ultimately refraining from uttering another word. His expression a tapestry of complexity as he observed Wukong and Vegeta. Kakarot, you shall regret this decision today. I swear. One day I will defeat you with my own hands. Vegeta scoffed, his voice weak yet resolute. With great difficulty, he dragged his battered body across the ground, using his one remaining functional hand to crawl. Each movement was accompanied by excruciating pain, yet he clenched his teeth tightly, stifling any sound of anguish. Wukong and the others merely observed coldly, taking no action to impede or assist. Upon reaching the spacecraft, Vegeta gasped for breath, raising his trembling hand with all his might to open the hatch. Leaning against the edge of the ship, he painstakingly maneuvered into the cockpit. His body. And in the depths of his thoughts, Wukong contemplated. Although Piccolo has grown stronger, he still pales in comparison to mightier foes. If he were to confront a being like Frisia, Namek could prove to be pivotal. Regardless, it is essential for Piccolo to journey to Namek, to uncover his origins and assess the situation there. At that moment, Piccolo sensed Wukong's gaze upon him, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Wukong, what schemes are you concocting? Your expression has been rather peculiar since earlier. Nothing much, just pondering the future, Wukong replied with a smile, scratching his head. Namek? What do you mean? A flicker of confusion crossed Piccolo's eyes. You heard Vegeta mention that you are a Namekian, did you not? While we remain unaware of the specifics, Vegeta's affirmation of your identity indicates a significant connection to your homeland. Perhaps there, you may discover more answers about yourself and even acquire greater strength, Wukong suggested. Within his mind, Wukong contemplated. The lifespan of the Grand Elder on Namek is likely drawing to a close. If Piccolo were to arrive in time, perhaps an opportunity awaits him. However, I remain uncertain whether Frisia and Vegeta are aware of the existence of Dragon Balls on Namek. We shall proceed step by step, but sending Piccolo on a journey seems prudent. Piccolo, it is time to set forth, Wukong then addressed him. Set forth? To where? Furthermore, we lack a spacecraft. How could we possibly depart from Earth? Piccolo inquired with a furrowed brow. With a faint smile, Wukong reassured, there is no need for concern. I have a solution. However, we must first depart from this place. He then turned to Tianjin Fan, Yamucha, and the others, saying, you all should return. There is no need for you to wait for us. The matters ahead will be handled by Piccolo and me. What mischief are you up to now, Wukong? Tianjin Fan inquired, puzzled. Wukong merely smiled enigmatically, offering no further explanation. He instructed Piccolo to place his hand upon his shoulder. Though Piccolo was filled with confusion, he complied. As soon as his hand rested on Wukong's shoulder, the scenery before him suddenly blurred, and the very fabric of reality seemed to twist. Within mere seconds, he found himself on an entirely unfamiliar planet. Piccolo gazed around in astonishment. A verdant sky, a cerulean earth, and several uniquely shaped buildings scattered in the distance. He turned to Wukong, his eyes wide with disbelief, and inquired, what is this place? How did you accomplish this? Wukong replied nonchalantly, this is Namek. I utilized a special ability known as instant transmission. As long as I can sense a presence, I can transport myself and others there in an instant. Piccolo, still in shock, asked, what have you brought me here for? Wukong gestured towards a towering edifice in the distance and said, behold, that is the residence of the Grand Elder of Namek. I sense that he awaits your arrival. Perhaps there, you will uncover the entirety of your origins, or discover an opportunity that may grant you greater strength. Piccolo, with a gaze fraught with complexity, nodded after a moment of silence. He stepped towards the building, his heart tinged with trepidation. Wukong stood still, gazing at Piccolo's silhouette, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He then murmured to himself, do your best, Piccolo. With that, Wukong's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Piccolo to confront the impending chapter of destiny alone. In an instant, Wukong teleported back home. As he steadied himself, he heard a tender voice calling out, Daddy. Looking down, he saw little Gohan excitedly running towards him with his tiny legs. A radiant smile spread across Wukong's face as he crouched down, arms outstretched, and embraced Gohan, spinning him joyfully in the air. Were you well behaved today, Gohan? Wukong gently tousled Gohan's small head, asking affectionately. Yes, Mommy taught me so much today, Gohan replied, proudly lifting his little face to boast. Nearby, Bulma leaned against the sofa, chuckling as she teased, Wukong, you look quite disheveled. It seems you've just come from a fierce battle. Wukong scratched the back of his head, revealing a simple yet endearing smile. Hee, it's quite intriguing. However, everything has been resolved, and I haven't sustained any injuries. Bulma chuckled and shook her head. You, as always, are so optimistic. Little Gohan, with his chubby hands cradling Goku's face, earnestly said, Daddy, please don't get hurt all the time. It makes me worry. As Goku's heart warmed, he embraced Gohan tightly, reassuring him, don't worry, Daddy is the strongest. No one can harm me. The family sat together in a harmonious gathering, with Gohan chattering excitedly about his day. This heartwarming scene allowed Goku to temporarily set aside the tension and pressure of battle. Chapter 74. Piccolo's Fortune. Taking a deep breath, Piccolo stepped into the dwelling of the Grand Elder of Namek. The interior was softly illuminated and tranquil, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity. In the center sat a large, benevolent Namekian elder. His presence, though faint, contained a profound strength. Piccolo halted, his gaze fixed intently upon the elder. Despite having heard about his lineage from Vegeta, witnessing a kin so similar to himself left him utterly astonished. Welcome, young Namekian, the Grand Elder spoke, his voice deep and gentle. You must be the Grand Elder. I am Piccolo, he replied, suppressing the turmoil within, speaking calmly. My child, I sensed your arrival long ago. Although your essence differs slightly from that of our kind, the blood of Namek flows within you, the Grand Elder acknowledged with a knowing nod, his gaze tender and perceptive. I wish to uncover my origins, Piccolo declared, his brow furrowed, his tone resolute. The Grand Elder sighed. It is a long and sorrowful tale. Namek once suffered a great calamity that obliterated most of our kin. In order to preserve our bloodline, some children were sent to other planets for refuge. Kakarot sent his child to Earth. Piccolo's heart trembled, his emotions swirling within him. He had never fathomed such profound ties to his past. Beyond the ordinary powers of a Namekian, you possess a unique combat aptitude. This talent is the reason for your rapid ascent in strength, the Grand Elder continued. Then what significance does my arrival here hold? Piccolo inquired solemnly. The significance lies in your bearing the hope of Namek as you embrace a new future. Now, I can assist you in unlocking more of your potential. "Come forth, child," the Grand Elder said with a gentle smile, extending his hand. Responding to the Elder's call, Piccolo stepped forward. The Elder placed his aged yet warm palm gently atop Piccolo's head. "Let me witness what you have endured," he murmured, closing his eyes in focused contemplation. Piccolo felt an unusual force surge into his mind as the Elder began to sift through his memories, from the resentment of being severed from the Supreme Kai to his rivalry with Goku, and the choices made to protect Earth. All these images danced within the Elder's consciousness. After a moment, the Grand Elder opened his eyes, revealing a complex expression. "Child, your journey is fraught with pain and struggle, yet these trials have shaped who you are today. Now, I shall aid you in unlocking you." The atmosphere surrounding them grew unbearably heavy, as if the skies of Namek itself dimmed in this moment. "Elder, you cannot leave us," a voice cried out, holding tightly to the Elder's hand, tears streaming uncontrollably down their cheeks. "You have just given me hope. We cannot be without you." Nara knelt beside them, murmuring softly, "Elder, you are the pillar of Namek. Without you, how shall we face the dangers of the future?" The Elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gentle yet serene. Though his voice was faint, it still carried an unwavering strength. "Tion, Naru, Piccolo, you are the future of our race. Every life has its end, yet that is not to be feared. What matters is the legacy of faith that we pass on. But you can still live a little longer, guiding and protecting us." Tion choked out through tears. The Elder shook his head slowly. "My time has come. Everything on Namek has been entrusted to you. I believe you can bear this responsibility." Piccolo stood nearby, arms crossed. He appeared indifferent, yet his eyes betrayed a tumult of emotions. He muttered under his breath, "The old man is leaving, still so verbose." Yet, his hands clenched involuntarily, nails digging into his palms. At that moment, the Dragon Balls of Namek suddenly glimmered with a faint golden light, which soon faded, transforming into ordinary stones, devoid of their magical power. Tion's eyes widened in shock. The Elder's life was inextricably linked to the Dragon Balls. Their disappearance signified that he had reached his limit. Naru rose, speaking solemnly. Piccolo snorted, turning away, his tone calm yet tinged with suppressed pain. "There is no need for excessive sorrow. He has fulfilled his mission. Our path is still long, is it not?" Tion nodded through his sobs, tears continuing to fall. "Elder, may the eternal dragon forever bless Namek." With those final words, the Elder's form transformed into specks of luminous light, gradually merging into the air before vanishing completely. Chapter 75. Frisia approaches days later. Vegeta's spaceship gently descended on the landing pad of a Frisia force base. The hatch opened, releasing a wave of anxiety. The waiting aliens gasped in disbelief at the sight within. The proud warrior elite, Prince Vegeta, lay battered and nearly unconscious. "Is this truly Lord Vegeta?" One alien stammered in astonishment. "Quickly, take him for treatment. And notify Lord Frisia immediately," another high-ranking officer ordered decisively. Several aliens carefully lifted Vegeta from the ship and hurried towards the medical center. Meanwhile, the communications officer hastened to establish a secure line to the main base. "This is Medical Base 16. Lord Vegeta has returned gravely injured and is currently receiving treatment. Requesting immediate report to Lord Frisia." The officer on the other end of the line paled and quickly replied, "I will inform Lord Frisia at once. Continue monitoring Lord Vegeta's condition and report back." In the treatment center, Vegeta was placed inside a chamber filled with a blue-green liquid. The life signs monitor emitted rhythmic beeping while the healing fluid enveloped him completely. The attending physician anxiously examined the data. "The injuries are severe. Lord Vegeta has multiple internal ruptures, both legs and his right arm nearly shattered, and his breath is feeble. Fortunately, his psion physiology is robust. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this point." The assistant wiped the sweat from his brow. Who could have inflicted such damage on Lord Vegeta? Rumor has it he is second only to Lord Frisia in strength. Inside the treatment chamber, Vegeta lay still. Yet his mind replayed the battle. The image of Kakarot and the sting of humiliating taunts echoed in his consciousness, intertwining pain and fury, igniting an even stronger desire for revenge. Kakarot. Vegeta's lips trembled slightly, murmuring the name despite his unconscious state. Minutes later, Frisia's response came through the high-priority channel. His icy voice resonating through the communication device. "Vegeta severely injured? How rare. I want to know what transpired. Gather all details, including Vegeta's condition and mission specifics. And report back promptly." The base commander swallowed hard and replied hastily, "Yes, Lord Frisia." We will ascertain everything as quickly as possible. Once Frisia ended the communication, he gently swirled the goblet in his hand, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Earth, it seems that little planet has piqued my interest. To think it could bring down Vegeta. Meanwhile, within the confines of Frisia's Base 16, news of Vegeta's condition spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Lord Vegeta was defeated. Who possesses such power? I heard it was a warrior from Earth named Kakarot who pushed Lord Vegeta to this extent. Earth? Isn't that an inconspicuous low-tier planet? Could there be secrets we are unaware of? As discussion swirled, the intelligence team compiled a brief report to present to Frisia. A few hours later, aboard Frisia's flagship, an officer respectfully delivered the intelligence report as Frisia savored an exotic drink. His gaze flicked over the document, pausing at the keywords regarding the Science and Namek. Namek? Frisia chuckled softly, setting down his glass, a chill weaving into his tone. Dodoria, since when did Science associate with such an obscure race? Dodoria stepped forward, bowing his head. Lord Frisia, according to our reconnaissance, the Namekians appear to be an ancient and mysterious race. The powerful warrior from Earth, Piccolo, is one of them. It is said that this race possesses some form of enigmatic power. Zarbin chimed in cautiously. The report mentions that Nappa was severely injured by this Namekian from Earth, indicating a potential threat from this race. Frisia scoffed lightly, his tone dripping with disdain. Threat? Dodoria, Zarbin, you are grossly overestimating these lowly beings. He rose slowly, walking to the bridge and gazing out into the vast cosmos. However, a race capable of defeating Nappa is indeed worth investigating. Perhaps they harbor other intriguing secrets. Dodoria quickly grasped Frisia's intent. Shall we dispatch a fleet to Namek immediately? Frisia turned, nonchalantly replying, of course, prepare the flagship. We shall personally investigate these so-called Namekians. If they indeed possess any power, it shall be utilized for my benefit. As Frisia made his way towards Namek, Vegeta awakened from the treatment chamber, fury blazing in his eyes. He had heard of Frisia's plan to visit Namek, and his heart raced with agitation. Namek? He whispered to himself. That lowly warrior Kakarot managed to defeat me. It seems this planet holds something peculiar. Regardless, I must reach Namek before Frisia and uncover its secrets. Prepare the ship. I'm going to Namek. He immediately commanded the commander. Commander Vegeta, your injuries. The commander hesitated. Silence. Vegeta roared, his overwhelming aura intimidating everyone present. What is a mere injury to me? With a cold snort, he turned and strode towards the spaceship platform. Namek. Perhaps this is my last chance to topple Frisia. Nearly 2.5 days later, Frisia's fleet approached Namek. On the main ship, Frisia stood at the bridge, gazing at the verdant surface of Namek with a hint of intrigue. The Namekians, a little-known race in the universe. I wonder what capabilities you possess that might catch my eye. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta's spacecraft quietly arrived at Namek. He stepped out of the hatch, feeling the rich atmosphere and unfamiliar surroundings. A gentle breeze swept across the lush green plains of Namek, yet this tranquil planet was permeated with an unsettling aura. Piccolo stood outside the Grand Elder's dwelling, his gaze fixed on the sky, brow furrowed. This aura belongs to extraterrestrial invaders, and they are far stronger than Vegeta. Nail flew in from a distance, landing beside Piccolo with a somber tone. You feel it too? This malevolent presence is unusual, its pressure formidable. It seems a powerful force has set its sights on us. Though their might is great, they are not invincible. If they dare to provoke us, let them experience the strength of the Namekian warriors, Piccolo declared, his eyes cold, arms crossed. The Grand Elder has placed his hopes upon us. We cannot falter. Nail nodded, a glimmer of battle spirit in his eyes. This presence is too conspicuous. They will not operate discreetly. I will investigate further. You ensure Din's safety. Piccolo grunted in acknowledgement. Be cautious. If the situation turns dire, retreat promptly, Nail advised, not contesting the command. Without further words, Piccolo surged into the air, heading towards the source of the malevolent aura, though he remained vigilant. A deep-seated anticipation for battle stirred within him. Whoever dares to invade Namek shall taste the wrath of Piccolo. On the opposite end of Namek, Frisia's main ship descended slowly onto a desolate plain. As the hatch opened, Frisia emerged, riding a flying toilet, casting a cold gaze over the unfamiliar terrain. He inhaled lightly, savoring Namek's climate, a smirk of disdain curving his lips. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Zarbin, this planet is truly barren. I hope it does not disappoint me, Frisia remarked, his tone laced with expectation. Lord Frisia, such a remote planet poses no threat from the natives. Even if they resist, it would merely be a futile struggle. Dodoria grinned maliciously. Zarbin, vigilant, scanned the surroundings cautiously. Lord Frisia, It seems we may have startled some locals upon our arrival. They may have already taken notice of us. Not to worry, I actually hope these natives will put up a bit of a fight. Otherwise, this journey might become rather dull, Frisia chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. As Frisia spoke, a green figure swiftly approached from the distance, halting above Frisia's forces, his gaze slicing through the air like a knife. Who are you? Why have you trespassed upon Namek? Piccolo's voice was icy, emanating a powerful sense of pressure. Though Frisia and his subordinates could not directly gauge Piccolo's battle prowess, they could sense from his aura and intent that he was no ordinary native. Humph, a Namekian warrior, bold indeed. How dare you directly challenge us, Dodoria scoffed. A disdainful smirk on his face. This native seems to possess some strength. Perhaps he is one of the rare combatants on Namek. Lord Frisia, should I eliminate him? Zarbin's eyes flickered with interest. Frisia raised a hand, signaling Zarbin to refrain from acting hastily, a cold smile grazing his lips. No need to rush. He is merely a native. I am quite curious to see how formidable he truly is. Let him put on a show. Perhaps it will provide us with some amusement. Chapter 76. The Arrogant Dodoria Earth. Sitting on the balcony in a reclining chair, Wukong gazed up at the sky. With his hands clasped behind his head, he appeared relaxed. Yet a myriad of complex thoughts swirled in his mind. Piccolo had been on Namek for several days. He hoped all was well. Wukong murmured softly to himself, closing his eyes in an attempt to sense Piccolo's aura. Before long, he detected a familiar fluctuation, but simultaneously, an extraordinarily potent and unfamiliar presence entered his awareness. Eh? Wukong's eyes flew open, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He concentrated intently, delving deeper into the unfamiliar aura, which exuded a palpable malevolence. After a moment of contemplation regarding this newfound power, a grin spread across his face. It seemed the situation had grown more intriguing. Piccolo might be in trouble. However, that only added to the excitement. As Wukong rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, he subsequently entered the room. Wukong, why do you suddenly appear so serious? Has something occurred? Bulma inquired, her curiosity piqued as she observed Wukong's demeanor while she and little Gohan were playing in the living room. The Cosmic Emperor Frisia has made his appearance on Namek. Piccolo may require some assistance, and I intend to venture there, Wukong replied, scratching his head with an amused smile. Bulma set down her tools, her brow furrowing slightly. The Cosmic Emperor, that sounds rather formidable. Wukong patted his chest and confidently declared, hee hee. Even the Emperor of the Universe must kneel before me. Well, since you have made your decision, proceed with caution. Bulma, however, has unwavering faith in Wukong's strength and never belittles his prowess. Wukong nodded and approached little Gohan, gently ruffling his hair. Gohan, your father will return shortly. Make sure to listen to your mother, all right? Father, you can do it. Little Gohan replied, nodding earnestly. Wukong waved goodbye to Bulma, then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of Namek. In an instant, his figure vanished from the room, leaving behind only a faint ripple of air. In an instant, Wukong transported himself to the skies above Namek. He concealed his presence, cautiously lingering amidst the dense layers of clouds, gazing down at the scene below. The landscape of Namek was lush and verdant, yet the atmosphere was imbued with an unmistakable tension. In the distance, a colossal disc-shaped spacecraft rested upon the ground, surrounded by numerous armored soldiers of the Frisia Force, who were diligently searching for something. Goku's gaze locked onto a small battlefield where Piccolo stood with an icy demeanor, facing several elite Frisia Force soldiers clad in advanced armor. On the other side, a diminutive yet imposing figure sat atop a floating hoverpod, none other than Frisia himself. Narrowing his eyes, Goku focused on sensing his energy. Frisia appeared composed, in no rush to engage, instead speaking to Piccolo with an air of indifference. His demeanor betrayed no fear of the Namekian. Piccolo's power has grown significantly, likely the result of the Grand Elder unlocking his potential, Goku mused silently. Meanwhile, Frisia's forces scoured the villages of Namek, rounding up its inhabitants with ruthless efficiency. A horned, hulking captain of the Frisia force sneered as he leveled an energy gun at an elderly Namekian elder. Speak, you green-skinned wretches. What secrets are you hiding? He snarled. We are a peaceful people. We harbor no secrets, the elder replied calmly, shielding the children and elders behind him. Another soldier kicked over a small structure, bellowing, Lies. We detected unusual energy readings here. Talk, or suffer the consequences. The villagers stood united, their silence only fueling the soldiers' frustration. Some resorted to wanton destruction, demolishing nearby buildings in their rage. In a larger village, an elite squad forced a young Namekian to his knees. Tell us the planet's secrets, or you'll be blasted into oblivion. The youth clenched his teeth, defiance burning in his eyes. Piccolo's telepathic voice reached Nail. Nail, intruders are attacking our villages. They're numerous, likely invaders. You're closest. Intervene. Understood, Nail responded, his tone steady. Nail soared toward the besieged village, analyzing the invaders' motives. Upon arrival, he found armored soldiers wreaking havoc, herding villagers together under threat. One villager shouted defiantly, "We know nothing. Leave us be." The lead soldier smirked, raising a hand. "Then you'll learn the hard way." Before he could strike, Nail descended like an emerald storm, shielding the villagers. "Enough. Invading our world is your death sentence," he intoned coldly. The soldier scoffed, sizing him up. "So this is a Namekian warrior? Men, erase him." They lunged, but Nail stood unshaken. With a roar, his aura flared, repelling the nearest foes. In a blur, he felled one with a single strike, then unleashed a shockwave that sent another crashing to the ground. "Leave now. This is your final warning," Nail growled. The leader snarled, "No retreat. Kill him." Nail's lips curled into a chilling smile. "Then you die here." Piccolo stood motionless, arms crossed, his glare fixed on the hulking figure of Dodoria. The obese warrior sauntered forward, a smirk twisting his features. His scouter beeped, locking onto Piccolo's power level, 5000. "Pathetic," Dodoria sneered. "A measly 5000 dares stand before Lord Frisia? You're a joke. I'll obliterate you in one move." Piccolo remained silent, unfazed. Dodoria cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders. "Fine. I'll squash you myself. Good warm-up." "Try," Piccolo replied, lowering his arms, fists tightening. Dodoria's smirk vanished, replaced by fury. "You'll regret those words." From the clouds, Goku observed the Grand Elder's dwelling, his attention settling on a young Namekian, Din, pacing anxiously. "The Grand Elder has passed. I sense no trace of him. That child must be their new hope, Din. Once Frisia is dealt with, I'll bring Din to Earth. He can become the new Guardian, crafting Dragon Balls even stronger than before." Goku's expression darkened. Dodoria's underlings jeered, mocking Piccolo's imminent demise. "Lord Dodoria? 3 seconds flat? Make it 2. Dodoria guffawed, leering at Piccolo. "You think you can challenge me? A worthless Namekian?" Witness true terror. He lunged, his 22,000 power level flaring. His fist shot toward Piccolo's face, only for Piccolo to sidestep effortlessly, seizing Dodoria's throat in a vice-like grip. "Wah!" Dodoria's eyes bulged. He clawed at Piccolo's arm, panic setting in as he realized escape was impossible. Piccolo's voice dripped contempt. "This is your power? Pitiful." With a sickening crunch, Dodoria's neck snapped. Blood sprayed as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Silence. The Frisia force stood frozen, their laughter dead. Horror etched into their faces as they stared at their fallen commander. Piccolo flicked away the blood, scanning the stunned soldiers. Who's next? In an instant, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings as all the extraterrestrial beings took a step back, exchanging glances, none daring to meet the gaze of Piccolo. Chapter 77. The death of Dodoria. Mr. Dodoria is dead. Frisia's voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated from his hovering throne. He lowered his head slowly, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless body of Dodoria sprawled on the ground, his expression unchanging, as if the corpse were merely a discarded rag. Propping his chin with one hand, he idly tapped the armrest of his chair with the other, his eyes reflecting neither anger nor pity, only a detached smirk. His tail swayed gently, as if seeking amusement in the monotony. He glanced at the Namekian standing a short distance away, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To his surprise, the Namekian appeared to possess some capability, his demeanor calm, seemingly unfazed by the sudden turn of events. He tilted his chin slightly, gesturing lazily towards Dodoria's corpse with his tail, then reclined back against the throne's lid, resigned to the situation. His gaze drifted over every individual present, whether it was the shocked subordinates or the vigilant Namekian. None could discern any flicker of emotion in his eyes. He extended a finger and casually snapped, signaling the soldiers behind him to remove Dodoria's body. "Lord Frisia, we have just detected Vegeta's energy signature. It appears he has secretly followed us to Namek," said Zarbon, hurrying to Frisia's side and reporting in a hushed tone. "Vegeta? That arrogant prince? Humph, he certainly has some audacity. It seems my usual tolerance has led him to forget who the true master is here." Frisia's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. "Lord Frisia, there is no need for concern. Kula has already led a team to intercept him. The two of them have always been at odds. We can expect quite the spectacle," Zarbon continued. "Kula could serve as a test for Vegeta's intentions. However, remember, Mr. Zarbon, I do not wish for these two fools to escalate matters too greatly. Vegeta still holds some value. There is no rush for his demise. Let him learn a lesson first. Frisia smiled faintly, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon. Understood, Lord Frisia, Zarbon replied, inclining his body slightly. A smirk creeping onto his face. Frisia ceased his conversation, turning his attention to the desolate landscape before him, murmuring to himself. The secrets of this planet are becoming increasingly intriguing. Kula stood amidst a pile of rocks, the detector in his hand emitting urgent beeping sounds. The screen displaying a clear red dot indicating Vegeta's location. A cold smile crept across Kula's lips as he activated the communication function, addressing the detected position, Vegeta. I found you. Prepare to meet your end. On the distant side, Vegeta stood atop a towering rock, arms crossed defiantly, his expression icy. A scornful smile playing upon his lips. He spoke slowly, his voice dripping with disdain. Humph, Kula, I'm right here waiting for you. Don't disappoint me, or I may find it a waste of effort to even engage. Vegeta, today you shall pay for your arrogance. Just wait. I am coming to send you on your way. Kula's eyes widened in fury as he shouted. Yet Vegeta remained unwavering, his gaze piercing the distance. The flames of battle igniting within his eyes. As Kula drew ever closer, he smirked slightly, murmuring, What a fool. Since you've come to me. Don't blame me for being too harsh. Kula flew before Vegeta, dismissively surveying him, declaring, Are you blind? Check the detector. My combat power far exceeds yours. I have exciting news. I recently visited Earth and learned a fascinating technique. Vegeta scoffed coldly, a hint of derision creeping onto his lips. Oh? Is it the skill of rapid escape? Kula chuckled condescendingly. Vegeta, however, did not respond but suddenly began gathering energy, a tempest of power swirling around him. The air vibrating with intensity. He coldly addressed Kula, You may wish to reassess my combat power now. A flicker of realization struck Kula. He retrieved his detector. Pressed a button, and the screen instantaneously illuminated, displaying a number. Kula's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes glued to the detector as the reading rapidly soared, halting at 22,000. How is this possible? Kula exclaimed in disbelief. You've increased so much. Before Kula could finish, the detector emitted a sharp beep, exploding violently. The screen shattering into sparks, rendered completely useless. Kula staggered back, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Zarbon, beside Frisia, stared at his own detector, which suddenly erupted in a fierce explosion. He glanced at the device in surprise, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Mr. Zarbon, what transpired? Frisia inquired coldly. Lord Frisia. It may be a malfunction with the detector, Zarbon replied nervously, unease creeping into his heart as he sensed something was amiss. Frisia furrowed his brow slightly but did not delve deeper, remaining absorbed in his strategic contemplations, temporarily oblivious to Vegeta's true transformation. Fear flickered in Kula's eyes as he began to sense the threat to his own life, though he had previously underestimated Vegeta. The formidable energy emanating from him now made it clear that he was no match for the Scion. Vegeta, wait. Actually, I have long harbored discontent towards Frisia. You know he has no respect for us subordinates, he merely exploits us. He swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his composure, his voice trembling. Kula's eyes darted nervously, trying to bridge the gap with Vegeta through his words. So why not join forces? My strength may not match yours, but it far surpasses Dodoria and Zarbon. Together, they would be no match for us. What do you think of my proposal? United, we can overthrow Frisia and seize control of the entire army. Haha, how absurd. You dare propose such worthless cooperation to me? Vegeta pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter. Vegeta's laughter was laced with contempt. Do you truly believe I, Vegeta, require the assistance of a waste like you? You are nothing but a pitiful jester. Frisia already sees you as a nuisance. Do you think you can use me to rebel against him? You merely wish to leverage me to save your own skin. No, Vegeta. I genuinely wish to overthrow Frisia. Only you can assist me. Kula hurriedly clarified, his voice quivering as he realized that his only hope lay in garnering Vegeta's trust. Vegeta slowly approached Kula, a cold murderous intent radiating from his gaze. Kula trembled under the pressure, instinctively stepping back. Ignoring Kula's anxious movements, Vegeta continued to advance steadily. At that moment, Kula suddenly pointed behind Vegeta, urgently exclaiming, Lord Frisia. Caught off guard, Vegeta hesitated, suspicion brewing within him, and reflexively turned around. In that instant, Kula launched his counterattack, channeling his energy and unleashing a barrage of flickering red energy blasts. In an instant, an unrelenting torrent of energy waves descended upon Vegeta. The surrounding air compressed to emit a piercing hum. The ground trembled violently for dozens of kilometers, and a colossal explosion reverberated throughout the area, smoke billowing upward. From a distance, Chioi stood with a sinister grin, convinced that Vegeta had been utterly obliterated by his assault. As the smoke gradually dissipated, he peered into the crater, where, amidst the rubble and collapsed earth, there was no trace of Vegeta. Fool, you fell for my ruse. After enduring my onslaught, you cannot possibly be unscathed. Chioi chuckled triumphantly. Just as Chioi reveled in his perceived victory, Vegeta's voice suddenly echoed through the air. Frigid and laced with menace, you are woefully naive to employ such foolish tactics against me. You have ignited my wrath. Chioi froze, his gaze following the sound until he beheld Vegeta's silhouette gradually materializing. His complexion drained of color, and his voice trembled. Did you evade my attack? As his combat prowess surged, so too did his speed. You idiot! Did you truly believe such feeble strikes could harm me? Vegeta scoffed coldly. Fear gripped Chioi, and he dared not linger. With a sudden leap, he attempted to flee. Yet, as he ascended, Vegeta appeared before him like a specter, his speed leaving Chioi no time to react. With a powerful punch, Vegeta struck Chioi's abdomen, instantly creating a gaping wound. Chioi's body was sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, his agonized screams carried away by the wind. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on the retreating figure, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Die. Raising a finger, he concentrated a radiant energy at its tip, resembling a miniature sun, distorting the surrounding air with its heat. With a mere flick, a brilliant energy wave shot forth, piercing the air with a shrill shriek, directly targeting Chioi's body. Boom. The explosion resonated through the heavens, a blinding light threatening to engulf the entire sky. Chioi had no opportunity to utter a final scream. His body evaporated in an instant under the intense heat and shockwave, reduced to mere dust, leaving no remnants behind. As the aftershocks of the explosion spread, a fierce wind swept through, carrying debris and dust away. Vegeta hovered in the air, his cold gaze scanning the dissipating smoke. His expression remained impassive, as if the chaos that had just unfolded was nothing more than a trivial interlude. Filthy fireworks, Vegeta muttered softly, his tone thick with disdain and mockery. He slowly withdrew his finger, his aura still potent, deterring any who might approach. Surveying the scene, he snorted derisively, a hint of prideful amusement gracing his lips, the fate of those who dared to provoke him. With that, he turned away, casting one last glance at the shattered battlefield and the lingering embers before soaring into the distance. Chapter 78. The message of the Dragon Balls. Frieza lounged on his flying toilet, hands crossed, gazing indifferently at Piccolo in the distance, his eyes betraying a sense of coldness and disdain. Mr. Sabo, eliminate that bothersome individual. I do not appreciate obstacles in my path, he commanded his companion. Yes, Lord Frieza. Sabo replied, his body tensing at the order, forcing himself to maintain composure. Yet, turmoil raged within him. Dodoria's power was on par with his own. Yet that Namekian had effortlessly dispatched him. How could he possibly fare any better? Nevertheless, Sabo knew he could not defy Frieza's command. Despite his trepidation, he suppressed his unease, adjusted his cloak, and cautiously approached Piccolo. Piccolo stood with arms crossed, his icy aura pressing down upon Sabo, intensifying his sense of peril. Upon landing, Sabo mustered a contemptuous smile. You possess some measure of strength, but you are merely a lowly Namekian. How dare you challenge the authority of Lord Frieza? Today, I shall demonstrate the vast disparity between us. Enough with the trivialities. Can you withstand my strike? Piccolo replied, his gaze sharp as a blade. Sabo's expression darkened. He recognized that Piccolo was not jesting. In the distance, Frieza watched with keen interest, as if this impending clash were merely an inconsequential game. Sabo understood that battling Piccolo would not be a trivial task. With a power level of only 23,000, he hesitated, acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to his demise. Consequently, he resolved to unveil his true strength. His body expanded instantaneously, bones cracking audibly, skin roughening, eyes turning crimson, and his face becoming a grotesque mask of wrinkles and protruding bone spurs. His energy surged at an astonishing rate, elevating his power level to 28,000, instilling a sense of dread. Mr. Sabo has transformed. Such secrets hidden from me add to my amusement, Frieza remarked coldly as he observed Sabo's metamorphosis. Lord Frieza, I am utterly loyal to you. Now, I shall easily defeat this Namekian, Sabo declared, though anxiety gnawed at him in response to Frieza's comment. He pushed aside his apprehension, resolutely asserting, you will perish at my hands today. Piccolo regarded the arrogant, grotesque creature before him with palpable disdain. You remain oblivious to my true power, he retorted. Sabo's face darkened further, fury igniting within him. He recognized Piccolo's strength, yet could not tolerate the Namekian's blatant contempt. In an instant, he lunged forward, fist striking like a beast, his speed and force formidable. However, Piccolo's reflexes surpassed Sabo's. He effortlessly evaded the assault, his body moving like a phantom, swiftly creating distance between them. In a fluid motion, he turned his palm outward, golden light shimmering from his hand, coalescing into a fierce beam of energy. Before Sabo could react, the golden energy shot forth like lightning, slamming into his chest. In that moment of explosion, Sabo's body was pierced, the violent force reducing him to ashes. Piccolo retracted his hand, calmly observing the smoke gradually dissipating. The once hideous Sabo had vanished, leaving only faint ashes swirling in the wind. Your loyal minions are perishing. Soon, it will be your turn, Piccolo intoned coldly, his voice steady yet laden with menace. Frieza chuckled derisively, unfazed by the losses among his subordinates. Their deaths mean nothing. To deal with you, I need not dirty my hands, he scoffed. When will the Jinyu force arrive? He inquired of a nearby subordinate, his voice imbued with authority. Their arrival is still approximately half a day away, the underling hastily replied. Frieza's smile grew more sinister, his tone languid. Then let you live for another half-day. Yet, at that moment, a hurried alien approached, clearly eager to convey urgent news. He approached Frieza with utmost reverence and spoke, Lord Frieza, a team investigating the secrets of Namek has returned with news. They have discovered that this planet harbors Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. Dragon Balls? Capable of granting any wish? Ha ha ha, indeed. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Frieza's eyes, swiftly replaced by a surge of excitement, accompanied by a malevolent smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. He paused momentarily, turning his gaze toward Piccolo, his tone laced with provocation. It appears that your Namekian kin possess some unexpected secrets. Let everyone seek out the Dragon Balls at any cost. Let all the secrets of this planet serve my purpose. Unbeknownst to Frieza, the Dragon Balls had long since turned to stone, rendering them incapable of fulfilling any wishes. His plans, before they even commenced, were already doomed to failure. Piccolo stood resolutely on the desolate terrain of Namek, his gaze sharp and unwavering, arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to the impending challenge. In the face of Frieza's Jinyu force, he was imbued with confidence. For Piccolo, every challenge was no longer a threat but rather an opportunity to demonstrate his formidable prowess. He felt the surging energy within him, a battle power that far exceeded his previous limits, especially after the Grand Elder had unlocked his potential. He whispered softly about the Jinyu force, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Allow me to show you the true extent of my abilities. High above the clouds, Goku sighed gently, observing Piccolo's composed demeanor. He couldn't help but reflect, Piccolo, indeed your strength has grown immensely, enabling you to easily contend with Frieza's minions. Yet, you still underestimate Frieza. Even if you can manage him in his base form, once he transforms, the situation will be entirely different. Wukong's gaze was firmly fixed upon Piccolo, fully aware that the confidence radiating from him was well-founded. Especially after the Elder's potential had been unlocked, Piccolo's aura had transformed dramatically. Dragon Ball warriors. Wukong mused with a soft chuckle. It seems we all share a peculiar tendency to watch our opponents gradually unleash their strength before we make our move. Even when we possess ample power, there lingers a habitual inclination to afford our adversaries a modicum of opportunity. Frieza, Wukong murmured to himself. Your current strength pales in comparison to mine. Even in your most formidable transformation, you merely serve as a stepping stone for my training of Piccolo. He refrained from hastily engaging, nor did he underestimate Frieza's threat, for he understood that this battle transcended his own interests. It was equally about Piccolo's growth. The Namekian's ability to create Dragon Balls evidently hinted at an undiscovered connection with the dragon itself. Wukong contemplated silently. Should Piccolo evolve into a Super Namekian in the future, his potential could rival that of a Super Saiyan, if not exceed it. This, perhaps, represents his greatest opportunity. Time swiftly passed, and despite Frieza's minions scouring the area, not a single Dragon Ball had been discovered. Frieza watched the flurry of their activity from his spaceship, flames of fury engulfing his heart. You fools! To be unable to find even one Dragon Ball after all this time is utterly disgraceful. He clenched his fists, his voice icy. Just as Frieza was about to unleash his wrath anew, a brilliant light streaked across the distant sky, heralding the arrival of the Jinyu Force's spaceship, which finally touched down on Namek's surface. The ship's hatch burst open with a thunderous sound, and one by one, the members of the Jinyu Force emerged. Though their physiques varied, their uniforms were immaculate, and what stood out most was their signature pose. Each member struck a peculiar stance, as though every movement had been meticulously choreographed. Their actions were swift and coordinated, appearing as if rehearsed countless times. Yet to Piccolo, All this seemed merely a tedious display. Standing at a distance, Piccolo observed the Ginyu Force's entrance with a hint of resignation. He had anticipated that these individuals might embody genuine strength, only to find their antics embarrassingly theatrical. Noticing that Piccolo remained unfazed by their postures, Ginyu felt a flicker of intrigue. He sneered disdainfully, then dismissed the poses, approaching Frieza, with his team promptly aligning behind him in a neat formation. Lord Frieza, Ginyu called out loudly, bowing deeply. The Ginyu Force pays homage to Lord Frieza. The other members echoed in unison, "We greet you, Lord Frieza. What were you fools doing with those ridiculous poses?" Frieza's cold gaze swept over them, his expression betraying a hint of exasperation. "Ah, my lord, please forgive us. We prepared that display to showcase our might," Ginyu explained with a grin, however. "Now that you are present, we shall commence our mission immediately." "Enough of the chatter," Frieza commanded. Ginyu and his team instantly straightened up and swiftly approached Piccolo. In another desolate valley on Namek, Vegeta lay in wait, his energy concealed, akin to a predator stalking its prey. He had targeted a patrol unit of Frieza's, comprised of 5 aliens, the captain possessing a slightly stronger aura, yet to Vegeta, they were mere trifles. When the squad paused to rest, Vegeta emerged silently, akin to a ghostly shadow. "Who goes there?" The captain sensed an anomaly, turning alertly to scan the surroundings. The response came in Vegeta's indifferent voice. "You worthless fools." The squad Lycom's movements abruptly ceased, his legs thrashing violently in the air, yet Bik's grip was as unyielding as iron. "Is this the might of the Ginyu Force?" Bik remarked coldly, his gaze rife with disdain. Lycom attempted to retaliate, but the excruciating pain rendered him incapable of exerting any force. In terror, he realized that no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the terrifying grasp of Bik. "Ah!" Lycom let out a chilling scream. Yet before his voice could fully escape, Bik's hand tightened suddenly. Bang! A bone-chilling thud resounded as Lycom's head was instantly crushed, blood splattering and coloring the surrounding ground and air. The headless body slumped lifelessly, devoid of all vitality. Standing nearby, Goldo, Bart, and GIS were all rendered speechless by the scene. Their smiles froze instantly, their faces etched with disbelief and terror. Lycom couldn't he even withstand a single blow? GIS gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. Goldo was drenched in cold sweat, silently regretting his earlier arrogance. He hastily stepped back, murmuring, "This individual is certainly no ordinary Namekian. His strength far exceeds our imagination." Bart furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Bik. "It seems we have underestimated him. His combat power likely surpasses 20,000. Next, who will meet their demise?" Bik flicked the blood from his hand, casting a cold glance around the remaining members of the Ginyu Force, his tone chilling. Seeing Lycom's gruesome demise, Jinyu's expression darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. He waved his hand, instructing GYS, Bart, and Goldo, "Do not underestimate him any longer. The 3 of you must work together to take him down. Goldo, coordinate with your psychic abilities." Bart smirked slightly, stretching his body. "Humph. I am the fastest in the universe. Let him experience my might this time." As he spoke, he turned to Goldo, his eyes conveying a certain implication. Goldo understood and nodded. "Rest assured, my time stop will leave him no chance to react." Bart said no more, then propelled himself forward, transforming into a blue blur as he charged at Bik with astonishing speed. But just as he was about to close in on Bik, Goldo's eyes emitted an eerie green light, and he whispered, "Time stop." The air instantly froze, everything around them seemingly suspended in time. Goldo wore a triumphant smile, thinking, "This Namekian is nothing extraordinary. Now he cannot move at all, and Bart can easily deal with him." Bart's figure, in the state of time pause, nearly instantaneously appeared behind Bik. Filled with confidence and fury, he delivered a powerful kick. As he executed the kick, he even began to envision Bik's helplessness as he was sent flying. Bang! A dull sound echoed, yet Bart's smile froze in an instant. His kick not only failed to propel Bik away, but felt as if he had struck an impenetrable iron plate. Ah! Bart could not suppress a cry of agony, as pain surged through his leg as if it were about to shatter. "With just your speed and that little trick, you think you can harm me?" Bik slowly turned his head, coldly regarding Bart, his eyes filled with derision. Goldo widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? My time stop clearly succeeded. Why can he still react? Did you think I was unaware? As an Namekian, my mental prowess far surpasses your imagination. Your little trick may work on ordinary beings, but to me, it is merely a jest," Bik scoffed. Bart, clutching his injured leg, swiftly retreated, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it. What kind of monster is this? GIS, we can no longer fight individually. Let us combine our techniques to defeat him." Enduring the agony, Bart flew back to Gias's side, gritting his teeth. Gias nodded, a fierce glint in his eyes. Crimson Comet Impact. This is our strongest move. He absolutely cannot withstand it. The two swiftly came together, simultaneously raising their hands high. Their energies intertwining as purple and red energy orbs rapidly coalesced and expanded in their palms, emitting a brilliant glow. With a furious shout, the massive wave of purple-red energy surged towards Bick, warping the very fabric of space in its wake. Bick stood unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he crossed his arms above his head, rapidly accumulating power within, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Demon Flash. A beam of golden energy, radiant as the sun, erupted from Bick's hands, hurtling towards the purple-red comet wave. The two immense energies collided violently in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. Shockwaves sweeping through the surroundings, rending the ground with countless fissures. Boom. The purple-red comet wave, under the pressure of the golden demon flash, began to falter and was ultimately consumed entirely. The golden demonic light showed no signs of slowing, charging relentlessly towards Bart and Gis with an apocalyptic force. What? Impossible! The triumphant expressions on Bart and Gis's faces instantly morphed into despair, but there was no time to evade. The golden demonic light engulfed the two in an instant, transforming into a colossal explosion that obliterated Bart and Gis completely. As the remnants of the explosion settled, there was no trace left of Bart and Gis. Not even a speck of debris. Debris is ultimately debris. The so-called combination technique is nothing more than that. Bick slowly lowered his hands, remarking coldly. In the distance, Jinyu and Goldo witnessed the entire scene, their faces reflecting utmost dismay, while Frisia, standing even farther away, narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering, "This Namekian is proving to be more troublesome than I had anticipated." A triumphant smile adorned Jinyu's face as he approached Bick with measured steps. His tone brimmed with confidence. "Namekian, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Being able to defeat my team members indicates you possess some skill. However, it is regrettable that you do not yet comprehend what you are about to face. I am the foremost warrior beneath Lord Frisia, with a battle power exceeding 120,000. You cannot possibly win." Bick coldly regarded Jinyu, remaining silent. "What? Are you afraid?" Jinyu taunted, suddenly unleashing a tremendous burst of energy, causing the ground beneath him to crack instantaneously. His power fully revealed, the very air trembled under its weight. High battle power is not merely a matter of rhetoric. "I see you as nothing more than an arrogant fool," Bick stated solemnly. "Arrogance? Soon, you shall understand my true prowess." Jinyu chuckled. In truth, Jinyu was not in a hurry to unleash his full strength. He had already resolved within himself, this Namekian before him not only possessed formidable power but also harbored astonishing potential within this body. If he could seize it for himself, his strength would far surpass what it is now. Jinyu plotted silently, preparing to seize the opportunity to employ his secret technique of body exchange during the battle. This body is truly perfect, Jinyu thought, gazing at Bick, exhilaration boiling within him, though he maintained an outward facade of calm. He assumed a battle stance, his voice laced with a hint of provocation. "Namekian, let me witness your true strength. However, I advise you to give it your all, otherwise there will be no chance for a comeback." Jinyu surged towards Bick with a fierce intensity, his fists imbued with a powerful aura, striking with force. His speed was astonishing, the surrounding air erupting with piercing explosions due to his momentum. However, Piccolo's gaze remained as calm as a tranquil sea. He deftly sidestepped Jinyu's attack while simultaneously raising his hand to block another punch, instantly neutralizing Jinyu's force. As the two clashed, the ground trembled, and the earth was scarred with deep gashes. Jinyu's strikes were as swift as lightning, relentless in their assault, yet Piccolo effortlessly deflected each blow with minimal movement. He did not retaliate, merely observing Jinyu's every motion. "Are you merely on the defensive? Have you yet to comprehend the disparity between us?" Jinyu bellowed. Seizing the moment, Piccolo was distracted to thrust his knee toward Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo slightly turned aside, the knee grazing his cloak and igniting a shower of sparks. "Impressive strength. But you were merely posturing," Piccolo replied coldly. Jinyu's smile gradually faded. He realized that brute force alone would not secure him victory and resolved to take action. He abruptly leaped back, creating distance between himself and Piccolo. His expression turned sinister as an unusual aura erupted from within him. With his arms outstretched, he pointed at Piccolo and murmured, "Body exchange." Piccolo felt a powerful psychic force sweep over him like a tempest, his consciousness seemingly tethered by this energy, his soul wavering. He immediately recognized this as an assault on his very essence. "Curse technique," Piccolo growled, swiftly focusing his mind. As an Namekian, he inherently possessed formidable mental strength. He resisted the onslaught with all his might, his psychic energy intertwining like countless resilient vines, ensnaring Jinyu's power. Jinyu's complexion shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Piccolo's mental prowess to be so immense. He attempted to amplify his strength, but Piccolo's psychic force surged forth like a tsunami, dismantling Jinyu's secret technique. Impossible. Jinyu's exclamation was cut short as Piccolo charged forward, delivering a punch to Jinyu's chest with such force that Jinyu's ribs shattered, sending him flying like a rag doll, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. It is over. A ruthless glint shone in Piccolo's eyes as he raised his palm, unleashing a devastating beam of light that pierced through Jinyu's body, engulfing him in blinding radiance. When the light subsided, Jinyu had been reduced to ashes, leaving behind only charred earth and an eerie silence. Piccolo turned to face the last member of the Jinyu force, Guldo, his piercing gaze sharp as a blade, causing Guldo to tremble uncontrollably. Guldo, drenched in sweat from anxiety, struggled to articulate his fear as he swallowed hard, his legs feeling as though they were weighed down by lead. Yet, he desperately turned to flee toward Frisia's location. "Lord Frisia, save me. He is too strong. I am no match for him," Guldo shouted in a panic, his face etched with terror. Frisia observed the scene with a cold, impassive expression, his eyes scanning the approaching Guldo, a slight, cruel smile playing on his lips. "Are you intending to seek my protection in such a cowardly state?" Frisia's tone lacked any trace of empathy. "Lord Frisia, he is too powerful. Please, intervene personally," Guldo cried, his voice filled with despair. "I have no need for worthless subordinates." Frisia replied flatly, raising a finger. A purple beam of death shot forth, mercilessly piercing through Guldo's body, extinguishing his life in an instant. Guldo's lifeless form crumpled to the ground, devoid of breath. Piccolo observed Frisia's actions with a frosty demeanor. "It seems you spare not even your own subordinates," he remarked with a cold chuckle. Frisia slowly withdrew his finger, his tone tranquil as he said, "The worthless have no right to stand beside me. Since you have cleared out this rubbish from the Jinyu force, I shall personally witness the capabilities of a mere Namekian such as yourself." Chapter 80. My battle power is 530,000. Just as Piccolo and Frisia faced off, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. A Frisia subordinate rushed toward him, breathless, cradling a massive spherical stone inscribed with star patterns. "Lord Frisia," the subordinate exclaimed, trembling and anxious, "I have found the Dragon Ball, but it has turned to stone." "What?" The chill in Frisia's eyes ignited into fury as he stepped closer to scrutinize the lifeless Dragon Ball. His brow furrowed tightly, and the confident demeanor on his face gradually morphed into a dark, seething rage. "Are you telling me this is the treasure I expended so much time and the lives of my subordinates to obtain?" Frisia's voice dripped with menace, suppressing the fury threatening to erupt. The subordinate quaked in fear, nearly prostrating himself on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe, only managing to stammer. "I have confirmed that the other Dragon Balls have also turned to stone. Worthless. Worthless." Frisia could no longer contain himself. He kicked the Dragon Ball away, the stone rolling on the ground with a dull thud. Then, with a flick of his finger, a purple ray pierced the subordinate's body, turning him to ash in an instant. "It appears your so-called plan is nothing but a farce. After sacrificing so many subordinates, all you have to show for it is a pile of worthless stones. Truly lamentable," Piccolo observed coldly, a hint of disdain curling his lips. Frisia took a deep breath, striving to quell his anger. He turned, fixing his gaze on Piccolo with intensity, a sinister smile returning to his face. "It matters not. Even if the Dragon Balls are currently useless, once I eliminate you and those bothersome pests, I shall leisurely seek out a method to restore them. As for you..." Frisia extended a finger toward Piccolo, his voice laced with murderous intent. "You will soon pay the price for your arrogance." "I am always ready," Piccolo replied, a serene smile gracing his lips, unperturbed. In the distance, Vegeta furiously kicked a boulder, veins bulging on his forehead. He had learned from the remnants of his subordinate scouter that the Dragon Balls had all turned into worthless stones. This revelation filled him with disbelief and rage. This prince went to great lengths to arrive here for those orbs that can grant any wish, only to discover they are mere broken stones. He inhaled deeply, striving to temper his fury. Just then, his scouter beeped with new information. The Jinyu force, the so-called invincible team, had been completely annihilated. The Jinyu force has been wiped out? How interesting. Who could have accomplished such a feat? Vegeta's pupils constricted, a cold smirk forming on his lips. With immense curiosity and intrigue, Vegeta took to the skies, stealthily flying toward Frisia's location. He deliberately concealed his energy, landing quietly behind a massive rock, peering through the crevice to observe the unfolding situation. In his line of sight, Frisia stood cold and indifferent, while directly opposite him was a cloaked Namekian with a composed expression, locking eyes with Frisia. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing a familiarity in the figure. It is him. That Namekian from Earth. What was his name again? Piccolo. He fixated on the man's face, suddenly recalling something, his entire being jolting with realization. Memories flooded back. Though Piccolo possessed some strength, he had been inconsequential in Vegeta's eyes. However, now this fellow has single-handedly defeated the Ginyu Force and stands before Frisia. How infuriating. A mere lowly Namekian has grown to such formidable heights. How can this prince be surpassed by such filth? It is impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Gritting his teeth, his fury barely contained. Beyond his anger, Vegeta felt an inexplicable chill. Although Piccolo could best the Ginyu Force, Frisia had yet to reveal his true power. The terrifying nature of that cosmic tyrant was something Vegeta understood all too well. Humph, Piccolo, do you truly believe you can contend with Frisia? Vegeta sneered. His tone laced with derision. You are utterly oblivious to Frisia's trump cards. Your arrogance will soon become your own grave. Whether it is Piccolo or Frisia, only one will survive, and that will be I, Prince Vegeta. I shall find my opportunity and make both of you pay. Despite the turmoil within, Vegeta remained hidden, silently concealing himself behind a boulder. He continued to lurk, patiently awaiting the unfolding of the battle, all the while devising how to turn the current situation into his own triumph. Frisia slowly rose from his flying throne, the very air around him thickening with his wrath. He hovered above, arms crossed, looking down upon Piccolo with an air of superiority. He then gracefully descended to the ground, exuding an aura of mastery over all. Hey, Piccolo. Is it? Frisia's voice was cold and mocking, a slight smirk gracing his lips, yet beneath that smile lurked murderous intent. I never fathomed that the Ginyu Force would fall to a minor character like you. My subordinates, who made the universe tremble, have vanished because of you. Quite the absurdity. Indeed. Yet, unforgivable. He slowly spread his arms, as if recounting an outrageous tale. As he spoke, Frisia's voice suddenly soared, echoing like a thunderclap. The surrounding earth trembled under the weight of his fury, with several rocks shattering under the pressure. Piccolo, you have successfully provoked my wrath, and that is not a trivial matter. He extended a finger towards Piccolo, the smile on his face completely gone, replaced by a chilling malice. Frisia, I have longed to confront you personally. Since your subordinates are utterly inept, let the so-called Cosmic Emperor face me directly. Piccolo glared at Frisia, showing no sign of retreat. His aura steady, confidence radiating from his eyes. Very well, since you are so eager to seek your demise, I shall oblige. However, before we proceed, you must comprehend what you are facing. Frisia narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile spreading across his face. With that, he raised a hand, revealing a purple energy sphere that pulsed with immense power, distorting the very fabric of space around it. Frisia flicked the energy ball away, and it soared into the distance, exploding into a colossal mushroom cloud, the force of the explosion causing the ground to collapse beneath it. Do you see? This is merely a casual strike of mine. Frisia's voice dripped with disdain. If you are wise, kneel and beg for mercy now. I might consider granting you a swift death. Enough of your prattle. All your tricks are futile against true power. Piccolo retorted, undaunted. Frisia smirked, surveying the surroundings, his tone dripping with haughty arrogance. It seems that after so long without personally intervening, the ants of the universe have forgotten my true strength. Listen closely, my battle power is a staggering 530,000. A wretch like you does not even merit my full effort. The proclamation struck the air like a hammer, the atmosphere around them growing oppressively heavy. Frisia's energy began to surge forth, a swirling vortex devouring everything in its vicinity. The ground beneath him cracked, a tempest of wind swirling around his form, lifting countless debris into the air. Vegeta, hidden behind the boulder, pressed tightly against the rock face, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his breath becoming erratic and labored. He had believed that through his training on Earth and the recent enhancements on Namek, he had gradually closed the gap between his strength and Frisia's. Yet, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Frisia, his confidence shattered in an instant. 530,000 battle power, Vegeta murmured in disbelief, his voice tinged with profound fear. Is it possible that this is merely his base state? He clenched his jaw, his fist whitening, a tumult of emotion swirling within. On one hand, he felt rage at his own weakness, a burning desire to confront Frisia for his dignity. On the other, He recognized that revealing himself now would only lead to his demise. Damn it! Vegeta slammed his fist against the rock wall behind him, muttering curses under his breath. This fellow is no mere creature. He is a monster. No wonder he rules the entire universe. But why must my pride be trampled by such a being? He stole a glance at Piccolo ahead, his expression complex. Vegeta had initially thought that the lowly Namekian merely stumbled upon victory over the Ginyu Force, yet here he was, daring to confront Frieza directly, his aura matching the tyrant's. Humph. Vegeta scoffed quietly. Piccolo, let us see how long you can endure. Perhaps you can buy me some time. I wish to witness Frieza's weaknesses exposed. Frieza, one day I shall utterly crush you beneath my heel. Vegeta's fist tightened further, his nails digging into his palms. Blood trickling down, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. In the distance, Nail sensed the overwhelming aura and flew towards Piccolo without hesitation. Upon landing, he stood beside Piccolo. Piccolo, I can feel his power, but I am the last battle-type Namekian. Even knowing I am outmatched, I cannot retreat. It is my duty as a warrior. You do not comprehend his strength. In the instant of engagement, any hesitation could be fatal. Your power is insufficient to delay him even for a second. Piccolo slightly turned his head, casting a cold glance at Nail. I am aware. Nail responded loudly, his fist clenched. But even if it's just for a second, I am willing to wager my life. I fight not for the future of Namek, but for those who have already sacrificed. For the honor of my kin. I can never retreat an inch. Piccolo fell silent for a moment, then coldly snorted. I do not deny your courage, but if you hinder my efforts, I will show no mercy. I am not here to be a burden. I am here to fight alongside you. Nail's expression grew even more serious. Frieza, observing the sudden appearance of Nail, smirked coldly. Oh, another insect has arrived. It seems the Namekians truly have no fear of death. Chapter 81. Frieza's second form. Frieza's fingers emitted purple rays, raining down upon Piccolo and Nail like a tempest. Piccolo stood firm, coldly regarding the incoming beams without any intention of evasion, allowing them to strike him without inflicting any harm. In contrast, Nail found himself in a much more precarious situation, leaping and dodging as the powerful rays whizzed past him, stirring up terrifying gusts of wind. A beam of energy grazed closely past his cheek, causing Naru to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a violet ray veered off course, striking a massive rock where Vegeta was hiding in the distance. Boom. The rock was instantly reduced to rubble. Vegeta had no choice but to leap from his cover, his expression one of terror as he soared to the other side. However, every move he made was completely within Frieza's sight. Ah, Vegeta. So, you were here as well. Hiding so discreetly, were you planning to ambush me? Frieza smirked coldly, dripping with mockery. Vegeta's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He cursed softly, surprised that he had been exposed. His gaze darted rapidly between Piccolo and Frieza, contemplating his next move. Why so silent? Frieza slowly turned, his eyes piercing as he fixed his gaze on Vegeta, tauntingly stating, How touching, Vegeta. It seems you are quite eager to see how I deal with these Namekians. Vegeta forced himself to appear calm, gritting his teeth as he replied, Frieza. I'm merely here to observe. His words carried a hint of disdain, though his tone could not mask his inner tension. Observing, are you? Rest assured. It won't be long before it's your turn, Prince of Science, Frieza chuckled mockingly. Piccolo coldly regarded Frieza, his voice low as he questioned, Is this all your power? 530,000 battle power. Nothing more than that. Frieza's brow furrowed, and before he could respond, Piccolo flickered and appeared directly in front of Frieza. So fast that even his breath was hard to catch, landing a solid punch to Frieza's abdomen. Bang! The force of the blow was immense, sending Frieza's body flying like a projectile, his face contorting in pain. Piccolo followed closely, appearing behind the airborne Frieza once more. Before Frieza could regain his posture, Piccolo executed a spinning kick, his right foot infused with tremendous energy, striking Frieza's back. Boom! Frieza plummeted to the ground, crashing like a meteorite, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters deep, the surrounding earth cracking and dust billowing into the air. Frieza, is this truly all your might? Hardly impressive. Piccolo hovered calmly above, looking down at the crater with a smirk, his voice clear and derisive. From within the dust, Frieza slowly emerged, his face twisted in rage, his breath ragged. Clutching his abdomen, he seethed with fury and disbelief, grinding his teeth. How dare you harm the great Frieza, Namekian? You are seeking your own demise. Struggling to rise from the deep pit, Frieza appeared disheveled, yet his face bore a terrifying mix of anger and madness. Damn insects, you dare push me to this extent. You've thoroughly enraged me. Now, prepare to witness true terror. He soared into the sky, glaring at Piccolo and Neru, his teeth clenched. With that, Frisia's energy surged dramatically. A powerful aura radiating from him, shattering the ground beneath and sending out waves of terrifying energy. The clouds above parted under the force of his power, revealing the scorching sun, while Piccolo's cloak fluttered in the tempest. Piccolo, act now. We cannot allow him to complete his transformation. Once he does, he may exceed our wildest imaginations. Neru's expression changed as he urgently addressed Piccolo. However, Piccolo remained unfazed, standing still with his arms crossed, coldly replying, "No need for panic. No matter how he transforms, the outcome will remain unchanged, merely the struggles of the weak. Do not be overly confident. His energy is genuinely perilous," Neru exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead. "Let me see just how powerful he can become," Piccolo retorted, a hint of battle fervor flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Frisia's body began to undergo a violent transformation, the sounds of cracking bones reverberating as his form elongated and his features became more grotesque. His energy field expanded, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Ha ha ha, you have done well. You have granted me the opportunity to showcase my true power. I hope you do not regret it." As the transformation neared its end, Frisia's chilling laughter echoed, filled with a bone-chilling coldness. "This is my second form. My battle power has now surpassed 1,000,000. Insectoids, are you prepared to face obliteration?" Frisia sneered at Piccolo and Neru, his disdain evident. No sooner had he spoken than Frisia sprang into action. He transformed into a blurring shadow, instantly appearing before Neru, raising his hand to deliver a devastating blow. Neru barely had time to react before the strike landed squarely on his chest, sending him soaring like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Lying on the ground, Neru's chest caved in, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breath faint to the point of near invisibility. "What a burden," Piccolo muttered, his brow furrowing. Despite his discontent, he quickly flashed to Neru's side, blocking Frisia's further assault. "Do not expect me to show mercy this time," Piccolo stated coldly, his body emanating a golden aura, his fighting spirit surging. "Very well. Let me see how much you can truly handle." Frisia grinned menacingly. The two clashed immediately, their speed so rapid it was nearly impossible to discern their forms. Frisia swung his powerful arms, each attack accompanied by a fierce wind and destructive force, while Piccolo adeptly evaded Frisia's onslaught with his agility and keen reflexes, searching for an opportunity to counter. In that moment, the battlefield was engulfed in a tempest, the ground ravaged by their energy waves, mountains crumbling, and the earth splitting as if trembling in fear. Piccolo delivered a heavy punch to Frisia's chest, causing Frisia to stagger back before quickly regaining his stance, retaliating with a massive purple energy wave. Unyielding, Piccolo raised his palm, unleashing a beam of golden magic, the two energies colliding midair, erupting in a blinding flash and a deafening roar, the surrounding air tearing apart. Vegeta, witnessing the fierce battle between Piccolo and Frisia, realized that he could not intervene and certainly did not wish to perish in this terrifying conflict. These two monsters were fighting fiercely, yet still unable to determine a victor. This prince had no intention of accompanying them to death. He gritted his teeth, silently cursing. Seizing the moment of fierce combat between Piccolo and Frisia, he stealthily retreated to the side and unleashed his energy, swiftly fleeing into the distance. However, Frisia instantly sensed Vegeta's movement, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Trying to escape? What of the pride of a warrior race? With that, he flickered and positioned himself directly in front of Vegeta. Vegeta came to an abrupt halt, his face paling. His eyes filled with dread as he gazed at the imposing Frisia, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The Prince of Science, the very hope of a warrior race. Frisia's lips curled into a mocking smile, his gaze dripping with contempt. "And yet, here you are, scurrying away like a frightened mouse. Where is your dignity and pride, Vegeta? Is your royal bloodline worth so little courage?" Vegeta's body trembled slightly, his fist clenched tightly, but he could not find the words to retort. His pride has been utterly shattered at this moment, and he is acutely aware that, against the formidable Frisia, he possesses no chance of victory. Frisia scoffs coldly, instantly materializing before Vegeta, his gaze as frigid as steel, laced with mockery. "A warrior who scurries away like a coward, you dare to think you can escape my grasp?" Before his words have fully settled, he delivers a crushing blow to Vegeta's chest. With a resounding thud, Vegeta is sent hurtling away like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a vast crater. A violent shockwave stirs a tempest of dust, shattering the surrounding rocks. Trembling all over, Vegeta, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, struggles to rise, but the excruciating pain renders his body unresponsive. Lying at the bottom of the pit, he gasps in agony. His eyes fixed on the sky. His pride has been trampled once more, his heart brimming with humiliation and resentment. Just lie there, Vegeta. A worthless creature like you isn't even worth my effort. Once I deal with this foolish Namekian, I shall attend to you. Frisia's gaze drips with disdain as he casts a cold glance at the fallen Vegeta. Hearing this, Vegeta clenches his fists, his body trembling. His face contorted with rage and shame. A surge of intense resentment and hatred wells up within him, yet his injuries leave him too weak to rise and retort. Frisia, stop wasting time. Your recent display has led me to question the tales of the so-called Emperor of the Universe, Piccolo observes from the air. His tone icy as he regards Frisia. Frisia's expression darkens, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh, Piccolo, your arrogance has already begun to irk me. If you seek death so eagerly, I shall oblige. With that, Frisia vanishes, surging towards Piccolo with blinding speed, aiming a punch directly at his face. However, Piccolo is prepared, swiftly sidestepping and retaliating with a punch aimed at Frisia's chest. Boom. The two collide mid-air, unleashing a fierce shockwave. Piccolo senses Frisia's power, his expression shifting slightly. Yet he does not falter. Instead, he swiftly adapts and continues his assault. Frisia greets him with a cold smirk, each blow imbued with lethal intent. His speed and strength surpassing their previous encounter. They exchange blows, fists and feet intertwining as energy blasts explode in the air, causing the earth to crack and the surrounding mountains to crumble. On the ground, Vegeta gazes upward at the spectacle. His eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Piccolo is matching Frisia blow for blow. His strength has far surpassed mine. How infuriating. Why does this lowly Namekian overshadow my pride as a prince? During the battle, Frisia suddenly reappears behind Piccolo, his hands gathering a sphere of purple energy. And he strikes it towards Piccolo's back. Die. Sensing the impending danger, Piccolo swiftly turns, crossing his arms to shield against the energy sphere's onslaught. But the sheer force sends him crashing through several mountains before he finally comes to a stop. Frisia, pointing a finger towards Piccolo, conjures a beam of purple energy, sneering. It's over, insect. Accompanied by a piercing sound of the beam slicing through the air, it strikes the pile of rubble, erupting in a fiery explosion that illuminates the surrounding area. Finally, it ends. A lowly Namekian dares to oppose me, and yet, this is all he amounts to. As the explosion subsides, Frisia stands amidst the debris, hands clasped behind his back, his voice cold and disdainful. However, before he can finish his sentence, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. From the remnants of the rubble, a powerful aura suddenly erupts, a fierce wind swirling, causing the ground to tremble. The scattered stones, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, begin to levitate into the air. What? Frisia's pupils constrict, his expression shifting from triumph to shock in an instant. In the next moment, a golden aura bursts forth from the debris, a torrent of energy ripping through the air, imbued with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Piccolo's figure slowly ascends. Enveloped in golden light, his eyes radiating an unyielding coldness, his tone calm yet filled with endless authority. Frisia, is this what you call an end? Impossible. That strike clearly hit you. How can you still stand? Frisia grits his teeth, incredulity etched across his face as he stares at the levitating Piccolo, roaring in disbelief. Frisia, you overestimate your attack. To me, this mere injury is insignificant. Piccolo raises a hand, loosening his shoulder with an air of disdain. Gradually, he lifts both hands, golden energy gathering rapidly in his palms, resembling a blazing sun, its brilliance nearly blinding Frisia. Now it is my turn to attack. Brace yourself, Frisia. Piccolo's voice reverberates like thunder, instilling fear into the hearts of those who hear it. Frisia squints, sensing the terrifying energy wave, immediately adopting a defensive stance while bellowing. Don't get too cocky. I will not be intimidated by a mere Namekian. Piccolo's energy wave launches forth, a golden beam racing towards Frisia at incredible speed. Frisia swiftly conjures a massive purple energy barrier to deflect it, yet upon impact, the explosion creates a vast crater in the ground. Boom. In the deafening roar of the explosion, violent gusts of energy scatter dust hundreds of meters away. As the smoke clears, Frisia rises from the wreckage, his body covered in dust, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Very well, it has been a long time since anyone has made me feel pain. You do possess some skill, but now you have thoroughly enraged me. He wipes his mouth with a hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chapter 82. Piccolo and Nail fusion indeed. Piccolo, I acknowledge that your strength has exceeded my expectations, even presenting me with a challenge. But do you believe this is my limit? Frieza slowly raises his head, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he fixates on Piccolo in the air. His gaze sharpens, his aura swelling dramatically, a tempest rising that causes the ground to quiver in lament. You have no idea, my true power far surpasses this. Now, allow me to demonstrate. Frieza extends a finger, gently swaying it, his tone laced with derision. Piccolo furrows his brow, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, murmuring. It seems he still harbors hidden power. Humph, regardless, I will not back down. Hit Piccolo, I will make you experience the helplessness and fear that Vegeta felt. Allow me to show you what true despair is. Frieza chuckles lightly. No sooner has he spoken than his form begins to undergo a violent transformation. Crimson flames erupting around him, distorting the very air itself. Behold, this is my second transformation. Frieza's voice resonates with overwhelming pressure as his body expands, muscles bulging. The spikes on his head sharpening into a more formidable appearance, his overall form becoming increasingly terrifying. As his transformation culminates, the energy he emanates is like a colossal wave, pressing down upon everything around him. Damn monster. His power continues to escalate. This is the nightmare I was once unable to resist. Vegeta, lying on the ground, trembles under Frieza's oppressive aura, gritting his teeth in silent fury. Piccolo, this is my third form. You managed to barely stand against me in my second form. But before this form, you stand no chance whatsoever. Frieza spread his arms wide, exuding an air of cold, imperious superiority. With a sinister chuckle, his form dissolved into a streak of violet lightning, materializing before Piccolo with such blinding speed that the Namekian barely registered his approach. Before Piccolo could react, Frieza's devastating fist collided with his abdomen. Teaching the impact contorted Piccolo's body into a bow, agony twisting his features as a guttural groan escaped his throat. Seizing the advantage, Frieza drove his foot into Piccolo's chest, launching him like a cannonball through the air. The Namekian cratered into the earth, sending plumes of dust and shattered rock skyward. TCH. Where has all that bravado gone? Frieza descended leisurely, his voice dripping with disdain as he peered into the smoldering pit. Is this the extent of your power? Gritting his teeth, Piccolo hauled himself upright, only for Frieza to reappear in a blur. The tyrant's assault was relentless, a tempest of strikes raining upon Piccolo with bone-jarring force. Each blow landed with a sickening thud, reverberating through flesh and stone alike. Piccolo raised his arms in a futile guard, but Frieza's speed was monstrous, his strength overwhelming. A vicious chop to the shoulder drove Piccolo to one knee. A brutal knee lift snapped his head back, hurling him airborne. Pathetic. Frieza vanished, rematerializing mid-air to hammer Piccolo downward like a meteor. The impact split the earth, fissures spiderwebbing outward as dust swallowed the battlefield. To think you dared challenge me, Frieza sneered, alighting gracefully, arms folded. How disappointing. Bloodied but unbowed, Piccolo staggered upright, his gaze defiant. Don't celebrate yet, he rasped. This isn't over. Nearby, Nail lay pallid, his voice frail yet urgent. Piccolo, Frieza's power is beyond us. There's one way. Merge with me. Merge? Are you insane? Piccolo scowled. I want to share my mind with, fool. Nail coughed blood. My consciousness will vanish, only strength and memory remain. Do it. A beat of silence. Piccolo's eyes flicked to Frieza's approaching silhouette, then back. Fine. But this better be worth it. As their hands clasped, Nail's body erupted in emerald radiance, a torrent of energy surging into Piccolo. The fusion lasted mere seconds. Yet the transformation was cataclysmic. Piccolo's aura detonated like a supernova, the shockwave sundering the terrain. Even Frieza recoiled, his smirk faltering as raw. Primal power roiled off the reborn warrior. What is this? Frieza hissed, unease creeping into his voice. Piccolo's eyes snapped open, ablaze with newfound might. He flexed his fists, reveling in the storm within. Huh, so this is true power? His grin was feral. Frieza, let us see you tremble. Insolent worm. Frieza spat, though his bravado rang hollow. I am the Emperor of the Universe. High above, Goku observed, awed. Over 10 million, he murmured. Piccolo, you've surpassed even my expectations. Yet his smile faded. But Frieza's hiding something. Below, the earth quaked as Piccolo's energy crested. Frieza barely registered the movement before Piccolo's fist caved into his chest, sending him rocketing through a mountain. No mercy. Piccolo conjured a searing golden sphere, hurling it with a roar. The ensuing explosion atomized the peak, light swallowing the horizon. From the inferno, a battered Frieza emerged, cracks marring his once flawless form. You dare! Piccolo was already behind him. An elbow shattered Frisia's spine, hammering him into the abyss. Weak, Piccolo intoned, hovering above the pit. Frisia clawed free, fury and fear warring in his eyes. His scream of rage became a choke as Piccolo's foot impaled his gut, launching him skyward. What followed was annihilation. 50 strikes. 100. Each punch detonated like a supernova, the air itself screaming. Finally, Piccolo crossed his arms, gathering a sun-bright orb, die. The blast erased the sky. As the firestorm raged, Piccolo hovered, watching, waiting. On the sidelines, Vegeta's fist shook. Damn you, Namekian, he seethed. How? His memories drifted back to the war on Earth, when Piccolo was merely a weakling with a battle power of a few thousand, utterly incapable of confronting him. Yet now, Piccolo had grown to a level where even Frisia stood no chance of retaliation. Vegeta clenched his teeth, engulfed by a profound sense of defeat. If this Namekian could indeed vanquish Frisia, a flicker of secret hope sparked within him, only to be quickly extinguished by a surge of anger and jealousy. No, I cannot allow him to surpass me. As Vegeta wrestled with his inner turmoil, Piccolo hovered in midair, his cold gaze fixed upon the figure of Frisia shrouded in dust. An overwhelming aura enveloping the battlefield, making it difficult for Vegeta to breathe. Accursed Frisia, accursed Piccolo. A fervent desire for power ignited within Vegeta. Just wait. I shall become a Super Saiyan. Chapter 83. Frisia's ultimate form. Frisia slowly ascended from the ruins, his body marred with cracks, purple-black blood seeping from his wounds. Yet a cold smirk graced his face. He inhaled deeply, his eyes radiating an icy malice. Who would have thought that a lowly Namekian could compel me to unleash my true power? He spoke with a chilling tone, saturated with murderous intent. You have utterly provoked me. You now stand devoid of any chance of survival. Is that so? Spare me the theatrics. I am eager to see just how formidable your so-called true power is. Piccolo's gaze was steely as he floated in the air, arms crossed, unflinching in the face of Frisia's threats. Frisia slowly spread his arms, his aura suddenly surging wildly, an unstoppable tempest sweeping across the battlefield. The earth trembled violently, the sky appearing to warp under the weight of his presence. Energy ripples radiated outward, shattering rocks into fragments, some reduced to mere dust. Allow me to demonstrate the most terrifying power in this universe. Frisia proclaimed loudly, this is my ultimate form, a power unattainable by any mere insect. His body underwent a dramatic transformation, muscles contracting and elongating, taking on a sleek, polished appearance that gleamed with a metallic sheen. His visage grew more austere, eyes glinting with a deadly coldness, resembling a harbinger of death from the abyss. Is this the extent of his true strength? This overwhelming power exceeds that of the Ginyu Force 100-fold. Vegeta observed from a distance, transfixed, his body trembling involuntarily, disbelief etched across his face. Now, do you still dare to brazenly provoke me? Frisia raised his head slightly, looking down upon Piccolo with an evil smile curling at his lips. Piccolo maintained his composure. Though he felt the weight of Frisia's pressure, this form indeed possessed incredible strength, yet I have assimilated Nail. Even in his ultimate form, he may not defeat me. Enough of this banter! Piccolo roared, launching himself towards Frisia with all his might, initiating the attack. Frisia scoffed, vanishing from sight. Piccolo's fist struck nothing but air. In the next instant, Frisia appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Piccolo crashing into a mountain, the earth splitting apart and dust erupting. Do you still not comprehend? Frisia said coldly, before my ultimate form, all your efforts are in vain. Piccolo emerged from the rubble, his chest heaving. Yet his expression bore no hint of retreat. He glared at Frisia in midair. What of your ultimate form? Today, I shall bring you down. Such empty bravado I have heard far too often. But fret not. I shall make you fully understand that the chasm of power cannot be bridged by mere words. Frisia laughed recklessly, hands clasped behind his back, his tone dripping with disdain. Piccolo ceased his chatter, unleashing a tremendous aura, rushing towards Frisia with astonishing speed. The two clashed fiercely in the air, each punch and kick generating colossal shockwaves, tearing the earth asunder and echoing with thunderous roars. Frisia's speed surpassed his previous form. He effortlessly evaded Piccolo's relentless barrage, instantly reappearing at his side and landing a punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo gasped, sent reeling, yet quickly regained his footing, gritting his teeth to charge once more. This time, Piccolo altered his strategy, darting around to confuse Frisia's sight, searching for an opening. Frisia sneered. Such tricks are meaningless before me. In a flash, he obstructed Piccolo's path, delivering a heavy blow to his chest. With a resounding crash, Piccolo was driven into the ground, creating a massive crater. From afar, Vegeta watched in horror. Is this Frisia's ultimate form? Even now, Piccolo stands no chance. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him, a blend of fear and a yearning for power. I cannot remain here. If this continues, the entire universe will fall under his dominion. At that moment, Piccolo slowly rose from the deep crater, his body covered in wounds. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. Wiping the blood from his lips, he coldly declared, "Is this all your power? Frisia, I have yet to be defeated." With that, Piccolo unleashed an even more formidable aura, crossing his arms to gather a ball of golden energy, Special Beam Cannon. A powerful energy beam surged towards Frisia, its momentum fierce enough to uproot the ground beneath it. However, Frisia did not flinch. A smirk graced his lips as he pushed his hands forward, effortlessly halting the energy blast. Witnessing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow and swiftly changed tactics, charging at Frisia once more, engaging in a more intense close-quarters battle. Their figures blurred in the air, nearly impossible to track. The sky was torn asunder by the clash of energies, the ground shattered by their conflict. This battle transcended Vegeta's comprehension. He could only watch in rapt attention, his heart brimming with a desire for power and uncertainty about the future. Frisia's ultimate form exhibited unparalleled strength, easily evading Piccolo's strikes, countering with a punch to Piccolo's abdomen that left him writhing in agony. Green blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Your speed and strength are utterly insignificant before me, Frisia mocked. Piccolo gritted his teeth and retaliated, attempting to strike Frisia with his special beam cannon, but Frisia deftly dodged the attack. In an instant, he reappeared behind Piccolo, delivering a kick to his back, sending him soaring hundreds of meters, crashing through several mountains before plummeting to the ground. You lowly creatures are truly disappointing. Frisia hovered in midair, arms spread wide, his aura swelling as countless purple energy spheres erupted from his palms, striking Piccolo with precision. The explosions rang out in a cacophony, the ground riddled with craters, and Piccolo's form vanished amidst the billowing dust. Frisia scoffed. Is this truly your limit? Fighting me is merely a waste of time. However, his derisive laughter was short-lived. As from the haze emerged Piccolo's labored breaths. Struggling from the ruins, battered yet unyielding, he gazed up at Frisia and proclaimed, I will not concede. For Namek, and for the lives you have destroyed, I will defeat you. Such a tenacious insect, then allow me to obliterate you completely. Frisia's expression darkened, and he let out a cold snort. In that instant, he accelerated towards Piccolo, poised to deliver a final blow. Just as Frisia's fist was about to make contact with Piccolo, a powerful hand seized his wrist. Frisia was taken aback, realizing he could not break free. He lifted his gaze and encountered a man clad in an orange martial arts uniform, adorned with a blue belt, the unmistakable emblem of the Turtle School. More striking was the tail that swayed gently behind him, clearly indicating his scion heritage. A scion? How could a scion possess such strength? This is impossible. Frisia's expression darkened further as he growled. Standing before Piccolo, Goku slowly raised his head, his calm yet piercing black eyes locked onto Frisia. He released his grip on Frisia's wrist, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Frisia, from this moment on, I shall be the one to confront you. Goku has finally arrived, Piccolo murmured, struggling to rise from the ground. Wukong did not turn back. He merely nodded slightly. Lying on the ground, Vegeta's chest heaved violently. His body immobilized by severe injuries, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wukong, who stood before Frisia. When he witnessed Wukong effortlessly thwart Frisia's lethal strike aimed at Piccolo, an inner fury erupted within him like a volcano. How could this be? Vegeta clenched his teeth, his nails digging deeply into his palm, filled with jealousy and rage. Kakarot. This low-class warrior dares to display such power in my presence. His eyes swept over Wukong's formidable silhouette and the tail that swayed gently in the air currents. A tremendous upheaval surged within Vegeta. He was aware that Wukong's combat prowess had long surpassed expectations, yet he had never imagined that Wukong would evolve to such an extent, capable of confronting Frisia head-on. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in Vegeta's mind, one that filled him with both excitement and unease. Has Kakarot reached that realm? The Super Saiyan? This legendary title sent tremors through Vegeta's heart. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had been immersed in this myth since childhood. The Super Saiyan represented the pinnacle of Saiyan power, a dream coveted by all Saiyans. He had always believed that only he was worthy of becoming that supreme being. No. Vegeta tightened his fists, roaring internally, this is impossible. The title of Super Saiyan should belong exclusively to me, Vegeta. How dare this low-class warrior possess such power? This cannot possibly be a Super Saiyan. Despite his desperate denials, deep down, he understood that Wukong's performance had transcended his comprehension. Vegeta regarded Wukong with a mix of jealousy and rage, accompanied by an indescribable fear. Kakarot. Vegeta gritted his teeth, vowing, no matter the cost, I will not allow you to surpass me. The glory of the Super Saiyan can only belong to me, Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta had to concede that he had been left behind by Wukong, and this acknowledgement of reality only intensified his suffering. Chapter 84. The Tyranny of Frieza. What's wrong? Is the mighty ruler of the universe so weak? Wukong grasped Frieza's fist, speaking calmly. Then, with a casual flick, he tossed Frieza aside, as if discarding refuse. Frieza's body spun through the air, crashing to the ground in the distance, raising a cloud of dust. Regaining his balance, he slowly stood up, his expression dark as if it could drip with malice. Oh, it seems there are still some pests to exterminate. How audacious to stand before me, the great king. Truly a path to self-destruction. He fixed his gaze on Wukong, a cold smile creeping across his face. With a casual clap of his hands, as if he had just accomplished something trivial, Wukong scrutinized Frieza, a faint smile gracing his lips. To be honest, your ultimate form is quite surprising. It's even more diminutive than I had anticipated. Are you truly the archvillain? Upon hearing this, Frieza's eyes ignited with fury, for he detested any mockery of his appearance. His tail lashed violently, splitting the ground beside him in an instant. How dare you? This king needs no one's judgment. Once I obliterate you, this Saiyan monkey, I shall proceed to cleanse the remnants of that pathetic Namek. He bellowed. As Frieza fixed his gaze upon Wukong, an unsettling familiarity washed over him, narrowing his eyes. Memories of years past materialized, specifically, the day he personally annihilated Planet Vegeta. Interesting, this Saiyan monkey possesses quite the resemblance. It brings to mind an old memory. He remarked coldly, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. Wukong remained unresponsive, his expression tranquil. I recall a fellow from Planet Vegeta who bore an uncanny resemblance to you. He, however, managed to struggle for a few additional seconds compared to those foolish Saiyans, daring to defy the commands of this great king. Frieza continued. Wukong furrowed his brows, aware of the tale of Planet Vegeta and the story of his father, Bardock. However, at that moment, his heart remained undisturbed, contrasting sharply with the way Frieza's words caused Vegeta, lying on the ground, to narrow his pupils. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta struggled to lift his head, his voice a tumult of anger and complexity. Bardock is your father, isn't he, Kakarot? A low-class warrior daring to defy Frieza. How foolish that such a bloodline continues to exist within you. Frieza let out a cold laugh, interrupting Vegeta. A low-class warrior? Yet his obstinate fighting spirit and foolish pride are as irksome as those of you Saiyans. Unfortunately, he could not withstand the death ball I sent forth, and thus he, along with the entirety of Planet Vegeta, was obliterated. In an instant, Frieza's aura erupted, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath. With a disdainful snort, he vanished and reappeared before Wukong, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Wukong's chest. Yet Wukong had already anticipated his move. As Frieza's foot neared its target, Wukong nonchalantly extended a hand, effortlessly blocking the powerful strike. In the next moment, he retaliated with a swift slap, sending Frieza hurtling through the air. Frieza's body arced across the sky, colliding with several massive rocks before stabilizing himself. A swollen mark appeared on his face, and his trembling hand clutched at it. His eyes filled with disbelief and rage. You lowly Saiyan, dare to touch my face. Frieza seethed, his voice a low growl. He abruptly raised a finger toward Wukong, from which brilliant purple beams of light swiftly gathered. Accompanied by a furious roar, he unleashed a barrage of death beams, each imbued with tremendous destructive power, hurtling toward Wukong at breakneck speed. Nonetheless, Wukong remained steadfast. He stood his ground, calm and collected, raising his arm with blinding speed to effortlessly swat away each death beam. The beams scattered, detonating upon distant terrain, causing a cacophony of explosions and earth to crumble. Frieza's assault was utterly futile. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he murmured, his voice trembling. He had never encountered an opponent who could so nonchalantly neutralize his attacks. Is this truly your strength? It seems the rumors have been somewhat exaggerated. Wukong smiled gently, slowly raising his hand and beckoning Frieza with a calm, yet taunting tone. Vegeta, still lying on the ground, grit his teeth and forced himself to sit up, pain etched across his face, yet a hint of a mocking smile graced his lips. He fixed his gaze on Frisia and rasped coldly, "Frisia, be wise. Stop wasting time. Unleash your full power, or you shall meet your demise today." Full power? Against this scion monkey? You underestimate me. Frisia paused momentarily in surprise before responding with a sneer. "Frisia, stop playing dumb. This man is the very embodiment of your deepest fears, the legendary Super Saiyan destined to shatter your reign." Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a complex mixture of emotions as he continued, "Super Saiyan." Frisia's expression froze, his eyes wide with a semblance of panic and astonishment. "Indeed. He is the fabled strongest warrior in the universe, the Super Saiyan." "Kakarot, who would have thought such a title would fall to a lowly warrior like you?" "Ha. Frisia, your end is nigh. Today marks the beginning of your nightmare, a day you never thought would come." Vegeta managed a pained smile, his voice a bitter blend of triumph and resentment. Frisia's face contorted into a grotesque smile. He abruptly raised his hand, and a purple death beam shot forth like lightning, piercing Vegeta's chest with deadly accuracy. Vegeta's smile instantly faded as he looked down at the gaping wound, blood gushing forth before he collapsed weakly to the ground. "You should know, I despise meaningless jokes," Frisia said coldly. Wukong stood silently to the side, his face devoid of any expression of surprise. He observed the scene unfolding before him without intervening. In his heart, he mused, "Save him? Only to endure his incessant complaints and defiance every day thereafter? No, thank you. Frisia, is this your method of governance? You are utterly unhesitant when dealing with your own." Wukong's gaze shifted back to Frisia, his tone cold and composed. "These scions are nothing but refuse, not even worthy of being called my people. They are merely tools. And you soon enough shall join the ranks of the discarded." Frisia grinned in response. With blinding speed, Frisia lunged toward Wukong, his velocity merging almost seamlessly with the violet luminescence surrounding him, causing the air to tremble with raw energy. Yet, Wukong remained unfazed, raising his palm to expertly block Frisia's fist. "Such feeble strength, you have disappointed me," Wukong remarked coolly, smoothly evading Frisia's relentless barrage before delivering a powerful punch to Frisia's abdomen. The blow was tremendous, sending Frisia hurtling backwards, crashing through a mountain peak and tumbling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Frisia slowly emerged from the rubble, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes wide with fury. "How dare you, Scion Monkey, bring me to this point?" His entire being began to radiate a fierce purple glow, his aura erupting like a tempest, splitting the ground beneath him and sending boulders so suddenly. Wukong seized Frisia's wrist and executed a shoulder throw, crashing him forcefully to the ground, causing the earth to fracture and mountains to collapse. Following this, Wukong soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Frisia's abdomen, propelling him into the sky. In an instant, Wukong teleported behind Frisia, landing a heavy blow on his back. Like a meteor, Frisia plummeted to the ground, creating an enormous crater with a violet glow flickering within. "Is this your full power?" "To be frank, I find it somewhat disappointing," Wukong remarked coldly, suspended in midair. Frisia, struggling to rise from the depths of the crater, gasped for breath, his face contorted with rage. "Impossible! How has this bastard become so strong?" Madness flickered in his eyes. But deep within, a profound fear began to swell. In a fit of fury, Frisia raised his hands high, gradually forming a dazzling purple disk of light in his palms. The edges of the disk shimmered with a brilliant, razor-sharp gleam, distorting the surrounding air with its immense energy. "Since you are so arrogant, prepare to experience my cutting disk. It can slice through anything." Frisia roared, hurling the disk into the air, where it streaked towards Wukong with blazing purple light. Wukong stood his ground, hands resting on his hips, exhibiting no intention of evading the attack. "It seems you've been rendered senseless by fear. Ha ha ha." Frisia laughed triumphantly, gesturing as the cutting disc sharply altered its trajectory, striking Wukong's chest with precision, erupting into a massive cloud of smoke and shock waves. Surrounding rocks shattered, and the ground was riddled with deep fissures. "Humph, you're doomed for braving my ultimate move." Frisia sneered with delight, arms crossed, eyes fixed intently on the center of the smoke. However, as the smoke began to dissipate, Wukong's figure emerged unscathed, still standing firm. He brushed his chest lightly, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. "This move has decent power," Wukong quipped, pointing to his chest with a hint of mockery. "But if you truly intended to tickle me, you're still lacking." "No, this cannot be. How is this possible? My cutting disc is indestructible." Frisia's expression froze in disbelief, his eyes widening in shock, cold sweat forming on his brow, his voice trembling. "Indeed, it is indestructible, but alas, your opponent is me, Sun Wukong, he replied, nonchalantly spreading his arms. Wukong's words struck Frisia's pride like a hammer upon an anvil, igniting an inferno of fury within him. You insolent wretch! I shall not be defeated by the likes of you. His violet aura erupted anew as he gnashed his teeth in a guttural snarl. From a distance, Piccolo observed the cataclysmic battle with rapt attention. Every movement of Son Goku radiated overwhelming power, as if capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Witnessing Frisia's gradual collapse beneath Wukong's relentless assault, a primal fear took root in Piccolo's heart, though he had recently transcended his limits through assimilation. Attaining what he believed to be ultimate power, this brutal spectacle laid bare an undeniable truth. His newfound strength remained insignificant before Wukong's might. Like an ant gazing upon a titan. Chapter 85. Frisia's full power unleashed. Frisia's breath came in ragged gasps, his brow glistening with cold sweat. His jaw clenched as he fixed a venomous glare upon the hovering figure of Son Goku, his eyes burning with equal parts fury and poorly concealed terror. Never had he encountered such an indomitable foe, nor could he comprehend how his own formidable power seemed so utterly inadequate before this adversary. Don't presume victory yet, Scion Monkey. Let us see how you withstand this. Frisia's roar echoed across the battlefield as he spread his arms wide, drawing upon the surrounding energy. His palms erupted with searing radiance that coalesced into countless waves of scorching plasma, each one a roaring tsunami of destruction tearing through the void towards Wukong. With maniacal intensity, Frisia unleashed a relentless barrage of these fiery projectiles, each carrying the apocalyptic force to level mountains. The heavens themselves became a blazing canvas of incandescent fury, the brilliance so intense it seared the retinas of any who dared witness this spectacle of annihilation. Wukong stood motionless, his demeanor unwavering. His gaze remained tranquil, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. He made no attempt to evade the onslaught, allowing the fiery waves to strike him relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The consecutive explosions reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very earth. The shock waves surged forth, raising towering clouds of dust, as if the entire battlefield had been obliterated. Frisia breathed lightly, a smirk of triumph appearing at the corners of his mouth. Humph. No matter how formidable, they are still but scions, ultimately incapable of. Yet, his words were abruptly silenced. As the dust began to clear, a familiar silhouette slowly emerged. Wukong stood there, unscathed and untouched. His expression was calm, even tinged with a hint of disdainful amusement, as if the recent events were mere trivial theatrics. His gaze was fixed intently upon Frisia, the contempt in his demeanor causing Frisia's heart to plunge. Is this your full strength? Wukong gently shook his head, his tone laced with mockery. Frisia, I expected you to showcase some genuine power. Instead, you have left me profoundly disappointed. Frisia's body trembled slightly, feeling his blood run cold, as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Silence. You are nothing but a lowly scion. I refuse to believe it. I must defeat you. Clenching his teeth, he roared and charged towards Wukong. As Wukong beheld the approaching figure of Frisia, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. He slowly raised a hand, and an overwhelming aura surged around him. Even without exerting his full strength, the oppressive force emanating from Wukong was akin to mountains and seas. Cease your antics, Frisia, Wukong murmured. Frisia, roaring with fury, charged at Wukong, his fist enveloped in a torrent of energy. Yet to Wukong, everything unfolded in a languid manner. He merely leaned slightly to the side, effortlessly evading Frisia's onslaught, and then reached out with precision, grasping Frisia's wrist. Is this all the strength you possess? Did you not claim to be the sovereign of the universe? A sardonic smile graced Wukong's lips as he twisted Frisia's wrist, hurling him into the air. Ah, Frisia bellowed. Yet before he could regain his composure, Wukong's figure appeared before him in an instant. With a frigid glare, Wukong unleashed a punch that struck Frisia's abdomen with the swiftness of lightning. A resounding crash echoed as Frisia's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a vast crater. Dust billowed, and the earth trembled, as if the very planet could scarcely withstand the force of the blow. Cursed scion, I shall never be defeated by you. Frisia struggled to rise from the pit, clutching his abdomen. Without granting him a moment's respite, Wukong materialized before him, delivering a sweeping kick to Frisia's side. Attempting to defend himself, Frisia found himself utterly outpaced by Wukong's velocity, receiving another devastating blow to his chest. The sheer force of the impact propelled his body skyward, with Wukong hot on his heels. But the onslaught was far from over. Wukong bellowed. unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down upon Frisia like a tempest. Each strike bore astonishing power, leaving Frisia defenseless against the barrage. His form was tossed about in the air, anguished cries reverberating through the heavens. With a resounding thud, Wukong delivered a final crushing blow that sent Frisia plummeting to the ground, causing the earth to fracture and spew dust into the sky. Hovering in the air, Wukong crossed his arms, his gaze fixed coldly upon Frisia, who lay ensconced in the deep crater. "So what now? Can you rise again?" His tone dripped with provocation. Frisia struggled to regain his footing, his body marred with countless wounds, his metallic tail quivering, a testament to his agony and impotence. Yet, a flicker of defiance glimmered in his eyes. "I must admit, it feels rather gratifying to pummel a creature like you. To think you dare to be so arrogant here. Perhaps it's time you truly comprehend the essence of power." Wukong chuckled, a sense of ease washing over him. "Do you suppose this is my limit, Scion?" Frisia roared, his voice echoing across the expanse. His form began to radiate an intense surge of energy, the surrounding air trembling violently under the pressure. "I shall unleash my full strength against you," he snarled, his arms thrust wide, his entire being erupting in a blinding radiance. His aura surged like a volcanic eruption, painting the sky a vivid crimson. The ground around him fractured, rocks disintegrating under an invisible pressure, the atmosphere itself quaking from the magnitude of his power. Goku stood at a distance, his demeanor relaxed as he keenly sensed Frisia's rapidly escalating power. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, Piccolo observed the breathtaking spectacle with bated breath. Having just retreated from the battlefield under the assumption that Frisia was spent, he now found himself paralyzed by the terrifying aura erupting from the tyrant. An involuntary tremor coursed through his body, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his fists clenched in visceral shock. This power," Piccolo murmured under his breath, his voice laced with dread. "Frisia can still grow stronger? This defies all reason. Can Goku truly withstand this?" Frisia's energy continued its relentless ascent. His form wreathed in a tempest of raw, violent power. The howling winds tore through the landscape like the harbingers of apocalypse. With a sudden, predatory tilt of his head, his crimson eyes gleamed with malice, lips twisting into a grotesque grin. "My battle power now soars to 120 million. Frisia cackled with manic triumph. "Son Goku, weren't you so smug earlier? Come then, let us see if that arrogance still holds." Wukong sensed Frisia's escalating power and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, though this time his expression carried an eager anticipation for battle. Clenching his fists, his aura began to surge. "Very well. Let us see if this so-called full power of yours can truly make me take you seriously." With Frisia unleashing his full might, his form became enveloped in a tempest of violent energy, his overwhelming presence casting an oppressive weight over the entire battlefield. A sinister grin twisted his lips as he raised a hand, sharp beams of concentrated energy gathering at his fingertips. "Son Goku, do you truly believe speed alone will save you? Face this, death beam barrage." Frisia roared, his fingers dancing with the precision of a virtuoso pianist. A relentless storm of blinding energy projectiles erupted from his fingertips, streaking toward Wukong in dazzling arcs. Each beam locked onto Wukong with lethal precision, their speed rivaling lightning. Their destructive force capable of obliterating entire landscapes. Yet, against this onslaught, Wukong remained utterly composed. His gaze was tranquil as still waters, his body shifting with effortless grace as he evaded the first beam. Whoosh! The death beam grazed past his shoulder, striking a massive boulder behind him, reducing it to shattered fragments in an instant. More beams followed, yet Wukong moved with the fluidity of a drifting feather, his steps light and swift as he weaved through the air, evading every attack with flawless precision. Frisia's fury intensified, his fingers lashing out faster, the beams firing in such rapid succession that his movements became a blur. The battlefield blazed with the brilliance of the death beams, the earth trembling as craters formed beneath their impact, rocks disintegrating into dust, the sheer spectacle of destruction breathtaking. Yet no matter how ferocious Frisia's assault, Wukong remained untouchable. His form danced between the beams, each evasion executed with micrometer precision. The death beams flashed past him, never once grazing his skin. Mid-dodge, Wukong even stretched lazily, stifling a yawn as if entirely unimpressed. "Are you even trying, Frisia?" Wukong mused, pausing mid-air with effortless levitation. "These attacks can't even touch me." Frisia's teeth ground together, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "Damnable Scion, do you only know how to run? If you have any real strength, face these beams head-on." With a light chuckle, Wukong suddenly leaped, charging directly towards Frisia. He swiftly approached in midair, his palm extending outwards, deftly deflecting several beams of light hurtling towards him. The beams veered off course under the impact of his energy, exploding in the distance with a series of thunderous blasts. "You wish for me to take that head-on?" Wukong teased, his foot stamping down as he instantaneously materialized before Frisia, mere steps apart. Frisia's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could react, Wukong tilted his head slightly, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Your techniques are quite flashy, yet your speed leaves much to be desired." Before his words could fade, Wukong unleashed a powerful kick aimed squarely at Frisia's abdomen. The strike forced Frisia to expel a mouthful of blood, his form hurtling like a meteor towards the ground, embedding itself deep within the ruins. "It seems your full power is rather underwhelming. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve, or shall I wait while you contemplate?" Wukong hovered in the air, arms crossed, gazing nonchalantly at Frisia, who lay ensconced within the crater. Chapter 86. The True Super Saiyan Amidst the Swirling Dust. A violet streak suddenly erupted from the debris, racing towards Wukong with the velocity of a shooting star. Frisia, gritting his teeth, felt an inferno of rage ignite within him as he materialized before Wukong, his fist imbued with potent energy, aiming directly for Wukong's face. With a focused gaze, Wukong bore a faint smile at the corners of his lips. He tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the oncoming punch, while simultaneously raising his palm to gently block Frisia's subsequent sweeping kick. Their clash generated a powerful shockwave, causing the surrounding air to emit a deep, rumbling roar as if it were being torn asunder. "Well done, Frisia, but you're still a tad short on intensity," Wukong remarked, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. Frisia let out a thunderous roar, his body spinning violently as he delivered an elbow strike directly to Wukong's shoulder, swiftly followed by a fierce punch aimed at Wukong's abdomen, infused with menacing energy. Yet, Wukong merely sidestepped, dissipating the force of the elbow while skillfully evading the abdominal assault. In a flash, Wukong's hand shot out like lightning, grasping Frisia's wrist with a firm grip. With a vigorous toss, he hurled Frisia into the air. Frisia executed a swift roll midair, quickly adjusting his stance, and immediately retaliated, descending with a kick that bore down with terrifying force toward Wukong's head. With a gentle lift of his arm, Wukong deflected the incoming strike, resulting in a resounding boom as brilliant sparks of energy erupted at the point of contact. Utilizing this force, Wukong retreated a half-step before executing a swift roll, his right leg sweeping horizontally with the swiftness of a whip, almost imperceptible to the eye. Thud. Frisia's chest bore the brunt of the blow, sending his entire body hurtling through the air. Yet, through sheer tenacity, he managed to stabilize himself mid-flight. With a furious roar, he charged once more, his fist raining down upon Wukong like a tempest, each strike imbued with formidable energy. Yet, Wukong remained unfazed, displaying an effortless mastery of the battle. His body moved with the agility of the wind, evading each strike with ease, occasionally using his palm to deflect an attack while retaliating with a flurry of punches. Every counterattack delivered by Wukong was executed with unparalleled precision, each blow landing with a resounding impact, resonating deeply within Frisia, who emitted pained grunts with every hit. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed in succession, their silhouettes blurring into two ethereal forms in the air. Frisia's assault was frantic and relentless, yet Wukong's movements were swifter and more accurate. He consistently exploited Frisia's vulnerabilities, striking at the most tender spots. "Are you fighting so desperately to prove your own weakness?" Wukong taunted, swiftly maneuvering behind Frisia after a clash of limbs, delivering a powerful punch to his back that sent him hurtling forward for hundreds of meters. Gasping for standing steadfast, Wukong retracted his fists, his gaze calmly fixed upon the distant ruins. His expression remained composed, as if the fierce battle that had just transpired was merely a relaxed warm-up for him. "What say you, Frisia?" Wukong murmured. "Have you yet to realize that sheer brute force and fury alone will never suffice to defeat me?" Frisia, rising laboriously from the debris, could no longer conceal the fury etched upon his face. With one hand clutching his chest, he raised the other high, summoning a blinding orb of purple energy. The radiance spun wildly in his palm, the energy surging with increasing intensity, distorting the very air around him. "Sonic Wukong, do not grow too complacent," Frisia bellowed, abruptly pointing a finger at Wukong, causing the energy to transform instantaneously into a colossal blade of light, hurtling towards Wukong with the ferocity to rend the heavens. "Behold my earth-shattering slash," Frisia roared. "I shall use it to utterly obliterate you." The luminous blade sliced through the sky at breakneck speed, tearing apart the atmosphere with a deafening roar, while the scorching currents incinerated everything in their vicinity to ash. The razor-sharp aura of the blade seemed capable of cleaving through anything, be it rock, mountain, or even air, all disintegrating in its wake. As Wukong gazed at the swiftly approaching blade of light, a composed smile graced his features. He gently raised his hand, palm facing the formidable earth-splitting strike, exuding an air of tranquility. When the blade was but a few meters away, he suddenly swung his hand, unleashing a tremendous force from his palm that precisely impacted the side of the luminous blade. Instantly, the devastating force capable of cleaving planets was forcefully diverted, tracing an astonishing arc as it soared skyward. With a whoosh, the blade, imbued with an aura of destruction, departed the planet, transforming into a blazing streak in the cosmos, ultimately colliding with a desolate planet in the distance. A thunderous roar erupted as the celestial body was cleaved in twain by the blade, an immense explosion illuminating the vastness of the universe, while the shattered remnants of the planet scattered into countless meteors, dispersing in all directions. Frisia, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could you effortlessly neutralize my earth-splitting strike, a force potent enough to annihilate planets? His lips trembled slightly, eyes brimming with fear and rage. Is this what you call your strongest blow? It is far too straightforward, Frisia. Such techniques hold no weight for me, Wukong remarked calmly, retracting his hand and casting a serene gaze upon Frisia. Frisia, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, trembled with fury, yet found himself at a loss for words in rebuttal. Ascending rapidly into the sky, he perched above the clouds, surveying Wukong from a commanding height. A sinister grin crept across his face, his eyes ablaze with frenzied wrath. Since you are so tenacious, Frisia spat vehemently, I shall reduce you and this planet to ashes. Let us see how you withstand this. Before his words faded, Frisia raised a hand towards the heavens, a blinding violet light coalescing at his fingertips. The radiance expanded rapidly, swiftly forming a colossal purple energy sphere, exuding a terrifying aura of annihilation. With Frisia's roar, the energy sphere continued to swell, soon eclipsing the sky and casting an ominous shadow over the land. Ha ha ha! Frisia cackled maniacally, his voice rife with derision and pride. It was with this very technique that I obliterated planet Vegeta, erasing those foolish scions from the universe. Now, you too shall follow in their footsteps. Wukong stood firmly on the ground, gazing upward at the colossal energy sphere descending from the heavens. His eyes were sharp and composed, his countenance steady without a trace of fear. With a gentle inhalation, he propelled himself skyward in an instant, confronting the overwhelming torrent of terrifying energy. Frisia, you always indulge in such meaningless destruction, Wukong murmured, his voice laced with disdain. But I won't let you succeed. Wukong extended a hand, resolutely bracing against the cataclysmic force. The instant his palm made contact with the energy orb, a violent shockwave erupted, tearing the surrounding clouds asunder. Frisia's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his features. You are capable of withstanding it. Without acknowledging Frisia's exclamations, Wukong focused all his energy, unleashing an even more formidable aura from his hands. This overwhelming presence rapidly expanded, enveloping the colossal energy sphere entirely. Astonishingly, the energy sphere shrouded in a sense of destruction began to shrink at a visible rate under Wukong's suppressive aura. How is this possible? This is an energy sphere I condensed with all my might. Frisia was utterly panicked, his voice tinged with incredulous terror. You can actually devour it? With a focused gaze, Wukong's aura intensified once more. The colossal energy sphere, akin to a compressed bubble, gradually diminished to a point the size of a fist, ultimately succumbing to Wukong's overwhelming presence, dissolving into the intangible. A resonant thunderclap echoed, restoring clarity to the sky. Frisia, it is time to conclude this. Allow me to unveil the true essence of a Super Saiyan. Wukong, suspended in the heavens, fixed his electric gaze upon Frisia, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve and authority. Upon hearing these words, Frisia's expression transformed in an instant, disbelief saturating his voice. What? The power just displayed was not even the true Super Saiyan. Wukong offered no reply. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then suddenly opened them wide. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented surge of energy emanated from his very being. The surrounding air trembled with a deep, resonant roar, and the ground of Namek began to shake violently, as if quaking in anticipation of this newfound power. Wukong let out a fierce roar, as golden flames of energy erupted from his body, resembling a blazing sun. His hair stood on end, the golden radiance intensifying to an almost blinding brilliance. while his green pupils glimmered like an unfathomable abyss of the cosmos. Wukong's aura surged into the heavens, piercing through the cosmos. Beneath this immeasurable pressure, even the 3 stars surrounding planet Namek trembled faintly as if subdued by this boundless might. The entire sky was bathed in a dazzling golden radiance, transforming into a breathtaking spectacle of brilliance. Frisia's eyes widened in disbelief, his legs trembling involuntarily. He desperately attempted to summon his own power, only to realize his body had become completely paralyzed under this terrifying pressure. This can't be. How could you possess such power? It's impossible. He snarled through gritted teeth, his voice laced with fury and disbelief. Wukong gazed coldly at Frisia, his footsteps advancing slowly, each step resonating through the entire planet. Frisia, this is the true power of a Super Saiyan. You believed your strength could annihilate everything, but against such might, you don't even possess the right to struggle. His voice rumbled with solemn authority. Frisia's body trembled faintly beneath this overwhelming presence. Gripped by a terror he had never known, a despair that seeped from the depths of his very soul. He couldn't even raise his hand. All his power was crushed into fragments beneath this golden radiance. What kind of monster are you? Frisia murmured, his forehead slick with cold sweat. His pride and confidence utterly shattered in this moment. I told you, this is the end, Frisia. Prepare yourself for your final demise. Wukong slowly lifted a hand, a sphere of blinding white energy coalescing in his palm. The brilliance emanating from Wukong's palm intensified, a formidable aura cascading outward like a surging torrent, causing the very ground of Namek to tremble and the sky to blaze with a fervent white light. Frisia, sensing this lethal pressure, broke into a cold sweat, desperately struggling to escape the grip of this overwhelming force, yet his body felt ensnared by invisible chains, rendering him incapable of even moving a single finger. No, impossible. I am Frisia, the sovereign of the universe. How could you possibly possess such power? His eyes were filled with dread and fury. This is all your own doing. Farewell. Frisia. Wukong's gaze was icy, unwavering in his resolve as he aimed his palm at Frisia. As Wukong's words fell, the white energy in his palm erupted violently, transforming into an incredibly radiant beam, hurtling towards Frisia. This beam resembled a cascade of the Milky Way, imbued with an indescribable, terrifying force that tore through the air, scattering everything in its path, even causing the atmosphere of Namek to writhe in chaos. Frisia let out a desperate roar, attempting to muster